perfectly fine, hence why the Viper's getting banned out.
But it could be, he could face either Monkey or Dragon Knight.
They both are kind of the same hero.
Okay.
But that's the beauty of the flexes, because the DK and Monkey, you don't know where they're going, but ideally you follow the Furion around with the DK, and you also have the ability to follow around the Kunkka with the Monkey King, if this is the Kunkka offlane or a Kunkka mid lane. So Falcon's flexes, which they look so good on, have already reacted to C9's flexes. Like, I'm not too afraid for Falcons in terms of being able to react on this 23 pick.
I'm looking at the Monkey that came out in the last phase for Team Falcons. Monkey's going to have a relatively free game, whether he's playing against Kunkka, whether he's playing against Nature's Prophet, can roam around the map freely. And looking at the bans, Timbersaw and Centaur, they are banning Amar's heroes. Amar didn't play Dragon Knight. His hero pool is relatively small. What's left in the pool still? There is still Razor available. They're going to pick it blindly, so they just might go with the Razor, not seeing what the matchup is going to be. Ooh, a new hero for Amar.
Doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
This is scary for C9 because they don't have heroes that they can park on the Brood lane. I like the confidence. I like TV's lane matchup versus Brood, but TV does not provide the map play that can play into Brood's 20-minute timing. Brood's 20-minute timing is incredibly strong, and the heroes on C9 don't play too much tempo until they farm up a little bit. When you look at Bane and Rubik, when they're running around trying to set up for kills, they're so susceptible to dying to the 2-man from Falcons, or if they go to the Brood lane, that's scary. That's almost insta-death.
And you know, Amar, he's played 11 Brood games so far in his career. He's got a 72% win rate on it. Over like 20 odd days ago, he beat Team Spirit with the Brood in 2 games. So it's like, it's not a hero that he's played a lot, but he's played it enough times that I'm not like, uh-oh, Amar's on a new hero. Like, he's clearly got his understanding. But to close out the draft with a Terrorblade Watson, we've seen Terrorblade already. Yotaro tried it, didn't really work out. But Watson, again, very good Terrorblade player. And it does feel like Cloud9, they want to play for a little bit of pressure early on, but then sit back and play for the kind of the big fights of the mid to late game.
Yeah, and that Terrorblade came out incredibly fast. Maybe Cloud9 had this planned all along, but to hear from the mastermind, we are gonna head over to the stage where Slax is with the Steenie.
That's right. Hello, everybody. I am here with the mastermind himself, Steenie. How's it going, boss?
Amazing. Look at this. Brazil is here in Europe.
Brazil. Absolutely. They are representing. Super happy. Anything to say to these guys before we start?
I love them. I love them back. Yeah.
Oh,
thanks.
Fantastic. Great. All right. Well, we got a big match coming up for you here, and I had many questions for you. Now, first up, I saw you having a great time in the booth. You're smiling, you're laughing, you're saying hi to the boys. What's going on in there? What's the energy?
Like, we can hear the crowd, so I told let's draft without headsets so we can enjoy more. And they are like shouting all the heroes we have, and it feels amazing to have their support. It's really good vibes. We feel really confident because of this.
Fantastic. All right, crowd helping out. That's what I like to hear. Now, let's talk about these picks here. Are you happy and prepared with what Falcons has picked out? You know, we've seen the Hoodwink crit 100 times. We've seen the Monkey King that is yet to lose a game. How much research went in? Are you ready for this?
100%, because they run out of time on draft. We had like 2 minutes extra. We know they would Brood Mother, and we are like, we have Morphling and TB. So they ban one, we go the other. They didn't ban either Morphling and TB, and then it's just like, Watson, you want to carry this on TB? And pretty sure it's carry diff, like Watson's going to win this.
Damn! Forget the other questions. That's what I want to hear. He was ready. They fell into the trap, and we'll see if that trap is sprung. Thank you, my man. Hell of an interview, and we'll go straight into a hell of a game.
Thank you very much, Slash. Yes, we're ready to go here with Falcons versus Cloud9 in the lower bracket. Vogue, it's going to be an exciting one. The final pick, as we heard that from Astini, predicted. They knew that the Brood was going to come. Their answer, the TB or the Morph, they go with the Terrorblade. It's a risky option, though. Like this hero, we don't see it a lot, and when we have, it didn't look great.
No, it's had some difficulties. For a couple tournaments, some players are still trying to bring it back, but we've seen players take advantage of the slowness of this hero, the ways you can pressure it. We'll see if it's going to be different from Cloud9 today, as they've gone for some comfort heroes and stuff like that, but a lineup that maybe wants to avoid fights once they start getting a bit of tempo started, because they have this NP who can split push. They have these illusions that potentially are going to get all this split pushing as well too. So let's see how these lanes end up going down and what matchups we get to, because I'm seeing Marley's parking some webs here for now.
I see he wants to play for the bounty rune here. Fishman is going to be able to grab it first, though, as he steps down. So I guess the question is, obviously, we heard from Astini, Cloud9 side of things, they were predicting that the Brood was going to come.
Yep.
But from Falcon side of things, obviously, the Brood is not something that they pull out all the time. So what do you think it was about today that Falcon said, you know what, we're going to catch them out off guard, which they apparently didn't, with the Brood pick?
Well, I think it's probably something that we saw yesterday, how much that Brood started getting popularized. Well, gaming's been playing it a lot, but how dominant it was. It just kind of shuts down. It's this anti-carry that also scales. It builds auras, and it applies a lot of pressure if you don't have proper Brood answers. But, you know, they said that they were very ready for it, so I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do with this type of lane, because they did pick a very strong lane in particular just to answer the Brood for the first few levels. The Bane on Fishman, his classic, and watching with this super high armor Terrorblade. But again, we'll see how this Terrorblade does end up doing overall in the game. And the other thing that's interesting is, I think Cloud9, you know, with this Nature's Prophet, we saw BBT try to do this versus Falcons yesterday. The first few minutes was good. It just was afterward that things got devastating.
Fishman getting chased down quite a bit, but also Watson getting a good few hits in onto Crit already in this lane. I mean, we'll see if they get the chance to get aggressive once a few levels are there, and Watson has some points. The Metamorphosis could be a lane in which they could look to fight back.
Strong lanes. I mean, I'm mostly going to be looking at the mid lane in particular for these first few levels. No one doing a great job of controlling the CS here, first 3 waves.
Yeah, with some great performances from some mid prophets, and yeah, some great performances from no one time and time again in that mid lane.
Oh, it's the Monkey King, right?
Oh yeah, probably needs
Yep,
just
reconnect.
Just need a quick
the
reconnect.
classic, you know, Amar pricing. I love Monkey King inside the booth or something as well too.
And then there's this top lane. I mean, is there something as well you were sort of saying for Cloud9's draft as it was developing, as you were a little bit concerned about the burst damage output?
Yeah.
Does that concern still remain?
I think it can be an issue if the Nature's Prophet starts to struggle and stuff like that, but if he's able to get his tempo going, these Wrath of Natures, they're very potent, so could look to get involved off of that one. It's just this Rubik in particular, you know, we haven't seen it too much. It's kind of a risky pick because it's dependent on what you get to steal to be able to apply damage once the game does start to kick off, so. But I think mostly for me, I'm going to be looking at least early game from no one, how much he's going to be able to dictate and make those early aggressive moves. Because, yeah, looking at the DK, these two just can't really pressure a DK. You know, the Kunk and the Rubik, the damage is pretty underwhelming early on.
Yeah, every reason to believe that Skeeter should have pretty free farm in this lane, unless yeah, some sort of massive mistake is made. But unlikely from these two. Yeah, sure. If,
you know, Fishman
if no one comes in, or but twin gate play.
Yeah, there's like lots of different movement we could see coming out from them. I think Fishman's been one of the most active, in particular on his like 5, where he'll just like ditch a lane and just start making these aggressive moves. The one game we did see that the most, of course, Watson was playing like an Invoker, where he could obviously commit a lot as well. So maybe not too early on, but we'll see. Crit does get slept down bottom.
So if they got the damage here with the Metamorphosis, I think they might. Crit's in trouble, and indeed Watson is going to be able to claim that first blood. They hit the level 2s, and just are going to have that bit better of a power spike in comparison to that of Falcons when they hit their level 2s down here. They're quick to make the play, and Crit's caught off guard.
It's the Fishman classic. They got that level 2, a couple extra of these denies, just gets that edge to be able to catch Crit off guard. Beautifully done. Neither mid laner needs a bottle, which is a bit interesting. I feel like we don't see this too often. It's sometimes it's just like one guy doesn't need a bottle, the other one does, so they are constantly playing around who wants to trade them. So it's just going to be kind of back and forth trades with players backpacking items. And we see there Mischief dodges, at least to dodge some of that sprout damage that Malrine is using to do a little bit better in this lane. But so far, it's still been no one kind of dominating it.
Just able to slightly have that edge, just sort of what at the moment Malrine and I mean Amar, sort of the last hits he's a little bit behind, but he's still getting a lot of denies in the Brood down here.
Yep.
So still able to sit safely in the lane.
Yeah, and overall, it's like every time meta's up, it's always the same thing versus this Terrorblade, right? That's when you have to be a bit more careful, at least as the actual 3 position in the lane. Meta on cooldown for 80 seconds, and Mars should be pretty safe down here. Especially with the backup of like a stun, once Crit does have level 2, which he does now. And oh, okay, a free courier.
And in an easy Lotus there of Katsuomi.
They got both of the Lotuses, so on top of having good CS in the lanes at the moment, they do claim those. We see that Malrine is starting to at least reestablish things in that mid lane, so.
He's going to be kept pretty low, though, in terms of what's coming out to me. Yeah, he's got a salve coming out.
Yeah, I was about to say he needs some type of extra regen.
No one doing a very good job of keeping him rather low now. That he's got the extra point as well, and Sprout ready for the setup and preparing for his potency when it comes to making those rotations with the teleport if he sees a chance on these side lanes.
What's really interesting to me about these two, this mid lane matchup kind of in a way, is the Monkey King's done good versus most heroes, and same thing for Nature's Prophet, but both of them move very often. We've seen these Monkey Kings just kind of leave the lane and park themselves in an opposing lane and just kind of try to bully from there. Nature's Prophet can do kind of similar, so definitely can see some pretty much identical rotations maybe to match each other.
That's true. I mean, would you say out of the two of them, who's more likely to be hungrier to make the move first? You know, who's going to be following who?
They're both going to make moves.
Just pretty similar.
Yeah, it's just going to be similar. It's just whoever hits the 6 first, it's probably a little bit easier for no one because he's got the burst that he doesn't have to always get involved either. He can probably just Wrath of Nature and then continue to pressure mid. Because that pressure for the mid, it does start to kick in once this tree is getting these extra hits on. See even a glyph used just in case for just a few hits because there's this double wave under the tower.
And as the lane continues, especially this bottom lane, Amar continue to do a very good job with the denies.
Absolutely.
You know, up to 18 and 12 against the 19 and 6. It's close, but Amar certainly having the slight edge here with the amount of XP he's taken away from the two of them.
He has yet to show that ability that he's going to skill as well, too. He's only got the webs at the moment, so hasn't even been using his incapacitating bite or anything like that to mess with them.
Yeah, super strong laning from him so far. And what situation, I mean, when they sort of talked, I mean, we had Astini talk about their confidence in picking the Terrorblade against the Spider, against the Brood. Was that with expectations for them to be able to make the Brood's lane hard, or is it outside of that where you would imagine they feel the Terrorblade's strength lies in this matchup?
I think it's just overall across the board in the game. But maybe perhaps a little bit, maybe he thought he was going to go a little bit better here. Samar, I mean, 15 is quite a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
But that's a risk, you know, we talked about the risk of Terrorblade in general, right? Some players still like to play it, but it's not been having the best win chance in these last few tournaments in particular. It hasn't really gotten too many buffs, so see what Watson's going to do with it.
Yeah, all in all, across the board, nobody getting completely left behind in farm on these first few minutes in the lanes. Relatively close stuff.
6-minute power rune. No one, he's got the ult. Malverine's actually getting active a little bit first, but there's going to be that match from either the Wrath of Nature or a TP.
He's going to want to hover around, as you're saying, to the power rune spawn, see if he gets lucky with the top spawn of it. We'll see if it's going to be something nice and aggressive, like an amplified damage or a haste rune, ideally. It's just going to be the shield rune.
Does he make it? Looks like he should. Can he kill it in time?
No, he can.
Nice.
So nobody's going to be getting that one. Easy deny. Bottom lane.
Instant move.
They're going to make another play. Finding these opportunities here each and every time with the Metamorphosis to set up and catch Crit out a second time now in this laning stage.
And they were a bit low just from that Wrath that he had thrown earlier. And now, the Metamorphosis is up to perhaps get some tower pressure here too. Up top, though.
Going to try and make the play onto Snake King. He's got leaps at the ready. So he'll be fine under the tower. Turns with the arrow. Perfect. Beautiful angle. Gets the connection. And with the Starstorm coming in, they'll get the kill. Falcons strike back on the top lane.
Without a setup there.
At bottom as well, they're getting in under the tower. Fishman, he brings them out incredibly low. Won't quite have the burst to finish him off, though, and Malrine has turned up. Fishman, is there any way for him to play his way out? This doesn't look like it, so Malrine will be able to come in with a rotation and pick up a kill for himself.
1-for-1 wisdom exchange, all things right in the world. We've been seeing a lot of games where these wisdoms are so crucial, especially in the first 7 minutes. It can be devastating if one of your supports gets these level 6 super late, so all things right in the world. Doesn't mean that we're going to get some perhaps normal level 6s, not these 14-minute level 6s that we've had a couple times. Bottom again. I mean, Amar's showed very low.
He does have 2 points of the insatiable hunger if he's able to fight back, but he is not. He's not able to get anywhere close to anyone to get any hits in.
Instant tip.
Caught out there. I think, as I say, he was only playing that aggressively up the lane because he was relying on the potential of insatiable hunger. At the same time, Fishman, he catches Crit again.
The damage from that Wrath.
Yeah. Burst him down low. Fishman with the finish of this bottom lane, despite the fact that Amar was getting good farm, getting good denies. These deaths, they're adding up. It's quite a lot of positive action that Watson's getting involved in. I mean, it's coming up to 8 minutes in, the Terrorblade, he's already got 3 kills.
3 kills, and taking the tower is actually all important because now it's a lot harder for Amar as this Broodmother to fully pressure, take control of it. It's also level 6 is going to be coming a little bit later than maybe he expected. Very good aggressive move coming out from Cloud9. That being said, though, Skinner is also top. Malrine as well is very high net worth. And DM...
good use there of the X to hold back the Dragon, but he won't be able to hold back the rest of them. DM getting surrounded by the 4 of them as Malrine and Crit come in with the rotation.
He's struggling, and they have now spotted the stacks.
Can they take them? And they're certainly going to be tempted to try. They've got the Jingu buff up for the next Boundless Strike. Malrine's going to try to grab it. His tree's been cut. Oh, they saw him go up there, and they're ready to punish him for that with the Sprouts in. The Nightmare coming in time to stop the Boundless Strike.
Big heal.
Get it off, a full heal there as it connects onto the stack. And looks like Snake King, he'll be the one to get left behind. So Cloud9, they turn up and they make sure that Falcons, they won't be taking away the stack. And if anything, sure, it healed him up, got him out, but also helped bring the creeps down low, so it's even easier for Cloud9 to clear up.
Love that they're matching. Just keep making the moves aggressively. You might end up losing your bottom tower because you have to rotate so many heroes out of it, but you do not want to give up these stacks to this Monkey King at this moment. So Mar will get space out of it.
Let's see how much he's able to pressure the tower here with his army of spiders.
It's pretty much going to go down. It's a one little rotation that you move away from these spiders. It's essentially just gone. So the big difference in this game really is going to start coming between these two offlaners. You're seeing a 1,000 gold disparity between them, but no one is having about 800 difference between him and that Monkey King. So his timing of that Maelstrom, it's fast. He's got it done already.
It's going to be one of the faster ones I feel we've seen.
9 minutes 30. It's very quick.
Very, very hot stuff here from no one in the mid.
Which, when you're having maybe perhaps some like damage issues that the panel was mentioning and we were talking about inside like the mid game after these lanes break apart, having that earlier Maelstrom could be pretty important for him to get involved. Because now Watson, I feel like he's done his job of getting involved. He's got 4 kills on a TB early. Now you kind of want to do your own thing, let your team control the map and make the aggressive moves for you. You can just keep sending these illusions to farm and push out the lane that the spider shoves in.
Looking for that 10-minute power and it's going to fall into the hands of Mallory.
Pretty big one, too. Can he make an aggressive move with it? Looks like it's just stealing some stacks, getting these neutral items finished up.
That's going to be difficult to find Watson at the moment, farming in a very safe position there down on the bottom side of the map beyond the tier 2.
They do have one of these, I would say, kind of sneaky wards that we've been seeing more teams play, so it will be at least spotting the exact position that he's in, so information being given.
Crip, very close to finding the level 6. Just trying to pick up some solo XP on the bottom lane.
Both teams are just trying to maximize, it seems like. Yeah, as you said, playing bottom, Broodmother's just jungling, Monkey King stacking / jungling. Fishman looking to make a bit. I mean, this is, I guess, just him hitting a tower and being a little bit cute up here, but won't be able to make anything of it.
Falcons, I think they'll be very ready to get Skeeter involved in the fights now, because the Blink Dagger's coming out for him.
Just like last time, I heard Amira was talking about how aggressive that they could be because they have these pairings that they do tend to do with these drafts for Falcons that they can just bring so many different varieties of heroes to be able to set up these type of ganks. So yeah, having this blink early, they're going to smoke. Level 6 are hit on the supports too, I believe. Maybe Crit's still a little lacking, but Solar Flare's online. Fishman also does have the 6, so Fiend's Grip is at the ready. Same thing for Kitomi. See if they can react in time.
Oh, so the big catch would be either Watson or no one right now. No one. Stepping back over towards the mid lane. Falcons holding the high ground. They might see Watson step up here. Watson, he's not going to expect this. The Dragon Tail opening is there. And so if they can chain stun him down, they can. Boundless into the arrow. Leaves no chance for any sort of stun to play. And even if he did, he actually didn't have a point in it yet.
Not yet.
Nothing he could do there to get out of that one. A successful smoke, and now maybe more. They're going to look for the setup in the mid. They get the Dragon Tail. The Sharpshooter comes in. They get no one as well. Falcons, they'll be able to turn with the Boundless and catch out Fishman on top of it as also.
The Falcon specialty. I mean, Skinner, as you said, when he can start getting involved early on, the way that the map just starts to close off quickly. 12 minutes in, very quick aggressive moves, catching 2 big cores.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't get better than that for them. They get the carry, they get the mid, they get a support on top, they get the mid tower.
And now
what more could you want there with a Blink Dagger reveal from Skeeter? Perfect stuff.
And now they've got the Brood with the mech. And we were talking about, at least I was looking at the comparison between him and DM. There's a massive net worth disparity between these two offlaners who DM could struggle to get involved in these early fights.
Yeah, he's falling behind big time.
He's got to farm the stack, at least help Watson finish it off. But Falcons, after the lanes break off, it's similar to yesterday, just the way that we saw versus BBT.
Yep.
They had this good early 12 minutes, and then things just snowballed out of control. So let's see if Cloud9 can slow the pace of the game down and not just keep hemorrhaging kills. Because Skeeter, he's looking for it.
Cloud9 turning up at the tier 2 here for the defense, but this is so hard. Skeeter's not going to be afraid of diving the tower, and there it is, straight in with the Dragon Tail. On towards no one, he's gone. Falcons seeming like they can just take what they want from the map right now. Cloud9 struggling to slow them down or do anything in response.
I feel like DM actually has to start making his, I don't know, it's like he kind of has to play bottom because he's the only Brood answer. There's now a massive spider problem, Owen. None of these supports can really deal with it, neither the other 2 cores either. This tower's going down, potentially. They're going to have to use the glyph, but there's a lot of spiders.
At the time.
Sorry, they don't even have the glyph, apologies, so this tower's just dead.
It certainly feels like, the time is going to be ticking for Cloud9. Watson coming in with this Terrorblade pick. One of the
Such a
struggles,
risk.
right, is getting the game to last long enough for you to be able to come online. It's going to take time. Watson not yet ready to be a part of these defenses.
And we were talking about how, you know, no one did get a good timing on his Maelstrom. Back-to-back deaths immediately right after he finishes it up. So it's kind of a pinata that got inflated a little bit.
It just feels like sort of the playstyle of the Nature's Prophet and the way that he's turning up to try and hold these towers is just completely countered by the safe lane DK that rushes the Blink Dagger, right? Skeeter, as soon as he sees him, he's this incredibly tanky force that can just dive towers, get that opening stun. And if he finds that Dragon Tail, outside of maybe a clutch Nightmare save to try and break someone out of the combo, it's very difficult for Cloud9 to save one another.
No, absolutely. And maybe it's like looking at the way it all started off, we saw them have so many different answers. We saw them ban how many heroes to protect this Nature's Prophet too, right? They banned out this Primal Beast, that's a huge problem, Timber, etc. And yeah, still they're able to get this. Fishman, sneaky play.
He's going to be able to grab it.
Very nice.
Now, can he get out? Even if he doesn't, I'm sure he's fine with this. He got the Wisdom Rune. And
he's going for it.
He's going to try and get a kill. It's not going to happen. But Wisdom Rune picked up, so mission success, will tell you.
Sure. At least getting something out of the map here, because map is starting to become quite problematic for them to make aggressive moves. And where's the damage, Owen? Where are they going to have this damage to follow up if they do get these initial catches? Falcons just have firm grasp of this game. And with this Broodmother, top net worth, can just continue occupying this entire bottom side.
Yeah, making good progress to just try and get the Greaves online for the team as soon as possible. Here, Amar, just to really add to the problems of Cloud9. It's able to come to damage and no one, he's been found.
They're just everywhere.
Catches him with the arrow, he's going to try and TP out, he'll actually make it.
All right.
Ooh, okay.
A little bit tanky.
Yeah, just tanky enough there to get out.
The spark of courage, right? I think once you hit that 50% health,
it kicks in.
That +7 armor, I think that was definitely the difference, at least for that Nature's Prophet to survive there.
Oh, that was a lucky one there from no one.
But that's all it really is. This time he just survived. So they are slowing down the pace a little bit here for Watson, but it's not like Falcons isn't farming on everybody. They're getting a ton of space on the map.
Yeah, Amar really starting to take over. Top net worth, nearly hitting level 12.
It's
He's
really
getting so much from the map there. The Brood problem, definitely an issue.
Even though they, you know, as I said, they saw it coming.
They said they did.
I mean, let's see if it's the later stage plan as potentially for Watson, if he's going to be able to make this Terrorblade work, because that's why players pick it. They want to get to these later stages, but a 6,000 gold lead this early on.
DM, he's going to try and clear out the mid lane. There's going to be a nightmare to try and break him out of the opening combo, but the Malice Strike comes in. Is DM tanky enough to get out? Is he able to turn, get the combo off? Torrent's going to be off the mark, but the boat will connect it onto Skeeter, then kill Amar, and now Skeeter's coined the Sprout. They get the two of them.
There we go.
Cloud9 turn things around. I think, you know, Falcons, they went in then expecting DM to die a lot quicker than he actually...
He just
didn't die at all. He gets very low, but they couldn't burst him.
He just got the Vanguard.
Yeah.
So just a bit too much damage, and Fishman with a clutch little sleep, you know, there's difficulty for to stop this chain stun, but if Fishman's there, I mean, he can still do so. And now with Gleipnir.
So I think he has something more. Gleipnir into the Sprout, leaps her at the ready. But that fight, that turnaround in the mid, they needed that more than ever, Cloud9. They find it, and they're able to slam down a little bit of that lead that Falcons had.
And DM will potentially finish up a Crimson Guard maybe before that next fight, too. So be able to block a good amount of damage, and that's the Brood answer. So, all right. 2,000 HP, 2 Seeds of Serenity plus Vanguard. It is a very durable Kunkka if they can't get the initial chain stun.
Yeah, despite the fact that he is sort of, you know, falling behind in farm. It's just enough to be at this point where Falcons, they couldn't quite kill him.
No one buying. I like this, actually. This is really cool. He's looking to be super active, is what this tells me. He's got the Gleipnir now, so it's like, okay, farm time, it's over for him. He wants to show up to every single one of these fights. He buys the Shard. Not something we see too often. I know a couple of these players I've seen pick it up, but this is cool. Very strong. It's a lot of damage. It's going to help also versus these heroes that are pesky inside of the fog, potentially. Cool way to fight back. The pipe now is finished, though, for Amar, so extra little bit of an aura that a lot of magic damage was brought out in that last fight from Cloud9 from both the boat and as well as that Wrath of Nature, so that will block a decent amount. But Cloud9 have restabilized things.
They certainly have. And it'll be interesting to see now from Falcons if this kind of slows them down in looking for that next play. They'll opt to sort of sit back, just farm up their next round of items on Falcons before trying to run and jump on whoever presents themselves on the mid lane.
Oh, and this is interesting too. Look at Skeeter is going for this. He went for Mage Slayer. I think I've been seeing actually less of this item, which I actually wanted to see more when we saw Sand King just go absolutely bonkers yesterday. I was hoping we saw some of these, but in this game, it looks a bit interesting. Because there's a lot of physical damage cores, in particular TB, but I guess he wants to reduce some of either that Wrath of Nature that comes out or the Kunkka spells. That'd be cool. Or just be innately tanky for it as well, too. But
Mallory is on the hunt now. Does have the Atos for further control. Boundless to set things up. Fishman, he'll pay the price for sneaking around the jungle.
That's kind of the power, I would say, of Falcons draft. It's more about the pickoffs in general. While Cloud9, if a big team fight kicks off, we will see the combos come out. If DM is able to cast his spells, they should have good fights, at least, inside of those 5v5s. But here we do see Falcons going for a bit of a sneaky play here. Not with the highest damage overall to take down a Roche at this time in the game, but it's actually pretty quick.
I don't think Cloud9's going to expect this.
Especially with Amar coming in. Okay, now it's going to die very fast.
So then TPs are starting to come in around the tier 1, but yeah, no way that Cloud9 could do anything about that one. Aegis into the hands of Skeeter.
A Solar Flare just makes them be able to bring it down actually very fast. Thought it was going to be a bit slower, but...
See how much they want to try and push the issue now. Skeeter having the Aegis.
They could look for team fights pretty soon also on the side of Falcons. Now starting to get all these extra items, the Greaves, that pipe. Crit though, will get spotted.
He's gonna get caught in the Sprout. He's able to jump out with the Sharpshooter, and that might just save him. And there's no one else to really try and catch him off on the escape, so Crit able to break away from the attempt there from no one.
I was just looking at his skill build on Crit too. He actually takes the 10 talent instead of having the Scurry, so a little dangerous there to not be able to break out of that Sprout, but we'll be okay.
And we're seeing as well from Skeeter, he'll be able to switch out the Quelling Blade now, gets the 4-star for himself, yeah. So he's got an answer against the Sprouts from no one.
I think he's probably one of the players that does stuff like this more often than others. Yes, you build Hurricane Pike anyway onto the DKs lately, but yeah, having this one early on is going to be interesting to bail each other out. Smoked up. Falcons looking to play aggressive. They've got this timing with that Aegis. They've got a Solar Crest now on Crit too.
The thing is as well, from Cloud9's side of things, Watson's definitely at a point where he won't shy away from a team fight.
No. I'd imagine he does look to show up. They have to keep DM alive. That's going to be the all-important thing. I think Fishman and DM have to be pretty on point.
He's trying to fight. It looks like they're trying to set something up here. They've got their eyes onto Amar. See if they can catch him in the combo. They went in the glide near the Sprout, and they got the damage to bring him down. With Watson having the Metamorphosis out, they do. They kill off the Spider, and now they can maybe look for more. Falcons, they still want to keep this fight going in response, though. Buyback's going to be coming in from Fishman. Cloud9, they're hungry to chase Falcons out. Can they get any sort of further catch? They can. The X marks there onto Marino. Get up into the trees in time. Another jump away. He's able to break just far enough away to make sure that there's no further catch. Mallory managing to escape them.
A lot expended from Cloud9 there. The buyback even from Fishman. They really wanted to force that fight. They got the boat up. They got the Crimson Guard, but they couldn't get that extra catch afterwards. And that's a lot of cooldowns used. They still have the Fiend's Grip, so Fishman was stepping up aggressively to find somebody, but now has to be careful how he backs away. The vision is up on this high ground that they caught him on before.
Yeah, Skeeter could look for the jump. And he will. He's in. He's going to be able to find a quick freebie here between the two of them. So that's going to be Fishman out for quite some time, out for a full minute.
That's a long one. Yeah, that ward actually caught him twice. So he literally died just to the right of that before the fight kicked off when they caught Amar. He does get caught again. But in the meanwhile, I mean, Watson and no one, they're splitting up. They're getting farm anyway, so not the worst case scenario, you're losing this Bane by any means. And close to BKB for no one, so a little bit more liberty for him to potentially protect himself. There still is a ton of chain stun, but if he can get slept, then he can pop the BKB in a lot of these situations, should be able to survive.
Definitely seeing, though, with the minutes passing and the fact, as you say, that these two stay at the top, you only got to imagine that from Cloud9's perspective, they're going to be feeling pretty happy. You know, that little bit of a turnaround and hold on to, you know, taking away the momentum that Falcons were building up in that mid lane, stabilizing the game. That's definitely given them the platform now for which this Watson Terrorblade could really become quite the beast.
Yep, and I think a lot of us are hoping to see what he's going to be able to do. Is this hero actually able to match and be that strong in these later stages since he's actually getting to farm on it? So many games I think we've seen in the past few tournaments, it just doesn't get online, so we're in for a treat here.
Do they want to try and look for a fight outside of the base here? They're grouping up. Cloud9, they do. The smoke comes out.
They've got a mech of their own also. They have the Glimmer and the mech on Katomi, so this is an interesting approach from him.
It's going to be into the remnants of this Aegis, though, as well. The Aegis still there for 1 minute on Skeeter. Cloud9 around. Gonna see Marin jumping through the trees, but he's able to get away before any sort of catch comes in. As we'll let Falcons know that Cloud9 are looking for a bit of a sneaky play, so Falcons start to back off.
Playing around their vision. Skeeter still has Aegis.
It's not a tempting target for them to fully commit on, so they won't.
It's dangerous to poke like that as well, because they have so many chain stuns. You have to be careful how you show yourself on, especially on DM, because he doesn't have BKB. Yes, he's tanky from the Crimson, but has to be a bit cautious. Map continues to be split up.
Well, they don't find any sort of kill with that play, Cloud9, but they do push Falcons away from taking the top tier 2 at this moment with the Aegis. As Falcons split back up across the map.
No one. He's got to be careful.
They get the jump on him, but he has got the BKB. He's going to try and stand his ground here. And holding them back with the Sprout's not going to work. And Mars able to stay on top of him, take him out as no one caught out.
He probably thought, I think he thought it was just one of them at first, and then he's like, oh yeah, I can maybe potentially turn and fight this, but no, it's 2, and another catch.
And he's also going to get caught. Got the bounty rune, but it will cost him his life as Amar, Skeeter, and Malorine claim another. So Falcons starting to once again get these little pickoffs here and there across the map. DM is going to just try and do his best to cut the waves here in the mid. He's gonna have to come back a little bit earlier here. I think he gets a bit spooked as Falcons are sweeping across
right
looking for him. Yeah. Skeeter, he's gonna get the Dragon Tail opening.
He's got a shield rune.
And he's pretty tanky, DM. And looks to be tanky enough that Falcons won't look to fully commit on him. They'll turn for the easier kills. Go for Katomi, caught outside of the high ground. Falcons, you give them any sort of little bit of a slip up, they start taking a lot from off the back of it. Kind of 3 kills back to back across the map. They're now pushing down the mid lane, taking your tier 2.
These ganking combos, you know, Mira mentioned it. She said on the panel, just there's so many different ways for them to set up kills if people are split up. And like Cloud9's lineup, it is just about constantly splitting up. When you see a TB Nature's Prophet, this is like days of old from Dota 1, where you used to see all these heroes just constantly split put until they can get to the point where they're super strong. But Falcons, they're getting a lot of pickoffs. These do start to add up quite a lot here too. Seeing DM, he's falling further and further behind. He can't get involved. So it's kind of turning into this maybe dual core versus a tri-core potentially that Falcons is starting to build up, and maybe even more than that because they do have a Mirana and Hoodwink like we saw yesterday also be able to scale. I don't know if we'll see Snake and go that satanic.
I was gonna say, are we getting a satanic build again? Or? No, not in this one.
Maybe. I mean, maybe if it gets to these like super late stages or something like that, but.
You've got to imagine that as well, for Cloud9 when they do run something like the Terrorblade. You know, this is one of those heroes that can carry a game even if there aren't kind of 2 other cores on the same level of farmers in, right? This is a hero that eventually should have the potential to 1v9.
It should, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. Because they are getting, I mean, more and more answers. I think they actually sniped that courier, right? That was almost a full Crimson Guard, so that's actually a pretty big deal. Amar not going to have that one for the next upcoming engagement. No one. Does have the BKB TP out. Yeah, doesn't mean he won't have it for a second here as Fishman. Always going for these kind of crazy plays, I feel like.
They've got the Gleipnir set up. Snake King trying to close the gap to see if we can find the follow-up control. Fishman will turn with a Nightmare, but Skeeter's there as well. It's another death for the Bane.
They're getting picked apart.
Just anywhere they go, anywhere they sort of reveal themselves alone, Falcons immediately punishing them. It's starting to add up, these kills that they're feeding away to Falcons.
The mobility on Falcons just feels to be too high for, I mean, I just keep watching DM. He's like trying to run around finding anything, but they're just constantly all over the place. The Monkey King's jumping around. There's a Mirana that's super quick, a Hoodwink and a Brood. They're just making these moves constantly, and it's applying quite a bit of pressure to everybody besides the NP and the TB, who, I mean, they keep having to use like BKBs to TP out, so it still is pressure that is being applied. And now at the smoke, looking to swing across the map. It is a timing that Watson gets. He's got a full life Scotty.
Falcons, they want to try and catch Cloud9 whilst they're split up, so they can get the jump onto no one. He's going to get caught by the Dragon Tail, pushback to follow his BKB, still on cooldown. He'll get the Nature's Wrath off, and Watson's going to turn up and try and help out. They'll look towards Skeeter, but Skeeter's incredibly tanky. Snake King will get dragged back by the tidal wave. Marin, he's coming with the side with the Wukong's command. He's ready to try and keep this team fight going. Fishman will stand his ground, the Fiend's but he's in the middle of the Wukong.
Now he's got mana.
As the Wukong's command kills him off, Malorine with the BKB is now going to turn his attention over towards Watson. Watson, he's very hard to tackle, as in fact Watson, he's ready to try and bring the fight back towards the Monkey King. Off to the side, Katomi holds back Skeeter, but Skeeter gets forced forward, well, forces himself forward, closes the gap. Another X-Mark to drag him back, keeping Katomi alive there. DM trying to keep Skeeter held back. I mean, Watson, he's trying to find the chance to get the hits in,
split up,
but he's kind of getting kited at the moment, and indeed no one back on the front lines. He gets killed off. Watson turns towards Amar.
They're just dancing.
They are. They're kind of just toying with them, moving around them in a way that Cloud9 just can't get the hits in. He has to bail out. He's going to try and TP him away, but Skeeter's in with the Dragon Tail. Bushwhack to follow things up. Falcons, they're making this fight so difficult for Cloud9 to play. And now Cloud9, they've just got to run. Katomi's going to get chased down by Amar Snake. He gets into the trees, leaping away, but the Starstorm finds him. Watson's left alone. Falcons, they'll take the team fight. I mean, Cloud9.
Nobody.
They were desperately trying to make some sort of move. You saw sort of Watson walking all over the place, but he was getting completely kited.
That is a full duration meta fight that he can pretty much get nobody. Well, Snaking died, sorry. So Snaking did die at the beginning of it, but that was everything expended, and Falcons just danced on them.
They really did.
That was insane team fight, just coordination that came out from them. And playing around that vision from the initial catch allows them to just play dominant. Cloud9 just got split up. No one starts chasing one target. Watson can't keep up with him, and it's that mobility that's really a problem. Huge fight. Falcons now blowing the game open. A 10K lead. Roche is up. That was the timing also that Watson, he just had got his Eye of Scotty too. It's like his big item timing. But you just see they kind of just played around it and danced.
Yeah, he just can't stay on a target. They get the setup, as you said, to catch on to Snaking. To start things off in a way that, you know, you've got to imagine from Cloud9's perspective, it's like, great, we got a kill, let's go, let's keep this fight going. Fishman just not standing a chance in the middle of the Wukongs, and yet you'll see Watson, he's getting a fair few hits in, but he just can't quite stay on any hero long enough to kill them.
And they're just very durable, right? Malrine still had the Wukong's armor. Even at the end there, he gets solar crested up. And then this is the point when it starts to be pretty much disaster. Everybody split all over the place, going for different targets. And then Falcons, like low cooldown stuns, really start coming into play because they can just keep throwing out these stuns, controlling these heroes, and it becomes, yeah, massive problems for Cloud9 very fast.
Maybe it's just sort of a bit of miscommunication there. You know, the point where no one's kind of at the front getting gone on by Malrine, that's at a stage where Watson's already started to walk away from that side of the fight, feeling that he couldn't have the chance to keep chasing.
I mean, the thing that Panel said and we talked about for a while, it's like damage issues, especially now at this point when they're able to dance around and kite.
Yeah, the majority of the damage, it's the Terrorblade, it's Watson, but they don't have the control to, as you say, punish the ability of Falcons.
We'll be able to survive. No one does get caught from the initial stun.
Nice little play there. Forces no one to have to BKB TP out. They got the physical damage to take him down. They don't. No one gets out.
That was close.
And I mean, a crit with just such quick moves there to force no one to have to BKB.
And now they can go aggressive again. No BKB on the Nature's Prophet if you'd like to make the aggressive move on Falcons. They've got DK form. It's level 18 as well. And I think a BKB on Skater, so they've got a commanding way to pressure, at least versus this Nature's Prophet without BKB now. And this Aegis.
The pressure building up for Watson. He's just got to get, it feels like his next two items online really. Needs the Butterfly and then probably needs something like the Daedalus.
Yeah,
exactly.
He needs a big damage item, it feels like. Maybe might even have to forego the Butterfly, even though he's playing versus like these triple physical core.
I mean, that's the Butterfly feels so good this game.
It's just difficult for him, it really is.
Skeeter. He's ready to just walk up and start hitting the high ground. Still 3 minutes on the Aegis. He's even going to get the jump in onto DM. Marine's in with a follow-up. They force him back into the arrow. I mean, the combo there couldn't be more perfect from Falcons.
I mean, they're on point today. They ate their Wheaties. Everybody's playing super fresh. That force-staff play is beautiful into the stun. Glyph forced. And how do they fight now?
Oh. The DM and the question mark here from Malrine. As Marine's feeling pretty good about this one. He knows as well that DM's had a tough time this game.
It's been one of the tougher ones. He's 0-4. Bottom of the core is on net worth.
Well, let's see. We have had, of course, situations in the past where all chat can go horribly wrong. So
Very
maybe
true.
This is the beginning of the comeback for Cloud9. We'll see if Marine lives to sort of regret his words this game. Can Cloud9 turn this one?
Gonna have to be some miraculous stuff from Watson and from no one, it feels like. A full AC now for Amar too. I mean, every aura is now pretty much ready.
They're just not going to die. They feel so tanky. So tanky, and no one. They found him. He's got the BKB TP, and at this moment, at least, nothing to be able to stop that play.
Immediately, a Basher's queued up from Malrine.
Yep.
Instantly. And yeah, you see this win probability. They've just been able to kind of run around the map, win every single one of these fights, besides that one mid fight pretty much in particular.
Yeah, that was the only slip up. It really was.
And just, it's so many pickoffs that they're able to do with this type of lineup on the map. Yeah. Anyone who shows.
He's trying to clear out waves with the X-Mark play. they're going to have the damage to kill him rather easily as well. He does have buyback available. May need to use it if they want to try and hold on to at least this mid set of racks. It's getting taken very quickly. The smoke will come out from Cloud9.
The last hurrah.
The mid racks are gone. Falcons ready to sweep over towards the top lane as well. They got to do something soon, Cloud9. I mean, what's it is he's spending up? He's holding on to the 4K gold right now. And here's the buyback from Diam. Falcons, got with the lightning. Noah's coming for the side, but he's immediately killed. He tries to start the fight off. They just turn, destroy the Nature's Prophet. The boat comes down for Diam, lands onto Snaking, but Cloud9, they've got to get back up to the high ground. They can't take this fight.
They just said GG, Owen.
Okay, well, there we go. I mean, I don't blame them. We saw the chance of turning this one around. It was a little too low for them to fancy their chances in. GG is called. Falcons take game one.
Oh, that was abrupt, but it did feel like it was potentially happening for a long time. Falcons, the way that they play around the map with these constant pickoffs, with this type of like hoodwink, DK Mirana, I feel like you can't give them all these heroes. It's too easy for them to make these type of moves, and perhaps Amar getting the Brood did apply too much pressure because it felt like they kept having to find answers, try to make moves to split push and stuff like that. But when you're split pushing versus this, you're gonna get caught a couple times from all these stuns.
And it's a couple of times now where we've had these incredibly high-ranked, high-skilled players obviously asking for the Terrorblade. I think, well, the other day it was Radan, today it was Watson. It's just not looking great,
It does not look good, honestly. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna have to see something different. Perhaps.
I think so. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one, going to Team Falcons.
Falcons one game up in this best-of-3 elimination series, and that means Cloud9 has to really start delivering in our upcoming game. But let's first discuss how this came to be. We heard from a commentary team indicating that potentially Cloud9 gave away a little bit too much to Falcons. I'll hear what my panelists say about that, because Lacoste, they were surely more than that one problem that we saw in this game.
They had so many issues. They gave them their best heroes. This is how Team Falcons played throughout the year, pretty much. With their Dragon Knights, they did flex it across 3 different roles. Now they're playing it exclusively from the mid lane and carry if necessary. This was the fight, the 11-minute fight that kind of opened up the game for Falcons so much. They got a kill on Watson, got a tower, got 2 more kills out of it. I want to point to Broodmother. Amar, he played extremely good. He was taken over the map. First, he takes the bottom tower relatively early on. Terrorblade knows that he can't go there, so he's farming all southern part of the jungle, comes to a mid lane, they take a tower. Fights are pretty difficult for C9.
The Blink Dagger Rush from DK always turns out so well for Falcons, because up until that point, C9 put up an incredible early 10 minutes. They were even in net worth, but they just get that blink into a successful smoke, into the triangle where they get a kill on TB, and then the map is blown wide open, not just because these kills are happening, but because the Brood factor makes it so that when these early game skirmishes are happening, you're losing so much in terms of net worth and objectives around the map. And eventually it got to the point where Amar builds all of these auras, and we saw at some point C9 was able to take fights, because when we saw that the blink initiation from Falcons earlier in the game didn't burst a hero down when a hero survived, like when they went on Kunkka, all of a sudden C9 could turn, they could bring their heroes, they could use their meta and output the damage. But as the game progressed, you get the Crimson Guard up and all of that damage is gone. Yeah,
and if you look at the minimap here, the issue with, let's say, Terrorblade in the current meta, if you have to meta on your side of the map, and you're not even going, if you're not winning a fight, even if you go even, you don't have the resources to do anything else. And like, compare that to a DK or a Monkey King, where you win a fight and off you go. Luna as well. Like, it's so much easier to make multiple plays. For Terrorblade, he's like a one-play hero, and then he has to go reset. And Falcons, the entire game, was always looking, hunting for that next move. So the net worth, like, you see, Nature's Prophet, the Terrorblade as well, they're top 2 at some point. But when was the moment where they could make their own move? They were always victim to reacting. And with their heroes, they want to be proactive. The Bane wants to hunt the map, get a Nightmare, hit a Fiend's Grip. Kunkka wants to set up an aggressive play. But again, Falcons just prevented any chance for Cloud9 to really play their game.
And Cloud9 did look successful, like we mentioned, in certain fights earlier in that game. But the issue is when you have heroes like Terrorblade and like Nature's Prophet, they want to split the map. They can't do the 5-man into meta, into play on the one timing that T talked about, because their heroes need to be building net worth elsewhere. Whereas Falcons, they didn't need all 5 heroes to make moves. Like I mentioned, they just love to play these combination heroes. They love to play heroes that can at any point in the game just bring 2, bring 3, and they can always find picks on the map. And because you're looking at map play heroes like Furion and Terrorblade who are split pushing, that makes it so that pick-off heroes like DK into Mirana into Hoodwink just have free reign.
Yeah, and I want to point out that Brood Marder, he was providing vision for his team so the DK can't get the jump. They always paired up DK with either Hoodwink. Brood Mother was coming in because she's a super fast hero with the Vibs. And pre-BKBs, you can't really take a fight. This Nature's Prophet, he looks good. First 10, maybe 15 minutes of the game, then you have a Gleipnir, and you're very killable. There also is no save whatsoever, other than maybe a Nightmare, but they're already grouped up on you, so you're gonna die eventually.
Yeah, and that overall aspect that we saw coming out from the Terrorblade, and we've teared the hero apart already a little bit, but what was the goal there that we think Cloud9, because they were very ready with that Terrorblade, they did not need any time to think about that T. What was the goal with that hero?
It honestly could have been one of those moments where it's like, coach says to carry, hey, what do you want to play? And the carry's like, give me the Terrorblade, I can do it. Your Toro couldn't, but I'm here. And no, yeah, it fell flat once again. But also, it is about map play constantly, like constantly pushing up waves, like if you can kind of stumble your way to 40 minutes, like this draft is insanely strong. Prophet skips waves, TB skips waves, like it is a very map playing draft, but that just isn't really the way to win games so far at TI.
I would like to defend the Terrorblade in this case because I think C9 made it look more impressive than the other time we saw it, which was when Team Spirit played it, because Watson did have incredibly high net worth. He had a positive KDA. He had, okay, so at some point, C9 were down 5k net worth, they took a fight, and then they were even in net worth again, and then Furion and Terrorblade were able to just catapult in farm. And the ability to do that can be incredibly valuable. I think the issue was with the supporting cast, Shiver. We have to talk about Kunkka. Kunkka had an awful game. He ended with FaZeWit's Crimson Guard, and he got that Crimson Guard so early on, no second item came out. The Rubik, it just lost purpose in the draft entirely, and the Bane, T, you had your complaints about it, didn't look good.
Yeah, I mean, don't compare. If you compare the offlaners, it looks pretty rough.
It does look pretty rough. If you compare the two support casts, as we call it, there is just, there's Hoodwink and Miranda that are just able to hunt down and get kills. And it seems, from Falcon's perspective, like that would be a lot of fun. Were they having fun? We're going to find out as we can have a little bit of a listen in how it goes.
Yeah, I can go on Furion as well. I'm going to be starting Kunkka, guys.
I need mana. Any mana?
No mana.
Greaves in 10.
Crimson up.
Yes, they're all up. They're all over.
There's no meta. Take it slowly. They have no meta, guys.
Yeah, TPing. I'll just go. I got TB.
Remember Stunter. He has condemned.
Yeah, I know.
I'll give you mana soon. Slowly, guys. They can't get out. Slowly.
Look at this guy.
I'll get the Rubik too. I'll get the
Rubik. Trying to help him. Bane will be here too.
Yeah, protection for TB, guys?
Yes.
I'll stun him now. I'm gonna stun him.
I'll follow. Nice ulti.
Snaking with the voice of reason. They can't get out, guys. Slowly. And they did, T. One by one. They just picked them all off.
I love the fact that they've clearly developed like also kind of another language as well. Because like when they say slow, it's like they still want to fight, but it's like you kind of
one by one.
Yeah, you see the window.
One, take him.
And I'm sure they've probably got other words like, you know, to kind of layer into it, where it's like a different word is like everyone just goes for the kill. But even like when they're stunned, it's like, I'm going to stun first. And then they already know, okay, now they follow up. It's just, yeah. Listening to their communication, it is near flawless, where there's no panic, there's no, second guessing. It's just every little call. Yeah, really nice.
Really nice communication coming out from Falcons. Very clear, very precise, and fairly relaxed, I think. I know two people, I don't know if they ever are relaxed, and I know the people around them at the moment are definitely not relaxed. Let's head over to Slax and Tsunami, who are somewhere in the crowd.
Oh, I think you can figure out pretty quickly where I am in the crowd. Because I'm with the Brazilians right now, and I'm feeling the energy. My friend, introduce yourself. Where are you from?
From Brazil, of course, Salvador. This is Felipe.
And how long have you been watching Dota for?
Ever since TI2, man.
And have you ever been to a TI before?
No, first time is a dream coming true, that's for sure.
I love to hear it. Now I see, obviously, it's a shame that the actual representation from Heroic is no longer here, but you guys have quickly adopted Cloud9. And I see that you guys are very eager to get the whole people together around any specific team.
Yeah, of course.
I love the motivation. So far you've been following Asini, but right now they're down again. And I know, this is troubling times, my friend. How are we gonna build them up?
I mean, we're just gonna do our chant.
You have a chant?
Of course.
Could you tell me this chant that you have in mind?
You know, we have the best carry in the world. and his name is Watson. So elementary, my dear Watson.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
But let's do in Portuguese. Tá, meu caro Watson. Elementar, meu caro Watson.
Elementar, meu caro Watson. Elementar, meu caro Watson. This is the power that I'm looking for, and I'm gonna hope for a game 3 with Cloud9. My friends, let's get into it.
Pedro, para de picar Juggernaut.
Don't pick Juggernaut, Pedro. Woo! Back to the panel.
I am loving the energy coming from the crowd, and I really hope that Cloud9 can use some of that energy in their upcoming game, because we highlighted some of the issues. And before the game started, Effie, we credit Cloud9 for bringing their own flair, doing their own thing, and basically not being super predictable with what they bring to the table. But maybe they were a little bit too unpredictable, too out there.
I don't think their draft was too out there, because their draft was capable of a lot, and we saw what that was. I think there was just a little bit of missed execution going on, which is very natural when you're busting out heroes you don't bring out before. I like that flair that they brought. I don't want them to lose that, because if they're going to play standard, let's draft everything we've played during the road to TI versus Falcons, arguably the best team in the world, that's not going to cut it for them. They need to bring some extra spice.
Some extra spice, but I'm not feeling this spice. This Rubik, this Bane, compared to the impact that Mirana and Hoodwink had, this is almost non-existent. And also the big difference from the two offlaners, DM, as we said in the pre-game panel, that he's not taking a lot of farm. This game, he got overtook by Mirana at one point, which is something that should not happen. You also need to prioritize someone's bigger farm. You did mention that he did go for the Crimson Guard as his only item, Nullifier online. You pretty much become just about the rum buff, and that's it. So we've seen so many times the way they've been playing out these fights. They land the Wukong's command, they reset during the boat time, and then they go back in and kill C9.
I mean, the issue as well, unfortunately for DM, is they drafted Prophet and Terrorblade, who want to occupy your own triangle. So when Kunk has a bad lane, he can't go farm the triangle, because Prophet's already farming it. Terrorblade's rotated in at some point to take it. So DM was like sacrificed somewhat in the draft, in the play as well, and he had one Crimson, and what does Amar have? He has Greaves, Pipe, AC, Crimson. Like, you're giving one offlaner the entire world to play, and the other offlaner, he's got nothing. So I think for this next game, I want one core player from Cloud9 outside of DM to play onto the map rather than towards the jungle, so then we can actually see 3 core scale into the game, because they just deleted his own game.
Yeah, I think he should still be pretty happy he got that one Crimson drop in this game, so all good for him.
Whoa! Do you have any Crimson drops yet, Lacoste?
Only one so far.
Wow, I have none.
I have none also, so I'm very jealous of Lacoste right now, but I think that the issue, like T mentioned, just bring more heroes to play with DM on the offlane, but also the Rubik just had no place in the draft. It wasn't providing the damage output needed to play with Kunker early on to make it so that he has an entry point into the game that doesn't involve ancient stacks or taking the triangle away from one of his cores. Like, what happened to Snapfire? That was available. Why go for the Rubik? Because I don't mind the Bane so much for Fishman. He plays it incredibly well. The Rubik, on the other hand, that isn't the Katayomi specialty.
It really, really isn't. So we're coming back to getting a different draft set up for Cloud9. But that goes hand in hand with potentially T-Gov giving away a little bit less to Falcons, because we're harping a lot on all the things that Cloud9 could be doing different in this first game. But at the end of the day, Falcons got their hands on a lot of what they're very comfortable with.
That's because Falcons are good at just enough heroes that you never feel like you can ban enough of them, right? Like, you need to ban the Tusk from Snake King, there's the Malrine Sand King, and then Naga Siren, the hero of the tournament. Cloud9 lost to it in upper bracket, so maybe they don't want to give that away. Shadow Demon as well, another hotly contested hero. That was their 4 bans in the last game. If they don't do that, then suddenly it's like, do you value Morana higher than the Sand King or the Tusk? Like, maybe you give the Naga away, but still, I think fundamentally Falcons have locked in maybe 6 or 7 first picks that feel like they're, you know, uncounterable at least.
I also want to see a different carry. I'm not feeling this Terrorblade. This hero is 1-4 right now, only 25% win rate for a good reason. Not many teams want to touch it because it feels you still need a lot of farm. Even though he had a good game on Watson, involved in 8 out of 9 kills.
He got the first 2 kills of the game.
Sure, it's still Terrorblade. At the end of the day, you don't, like, it's a relatively long cooldown, so you need to fight with your meta. I want to see something different. Where's the Luna? Luna was available in the previous game, a hero that can stand her ground, still have that mixed damage between physical and magical. If you look at the stats, like, this looks pretty good. Kill participation, 89%, KDA, 523. He was...
But it's not hard to be kill participation 89% if there were only 9 kills.
If your team is not doing anything on the map, yeah, you're right.
Because they need to do something. Like, I think Watson, if he has choice in the draft, you let him have it for sure. But you need the foundation of your draft to be good enough that if your carry says, I want Terrorblade, it doesn't matter what
You say no.
No, you say yes. I want Watson to play these heroes, but I don't want to have the first phase Nature's Prophet that suddenly forces you to have to second guess every pick down the line, and then the Terrorblade falls flat. It's like, I don't want to see Nature's Prophet early on. I want to see them start with a strong hero, have these kind of like gankers and nothing too crazy, and then when the last pick comes in, it feels like a good last pick. Like, it's just too volatile.
Yeah, I agree with the notion that T has that if your carry player is confident and comfortable with a hero, then you give it to him, because people had a lot of reservations or criticisms for Muerta, for example, who didn't do well up until XG started running her on Ame, and they played it differently than any other team, and it worked for them. And the same can be applied to Terrorblade. Clearly, this Terrorblade came as a response to Brood. That's something that they talked about. Watson was like, just give me Terrorblade versus Brood. I'll beat him in lane. I'll outfarm him. I'll just play opposite side of map. But I don't think they expected this Brood to come out in Falcon's draft in that last phase, because the way that their draft shaped up on C9, it wasn't set up for a Terrorblade. What Terrorblade needs is a team fight anchor. Something like a Mars. You drop an arena, then you smash people with the Terrorblade. He had no anchors. People were just running away from him.
They really did. We're gonna find out what's gonna happen in this second game of the series. And Lacoste, before the series began, we had a lot of focus on that mid lane, Malrine versus no one. I kind of felt like the way that that lane ended up playing out didn't really have much impact on how the game ended up. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you expect this Nature's Prophet to move around the map, but he doesn't move as much as you would maybe expect him to. He also wants to prioritize his farm, not put himself in a position where he dies after having a successful gank. And this was another deathless game for Malrine. He didn't die again yesterday. When
he came very close.
When he was playing Sanking, also didn't die. This guy is just a beast. We did have some concerns if there's going to be some nerds playing on the big stage, but definitely not. Hello Kitty definitely helping him out.
He's upgraded his Hello Kitty. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's now a flower around Hello Kitty that I don't think was there yesterday. I don't know if he's going to get his hands on his Monkey King again, though, but it's hard to say, T, because in the upcoming draft, I would imagine the roles will be reversed, and it's always different when you're first pick versus second pick. Previously, we had Falcons given the ability to pick their hero first, and they went for that Mirana because frankly, Cloud9 does not have enough bans to also prioritize in Mirana over there. But now, Cloud9 is the one that gets to first pick their hero. Do you have any idea of what their route might be?
It really depends on how much value I think they put in Mirana at the moment, because when I look at the way that Falcons have played, Mirana always feels like the one that brings everything together. Because Mirana, Skidder can then go for the... Look at these items. Okay, briefly, they were on the screen. But he had Blink first item, then Mage Slayer, then he has a Force Staff. Your carry at 22 minutes has Blink, Force, Mage Slayer, Aegis. That sounds like if I was in a ranked game, it's like despair across the board. But because he has the Solar Flare from Mirana, he keeps wanting to fight, he has the damage available. That's where it's like, maybe Mirana has a higher value for the big picture of what Falcons does. So I'm hoping that maybe is the key hero that Cloud9's thinking about, at least in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, they've played Mirana both on Watson and on Kataomi, so it's definitely in their wheelhouse. The question is if they indeed prioritize it. Perhaps it will just be straight up banned, as that could still be a potential as well. Heading into game number 2 as well, I think yesterday when we saw Cloud9 heading into a game 2, thing that even though they lost that game, they did look very good. I do think, Effie, that this is not a team that will be swayed by momentum of a first game loss.
I would hope so, because this team, when they do get off to a good start and get the heroes that they want that are comfortable together, look incredible when it comes to team fighting. That game, though, we didn't see the typical flair that T talked about, where you run in your Fishman, he beats 4 heroes, and you land some follow-up stun from no one into the crazy damage from Watson. This time around, I think they're going to be a little bit more careful with constructing their team fight so that they can take it to Falcons. Because what they didn't have rather last game was that people were just running away. And it sounds funny that people are running away versus Xmark plus Bane, but when you're playing against Mirana Hoodwink supports, they're stunning you from a distance. You can't get a Fiend's Grip off. The Kunkka was having a poor game, so he couldn't lock anyone down.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. It is time to find out what these two teams have in store for each other.
Cloud9 versus Falcons. Game 2.
For this second game, it is, as said, Cloud9 on the dire side this time around with first pick. That means Falcons has overall last pick, and they will be playing from that Radiant side. We're in the bans already, and I don't think, do we need to still highlight what's banned so far? It's exactly the same as that previous game. One thing that I do find very important to mention that we also mentioned right before this series started is that the hero, Lacoste, that DM is most comfortable on, is Enigma that just got banned out. So it's still banned out even though...
This leaves Sanking in the pool, so they could get their hands on it. C9, they looked the best when they were first facing Tinker, which is banned. I don't think they're going to be, we're going to be seeing much of the Tinker when Cloud9 is going to be playing, because they played it so well. And when they were first facing DM's hero. So Enigma, as you said, gone. The other offlaners that they did go with was Sanking. Kunkka in the previous, not as much, but let's see if they pick up Sanking straight away.
Of course they will. Yesterday, over 8 different games, this hero picked so many times, he didn't die a single time.
Didn't die a single time, but it might die in this game if Cloud9 put it into the offlane. I think mid Sanking is far superior than offlane Sanking. So far in this tournament, no one hasn't played it at all, but 21 hours ago, he played a single pub of Sanking. So
that's enough.
That's enough.
For a professional e-gamer, 1 game is enough.
Exactly, and he won it as well, so undefeated in the pub.
He's like, oh, this is easy, let's go.
Pretty much. But no, I do hope that Cloud9 kind of think about it more as a mid laner, just because when the whole timing, it's a level-dependent hero. The early game Sanking is insane. The later the game goes, it will fall off slowly because you'll have ways to deal with the healing, you'll have you know, BKBs to deal with the magic damage, sustainability through Pipe or Greaves. And that's why from the mid, you get the early blink, you can get a Bloodstone. You keep forcing yourself on every 5 minutes. There's a new item, there's a new move to make.
Remove the Mirana, break the combo. I think the Solar Flare is too good of a spell right now, what it brings to the table. Max attack speed, level 180. Your allies get half of it. You're also getting the extra day vision, which is going to be nice. Once you get to level 2, that's 120 for you, 60 attack speed, 60 damage for the rest of the team. Just too good of a spell right now.
Or take it for yourself. What I want to see from C9 this time around is damage from the supports. They didn't have that last time. Take a Snap for yourself. Take a Mirana for yourself. Take a Hoodwink. Anything that can provide range damage as a follow-up into Sand King's stun, making it so that there are moves to make in the early game will be a huge upgrade from last game.
That's maybe one problem with Cloud9 is Fishman doesn't really play those heroes. All right? He's played Clock, Bane, Sven, Naga Siren when possible, Disruptor. Like, he's very much like kind of the traditional 5 of I will set up the engagement, but you need to do it for me. Hence why I think that damage needs to come from Katomi if we want the supports to be doing the damage.
They will still choose to ban out Mirana. It will be Falcons that have the luxury of picking out of this ban phase. So just denying that to Team Falcons seems for them the smartest move. Let's see where Falcons is going to take this. They have not used any of their bonus time just yet until just now. They get 1 ban before getting to pick their hero. They already secured themselves the Dragonite. Great flex pick for them as well. And they have that Dragonite that helps out so much with just turning pickoffs into towers, into building damage.
I think Falcons are just happy to follow the same formula that they won last game with, where they pick, like the heroes we mentioned that C9 need, a similar type, the Snaps and the Hoodwinks and whatnot. You just need to make it so that this DK has a clear vision in the game outside of buying that Blink Mage Slayer. And Snapfire just gives you the Mortimer's Kisses, she gives you good twin gate rotations, she gives you very strong laning.
It's also annoying to draft against Falcons because you know that if they first pick the Mirana, then they'll pick a stun after. If they first pick the DK, they'll pick the high damage 4. But they always make sure that in this position, it's Crit's hero to make the draft progress. And then when they see 2 more, Snaking actually gets to go, okay, what's my 5 to win the lane? Like, he's played over 10 different heroes so far on his road to the International, at the International. And that helps because he gets a little bit more information before other supports. He isn't just kind of thrown into, you have to play this was going to say Bane again, but I feel like I'm harping on the Bane a bit too much. But
You did mention that they're not playing position 5 heroes with the damage. Their position 4 hero pool is also super small. Like they have the lowest hero pool at TI over all teams, over all 16 teams that were here. So maybe bang out some Nyx Assassin. That was the highest damage hero from 12 that they played, I would say. Good against the Snapfire. Could put Kataomi in a position that's going to give them, you know, some extra Damaggio. But now that I'm seeing Clockwork, it's probably not going to be a melee hero. So they go with their own heroes. Seems like the hero pool is very small and relatively predictable what C9 is going to go for.
But it's better, because I wanted to suggest Clockwork here, because this way they pair it up with Watson's turret hero that he hasn't stepped away from the formula. There's no reason to go for something like a Bane when you know you want to set up for a ranged carry, and you have the hook shot to stop the Mortimer's Kisses in the backline. It's a classic hero counter in that sense. Winter Wyvern is a Kataomi special. If you build up some items, it does provide damage, but it still lacks that in terms of both supports when you look at them in sync.
And this is where it's like, I want the Sanking to be mid here, because I think a Sanking in the off lane will struggle. If Sanking struggles, the supports don't have a lot of damage, they have control and kind of pick off. The Falcons, they're answering that. Their lanes are so formidable, right? Ench plus the DK, Mars and Snapfire. Like, DK can still be mid here, of course, they do have last pick, but yeah, Falcons, that you're expecting them to come out ahead, sorry, in the laning phase.
I also wanted to see some more damage. Luna is still available, just why not pick it up here? It makes a lot of sense. It's an early BKB carrier who can sit inside of the arena, get that extra damage in, even through the BKB. It feels really nice.
Some nice bonus damage for Wyvern as well. It's also not the best save versus Arena, but it's a good combo break in terms of if DK is blinking in with follow-up damage on his team, there is a curse to stop that.
And the Cold Embrace is going to be pretty high value as well. Like a Cold Embrace inside the arena, sure, you're going to need vision, but yeah, maybe of course you can get that in other ways, but once that does come into play, like Luna can stand her ground, and you know, Cloud9 on paper, a Bloodstone on a Sand King, a Silver Edge BKB on the Luna, you got ways to go super aggressive while also surviving the jump. So it's looking like a better draft from Cloud9, but still the lanes into early game is favoring Falcons on the speed in which they can bring.
So C9 have something nice going for them, is that Mars, as an offlaner, doesn't build an early pipe the way that Broodmother did last game. So, and you look at the supports in Ench and Snap, they do build auras and they will correct for that, but it's going to come out a little bit later, making it so that if Sand King has a good game, the epicenter is going to go a long way early game in terms of damage.
I want Cloud9 to go for Underlord and have Sand King mid. I think getting the global map play, like the hook shot from the Clockwork, then you have the Fiend's Gate, and it just got banned out, so that's not going to happen.
Their hero pool is so small. DM, in terms of heroes that he has played so far 5 different heroes, so they're going to give him the Sand King and put Earth Spirit in the mid lane. We've saw quite a lot of Earth Spirit, especially when 7E played it. He was the one who kind of brought it, one of his Siggies. So now with the DK, I think you put this DK in the safe lane and put something for Malrina in the mid lane.
No one has to be very active in this game. I want to see him try and break the side lanes. If you go to a Luna lane, there's potential for kill. If you go to the Sand King lane, there's a potential to help him accelerate his time into the Blink Dagger to then also play on the map with Earth Spirit. So it's a bold Earth Spirit pick. Again, I think I preferred the mid Sand King here and a different offlaner, but if no one called for it, give it to him, but please be aggressive. Try and just dictate the early game, unlike what Falcons did in the last game.
It's actually a great Earth Spirit game. Like, if I'm looking at these heroes on Falcons, this is a very comfortable mid Earth Spirit, because not only is it going to be the Vessel Buyer for the heal reduction on DK or Enchantress, it's also very comfortable here building Eternal Shroud. The Eternal Shroud will negate most of Falcon's damage in the early game, and it's backline jump for the Snapfire plus Enchantress. What Earth Spirit suffers against is unkillable cores, but like I mentioned, the early auras are not coming out from the Mars. If the Mars was something like a Kunkka instead, it would be a bad Earth Spirit game, but Earth Spirit's damage is not going to be mitigated here.
I want to see something elusive for Falcons. Puck, maybe even Storm, an extra jump, early jump that can jump on top of Wyvern, just so that you have a follow-up with the DK. We saw Skeeter going for a Blink Dagger earlier, because you want to have that extra follow-up. Okay, the big boys coming out.
Whew. How do we feel about Timbersaw in the mid lane here?
You know how I said I want no one to be active? This Timbersaw will force him to be active. Because when you get some levels, level 6 on Timber, it's like, all right, Earth Spirit, if you want to come here, you're going to be half HP, and Yeah, I like it. It gives a lot of pace for Falcons to play behind. It also means that Amar doesn't have to be the one starting with Arena. Timbersaw can walk into these areas, soak up some initiation, and then allow the opportunity for other heroes to jump in after him.
There is no damage to kill this Timbersaw. Earthspirit does damage over time, over many stones dropped into magnetizes. Wyvern does damage through right clicks. Luna needs time to farm up. You need to wait for the Sand King Epicenter. This Timbersaw is completely unthreatened in terms of dying in the early game. It is a horrific last pick here from Falcons.
The most Falcons-looking draft of the tournament, I would say. This is their, you know, bread and butter, as we like to call it. DK, Mars, Timbersaw, Enchantress, Snapfire for crit this time instead of maybe Hoodwink, but this feels even worse. I'd say the Cloud9, they did some of the adjustments that needed to be done for the second game, but Team Falcons, I would say even higher chances than in the previous one.
Team Falcons with their 3 beefy boys and
Yes.
2 high damage supports. Coming in hot, Cloud9, they obviously are looking to force out a third game to this best-of-3 series. If they're gonna do it, who are you looking towards to really carry this team?
Early Vessel on the mid-Earth Spirit. Try and play on the fact that Falcons think they're tanky. If you can whittle them down a couple times, allow Watson to get to Silver Edge, Anaconda, Satanic, like this type of stuff, then we'll have an explosive game. But if no one doesn't get to play the early game on his timings, then it could just be a 2-0.
We're gonna see it play out here on the main stage here in the Royal Arena. Before we head to game number 2, though, we're first gonna check in with Slacks, who is gonna talk to Coach AUI 2000.
That's right, my friends. I'm here with Owie 2000. Team Falcons, yet again. Owie, so good to see you, my friend, back up on the stage. Now, you are a brave man. Some would say a Giga Chat indeed. You're gonna let that Sand King, who, according to my notes, has not died in 2 weeks, I believe. No one has ever killed this hero once. You give him the Katomi Wyvern. What's up with that? Are you good at your job? Why are you giving these things away?
Well, Sand King we played against in scrims, and we had a plan versus it. And then some of the other heroes, like this team's very unique. Like this Winter Wyvern, like early Enigma, like these heroes are sort of hard to deal with because you'll be going into it uncertain. So like you can give them an Imba hero and have a strat versus them, which is what we're doing. It might not work, but for us, it's like better. As for Wyvern, like you can't just ban stupid supports. They're just supports.
Stupid supports, my goodness gracious. All right. If you had to rate your draft on an A, B, C, D, F scale, how would you rate yourself?
I don't know. Like,
What do you mean?
It's good for us. But
Good.
like I don't think it'll be good for other teams, but we're very comfortable in it. And I think like sometimes in the draft, Maureen just loses his mind and says, guys, auto win Timbersaw, Huskar, and like, you know, we just picked a hero, so.
You have that trust in them?
I mean, you have to. I don't know. It's just forced.
Well, do you trust that you will be winning this one game?
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh my, Owie, please! It's T.I. Just give me a let's go for the crowd. You never get hype about these things. Give me one let's go.
Let's go.
Good up for us. We'll see how it's done again, and let's get straight to the game with our commentators.
There we go, lovely day, Owie. Bringing some hype in here for the boys on Falcons in this game too. The question is for can Cloud9 do it? They had a rough game 1. They've come into this game 2. They switched things up. We're seeing things like the Luna come out. This hero, it's great.
About that. Yep.
This hero wins games. You know, so seeing Watson on Luna, that's something to be confident about. And I mean, the last pick, right? No one on the Earth Spirit. We know he can pop off on this hero.
He can. It can be a bit of a risky pick at times, but we'll see how much he's going to be able to make happen with it. But they do have the 2 big guns. The Sand King, the Luna, that's probably the big one that most people are looking at because these have been pretty dominant throughout this tournament. As you heard it there from AUI, they have a plan for it. And,
okay.
You know, I'm looking at some of these things, you know, I was talking last game about that DK with the Mage Slayer. I think that's probably going to be something they look to at least address some of that magic damage that comes out, and probably just more mitigation. It's a big thing that Falcons does like to do when they see these type of things. And maybe some like distance heroes that can burst this Sand King and stuff. So no one, be careful, you ate a second chakra.
Yep, Maureen with the body blocks. Is he going to have enough burst with this next chakram to kill him?
Whirling Death, sorry. Yeah,
Sorry with the Whirling Death. Yeah, you confused me. First blood indeed, Maureen. Oh, well, that's quite the way to start. Yeah, you talk about sort of a Falcons approach, or coming out already with the question marks. Nice and early this game.
I mean, he landed all of them. He landed literally 3 in a row onto him. You have to be very careful when you're playing these strength matchups, just because you get the double stat loss reduction. It's 12-second duration. Once you get hit by that second one, it's tremendous how much damage it does.
That's
or Whirling Death. Keep saying shock.
Whirling Death. Well, we'll see how that continues to go. But yeah, quite the start there for Marine getting that first blood. But yeah, talking about the strat that Falcons had against the Sand King, as sort of the panel touched upon, it seems like their strat is to just kind of do what they always do, right? You look at some of these hero tier levels that they've got on the heroes that they've managed to get through this draft, Falcons. It's pretty terrifying. You've got, 2 Grandmaster tier heroes, of course, with Mar on his Mars and Marine on his Timbersaw.
You heard it from panel, right? They said this is probably the most Falcons-looking draft. And you saw the last draft, it was a pretty Falcons-looking draft as well, too. They've got all their comfort. You heard, I mean, how he said it. Marine asked for this hero. So, yeah, getting that kill right off the bat. No one actually got 4 CS on the first wave afterwards, but now it's Marine is going to have a fantastic time. And Katomi,
he's looking pretty dead. Skeeter takes him out with a Breathe Fire.
This lane is not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is going to be a real true test for Cloud9. Can they beat Falcons when Falcons, they're absolutely in their element with this draft.
Yeah, and they have this Mars and the Snapfire also tough. So, I mean, looking across the board, all 3 lanes, they're super strong. They actually have probably an advantage across the board in these. The Luna lane is the one that maybe can be a bit more volatile, but it's a ton of burst damage between a Snap and a Mars to go for something like Luna that can suffer versus that. So we'll see if Fishman can deter them and protect Watson. He really needs this game.
And what do you think overall was the reason for the decision regarding where they put the Sand King, right? I think we heard from the panel, right? They kind of maybe wanted to see it stick to the mid lane, but making this alteration, is this just sort of down to preferences from no one, would you imagine?
Probably, I guess I would say. Maybe he feels like he could be more active or something with the Earth Spirit rather than the Sand King, because maybe Sand King takes like a little bit of time to get online. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Definitely interesting, because overall, I mean, the Sand King mid has been the one that's just been decimating. Especially yesterday, we saw Quinn. I mean, multiple players just not die on the hero, so. An interesting approach.
CS so far, we can see a top lane. I mean, once again, as was the case last game, Amar having no struggles, getting complete free farm. And just, yes, down on the bottom lane, Skeeter having a bit of a slower start, but obviously countered by the fact that he did get that early kill. So he's not going to be too unhappy with the state of the lane down bottom, and they're able to hold it in good position, Falcons.
Tommy does get a pull off on the side there, so we'll at least be able to get good positioning for DM to get farm. And just keeping eyes on what creep Snaking gets, that's kind of the big one to allow them to bully DM. Yeah, so far, not too bad for DM down here. It was starting a little weird. He had to bring a salve to reestablish the lane, but now getting that good CS.
Yeah, just this mid lane.
Mid lane's a problem.
It's going to be very difficult for no one to recover. We're seeing him starting to really fall behind in last hits, and that's just going to remain the situation. Very hard to sort of turn that mid one around, especially after that rough first blood. Top lane.
He's in trouble.
They're going to have him. Fishman and Watson able to run him down as Crit gets caught between the two of them.
Nicely done.
Of course, Watson's farm up here also looking pretty nice.
This is probably the best lane that I would say that they have going for them. The Sand King and the Wyvern lane can be a little bit volatile because it's versus this Enchantress, but the top one should go quite well.
Bottom.
There's actually a rotation.
They're going to be able to get this easy kill onto Katomi there. Straight away, making the call to make that play.
Oh, they just left the courier. Oh, okay. I guess they were more prioritizing onto going for the kill onto DM. They might just be able to have.
I mean, has he got, what sort of way has he got to play out of this? He's not really got a lot at all.
Second blood grenade.
He's going down. Falcons making these early rotations, getting these kills.
You were doing very well.
As whilst this happens up and down the map, Maureen continues to have a very nice time in the mid. We're seeing, no one trying to drag some creep waves, trying to find a safer way to get some farm out of this early game.
That is the nicest thing that you can do on a lot of these mid laners, is just kind of dodge the matchup in a way. We used to see Maureen actually do this a lot when he'd play like a bad matchup on a Primal Beast or something like that. So no one should be able to keep that farm going. And overall for his game, if he can actually get onto some of these squishy supports, could do some explosive stuff. I think the big timing really is just going to be if he's going to be able to get a good Vessel. Because the Vessel is going to be crucial to pretty much kill any of these cores.
Fishman. Look at that catch onto Snaking, but the heals are coming out. See them try and bring in the damage as well from Kataomi. Should have a solid chance of this. I mean, using the micro to throw the rocks back and hold Fishman away from them. They bring in the rotation of no one and... verifies there as well. Snaking, he's making them work for it. They're going to get him. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of resources.
At least no one gets the last hit. Maureen has hit 6, so has no one. Power Rune. They're on top of crit. That's a nice move.
Okay, Cloud9. Getting these kills across the map where they make these movements with the two of them, and indeed, no one being a part of this. Getting this very crucial early involvement. Maureen cleaning up
whatever stands next to him, really. I mean, so many of these heroes are going to be so vulnerable to the incredible amount of burst this Timber Saw is going to be doing throughout all stages of the game. It's got an amplified damage rune as well, ready to play with when he looks to go again on someone. So this Timber does remain pretty terrifying.
He's going to be a big problem. I actually potentially want to even see like these early moves, let's say from even Watson or something, to get a swing around. I think that's actually the best kill threat that they can have once they've got the Eclipse online and like Lucent Beam maxed up. That's probably their best early kill threat onto this Timber Saw. It's obviously not like something you want to like fully rotate out of, but if he sees an opportunity to get involved, that could be a way to slow down this Timber's early game.
They're going to try and go for DM. Malorine coming over, ready to bring in the damage if Skeeter can get the setup.
He got him.
And he's got the opening Dragon Tail. The Chakram's coming out with the amplified damage. It's a huge amount of burst. He'll burrow strike over towards the trees. Can he play his way out for this? Can he risk an attempted TP out? I don't think so. Malorine's in on top of him. Another round of the Chakram cuts him down. And Malorine continues to rule the map here as the Timber. Top lane, no one. Making a rotation of his own, looking for Amar. It's a good cookie attempt from Crit to try and get Amar back to safety. Giving him a little bit of a chance to retreat. Amar's going to look over towards the H. He's able to dodge the roll, look for the deny. He's not going to find it though, because no one is able to get the hit in to take him down. But this may just cost no one his life as Falcons turn up with the numbers. They'll look to punish and they'll successfully do so. And all 3 kills go to Malorine. Malorine's Timber. It's just getting so much out of this early game, folks.
It's devastating, and they don't really have damage early game, as we were mentioning, to kill him. He's not even going to go for any type of early protection. He's just going damage, going straight for Kaya. It's already explosive how much he's able to do, and it's just fast rotations, as we've seen. This is kind of the way the Falcons always play. Skeeter is not hesitant to get involved. He will go through these gates. He will TP to bring the action to any of these dives that any team will bring to them. And he's just going to immediately go back down bottom to be able to continue that pressure. And it's no deviation. I imagine it's going to be some type of Blink Mage Slayer, same kind of style build from him. It just fits really nicely versus this Cloud9 lineup to be able to make those aggressive moves.
And with his position right now, it's just the nature of the hero. It's just not something that Cloud9 are going to want to look to dive in and try and take out. So very easy for Skeeter to find these moments to get those items online in good time. Unless Cloud9 brings some sort of heavy rotation, something that involves the Luna as well. But it looks like that's not going to be the way they want to try and do this. They want to just allow Watson to have the space and keep their half of the map, keep the area that the Luna's in completely protected.
Yeah, I was saying like with the first Eclipse, something like that, to try to find the Timber. But if now at this point he just has to go to jungle, get the Mask of Madness, get that farm, and yeah, it's going to be up to no one when he gets this vessel how much he can do. Can he start shutting down some of these tanky cores? He is very close to it. But Falcons already 2K lead. All 3 cores soon to be at the top. Just no one in between them there.
And they really are, yeah, so tanky, all 3 of Falcons.
Vessel's done. It's got to be go time, and it feels like it's got to be constant coming out here from no one. He's got Magnetize available. The top tower, it's dropping a bit too early for him to get up there to contest it.
They're going to have to let that one go. Skeeter with the pressure of the Dragon Form, successfully taking away these objectives. And Cloud9 not interested in looking to fight in that area right now. They'll look to get the grab onto Crit. Fishman's got the setup. Should be an easy one here to allow no one to start building up those charges on the vessel. See if this can be the beginning of the snowball effect that no one really needs to find on the Earth Spirit this game.
I mean, a kill's a kill at this point, right? So anything he can find is going to be nice, but does want to be able to find one of these earlier kills on one of these tanky cores before they get some type of mitigation or a way to remove this vessel. Power Rune will spawn bottom. Malorine. Tommy is going to be able to take that one away.
And not quite yet having the 6s on the supports. That's probably the next sort of timing that Cloud9 are looking towards there. And relatively close, both halfway through the 5. Once they have those ults online, at least one of them can look to pair up with no one on these rotations.
This is very nice too. DM needed some type of accelerant for himself. His lane went pretty well. Of course, yes, he did die twice, but all things considered, it wasn't absolutely horrendous. So now is able to back up, finish off a little bit here, and they are smoking. Is the 6 hit on the clock? Not quite yet, but Katomi has gotten it. It's going to be up to no one to get that initiation.
See if they can find Snake King. Not going to get the clean opening onto him, and even if they do, it's not the most appealing target. TP start to come in. Falcons, they're ready to respond.
Instant jump.
They do indeed take down Fishman. No struggle whatsoever. I mean, Cloud9, they're just not able to find the angle to really get in and to catch Falcons by surprise.
Skeeter's looking for an angle to potentially jump. Malorine is starting to push forward here.
And Katomi does have the 6 himself, so they do have the curse to help turn things around if Falcons start to collapse in onto anyone.
Watson's getting some space. This is pretty nice. The attention's been drawn toward another lane, so is able to get that safe farm here. And they don't end up losing DM. They'll lose a little bit of their triangle here, but we'll be able to evade the gank.
Taking the tier 1s out of the side lanes, they can look towards the mid now, Falcons as well.
Could be an interesting thing that Cloud9 can actually do is what I've been seeing in a lot of these times. Falcons TPs with a lot of heroes, so there's definitely situations where I could see Cloud9 like force a move and then immediately back away when they see the TPs to start getting some potential map advantage. Not the easiest thing to do because they have that far catch with the DK, but...
DM showing in the mid.
That's too aggressive.
Certainly is. I don't know what else he really expected there, and yeah, Malrine continues to rub it in with the old chap.
Oy, oy, oy. This last big timber at the top. No answers just yet.
See them trying to start some action in return. I mean, no one takes his chances there to see if he can get a grab. Not going to be the case. We'll be able to at least push Falcons away from trying to take the mid-tier 1 at this moment.
Malrine is just absolutely massive. Skitter as well. No pressure's really been put onto this DK. They're farming across the board. Yes, Watson's farming, but it does feel like you're looking at Falcons and they feel much happier with their draft. Playing into this Earth Spirit that wants to get aggressive early on.
Yeah, they know how hungry Cloud9 is for action.
Yeah.
So yeah, these moments past, the efficiency. The numbers are certainly showing that Cloud9 not getting quite as much out of the map as Falcons.
And Malrine with this regen rune too can look to play wherever he wants. He can play aggressive and he probably won't die.
A one.
He shows himself.
And the kisses are coming out. If he's able to get away from this in time, he's going to be able to roll away again. Malrine land the chakrams here on towards no one, but the hook shot's there. Fishman holds him back. Skeeter caught under the tower. The curse is there as well from Kataomi. Surely they could at least kill the Dragon Knight. They can. They'll bring Skeeter down, but Amar steps over the arena, spears through Kataomi. They've got to look for more here, Cloud9. No one rolls in, gets the magnetize out onto the two of them. Amar up into the air here for now. Looks to step away, but he cannot break out from this fight. Double kill from Watson. Now towards Crit. They should be able to find a third. They will.
There we go.
Cloud9. They turn up in the numbers, they find the fight, they should be able to get some pressure onto the tower. Exactly what they needed, and Watson, he knows he has to be a part of these plays. He turns up 2-0-3, getting this early action now on the Luna.
And they kept no one alive. That was the important thing. Fishman's hook shot, actually so crucial in this one, because if Malrine's able to stick on top of this Earth Spirit, the fight could get kind of weird, but they were able to kind of push this Timber Saw all the way to the far right of the fight and able to reset things and get that good positioning.
Yeah,
no one is very tanky.
Indeed, yeah, the Vessel, the Treads, and the Wand, that's all you kind of need at this point to be able to walk away from the kisses coming in.
This. Fishman with the hook shot. It stops kind of this aggression and breaks that entire move that's coming out from Falcons. Beautiful play.
Falcons definitely underestimating the ability for Cloud9 to hold this sort of fight and find this sort of turnaround. Is he back in action? They will get the spear connection onto DM. They catch him around the Ancient. So Falcons, after having a rough fight in the mid, they're not afraid of going straight back to the action. Fishman, he's out with a TP. I think they put a stop to it. So yeah, Falcons, they may have lost the fight mid, but they get back into the action. They kill off DM, and they do still claim that tier 1 tower mid first.
They're still able to play just that little bit faster, right? Cloud9 does feel like they're more cooldown reliant, especially if Watson wants to look to get involved. So Falcons looking to take advantage of that.
They're heading straight for him. Just gonna go for a TP out. They got anywhere to stop it in time. They don't. He's away.
Ooh, and yeah, Amar has gone down the Yule's build, so pretty interesting. So just wanting to have that immediate catch for some of these heroes, and he is going to queue these auras. So interesting approach that he's going to go for. We've been seeing just most of those times just the BKB and Blink.
Fishman setting up another catch here for Cloud9. They'll find Snaking.
Good kill.
The support to this moment, Cloud9 are showing no struggle of being able to pick them off when they get caught out of position.
And that's almost DM's Bloodstone actually finished up, so... Yes, he's been slowed down a couple. I mean, he's died 4 times this game, but his farm is still not bad at all. He's going to have to play into the Mage Slayer. I believe it's about to be finished up on to Skitter. So there is always going to be that mitigation that comes out.
Cloud9, they're not too afraid of looking for these team fights now. They have the ultimates back online, grouping up down bottom to take the tier 1, and just be prepared if Falcons were to show up and try and take a fight. It's not going to be the case, though. Falcons remain split up.
So it's so much more fun to see this Luna in particular, right? She's constantly looking to get involved. The level 2 Eclipse is ready. The team fight that it can actually bring in is pretty massive until more auras and stuff get online. So Watson playing near the team, ready for a fight.
Yeah, he's had an excellent balance so far between the AFK farming and joining the team for these movements, these objectives, and these crucial fights that they needed to come in and make sure that Falcons don't get away with.
Katomi's getting pretty close to a Blink Dagger too, which, I mean, these little things are going to be pretty important for them to get these type of either initial catches in the fights or these resets. That's going to be a big thing for Wyvern. If he can get a reset, the Luna can come in, get this type of big fight. Could be pretty huge for them. Maureen does get an item that's probably going to make him not die for the next few moments. The Aghanims is finished up. But if they can kite and reset around that reactive armor, there still is a small potential, but not easy by any means to go for him now. But it never was going to be the case versus this last pick Timber.
I think Cloud9, with the way that those last few moments have gone, they're not too sad, but just sort of sitting back and calming things down as well. Just as long as their Luna's farming, as long as Watson's getting the space.
Yeah, and he just, so Snaky actually had warded the triangle over here, but it was de-warded just now from Watson. So making sure that he can get as much farm as possible. No one?
Going to try for the hook shot in the mid. It's going to be the connection from Fishman straight onto Crit. No one's going to roll up with the follow-up damage. Crit not getting out of this one. Cloud9.
Nice catch from
Catching Falcons off guard now. A few moments in a row.
This Clockwork is looking quite a bit better than the Bane, I would say, in the last game. You know, it's one of his 2 classic heroes, but he's 5-3 and 5. All of his connections have been pretty damn good for the team. Oh, and DM, of course, it happens. He gets the Bloodstone, and he gets the Vampire Fangs. So we'll see how much they can actually do to withstand versus this insane healing that comes out if he's able to get the connections.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to go on him.
Yeah. They have Mage Slayer, like we said, they have some forms of damage mitigation, but this is like the timing, and we've seen it so many times in this tournament that the Sankings become pretty difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Falcons, quick TP move down to the bottom tier 2 so they can try and strike Cloud9 from an angle they won't expect. No one's already seen them, though. Just looking to protect the power in spawn, force back Cloud9, but as I say, Cloud9, they're not going to be too afraid of taking the fight when it presents itself, especially if they have the crucial information on who to jump, and both of Cloud9 supports ready with these reactive ultimates to try and break apart anything that Falcons throw in as a team.
As long as they don't lose somebody before the fights, they should have pretty good options to take those 5v5s. And
he's safe, he's safe.
This time he does get away. They're dodging nicely, and Watson is getting very, very farmed in comparison to Skitter. Skitter's being very involved, constantly looking for these plays with the Blink Dagger. Watson's getting involved, but he's a Luna, so he just naturally farms absurdly fast. Level 16 already up on him.
And no doubt about it, this game too, definitely going to be much more of a challenge for Falcons as opposed to the experience they had in game 1. Cloud9 getting everything together this time. It's falling into place much nicer than what they tried to do with the first match.
So much nicer to just Luna in comparison to Terrorblade just looks night and day difference, really.
Starting to make the move through Falcons jungle. Cloud9.
They're very close to BKB on No One as well too, which is going to protect him a lot versus that chain stun burst.
Who's going to make the jump first? They've got eyes on towards the mid.
See Katomi.
And it's going to be the jump for Skeeter first. Straight over towards the Wyvern. They burst through Katomi before he can get off a single spell. This is over towards DM. See if they can chain this into anything else, Falcons. DM. It's got Burst Strike up in a second. And with the cogs down, it's hard to reach over and grab him. They'll turn for Fishman instead as Maureen comes in with a Chakram slow. A second kill to be found. Maureen once more, but they're going to turn straight away with the burst. The Eclipse. They bait him in. They turn around and kill him off. They take down Maureen.
He's not able to get that reactive armor off. The instant stun comes out. Beautifully done.
Quick moves and, of course, a high-value kill there going into the hands of Watson, who gets the last touch onto him.
DM, nicely done. Plays it careful, pulls the creep wave up. Okay, so a little bit of a mistake there, of course, from Katomi. I was surprised that he showed himself just standing in the wave like that when he initially gets caught, but then afterwards, Maureen overextends forward, and yeah, like you said, Watson, a huge kill.
That's a massive kill. Yeah, 3-0-4. It's propelled him pretty much, halfway through the gold towards the BKB.
Yeah, over 600 gold he got for it, so pretty massive.
And Watson definitely in a solid position to be able to carry this game. Falcons, they've got to deal with the Luna somehow.
Skitter gonna focus maybe a little bit more on getting that farm going so that he can try to match his... Drop a little low, they'll be all right.
And Falcons, what do you think the move's going to be now from them? Is it just to try and look for these pickoffs?
I think so, just look for fights. Yeah, absolutely. They've got the pipe and the Mage Slayer now, so they do have heavy damage mitigation versus the Sand King.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to... Oh, with the Power Strike and the Bloodstone Hill, is it enough to keep him alive? No. Pre-fire nuke from Skeeter finishes off the job before things start to get messy.
Hey, that's Mage Slayer plus Pipe, so even though he's got Bloodstone, even if he gets it off, he's going to die because he's not doing too much damage.
Skeeter, he's trying to see if he can get the catch on a Fishman. Fishman got the jetpack, trying to make it up to the base. Dragon Tail will connect. Marine in with the chakram damage. They've got the cold embrace. The burst is enough to go straight through it and take him down.
He gets the reactive off, so he knows he can dive deep there.
Creeps pressuring in on the top as well. Falcons can look to try for finishing off the tier 2.
DM has to be more careful with his positioning a lot now. It's 5 deaths for him. Yes, he's tanky. Yes, he's got his Bloodstone, but they've got the ways now to address it. He has to be more careful when his team is not near him. Smoke is up.
They want to fight this Cloud9. No one looking to start things with a blink out. It's quick. We'll be able to keep their tier 2 up. Force Falcons back. The remainder of the smoke, they could look to just try and turn this move into something else.
Watson has a huge power spike. BKB plus level 18. He really wants to get involved. He wants to force an issue here to potentially get a fight into a Roche right afterwards. Can they catch anyone here?
Well, they hit the scan. They know someone was up there, but Amar already backing off.
It's 20 seconds until that arena's back up. Cloud9 trying to capitalize. Can't quite find anything. Have to go back to address their lanes a little bit here. No one is still smoked up for a moment, but just gonna look to play around Watson.
Now Mallory wants the BKB online before the next fight.
Makes sense. Tons of magical bursts. Could definitely see multiple of these being picked up soon. But the auras, they're definitely there. They're starting to get there, at least on one side. Cloud9 not seeing any of these auras being built up yet, except for DM, who's... How close is he? Actually, he's about to have that pipe. Okay, so... Definitely going to see these big fights kick off with crazy damage mitigation. If DM's able to survive in these fights, could be very impactful.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sort of between the pipe active and passive, the aura, and then obviously the cold embrace, there's good chances for saves to come out from Cloud9, keeping one another alive, even if Falcons do really focus their burst on a target.
They just have to be very good with this positioning. I've seen now a couple times Katomi slightly out of position, same thing for DM, so just got to make sure that they have that blanket to protect Watson, and now making another clever move here. Daytime, they can go for this Roche. They see Hero's top.
And with Watson as large as he is, should be a pretty quick Roshan. Falcons, looks like they may just settle for taking the 2 tier 2s, get that top one, maybe even pushing on towards the mid. As I imagine they're going to expect that this Roshan is occurring, but not making any movements towards it. So this Roche should freely fall into the hands of Cloud9.
Feels like one of the closer games that we've had so far on this main stage, especially in this mid game. Sometimes we've had toward the later stages, but this one's kicking off beautifully. Watson, absolutely enormous. Skeeter is starting to catch back up there, of course, but yeah, still a bit of a deficit for him in that Luna. The team fight execution, it's gonna have to be massive. We saw Falcons last game have some pretty crazy kind of kiting around when Cloud9 hit a timing. See how it's going to go down this next one. Both teams gathered up.
Well, Falcons not afraid to fight into the Aegis. They've got eyes on towards Watson. If they want to head over, they're going to maybe look for no one instead. They'll get the opening Dragon Tail stun. He's not going to get the chance to get anything off. He was considering looking to turn up and help out. And of course, he feels strong with the BKB and Aegis. He does have the rest of the team relatively close, but they won't. And they don't need to force it, right? They've still got 4 minutes to play with Sages. No need to try and find a fight whilst no one's out of the game.
They need the numbers. They always need to have this, like, they can't fight 4v5 pretty much in any means unless it's some crazy high ground advantage that Watson has possession of. And this is a high ground advantage, but they are under vision at the moment. This could be dangerous right now for Cloud9. They see it coming. They have that ward in mid lane, so they do see Skeeter stepping over.
Just keeping their distance, Cloud9.
Watson's turning up. The respawn is coming. Earth Spirit's coming back very soon.
They've got to get some sort of big connection with either the hook shot or the curse to try and start the action off. Falcons not letting them have it. They split back up as soon as no one's back in the game.
Just these macro plays, reading the map, not wanting to force an issue into a 5v5 that could be dangerous versus this Aegis. They just don't want to play around those pickoffs and wait until that Aegis goes down before a full fight.
All right, it's really going to be on Cloud9 to charge at them, get aggressive, force some sort of action to occur, but between these 3 minutes of the Aegis.
Might just go for perhaps maybe hitting a tower or something here. It's always dangerous though versus Falcons. Gonna set up top. They did see Amar for a second here. Amar backpacking the pipe so that he doesn't show the aura in the wave, even though he's not next to it. Can he get out?
They're gonna see him just the moment he's out. Amar making the call just in time.
They're playing the map beautifully on Falcons. The advantage that Cloud9 has from this Aegis, we're just seeing the gold lead actually increase for Falcons because they're just dodging the movements that are coming out.
Yeah, it feels like it's definitely going to take Cloud9 to just be a bit more heavy-handed with the pushing up towards the towers.
It's just scary.
If they want to get involved in some action, because Falcons, they're not letting them get it anywhere else.
No, it's just scary sometimes going for like a tier 2 or something versus this much team fight.
Blink Dagger now as well on Amar. He's going to be ready with the setup, ready to throw that extra sort of threat in towards the backlines, towards the supports of Cloud9.
They have a blink. I mean, DM is going BKB. Okay, so they're going to have to pretty much completely rely on no one in a lot of these situations to just start the fight. Fishman can hook shot, but it's kind of suicide.
DM, they're watching him in the river.
Uh-oh.
He was walking down the river. Amar's going to get the opening. He was able to break out with the burrow strike, though. DM, of course, incredibly tanky between the pipe and the bloodstone, so gets away with that.
That is the art the arena used. So Cloud9 could look to try to punish this, at least pressure a tower here off of that. They still have, what, about 100 seconds on this Aegis.
It should be clean enough to get the tier 2 without the threat of the arena.
Falcons, I wouldn't imagine they'd look for this fight.
I might look for Fishman in the mid. Looking for the setup. Look at the spear back as he's caught up in the air during the jetpack. I'll find Fishman, but tier 2 down bottom should slowly but surely fall here to the push of Watson. Getting very close to making it towards his next start in the full counter.
Look at this, they're setting up for the fight potentially. No one is TPing back. They don't have the clock for 30 seconds. Aegis still about 60.
Nice, Watson gonna come back as well. He doesn't have a TP right now, Watson.
That is very true.
That's true. One of those situations, the carry's not got a TP. So Watson's gonna have to make the long walk across the map.
Should have time to. Amp damage spawns up top. No one. He wants to claim that.
Oh, he really does. He's not going to be able to, though. Skeeter gets the pick up first. Look at the burrow strike connection in on the walls. Crit, they'll try and separate them from him, but Crit's gone.
Skeeter, no one's trying to chase him.
And be able to turn in with the Yours control. Katomi using the curse just to try and momentarily hold back Snaking DM. He's revving up the epicenter just to blow up the Enchantress. It's a couple of support kills here for Cloud9. The cause of Falcons will manage to escape.
It's a lot committed. The I did not expect him to actually blow the epicenter there for that Enchantress. So 100 seconds, they won't have that. Watson is going to capitalize that the supports are dead, though. Has a full Conda, has the Vindicators actually push top, no one.
And the Yule setup's not going to be quite there, Amar. Still be able to find the spear follow though from Skeeter's initiation. They kill no one anyway.
Keep catching them when they split off. Every time that they split up on the side of Cloud9, Falcons is able to capitalize and get these type of jump kills. Got to be careful when they split.
They're very, very quick with these moves. Each and every step that Cloud9's trying to make against Falcons, Falcons just staying that slight step ahead.
It's like one step, and then the next team gets like a 1.2 steps. It's very back and forth. But yeah, Falcons are just playing around those timings and keep getting these big core kills during a big burst that Watson had with the Aegis. We're able to get, what, 2 tier 2s out of it? And a decent amount for him. He is level 20, so he does have a pretty big surge as well.
Yeah, Skeeter pretty much with the full BKB ready for the next fight that Falcons can look for, so he can really get stuck in.
He does need it. You saw in that last fight when no one was starting to stick on him, it was a little bit dangerous for a second there. So now he will have that. Malvarine also does get this 20 talent, 20% magic resist. Quite a bit stronger.
Yeah, both mids, I think, closing in towards the full Shiva's guard. Falcons, they're going to be the ones to look for the play first. The smoke up comes.
This will be that big clash. Who's going to get into the back lines? Can they burst heroes before these BKBs come off?
No one. Maybe the first one to be spotted. We'll see how quick the reaction is. The scans hit. They know exactly where Cloud9 are. Cloud9's own scan, I believe, didn't quite catch on to the smoke movement of Falcons. So no one, he's not going to expect it. There's the jump forward. The curse will come out, but it doesn't matter. No one immediately killed off. And now Amai's ready for more. Yule setup's there. Arena's down. Katsuomi. He'll try and freeze himself to survive, but there's no getting out of this one. Immediate moves there from Falcons. The Cloud9, they just weren't quite ready for us. I think the scan, it was so close to connecting, but it did not hit, so they did not anticipate Falcons to strike from that angle.
I mean, they're trying to bait no one, but the cold embrace and the curse overall, if they get these BKBs off, the damage is just too explosive. And now to the high ground, these 2 kills are pretty massive.
Absolutely, straight away to the tier 3s.
Watson, he's getting caught with the Dragon Tail. He tries to turn up for the defense. He gets the BKB off, but he's already put down to about half HP. We'll look to turn now with the Eclipse. The Skeeter puts the BKB in as he gets forced down to the low ground.
That's his BKB.
Oh, that was risky there. I mean, Watson will get to live to tell the tale. Falcons, they're still pushing on and finding kills. Killing off Fishman. The push still comes in.
And it's just, they're gonna back away right now. They're a little bit scared because that respawn from no one.
Yeah, they know no one himself. He's still got his BKB ready to pop.
And they don't feel like they need to risk anything. They got what they came for, at least a little bit. A couple kills here, force a BKB reaction from the Luna. Reset. Cooldown on BKB is going to be about 60 seconds on Watson.
Scary moments there, though. For Cloud. Now, they've got to be so prepared. We've seen how quick every single time Skeeter is when he plays the Dragon Knight. He sees a chance to just throw himself in and get in with that instant Dragon Tail. He'll go for it.
They have to be just like prepared with, I mean, honestly, both of the supports have to be there, ready to just give their lives for any of these cores that get jumped immediately on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, and that's obviously where Katami trying to get that BKB online for himself, so he can have that safe way to play his hand without any interruption. Watson is going to, we saw there obviously, even if they did get the jump on him, he's pretty tanky, and once he's able to start work on his Satanic, it's definitely likely that unless all 5 of Falcons are really going at him, he'll probably survive through the stun.
He should be able to, yes. And DM overall now will have a blink very soon too, so I want to see him also be able to play a little more aggressive, because it's been a bit passive from him. He's just been able to sit back and farm, which is fine, but he's gotten caught a few times because of it. They need ways to be able to enable Watson a little bit better so that he can actually stand his ground with the Satanic and stuff. BKB also now finished up on staking. He is transitioning, starting to become that kind of that 4th core in a way. Similar to what Falcons likes to do a lot of times.
Yeah, you can never underestimate the damage that can come out from the Enchantress as these moments pass. There's so many things that Cloud9 have to consider when they look for their way into the fight. I guess the good news is for them that they do have multiple jumps themselves, right? The blink on DM, the hook shot.
Now they do, yeah.
And now, obviously, no one. He's going to be the first probably to go in each and every time on his Earth Spirit.
I kind of want to see one of the supports on Cloud9 maybe get like a 4-staff or something just to be able to reposition, because if they're able to just get these type of chain stuns and just instant burst somebody, it's a big problem. So if they can at least just stop that for a quick second or something there, it could be huge. Because I see even Malrine, I believe he just picked up a blink too. So Falcons is looking to just detonate a hero immediately on the first stun.
Yeah, this could be quite the explosive fight. Falcons, 5-man smoke heading straight towards Cloud9, but Cloud9, they're through the twin gate.
The Roche is going to start respawning soon. 40 seconds. They're both looking to prepare for it.
Yeah, Falcons can set things up down here. I guess when it spawns, it's going to be close to moving to the other side of the map. Yep. So just really a case of who sets up on which corner.
Ooh.
Coming back through here, Cloud9. At least Fishman starting to tentatively lead the way.
Trying to catch the back line is pretty important. Fishman has a ward available.
Watson from the tree line. I mean, Skeeter. Maori's going to hunt things out in the trees. He's going to find Watson, try and force some sort of reaction from him. Watson trying to stand his ground, but takes a heavy amount of burst hit from the Chakram. Now there's the jump as well. The Dragon Tail. Watson needs help. He needs it now. The curse comes out, but Maori pops the BKB. So he's able to continue to lay down the damage onto Watson, take out the Luna. Now turn towards Katomia. Amar gets caught by the silence, but they're running towards DM. DM has to put the BKB himself. Maori's killing off the backline, stays on top of Katomi, finishes off the Wyvern, and now he's ready to swing back over and help the rest of the team chase down more. DM has to run.
He's 70 seconds without Watson. They can look to either go for the Roche or pressure here. Falcon's just too good at executing these fights. Very well. I mean, Malrine just continues.
He's feeling very, very confident with the amount that he's typing. Amar, he'll get the catch on towards DM. They're bringing in the damage. DM caught by the Dragon Tail. He's out as well. 3 dead. And the 2 of them, as you point out, they don't have buyback. No buyback on Watson or DM. They're short on the gold.
Oh, and they're just decimating them and dancing on them in these fights. It's similar like last time. It really is. They know exactly how to approach these fights. Malrine just jumps in, gives the information with the Shivas, and just forces so many problems. Cloud9 don't want to make the first move, and they're getting punished because of it.
This is going to be a heavy push coming in from Falcons. They're going to be able to take quite a lot here from Cloud9.
There's just no way to protect Watson, it feels like.
This mid-Brax, it's gone for sure. We'll see how much more they can take whilst Watson and DM are down.
Falcons they're too good at coordinating these fights. Cloud9, it feels like they have to start doing something a bit chaotic to not allow Falcons just cast all their spells freely. They have to just try to start fights in more of a chaotic manner to let Watson actually play his hero. Because he just died, 100-0.
I could not quite save him.
And it's never really going to be the case with the Cold Embrace or with that Curse versus these heroes. If they get the BKB up first, they're going to be able to just pierce through it. And now Roche, it's up.
I think
scary
Cloud9, they've got to try and tackle this. They can't sit back and let this go to Falcons. They need to look for the fight at the Roche pit.
Look at Amar's item build. Something I don't think you'll see too often from any other Mars player, but very interesting stuff going on here. Crazy catch range that he can use on his Yules. Everything's increased AoE. This is an interesting approach.
All right, let's see if it pays off. So far, so good. They're sitting at a 16k lead, and they're on the verge of taking this Roche, unless Cloud9 can do something crazy.
He can play so far back and jump the back line.
No one's going to try scouting things out. Rolls in immediately, but Maureen, he's ready to respond. Gets to jump over towards Fishman. Fishman drops the cogs down, but Fishman, he's going down for sure. See if Falcons can look to chase out more. The Sun's there, but no one quick with the BKB. He's going to roll in aggressively, look to start the fight back. DM's in with the control on towards Maureen, but Maureen puts the BKB. Watson hasn't got enough damage at this stage to take the Timberson down. The arena's there. The spirit of the two of them. Amar able to catch both as they burn through DM. Watson's BKB soon to come to an end. He's got to start backing away here with no one. Skeeter does with the Dragon Tail. The curse is out, but Skeeter puts the BKB before so he can continue to beat into no one. Turn towards Kataomi in the tree line. The Cold Embrace ain't going to save him as Kataomi's out as well. Only Watson getting out alive, and Fishman, it's a dieback from him.
Oh, and they're just too damn good at executing these fights. Cloud9 tries to cause this type of panic. They tried to do the chaos. Again, Falcons, they just danced on it. Amar patiently waiting in the sidelines till those BKBs go down. He gets the two crucial targets. Watson's able to reset, but the damage is done. 4 heroes gone.
And they just don't have the buybacks yet. DM still short on the money. Same to be said for Watson. Even if he goes in and tries to stop them, he's only going to have one chance of slowing down this push from Falcons. Cloud9, are they even going to get a chance to come in with one final fight here in their attempt to hold on in the International? The top racks are gone. Amar and Maureen working on the bottom set.
Might be one last try in 15 seconds, but it might just be a Megas already afterwards.
With the fortification that they're going to have one more fight in this Cloud9. It has to be better than anything we've ever seen from them so far this series.
Maureen just pops the BKB. Won't be able to finish up the Mega Creeps. Respawns are coming out, no one.
Oh, Watson. He's got to be careful if Falcons are backing off.
Can they stop the TP?
It's going to be tempting. Maureen, he's already out. They weren't able to reach in and punish the TP out right underneath their noses. Get away. Spear as well, stopping no one from getting a catch onto Amar. They just cannot punish Falcons as Falcons. They'll safely retreat. I mean, Falcons, they didn't finish off the bottom set of racks, though, so Mega Creeps aren't up quite yet against Cloud9.
When was the last time that Cloud9 got a core kill? It's been 18 minutes since they've been able to find any of the core heroes on the side of Falcons. It's just supports. Every single one of these fights, they just tank the spells, and then the cores are just able to reign supreme. And it's just over and over again that they're able to get these resets as well, too. A telescope now for Amar, getting up these tier 4 neutrals and Roche. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in time.
I think this time around, they've just got to let it go. Can they really make it to Roche in time? Or do they have to just settle for the high ground?
They're going to be able to scout it at the least constantly with
That's
these rockets.
true. They might be tempted. But Amar and Maureen, they're ready with the counterplay, hiding in this tree line.
Can Fishman go for some type of steal play? Falcons is
It might be worth trying for it. But I'm saying that, though, he, of course, his buyback's on cooldown, so would be him out for good if he does go for that sort of play. I mean,
He's
DM
opening
and
up the
Fishman are
slots.
tempted.
There, he just put 2 backpack bracers. Okay, put him back in. Falcons is...
It's slowing Falcons down a little bit. They keep backing out of the pit in anticipation of the fight. They're quickly to collapse back in and take the Aegis, take Roshan down. Falcons in prime position now to go for that killing blow.
Snaky has a moon shard as well, too. I mean, the damage is coming out from everybody on this lineup is absurd. Just who do you go for it at this point, really, on Cloud9? Like, you need to just try to find this back line, but the front line is the issue, too. Oh, a bottle drop.
Amplified damage set up here for Watson.
This could be crucial. They need all the damage
they
can get, it feels like.
This gives them a little bit of a hope.
Small. Very small. See if they can execute it on the high ground here. Falcons, they seem to be ready to go in.
They do.
Level 25 on Maureen.
Snake King trying to get some information first.
Oop, little awkward there.
They're going to back off. The hook trusting. Catch on the Snakey, but Maureen's in straight around towards Fishman. No one's going to look to back Fishman up. Rolls forward with the BKB. They get the burst strike, connects on towards Amar, but Fishman's gone. Watson moves in with the Eclipse, but they get the jump on him with the Dragon Tail. He's caught, and Watson stands his ground, or at least attempts to do
so
Watson,
against
trouble.
the DK, and he's succeeding. Skinner's getting brought down, like they're taking him down once. Can they do it again? He's still got the BKB ready to go. Over towards the arena. They managed to kill Amar off. Immediate buyback comes out for no one as Cloud9 know with Amar gone. Maybe this is their chance to take a fight and to hold on in this game. Watson pushing forward. Can they find more in the tree line? Blast will catch over towards the trees, but Skeeter, he's in onto Kataomi. The curse is there, but the damage with the impetus of bringing Kataomi down low. Will get the cold embrace off. Kataomi tries to scramble back over towards teammates, but he'll get left behind. Kataomi out for 50. Buybacks available.
Skinner. Looks like he wants to try to continue chasing Watson.
Oh, and they found him! Skeeter's in with the Dragon Tail. Watson's not going to be getting back to the base right now. The buybacks are coming out. They're trying to save him, but Watson's gone. Out for 90. No one. He's got them coming in with a burrow trap, but they just don't have the damage to kill Falcons off as Maureen survives. No one at DM are gone. GG is called. Falcons take the series 2-0, and it's the end of the line here for Cloud9.
They're just too good at team fighting. Even that one where it looks like Cloud9 at the disadvantage maybe can get some of these kills. It doesn't matter. The fight takes too long. They're able to reset constantly. This team's unbelievable right now, especially when they're getting given these heroes. They're super stuffy heroes. They're Grandmaster heroes. They just look so comfortable. And this last pick, Timber, it really just seemed like it did everything. Malrine, super confident.
We saw it, we heard it from him as well throughout the game in the all chat. They felt very comfortable throughout this one, Falcons. I mean, and Cloud9, it was a closer effort compared to game one. You know, we saw up until the mid-game, keeping on level with the progress of Falcons, but that really didn't matter when it came to the end of it all. Falcons knowing how to break out, break ahead, and once they started to get ahead, there was just no stopping them.
No, it feels like Falcons just really, they understood how to take the team fights in multiple of these situations, right? Malrine just jumps in, pops the Shivas, gets vision, forces a weird reaction that kind of comes from Cloud9 to like reveal some of their heroes, and then they jump with everybody else. So yeah, just beautiful execution from Falcons and big hugs around.
That was a tough one here for Cloud9. They had some great showings earlier on in the International, but the two series back-to-back, knocking them down to lower bracket and then down out of the tournament. There have been some pretty brutal games from them, Fold.
Yeah, but you know, these former teammates and stuff like that, these hugs, this is what we love, you know, the Dota scene, our community, it's still there, even if they do bad manner a bit in the alt chat, the hugs are still gonna come out afterwards.
Falcons, I mean, the wins that they are getting in this lower bracket run, I mean, it's absolutely of the caliber and the level that you can see this team just making a clean sweep right up until the grand finals that they continue this on. Falcons looking as hot as ever as they continue their lower bracket run.
Falcons absolutely dominating the lower bracket once again. I'm here with Amar. Is anybody going to stop you on your way to those grand finals?
It's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. No.
The confidence! I love that. All right. You've had a really good year, you know, multiple top places at multiple huge events. I want to ask, is this starting to feel the same like those events you've won in the past?
I would say I don't want to jinx it, so I will just say it. I mean, this tournament is like really nice, like it's huge. Like first time playing like main stage TI is really nice, and for us, like we're starting to get in the zone, I think. So hopefully, yeah, we will like get into mood into winning the tournaments that we won as well.
Excellent stuff. You guys are looking very much in the zone, reminiscent of some of those earlier dominations in this lower bracket so far. Were you ever worried in these games about giving away these heroes with really high win rates like the Sand King, like the Luna? Any concern from you guys at all?
No, I think we understand what we need to do, and if we can't break these heroes, then if we can break these heroes, we can easily just win the tournament, and that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to break everything we can.
Break everything on your way there. I love that mentality. It's going great for you so far. Finally from me, how important is it for you to balance the meta with your own playstyle? Because you do have your own playstyle, Falcons. You like to play your own heroes. How hard is it to find that balance for you?
After last loss in Riyadh Masters, I was bullied into buying auras every game. So there is no more for me to have my own playstyle, and I'm just now buying Pipe, Crimson, Greaves, just that's it. I have no more. They just bully me. They say, why you don't carry us with this? So I'm like, okay, I'll just play like this.
Oh man, Amar getting bullied, that's a shame. All right, I lied, it's not my last question actually. I do want to ask you one more thing. She had a lot to say in the game, but also, do you have anything to say to Cloud9? You know, now that you've eliminated them from the tournament, you know, it's over. Do you have anything to say about the guys you just played against?
I love Cloud9, you know, my former teammates there. and I also stood in with them previously. So yeah, I think they're a good team, and you know, like they just unlucky they get us to face against us, and hope for them like the best in the future.
Amar the Friendly, thank you very, very much. Guys, give it up for Falcons, for Amar, as they move on in the tournament. Thank you very much, and we will send it back to the panel.
Yeah, he's referring, of course, to former Creepwave players. Now, Malrine on his team, also former Creepwave players, and Amar and the rest of Falcons moving forward here in the International. They'll play again later today, and we'll see if it was indeed a spoiler, making it not just to the finals, but also the final day tomorrow, if Falcons can do it again. This game, though, I do want to focus on Amar to start with, Lacoste, because I thought his confidence that we just saw in words was very noticeable in his play as well.
Oh, absolutely. He played out of his mind. He is talking about the auras. Broodmother bought 4 auras in game number 1. In the second game, he did go for, you know, a little bit of fun items. He did pick up the Psychic Headband as his neutral item, Yule Scepter that got him a lot of the kills, a lot of setups for his own spear. Enough times so Dragonite can get in with a Blink Dagger, get a secondary stun as well. He also did buy Ether Lens, Bloodstone. He was having a lot of fun, but, you know, if auras are the items that are super strong right now, that also means they're going to get nerfed, so Amar can go back to his old playstyle.
Yeah, and we're gonna break down this game properly, but we're also gonna not make no one wait, as we will hear some final thoughts, final words from No One, who's standing by with Period.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I'm here with No One. No One, first of all, I think we're all very sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. Cloud9 made a lot of new fans here, I'm sure, not just the Brazilian ones. But in general, you guys played some great Dota, had some great performances. That must give you confidence in the future.
It is, yeah.
Fantastic. One of the things I asked a lot of the players here was who they thought one of their best players of the tournament was, and your name came up a lot. It must be nice to hear that.
I mean, it is. Yeah, but in the end we lose, and yeah, there is lots of good players, much better, I believe, right now.
Well, we'll see, but thank you for saying that. So, you guys obviously have done pretty well here at TI. You must be happy with the finish. What are you hoping to do next season?
I mean, right now I want to chill because I gave my best this summer, 3 months of non-stop playing Dota, being in shape, and I'm proud of myself, I'm proud of my team. We have done a great job, and we are tired, I guess. We deserve to chill, and then we'll decide.
So you're going to take a well-earned break. Well, I hope we do see more of you again soon. No One. Royal Arena, can we get a round of applause for Cloud9 and No One, please? Thank you. And would you like to say one last word to the Cloud9 fans out there who've been supporting you this season?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so proud to be here right now in this moment. I'm so proud to hear this like incredible crowd in front of me. It's like, it's insane. That's what I live for, actually. So thank you all, guys. You're the best.
Thank you, No One. But now back to the panel, because the tournament rolls on unstoppably.
Unstoppably, thank you very much, No One and Pyrian, as Cloud9 will end their road here. Top 6 is what they've achieved at the International, which for DM and for No One is the same as their previous results, but at least for Watson, Kataomi and Fishman, they have broken previous records, as they before did not manage to break top 12. Now they've definitely made a large statement, and can't wait to see what they do after their well-deserved rest. But we are going to focus in a little bit on the game we just watched, because it was, Tigov, a way closer game than we had of the first one of the series.
It was, for sure. I think Cloud9, they put on a much better showing, but fundamentally, they just still weren't able to get DM into the game. Like, they put the Sanking to the off lane, he's getting picked off quite a lot, and Falcons identified the fact that Earth Spirit, sure, he can be a playmaker, but they have the stuns to shut him down. The real X factor will be from the Sanking. The early Bloodstone timing, the epicenters. If he can really make a statement, then Watson with his incredible farming pattern will be able to, bring Cloud9 into a winning position. So they shut DM down, and he wasn't able to shine. He ended the game 1-8-7. So yeah, unfortunately, I think that the entire series was Cloud9 not helping DM get into the game, and maybe a little bit of DM not helping himself get into the game. But again, between those things, that was the key takeaway for me.
Yeah, especially pre-pipe. If the Sand King had a better game, he could have done so much damage to Falcon's draft, but they did not allow him to get to that point. But Falcons, man oh man, do they play well behind Skeeter. And Skeeter truly was the hero of the series for me. On his DK, on his blink rushes, he sets all of the tempo for his team. The second he gets that, he's getting pick after pick after pick. They're playing behind him, they're playing the map, they're able to split push. He's finding the goes on Luna. Even when the net worth equalized and Falcons were pressuring that high ground a little bit, he gets the instant blink on Luna, which caught Watson completely off guard, forced his BKB, forced his Eclipse. They disengaged off of that. And I do want to give a special shout out as well to Snake King on that Enchantress. He had BKB, Hurricane Pike, Moonshard. He was dishing out the DPS, ended the game with more damage dealt than his DK actually.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see them run there. As you called it, Lacoste, their bread and butter lineup. We have 2 Grandmasters in this game on the side of Falcons, and the comfort that they have with this playstyle, these heroes, it definitely shone through.
For sure, because you have these 3 beefy boys that are not going to die from 100 to 0. There are no heroes that can instantly kill them. And their teamfight execution is the best we've seen so far at the International, I would say. The way they're spreading, not allowing Kataomi to use a big curse. We saw like 2-man curses. They're using the BKBs, also creating chaos. So Kataomi is not having a game at all. He was kind of forced to buy these defensive items. He had a Blink Dagger, was trying to go for a BKB instead of dealing the damage. Quite a difficult game for him. You have these 3 insanely tanky heroes just being in front and not caring because they know they can reset. They can pop these pipes, they can use the Yule Scepter cookie if somebody's getting focused, the Hurricane Pike from Enchantress, and reset multiple times.
I mean, Falcons, it's like you want to respect the Mirana, you need to respect the DK. You have to think about 24-pick Timber Swords, the raids as well. Like, drafting against them, it takes so much time and effort that like only a couple teams can truly break them down, right? Like, they've won so many tournaments in the year, and yeah, unfortunately for Cloud9, they weren't able to break down the kind of predictability of Falcons. But even, you know it's coming, but you still can't beat it.
I will say they did, Effie, go down in their own style with their own flair.
They did, and I love that. And I love that they make statements with their playstyle, the support heroes they pick. They don't feel the need to conform the way that other teams do, and it's always the teams that are not afraid to innovate and not afraid to step outside of the meta that make it very far. We've seen XG have success, for example, with their hero picks that don't work for anybody else. So the future is very bright for C9. Ultimately, though, it's Falcons. They're so good at everything. You forget about Timbersaw. You don't ban it when you're setting up for your Spirit. You ban Sniper plus Huskar instead. Boom, you get Timbersaw.
Yeah, there was a period where before Falcons even existed, when you were playing against Amar, you would always first phase ban the Timbersaw. And now on Falcons, you've got Malrine and Amar, both Timbersaw Grandmasters, both Mars Grandmasters. And it's scary, Lacoste, that they can pull it out here. And even though we thought that during the year, these type of heroes were kind of nerfed, so they weren't as strong and they weren't first ban material as much, it's scary that they can just pull it out here and it's just almost unanswered.
Yeah, in the high-stake games, it doesn't matter as much. Like we've seen meta changing quite a lot from Road to TI with the Sniper being super popular as a position 4. Now you have all these different heroes that they have level 30 on. And we also saw Ame, who's playing his different heroes, his Morta, his Faceless Void, wherever it's necessary to get the dub. So they're not afraid to take on the stage and bring the big guns, and that's what I want to see from the top teams.
Yeah, we're going to see another person who's not afraid to take the stage, as it is Purge that we're heading to.
Thanks, Cheever. I talked this morning a little bit about the mid matchup and how important it is for this match, and that last pick Timber was super effective due to the fact that it kind of counters just about every hero on the Cloud9 side. And if we take a look at how the lane shaped up at the very beginning, it was basically just Malrine beating on no one and using Whirling Death. And it's very effective against this hero because it's going to lower his temporary strength, which is his base damage, and his HP. And check out this body blocking in a really crucial moment here. No one realizing he's in trouble, he actually plants a tree and it gets cut down instantly by Malrine. So he doesn't have a tango going while he's trying to get back to his tower. This death sets him back a little bit in the laning stage, and then it kind of transitions from there. He basically pulls the creeps away from Malrine whenever possible, uses his skills from long range to secure last hits, because he just can't play in melee range against him. He even had some nice water rune pickups here to help offset this disadvantage, knowing that he was going to get counterpicked with the last pick. I love how he drags the little range creep with, so he can bring it with him to snack on it a little bit later after getting both water runes. And ultimately, this ends up culminating in some big team fights. No one did have some good rotations bottom, but Maureen did the same thing. He got like 5 kills from this point in the game. And it was at this stage that no one was actually pretty tanky. So Falcons focusing on him at the start of the fight and him surviving actually gave them a good setup to win team fights. And as the game progressed, Watson did a great job carrying. He had tons of net worth, lots of kills. But by the end of the game, all they had to do was kill Watson, and then most of the damage for Cloud9 was gone. So I just think C9 had a great game here. They played against a counter matchup, and they did a great job to keep it even for a very, very long time. But ultimately, Falcons is just the better team.
Thank you, Purge. Sometimes it is just the better team that wins, and that was the case here today for Falcons Cloud9. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of Cloud9, but we're definitely going to see a lot more of Falcons, as they are not yet out. They continue their run in the lower bracket, and we can take a look at that bracket because it is quite scary. We now have 5 teams remaining here, T.
Yeah, and the upcoming series, Tundra versus Extreme. Coming into the upper bracket, people were excited, the journey of Tundra with the stand-in, and then Gaming, he put them to the lower bracket so quickly. That game 2 was, whoo! And then Extreme, they're finding form. Every single series after beating out Team Spirit, they're getting better, they're getting crisper, they're identifying the meta, they're changing their kind of slightly more clunky play style of the group stage to now be, a slightly higher paced team. So yeah, this series is like Tundra losing some wind, Extreme picking it up. Yeah.
And I do want to address the elephant in the room, which is Cloud9 and Tundra came from the same group in the road to the International, which people argued was the weakest group at that point. They both started in upper bracket. They both got 2-0'd in upper bracket. So it's going to be a big question as well for Tundra, whether or not they can cut it with the teams that have been consistently getting top 4 all year.
Yeah, on the bright side for Tundra, the reason Falcons is in this lower bracket, Lacoste, are them.
Yeah, that is true. And if Tundra Esports win against Extreme Gaming, they are going to be facing Falcons, which I think Falcons will be very happy about that one.
They probably will. They probably would love to get some.
Get that
some
rematch,
revenge,
yes.
For sure. We'll see though, because between Tundra and Falcons facing each other, there is one big opponent there in the middle, and that is Extreme Gaming. This is a squad that has made their mark, but they are looking to go further. So it is time for both of these teams to take the stage to determine which one of these teams will become top 4.
Welcome on stage, Tundra Esports.
We got Pure, we got Thompson, Ramsey, Sexa, Whitemon, and Coach Moon Meander as they walk towards their booth. They are ready to start their run in the lower bracket, only getting knocked down yesterday, but not out, as I'm sure they are ready to fight their formidable opponents in Extreme Gaming.
Welcome on stage, Extreme Gaming.
We got Ame, XM, MaxXS, ZQ, GY, and Coach Maps taking the stage opposite of Tundra. One best of 3, and this team is familiar with the lower bracket. Extreme Gaming has already eliminated defending champions Team Spirit. Aurora, can they do the same to Tundra right here, right now? We'll see if they have what it takes. It definitely looked good for them yesterday on this stage, and they are looking to repeat that result as we keep having 2 O's on this main stage. I'm hoping that both these teams in play style will match up nicely against each other in that regard. T-Gov, how would you define the play style that we are about to watch for both these teams going head to head?
I mean, if you want to start from the mid lane, it's going to be the quirkiness of the mid lane. We've already multiple times throughout this TI praised XM on his hero pool, and of course Topson, he mirrors it in his own style. Like, both like to play sniper, both play like the weird heroes, but we'll see what happens there. In regards to timing though, I think Tundra should have a better matchup against Extreme due to the fact.
And you mentioned the sniper tee. XM is a sniper specialist, but so is Topson. And I just wanted to settle the debate, who is the best sniper in the world? So I looked at their career stats with sniper, and XM with 40 total games played has a 72.5% win rate. So this is the sniper player of the tournament, best sniper player in the world. Just don't give it away to him anymore.
And that's the thing. I think going back to the previous point, like Sniper is a lane winner in certain matchups. And I don't think that should really be happening in this series because, you know, Extreme, they like to play a relatively slower game. They're really good at punishing their opponent, but they don't play like Liquid or Gaming where like at 10, 15 minutes when they beat their opponent, they keep reminding them. They're like, hi, we're in your jungle, hi, you know, they kind of stabilize it a bit. And that's why Tundra, they got destroyed due to high pace. That's why, of all the series, this probably should be a 3-game one based on their kind of mirroring playstyles to some degree.
Yeah, Tundra, they got destroyed yesterday. This was their worst showing. They got, I would say, surprised with all the picks that Gaming did have. In this one, I want to see some more aggressiveness. I think the playstyle will be much better matched when it comes down to Extreme Gaming. But Extreme Gaming, I would say, when it comes down to being the most clutch team, we always talk about Team Spirit. They are eliminated. They are the ones who eliminated Team Spirit. It also comes down to their execution. This team, post 30 minutes, their teamfight execution, almost flawless.
I agree entirely. Extreme Gaming is not talked about enough as a comeback team because they've pulled off so many team fights from net worth deficits, from positions that they've created for themselves. So they're not only a team that can be considered good in the mid game and the late game, but they're also good at comebacks, which is why you want to bring more tempo to them than they bring to you. Tundra yesterday showed us, though, that they did suffer a little bit when Pure was shut down. I think for me, the biggest takeaway that I had was when Gaimin were bringing their heroes through the gate and running at Pure's lane, kicking him out of that lane early, Tundra just did not have comfortable play. So if Extreme watched that, that's something to build off of already.
Extreme Gaming, they never put themselves on a timer. We saw a lot of these 4-protect-1 strategies that sometimes fall short when you are unable to execute 30 minutes in. They always have some kind of a backup. Ame's been playing these late-game carries, Faceless Void, we've seen Muerta, we've seen Medusa against the Team Spirit in game number 3, and also XM. He's playing Sniper, he's playing heroes that are going to scale from the mid lane.
Also, one thing with Extreme is I think they're one of the few teams that morph into their opponent very, very quickly in regards to their drafts. And you know, we're seeing some heroes picked here. You know, the Mars 80% win rate for Tundra, 80% as well for Extreme. But I think mainly on Extreme's hero pool, it changes very quickly based on their opponent. And that is honestly one of my biggest praises. Like against Liquid, they didn't really know what was coming for them, and they get thrown to the lower bracket. And then the 2 series after, like Spirit's a big team fight team, yet they then go for like strong lanes and don't allow them to hit the team fight. Against Aurora, they're a late game team. But then Extreme is only picking big team fight. If you want to go late, we'll out late game you. And the fact that you can see 3 different series, 3 different types of a team, that is testament to the coaching team, to the fact that they are willing to play any style. And I don't think there's many teams left at TI that can go from a late game to a quick, and like they are so versatile.
They really are, and they bring their own creativity as well. Like, we've talked about Ame's confidence in calling for these carry picks. You mentioned the Faceless Void. There's the Muerta that only ever looked good when they played it. But also, there are support bans that you have to consider when you play against Extreme. We saw Tinker getting prioritized in the first phase versus DY. There's also this Tusk that you have to think about, that, or this Marcy for Xinkyu. He makes them look so good. There are just so many routes that XG can take in that first phase.
I think Xinkyu feels the same way, the way Amar feels about the offlane, because what he's building right now are these Vlad, Solar Crest, AC items that he's not really enjoying. These are team items. This is the guy that has been one of the most creative position force out there with the Baboka. He tends to do his own stuff in the game, but kind of forced in this position. But if it gets the job done, at the end of the day, it's all good.
Would you say that that's the same style that Saxa has as well? Because in terms of those 2 supports and how they match up with their respective offlaner, I kind of feel with that in mind, Teague, of XXS and Ramses are a little bit, oftentimes, maybe left alone a little bit more.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think the way that these teams play, it opens up for cores to have. Like, you can see in any game, any core on both of these teams can become like the big player of the game. Like Rams can have his offlane game where he's like the Night Stalker. XSS on his like Mars can also step up, and it's because of like the foundations of both teams are so good that at any minute it has those moments. And just to warn you guys, okay, Topson again, creative player. Recently, in the last 24 hours, he has played one hero 4 times that I don't think we've seen yet from the mid lane.
Hey, what's up? What is it? Don't keep us in
Silencer.
suspense. What?
Silencer. He's played 4 mid-game Silencer games. He won all 4 of them, and he's going Gleipnir Rush or Hurricane.
Were they bot games?
No, he's doing stellar. So I'm just warning you. Like, normally how Topson operates is he likes a hero, he plays it a lot.
He likes silencing.
And then he goes to his coach, and before back on the OG days, like he's like, pick me up, Warden, I don't care, same logic. We might just randomly see a new hero pop up into this lower bracket game. I was about to say grand finals. But
And when we talk about the players who play a lot of Dota, Ame has played 78 matches in the last 8 days, plus also the scrims and also the official matches. And he has some interesting heroes as well that he has played. The Sloan Druid that we've seen from Gaming Gladiators yesterday, so that's definitely on the radar. But the big ones that he's been playing is this Huerta that we said multiple times, Spectre that he could possibly bring that out, as we've seen Aurora using that hero to get some dubs as well. But also compare him to Pure, I would say that Pure had some of the best carry performances, some like really clutch moments so far at the TI. Also, if we go back to Riyadh Masters, I would say that he has the best carry performance at that tournament as well. He is very aggressive, and what I like about him, he risks. Like, he's going to take a lot of risk when he plays carries, and that's what I want to see on the stage.
Yeah, it's the type of plays where you either feed and everyone goes, oh, that's just a classic Pure death at this situation, or it's the game-winning move. And that volatility is something that Tundra has harnessed over time. He has, I think, improved as a player. But yeah, going up against Ame, you always know there's going to be that one moment where he is going to shine.
I will say, when you brought up the Lone Druid, Lacoste, I did get a little bit of a flashback to yesterday. Because one thing that Tundra struggled with yesterday against Gaming Gladiators was Lone Druid, but then also in combination with a lot of extra heroes that just bring that extra push. We heard them call it the Zoo meta coming out. Moon said we just banned out a bunch of Zoo heroes in the next game to try and remedy that. But at the end of the day, that is something, that amount of push was something that Tundra at that time could not deal with very well.
Oh, they definitely watched that series and saw some, extra holes in the armor that they could potentially exploit. Alchemist, that's the hero that can bring the speed. You talked about the Zoo. XXS, one of his most successful heroes, is Visage, has 80% win rate, plays it extremely well. If they want to play, some Alchemist position 4, whatever it's necessary. DY, he has quite a lot of these position 5 heroes that deal tower damage as well. So they can speed things up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think Extreme Gaming are a team that would full commit to Zoo the way that Gaimin does, but I love the Visage shout out. There's also Enigma that can function as a a semi-Zoo hero running down a lane with his Eidolons. You put a Tinker behind him, you're bringing the tempo. Also, back in the day, they lost to Broodmother. I gotta say, back in the day, XXS used to be known as the best Broodmother in the world, so maybe he could just have a re-emergence of this hero at this tournament too.
That could be. You want me to give another case of why the series could be a very even one, T-Gov?
Please
they
do.
have faced each other this year, 5 series totally, and it's a very, very nice split in terms of series. 2-1 as in 2 series win for Extreme, 2 series win for Tundra, and 1 tie. It's perfectly balanced.
Yeah, again, like tactically, they feel like relatively the same team, and that's why I don't think Tundra is going to change too much from what they've done so far, but Extreme have already shown that ability to change. It's going back to the whole idea of like the Zoo, it would be surprising if any team was suddenly going to the level that gaming's going at. I think that is a very volatile thing to do in the penultimate day of the International, to try and take a Zoo strategy that takes so much time to craft. But I hope that we see a little bit of flair coming from XG and just going back to the foundations of why Tundra is here.
Yeah, and that 4 versus 5 you said, that's their result in games, not in series, which is why those numbers are slightly different. Now, with both of these teams being so nicely even in playstyle, we can expect a lot of them, and we learned a lot about them yesterday as well. There is one big thing that could potentially determine the outcome of the game already, and that is the draft. So let's get going.
Tundra Esports versus Extreme Gaming. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Extreme Gaming starting this series on the Radiant side with first pick. Tundra will start this series on... Tundra starts on the Radiant side with second pick and Extreme with first pick on the Dire side. So basically the way it always is. Whoever's Radiant gets overall last pick. And we are in the ban phase already. And in terms of heroes we won't be seeing, I don't think anybody is surprised to see that Thompson's Invoker is removed from the pool. I do think a lot of people are sad, but look,
yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to see it. Thompson, too good of a player. Two heroes I'm looking in the first phase for Extreme Gaming, Mirana and Tusk. Both are still going to be available, so they get to choose which one they want to take.
And Tinker as well.
Tinker as well. The DY's Tinker is really mean. He takes a lot of farm. That's why we see Jin-Q not getting the priority, not getting all of his items that he maybe wants to buy in the game, but they looked pretty impressive every single time they played Tinker.
And Tundra still having some memories of the series last night, because this is the first time that against Extreme, Visage is banned against them in the first phase. Like normally, Extreme likes to go for the Naga Siren, the Treant Protector, the Tusk, the Mirana, the Tinker. They've never gone for a first pick Visage, but Tundra already going, you know what? We'll take it away in the first phase when we have the bans available. In the second phase, when we have a single ban, we now don't have to think about it, but it does open up for the comforts of Extreme to bleed into the first pick.
And for Tusk, this is a hero that is picked so many times with such a high win rate. Incredibly strong start, as Tundra's start is going Sniper.
The battle for Sniper.
Oh yes.
Did they hear us showing that graphic?
Yeah, I think so. I think Thompson wants to prove a point. If it is Thompson that will play it, I know there is a potential flex potential. We have seen Saxa play it this week as well. But maybe indeed. Maybe.
Matter of pride.
Yes.
It's got to be the mid sniper. You've got to show XM that you're going to take his sniper and beat him with it.
You picked Sniper against the best sniper team in the world, I would say. They know how to counter this hero. They know the matchups.
That's the risky part.
And again, but the thing with Sniper is support Sniper and core Sniper are very different. Support Sniper, you need to have a winning lane. You need a team that wants to play into the map aggressively and continue hunting for your opponent. If the game ever stabilizes, you always wish you had a support in the 4 realm that could do something else, play for pickoff, play a wider map. But from the mid lane, you normally punish most mid laners, you prevent them from being active in the early game, and then you become an additional core that you need to somehow find the sniper whilst killing off the carry, surviving the initiation from the offlane. Hence why it is such a high value here at the moment, because, yeah, again, I prefer it in the mid. I'm hoping it is mid, because I think the win rate on support is like sub 40%, and from mid it's easily above 50.
Yeah, for Saxa this event so far, the win rate is 0%. So.
Yep.
It's a tough one. We got ourselves a Luna removed from the pool and a Willow, and that is unusual, Effie. Normally we don't see Willow banned.
It is, but when you think about Mars as a hero, he functions very well with Sniper, and one of his best combinations in the game is Dark Willow. So this Dark Willow just could be preparation for in case the Ramses Mars does come out, because if it does, then it's telegraphing a mid-Sniper.
I think if Tundra doesn't pick up Mars, Extreme Gaming will. These are the two teams that utilize the hero extremely well. Ramses, he had a pretty small hero pool when it comes down to him playing at the Riyadh Masters. He did expand his hero pool, adding some new heroes like Kunkka. He did play Alchemist off lane, and did surprise Falcons with that Night Stalker pick. So he has some of these pocket picks that he could bring to the table if it's necessary.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that Night Stalker makes a re-emergence, especially if XM goes for some puck on 18. Like, he does have a specific hero pool in his Viper, in his Sniper, in his Razor, but often on the overall 18 pick, which is the second phase where they close it out, he will go for Storm or puck. That's what they were doing during group stages.
In Tundra right now, they have the option of, I'd like to see them maybe pick the 5 to keep the draft a little bit more open. You don't want to go offlane and maybe get a counter pick so quickly. But again, the difficulty with the 5 pick here is you might go for the Omni Knight for Whiteman to push the hero forward. If Sniper's mid, getting an additional repel onto the Sniper will help a lot in the clutch moments. Or there's still the Elder Titan that Whiteman's played a lot.
Shadow Demon for me is the big one. This
It's still
hero
available,
is
yeah.
still available. Hero that does pretty much everything, but it's just going to be Mars. It's too good of a pick. It took them a little bit more time to think about it because we said it's going to be highly contested in this game. Now you need some kind of vision. You have save with the Tusk, but you need vision inside the arena.
I have a question.
Yes.
If Willow was banned out to not make that strong combination with the Mars for Tundra, why wouldn't they just ban out the Mars?
I fully agree, but I'm expecting Extreme has already assumed Tundra will automatically go for Mars, because if Tundra don't take Mars, Extreme will go Mars +1. Therefore, it's like, okay, don't ban the Mars, let them have it, and then we know what lane it is instantly. And that was kind of my concern if Tundra did go for this route, because you know what the offlaner is, there's no flexibility with Mars. Mars Sniper or Mars plus any 4, it's going to be the same thing. I'd like to think Extreme just want Tundra to draft in an expected way.
But also, they've let Mars through on Extreme. They've run crazy things like Undying plus Medusa. They have their own take on how to beat Mars on lane, and if they take away something like a Willow, they want that combo up because that means that they're going to pick a mobility-based laner from either the mid lane or the carry, and Brambles are so annoying versus mobility heroes.
And here it is. It's like, congratulations, you got your Mars, but now you're going to be laning into a Drinking Buddies Tusk with the Shadow Fiend, just constantly pushing down the Mars. And don't forget, what was it, Extreme versus Heroic, where Extreme takes a fight in their own triangle, they clutch up, get 3 or 4 kills, walk down mid, Arme just hits tier 3, tier 4, boom, Ancient's gone. Like, it is scary, and Jakiro, we don't see that.
We don't see 2 range heroes often in the safe lane. It's also a flex pick, but I think the Shadowfin is going to be played by Ame in the safe lane, securing the lane, quite a lot of slows, something that Mars doesn't like to play into. And you also have Requiem, so when he drops down the arena, you're a BKB buyer, an early one, you can use that Requiem and try to fear them away from the big team fight. And I like this a lot. I think they're never going to lack damage, they have a good Roche taking potential.
And this Jakiro gives them extra flexibility in the draft because now on this 18 pick, they could see what Tundra do here, and if instead of picking for XM, they could pick something for XXS. They could go for a Visage or Enigma, and if they choose to do that based on what Tundra pick here, then they can move the Tusk to position 4, play Jakiro with the Shadow Fiend. So it's a very good idea to set up for their overall last pick this phase.
Yeah, and for Tundra, they need to, if they want to keep the sniper part of the draft alive, this is where you pick the carry. Of course, Luna has been banned out by Extreme. That's often what we'd be calling here, but then they go for Shadow Demon. So Sniper is the mid lane. Clock, Shadow Demon are your supports. And I think Tundra has just invited Extreme to, please, try and fight us. If you do, we'll disrupt safe who you go on. There'll be a hook shot to turn around, plus the arena. The entire early game of Tundra after laning phase, you won't see them really make too many smoke plays, but kind of bait Extreme to make these opportunities. And yeah, Extreme now, they want to take the fight. You've got the mid lane Shadow Fiend, the carry Void. Like, this is damage absolutely everywhere.
That's why I said that this team is never gonna be able to lose in like 20 minutes, or if it comes down to 40 minutes, they will always have something. So Shadow Fiend, Faceless Void, really good scaling lineup. And they also picked Shadow Demon into Jakiro. I like Shadow Demon overall as a hero, but sometimes it can be tricky. You use that disruption. It's a pretty good setup for an Ice Path once you come out.
I really like this. I really like what they've done here, picking the Faceless Void. It's a hero that's not threatened by Mars at all, and it's also going to be their catch for this mid sniper that was confirmed by the Clockwork Shadow Demon picks in this phase. But also, what SF does mid versus sniper is that you are looking at Tundra's draft. They have a Shadow Demon. They're going to stack that triangle ridiculously, but if you can just do a +1 rotation with this SF, with those raises, you can contest those stacks early on. And let's not forget, XM at the Riyadh tournament, he was the SF player for Extreme Gaming. In this tournament, it was Ame, but he has played so much SF, and he's confidently said, if you leave me this hero, I will pick it and I will beat you with it.
Yeah, and for Extreme, the way that they pick the Faceless Void is they see a lack of tower damage early on from Tundra, a lack of map progression. So often we'd be saying, you know what, Extreme's draft is a little bit greedy. How do they get online? But how does Tundra actually punish the greed? They themselves want to be efficient. Like Effie's mentioning, make the stacks, farm the stacks. Their entire plan from laning phase is look backwards to your own jungle. Therefore, like Extreme, they're looking good. And I'm assuming the Shadow Fiend will go for maybe, is it like magic damage from the mid lane, allow your Void to carry. You see Sniper early on, quick jump onto him, but it's choice. Depending on your last pick, he easily can still go for a right click and just ball up into a clicking lineup with the.
I'm just very excited to see Shadow Fiend against Sniper, and then the Shadow Fiend played by, and what we determined based on statistics, that is the best Sniper player, so he'll know exactly how to play that lane against that Sniper.
Yeah, we've seen usually the counters for snipers were these heroes that could keep the distance, like Zeus, Keeper of the Light, when Sniper was first picked a couple of months ago as well. So you did not want to get killed. You also wanted to get some extra farm, get the stacks in your own jungle. And Magnus, I was looking at the heroes that they've been playing because he has relatively small hero pool, and if you open up his Dota Pro tracker, he did play 4 Magnus games in the last 7 days.
Might be a crazy suggestion, but I kind of want XSS to play the chaotic hero that does anything. He's played like Bristle before, but I don't think they care about teamfight anymore. They don't care about the scaling. They just want a noisy hero from the offlane. So potentially throw him on like a Bristle, throw him on a hero that can just, farm up the early stats, because Void can't farm the Ancient. Shadow Fiend also doesn't really, I mean, he can, but I feel like an early stack taker on Extreme, plus map playing hero, soak up the initiation of the Mars, and then give free entry to the fight with the Void or the Shadow Fiend. That's kind of like the archetype of the offlane I'm looking for.
Well, XXS, when he first came into the scene, it was his Legion commander that's shown brightest, but I don't know if that hero is dead.
It's pretty dead.
Oh, too bad. It would be really nice.
I mean, if you're talking about noise, we just saw a Timbersaw go overall forgotten in a draft and do a lot of damage in that last pick.
But no, yeah, like Bristleback for me sounds really exciting. It also adds goo to amp the tag team, the Drinking Buddies, the Shadow Fiend with the Void. Like, I think it adds the extra layer of complexity of how do you even beat it. And then same thing, I think Timber, sure, can work really well. But
I think Kunkka, if Kunkka's still available, right? Something cheap could be really good, something that buys auras, because you have Shadow Fiend, Faceless Void. I don't want to see something super greedy. I think it needs to be something that comes online relatively early on. And the reason why I like it so much is we've seen how good it is against the Mars in certain situations.
Ooh,
okay, second Lycan of the tournament. Aurora yesterday, they did bring it up one time, and it looked good. It looked much better than expected with the Wolf facet.
Oh, we got some animals coming out here. The wolf versus the bear.
I don't know which one I like more. Like Extreme, the Lycan, it's really exciting when you have the wolf facet, finding the Shadow Demon, constantly scouting with the wolves, the little roots. It's so obnoxious to play against. And Tundra, it's like, they do not want to get to mid to late game against Extreme's lineup. They do not want them to have 2 to 3 items on their cores, so they go for a Lone Druid. They want to try and break that offlane, prevent Lycan from having a good time. And
I have a couple of notes. I think that Lycan yesterday when Jabs played it versus Extreme completely made Sniper's game difficult in the early game, so that last pick is great for them. As for the Lone Druid, it can pose problems, but Extreme Gaming have beat Lone Druid before in games where Lone Druid has stomped them in the early game. Once, back when they were on the Azure Ray with the triple X's, they were playing versus Gaming Gladiators. Ace was completely crushing them with Lone Druid. They made the comeback and they beat him. In this tournament, they did the same thing. They beat a Lone Druid during the group stages. So if I have faith in a team to beat that hero, it is Extreme Gaming.
Both teams stole a pick, like these crazy picks from the teams that they played against yesterday. So now we have Lycan against Lone Druid, and they're going to use it to their own advantage. Extreme Gaming, it is greedy. This is Faceless Void, Lycan. Lycan, even though he comes online relatively early on, you still have Shadow Fiend on your team. Not a lot of setup in terms of how they're going to play the fights early on. So Ame, we've seen him be very active. So time zone, this is what I want to see again, where he jumps into a fight, slows them down, leashes them, and then go from there.
Massive timer for Tundra. They need to win early. The later this game goes, Extreme has the entire late game. So if you're a Tundra fan, 30 minutes on the clock, get it going. If they haven't won by then, it's going to be real difficult.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen in this first game of this best of 3 in the lower bracket. Before we head to that game, though, we're first going to check in with Coach Maps, who's talking to Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Maps, coach of Extreme, and Helen will be helping me translate because I wanted to know about how the meta has evolved. We are now on the second to last day of this event, but we've been going through the road all this time. How has the strategies, the hero picks changed over all these days?
这个比赛也打了那么多天了，我们想问一下，你对整个战术上的大趋势有什么改变，有什么看法呢？
就可能大家更注重线上，然后各个队每个队都有自己喜欢玩的东西，然后去针对嘛。
I think that everyone prioritizes the lanes, and every team has their own specialties, heroes that they love to play. So it's around that.
Well, on the topic of specialty heroes, I'm also wondering, how do you as a coach prepare for a player like Thompson, who has like an endless wealth. He can play basically any hero under the sun mid. What do you do to deal with that?
就说到喜欢打的英雄，我们想问一下，你对于对手有那么一位选手 Thompson， 游戏里面可选的英雄他都有可能玩，去怎么针对他呢？
首先他是一个英雄是非常广的选手，就也没有特意去针对他吧，只是让他的节奏可以缓和一点。我们也能猜到他可能是个火枪手，所以选了个狼人，就昨天欧罗拉教我们的嘛。
So Thompson has a super wide hero pool. He can play anything, and we did expect that he would play sniper.
Ooh.
But we took out something of our own. We picked Lycan that we learned from Aurora yesterday.
All right then, I love the creativity. Maps, best of luck in this game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
The uncrowned Prince of China still awaits a coronation that has already been denied twice. This time, standing in his way is a Royal Road Regent looking to add a third Aegis to his armory. It's Ame versus Thompson, Extreme versus Tundra. It's China versus Europe, Avery.
This match has been in the making for a long time. The funny thing is, I think these are two teams who, yeah, top 6 is great, but it is not enough for either of these squads. They want more. I don't think they're going to be satisfied with top 4. They might not even be satisfied with the top 3, but these are difficult opponents to get through to clinch that grand finals berth. This is where it all starts for both of these squads, and I think this has potential to be an absolutely explosive match. We have seen the chemistry between these two teams grow over the course of the tournament. We've seen the meta develop. We've seen the creativity as well between these two squads. That's what strikes me the most. They're willing to pick up some of these heroes other teams are not willing to play, willing to steal strats from their opponents, willing to bust out heroes that even if it falls completely flat, they still have the confidence to run. And we are absolutely seeing that here with some of these picks down the stretch.
Now, you say explosive, but the draft seems to imply that we're going to be looking at something a little bit slower here, or at least that's what we would expect from certain heroes like Faceless Void, Lone Druid perhaps, but how do you view this draft and how it's going to clash?
I mean, both teams have some tempo setters. Like, you have heroes that can take down the tier 1s very early in the game. You have heroes that can play off some low cooldowns. Sure, you have some of those bigger teamfight spells as well on both sides. Heroes like the Mars or Faceless Void, even the Sniper are okay going late. But on the flip side, the Lycan and the Lone Druid are going to want to push. They're going to want to take objectives, and they're going to want to find these supports or break that front line as fast as they can. I am also looking towards this Lone Druid Lycan lane, because in theory, I think Lone Druid can win any lane in Dota. It's very hard to out-execute this hero. But if XXS gets a good start here and he can disable the backline from Tundra, can really open up the fight.
So the laning phase is going to be particularly important. See that Thompson versus XM matchup. A lot of talk about that on the panel. The Sniper being taken away from Extreme and XM in particular and put into the hands of Thompson, who I think before this year was heralded as probably the best Sniper mid in the world.
Yeah, I think you have two mid laners who would both say they're the best sniper in the world. One of them has to be wrong by default, but they would both claim that prize. The interesting thing about this mid lane is that XG picked the SF into the Sniper, knowing the Sniper was coming out and knowing it was likely mid, because Tundra have not had a lot of success with the support Sniper this tournament. I think it was very unlikely they wanted to push it into that role. But historically, this is an awful lane matchup for Shadowfiend. You kind of get owned on the lane. The in-game isn't too much better. I think the Kaya build up into early Blink can help you in this matchup. You just play more of a spellcaster, find the Sniper early on in the fight with a stun and blow him up with Requiem. It definitely helps this matchup a lot, but I'm a little surprised they went to the SF that early in the draft when you kind of know this lane matchup is supposed to be decent for the Sniper at least.
And we see the magic damage build SF. That is a Shadowfiend that, you know, had his time in the sun and very quickly got roasted in the middle of the year, right? Like, it was just popping up a lot. People were drafting it a lot, and it just could not seem to close out games.
I mean, maybe that's why you pair it with the Void here, right?
Sure.
Like, you need the extra punch in that late game. There is almost no hero better than the Faceless Void, and almost no better player in the world on this hero right now than Ame. He is the one carry who's been picking this hero through thick and thin. even in the patches where it hasn't been great, he's still been willing to pick it up and experiment with this time zone and looking for a first blood.
Down, a first blood on the table, whips the spear, and Ame and DY will get the kill.
That is a huge pickup for this XG safe lane. When you are getting kills with Faceless Void, you feel like you are just winning the game straight up. And this is going to be a very strong ultimate for XG to play around as well. Normally, I would say this is a lineup where you have to worry about how you're positioning the Chronos so that your SF and Lycan can still have teamfight impact. Do not have to worry about it this game at all with the time zone. XG strike first blood here. Will get on the board, and the lanes overall going very well for them. You have XXS basically free farming this off lane. He's not getting bullied off the lane in the early waves by the lone druid. And the SF is going fairly even mid, honestly. I thought with some of the early shrapnel abuse, Thompson might take a stronger lead, but XM holding his own.
They've got an interesting bit of synergy. I was taking a look at some of the facets there, and Jakiro no longer opting for the ice facet that everybody was going throughout the year. That was pretty much like, it was overpowered. Let's be clear, it needed to be nerfed. Now opting for the liquid fire in this place, combined with the time zone and even the Alpha Wolves, we've got some kind of synergy between just anti-attack speed.
Yep.
Right? They're going to be throwing, this bear could have a very hard time getting hits in these team fights.
I think XG are very happy with how this Jakiro pick developed into Tundra's lineup, because this used to be one of the old school counters to Lone Druid in general. Just mask the attack speed slows similar to Phoenix. It's a good matchup for Jakiro for sure. Not a carry that gap closes him, not a hero he really has to worry about. You just throw all your spells out on the fight and the bear has to fight through it. So I think XG are kind of happy with how that worked out. And like you said, a lot of attack slows for this bear to fight through. Pure, he wants a very strong early game here so he can just control when Tundra are forcing the objectives, and you kind of overcome that deficit in the team fight.
Yeah. And then on the other side, another interesting facet that our observer was pointing out, we've got hookup for the Clockwork. So we've seen this here and there. It sometimes feel like maybe it's less about the hookup and more about just having smaller cogs in certain matchups. But do you think this is something he's actually going to use defensively for this sniper and this lone druid hero?
Yeah, I mean, when your team gets time zoned, you hook shot in and they get a bunch of armor, and then you're stuck there too.
All right,
perfect
sounds
synergy
good.
you're looking for. I think the armor can be nice in the late game. It's nice for the bear. I don't know if you can hook shot the bear, or you really want to, but hey, if the bear blocks you, then I guess it works out either way.
Yeah, it's a combination of all these AoE disables that they have. I do question whether or not the Clockwork wants to stack hero on top of heroes between Time Zone, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, SF ults.
Yes,
you know, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot of team fight. I'm also looking towards this Shadow Demon. It's been a very influential hero this tournament. Soxa is one of the best players on this hero in the world. And I'm more looking towards the cleanse. Like, I feel like at a certain point in this game, you almost want to throw the cleanse on the bear to help him out. Just debuff a lot of those attack speeds, those we were talking about, and help him output the damage that you need. This Lone Druid Faceless Void matchup can get scary if the Lone Druid gets out of control. He just starts barreling down your objectives. If you mess up one time zone fight, suddenly Pure has 2 minutes where he doesn't have to worry about a team fight. He's going to take Roshan, he's going to take your buildings, he's going to farm the map. This is not a game where XG can idly throw out these ultimates and just say, okay, like we got a random support kill for our big ults, we're happy with that. Tundra are going to be able to take a lot off the map during that period.
Touching on the Shadow Demon, you like the cleanse for this game, but why has this hero been so popular and so successful in this meta?
He's a very good stacker. I think his laning got improved a lot, and I think he's really nice with the frontline heroes that have developed in this tournament. Heroes like the Sand King or whatever, you go in, your spells are doing massive damage. If you commit on the Sand King, Disruption bails him out while his spells are still running. Some of these combinations like that are really obnoxious to teamfight into, and of course, I mean, Shadow Demon, his scale is monstrous. You go into the late game with this hero, he always has tools he can build into. He's a hard save, he's a hard BKB piercing disable. It's pretty hard to go wrong with that toolkit.
Yeah, and in this case, you've got some very clear backline you want to be able to save between the Sniper and the Lone Druid hero. And especially the Lone Druid hero, right? Putting that, if they try and go on the hero, you put him under the disruption, the bear is still, you know, swinging on you during that time.
So I will say, if you have to disrupt the Lone Druid, you might be in a bit more trouble than you bargained for, because that hero, in theory, should not need a disruption.
And could just set up for something like a Shadow Fiend ultimate in certain points of the game. Shin-Q barely able to get away from the bear. Throws back a little shard. Bit of pressure coming out from Tundra.
Tundra winning this laning phase for sure. And we're starting to see that gap open up a little bit more on mid. 14 denies for the Sniper. Denying some of that experience out from the SF in the one-on-one. In fact, XM just forced into the jungle early. Getting a little bit of some stacks going for himself. Not too sad about this, but this is kind of the downside of that SF pick into the Sniper. You're giving Thompson a very good laning phase here. He's going to have very high solo experience on the map, and if he can get involved in some early skirmishes or make rotations, this is a hero. I think XM might be the best sniper in the world, but I think Thompson is the best at using this hero in the early game, especially if he starts that snowball and he has supports that can play around him. So we'll see how many resources XG decide to put into stopping this sniper around the map, as we've already seen him just rotate the bottom, has an observer ward as well. This is a strong rotation. Do not know if XXS is ready for this at all.
Yeah, they saw some of this coming. They're going to pop the glyph to try and keep XX close by. They got him inside the cogs. A guaranteed kill for Tundra. And some pressure on that off-lane tower. Tundra.
6 minutes, though, coming up the clock. So maybe you sacrifice the power rune with this move, but no. Soxa wins the 50-50 anyway. And is going to output some free damage on this SF as his mana pool climbs back up. Very clean rotation here from Tundra, getting the sniper involved early. Now, the big question mark here is, do you rotate back to bottom again to try and kill this Lycan one more time on the TPN and look for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune?
That would be
some huge rotation potential in the next minute here.
A massive win, and Extreme have been subject to that kind of pressure before.
Yep.
You're going to catch him here on the Assassinate, just a bit of damage. Push him back, disruption, a couple more shadow poisons, a blood grenade even. Does he think he can actually get this kill? It's gonna rely on landing the poisons. He got a fourth one, needs a fifth one, he got the fifth one! Soxa, the hired assassin, sharp on his mark, brings him down.
What a move. I thought this was just some harass to clear up the map, but Soxa says, no, my friend.
What a pickup for Tundra. The stand-in doing some serious work for Tundra as they manage to get a kill on the enemy mid. 7-minute Wisdom Runes do pop up. It's just claimed on either side. No steals here, but damage on the mid tower is beginning to ramp up.
And some morale damage as well. Like, your SF is just dying to a Shadow Demon. There's nothing else happening on the map. This lane was already rough. You traded out the Wisdom Runes, which I think XG are happy about, but you're looking at this net worth chart, and it is a little worrying if you start to continue to fall behind in this early game. Are you going to have the manpower to defend your tier 1s against a push that can come? And guess what? It's here.
What a push it is. Tundra, 2-man rotation through the gates, trying to catch Ame here. Ame, one-time walk to work with, will be able to walk it off. Can DY do the same? No damage coming in just yet, but they are going to be able to keep this loop around. Is there going to be anybody from Extreme who are going to counter-rotate? Are they just giving up on this? It seems like with 5 heroes in the top part of the map, Extreme say, whatever, man, you can have it.
They're going to trade bottom out with the Lycan. That is what they're trying to get right now. Also got a lot of tower damage mid with this Shadow Fiend. Soxa will deny himself back to base. This is not the worst objective trade for XG on the map right now if they don't bleed out some big heroes. They just don't have ults to defend this. You're missing the time zone. Your SF was kind of low on resources, but now they're making the delayed rotation, so Tundra do not want to get caught up here. Ramses.
XM throws out the arena. XM stuck on the other side of it, but close enough to get some raises in. And Xingqiu, he'll be able to finish it up for XM, no problem. And now it's in turn Extreme Gaming's chance to take that support kill, or core kill rather, and hit some tower.
Thompson just wailing on this tier 1 mid in the meantime, trying to return the favor. He's going to get it pretty low as XG just commit everybody for this top tier 1 as well. A lot of early tower damage and pressure in this game.
Which tower do you think is worth more? Which real estate is more valuable here?
I mean, honestly, the fact XG got this offlane tier 1 is not a tower I would have expected to go down, where I think these tier 1s mid are inevitable. Like, you were going to get this no matter what.
Sure.
It's just going to open up some room for the Void, make those rotations into XG safe lane a little bit harder. I feel like XG kind of won this trade by some small margins. Like, when you can win these objective trades early with a Faceless Void, you should be happy. And we've seen XG prioritize Ame's farm a lot on this hero in the early games. They are not afraid to commit resources into the Void to have him pay it back later. Nonetheless, a lot of space for Thompson around this mid lane now. They're going to get the deep wards out, try and look for, you know, some of those cheeky pickoffs on the SF or some supports roaming through.
Now, Extreme should know general idea where that ward is, because they had a ward after the tower died. They know that kind of invasion is coming their way, so they had a ward out to see the move.
What? Ame flanking in the river.
Ame cutting in. Looks like they've already caught Whitemon. Ame's looking for a bit more. While they get Whitemon, Ame thinks about whether or not he can keep chasing. 10-minute power rune is what he's going to play for here, and does manage to get an amp damage.
That's a nice rune to take away. I mean, I don't know if he wants to be in the river with the Void at 10 minutes, but he will gladly take the rune away. And
well, he certainly doesn't want to be top, where the Lone Druid has come through the gate once again to, if nothing else, take the tower.
So there's a deep ward up here for XG that can kind of control Tundra's movement through that side of the map. But they probably have other plans, which is, you know, get this Lone Druid massively farmed up top with a lot of the space that's been opened up and get some stacks going for the sniper. You want to hit these first 2 damage items and then take a good fight off that. Meantime, this tower is still a live bottom. It feels like a lot of this early game is coming down to these tier 1s. Which team gets the better exchanges around them. Do have that HOD up for XXF down here. He would love to start pushing some buildings and getting some real estate of his own. And
the bear, hounded by wolves, has to summon a new one here in order to try and contest the Lycan push that's coming in. Jin Q sitting on the side here, spotted by Whitemon. Scouts him out with the flare. Do they want to try and defend this?
Man, Ame he has been active in this early game with this Void. Yeah. Maybe not finding the fights or the damage, but he has made a lot of moves on this hero. So we'll open up the last tower on the side lane for Tundra. Create some space and pressure for XG if they can get these lanes in deep. Still have that tier 1 mid to play around.
We're also still waiting on the level 6s for some of these supports. Like the Clockwork would make it a lot easier to catch these supports, but they'll find DY anyway, trying to D-ward. Gets denied by Thompson. Ame finds some space at the top lane, just keeps on. I feel like he's playing a little game of cat and mouse, or maybe cat and bear, as he's trying to stay away from wherever Pure is set up, right?
He's the big threat on the map. Like, the Mars and the Clock are going to be your initiation every single fight. So if you keep track of them, you should be good on this map. And they are rushing towards the Gleipnir on the Lone Druid, and it'll be Hurricane Pike first for Thompson on this sniper. So those are going to be the 2 big fighting items for Tundra. Would not be surprised if they force an earlier Roshan than maybe XG are ready for in this game, particularly if some of the ults get thrown out. We've yet to see a time zone in this game, yet to really see a Requiem. Do have the blink first on XM's SF as well. So this really shows you he wants to try and abuse some of the aspects of this SF sniper matchup as much as he can. Find some of those early kills. Put it to use. Still a very even game across the board.
Yeah, Tundra just getting a 2,000 net worth lead, nothing major. A large part of that probably due to the tower advantage that they hold.
Should keep in mind some of this minus armor synergy XG have as well between the Lycan and the SF. It's a pretty deadly combination for supports. If you ever just get caught randomly in the fight, the wolves start eating you. You get chunked pretty fast on some of these low armor heroes.
Yeah.
If I'm Tundra, I want an AC at some point in this game. I would not mind a Shiva's as well. Super valuable item versus these 3 right-click
through. Great target to be able to find. Got him on the other side of the shards, and then no! Couldn't get off the Requiem. Ramses interrupts.
He will not get it off.
Will not get it off. Denied for the full swing of Tundra as they turn that gank around.
Beautiful play from Ramses. Absolutely reading the map, backing up the vulnerable hero in this Thompson sniper and protecting him in this early game, and you get a big reward for 2 kills plus that SF going down, losing some souls. That was the blink move into the Requiem that you wanted to work, and you never even got there. And these are the types of misplays that if you get baited into these plays as XG, you lose some heroes, your towers and your map space is going to start to fall very fast to the Lone Druid.
Oh yeah, every fight that you lose, every gank that goes wrong, I feel like you're going to see the exact same scenario, which is Pure and his bear immediately hitting some sort of objective. They look to protect their Wisdom Rune instead of finishing off that tower, which is an interesting idea of priorities there.
Did get the glyph. He'll trade the Wisdom Rune, force Ame back to his side of the map. It was a decent amount of space for the Faceless Void, but still an exchange Tundra are very happy with. Now a 4K net worth. Pushing towards some more fighting items. BKB on the Mars would be huge here.
Especially since that save, yeah, it'll get the Hurricane Pike, which means now the Tusk is going to be way less effective against this sniper.
You need this time zone now. Like, you are getting to a point where Ame has to join the fights to help you lock down these heroes and set the SF damage up. The Tusk is not good enough right now. This is also a point where XXS is pretty strong. Like, he went for an HOD into Drum, 2 early fighting items. You would like to get some skirmishes going with this Lycan, or just be able to even do Roshan right now if Tundra mess up on the map. Feels like you need kills to open that up, though. So they're going to make a smoke play, 3 of them. Not the easiest initiation for XG. Kind of just have to land a shard. And even then, like we saw on that previous gank, it's not a guaranteed kill. They will spot Whitemon.
Gonna try and go for him. He defends himself, misses up.
Found the sniper.
They go for it. Hold the snowball over the top of all these heroes. It doesn't actually stun anybody in time, so XM completely whiffs the Requiem. Just a shy bit of damage there. And Extreme will have to turn suit and get on out of here. Another failed play for them. Does this mean Tundra is going to get aggressive again? Does that mean they're going to try and take another objective? They immediately 3-man smoke up and see what they can find.
Going straight into the triangle. Aggressive play, but they know there's no Lycan ult, no Requiem. And XG are likely going to split up on the map, so this should be a clean pickoff of whoever they find.
Try and get some vision, set up Ramses with his blink initiation, not even needed for DY in this case. He's gonna blink deeper into the side of the map, look for other heroes, but it's just DY. Once again, I feel like time and time again, this man has been abandoned as Extreme. No, they cannot stand toe-to-toe against Tundra if even one of their spells is on cooldown.
And just look at how fast that tier 2 falls. This is the importance of finding kills with these ults on the side of XG. Tundra are gonna get a lot out of the map every time you mess up. And that was just very on-point delivery of that Hurricane Pike for Thompson. That is what gets him out of that gank, and I think it was delivered less than 30 seconds before that gank hits. So laning phase for Thompson paying off here. They've yet to find a kill on this sniper in this game. That would be the biggest prize for XG to slow this game down. They'll have to just fall back on Ame farming. Or do they want to try and force Roshan? Again, they have a lineup that can do it very fast with SF Lycan.
Oh, that is an interesting proposition.
This is sneaky. I don't think Tundra are ready for this at all. They're not even in a position to try and test this.
No, they would have to try and go through the gate, and that would probably be a death sentence with some big AoE spells like Pit Time Zone at the ready, so...
You cannot clump versus XG lineup, so this is just free Aegis into the hands of Ame, I would suspect, yeah.
But will that change much? I feel like an Aegis on a Faceless Void isn't going to stop Tundra from doing what they're doing right now.
This is not a great Aegis for team fighting, but it is an Aegis you took away from the Lone Druid. I think Pure would have loved to pick this up somewhere in the next few minutes here. Enable his pushing, enable this Gleipnir Bear timing. He's going straight into Diffusal. It's just going to be early fighting items. Tundra are gearing up for the early push.
This Bear's a little bit low. Might be able to pick up the kill on that, and he does.
Plus 300.
Forces a resummon.
You can still see, though, XG, like, they do not want to fight this tier 2.
No.
Just trying to get as much as they can. Trying to get to the Kaya Yasha on the SF to help him get the Requiem off. And not going to be Helm of the Overlord. XXS just building, thinking about Vlad's here, more aura items.
Yeah, I picked up the Shard nice and early to try and keep, you know, these lanes pushed in, create more space for him and Ame to be able to find farm. But, you know, push eventually comes to shove. Feel like Tundra would not be... I feel like they could kind of go high ground at some point in time. If Extreme are just going to keep dodging, right?
It feels like they almost want to, but there's just stuff to claim on the map. Jakiro will TP back, try and find the Jakiro again, and they will get it.
DY time and time again. He'll pay the price for the rest of his allies.
Actually, continuing to dodge. I mean, it's starting to feel like whenever this time zone goes out, might decide a lot in this game, because we've yet to see it.
It better be the best time zone you've ever seen at this point, because we've been waiting for it for probably 10 minutes at this. But Ame holding on to it.
See how bold Ramses feels here with this Invis rune. I don't think he's going triangle with it, but again, it feels like if you get a pick off near XG's base, you just push the high ground, right? Bring everybody back, worst case scenario. Oh!
My goodness, that was a close call right there.
I mean, again, that is an extremely important blink dodge. Because if you get killed right there on this SF, your high ground's getting pushed.
Yep, that is the real dangerous part about dealing with any of these lanes. As close you are to your base, it also means Tundra is very close to your base as well. They would much prefer that Tundra tries to hunt down like Ame. On the other side of the map here, pull all these heroes away, and they're going to do just that. He's got an Aegis. He's got some time walks. He's going to have to make some smooth moves to get out of this one. His first life is already forfeit.
Where's the help? Everybody's so far on the map for XG.
A hook shot to follow this up, perhaps. Immediately a fear is going to be used, and they got him easily. A Requiem that barely touches Tundra for a third time. Requiem's just not finding their mark. Extreme not getting to the position in time to defend their carry.
And what will Tundra get out of this? 20 seconds, no faces void. I mean, the good thing for XG is this void's so low level. His respawn timer is pretty fast here. That was a nice obs from Tundra in their own jungle. I think Ame just didn't expect it. Allows for an easy setup here, and they get the double kill. This is where this bear is starting to hit hard. That defusal came online. Pure almost level 15 on this Lone Druid. He is very far ahead of this Faceless Void. This is where you want to be in this matchup. Faceless Void really struggles to deal with the timings Lone Druid can put out, and in the team fight with the roots and the extra disable. Even the mana burn's obnoxious. XG with a smoke of their own, they want to get this Lycan active. Vlad's is done for XXS. He has triple aura basically. But what can you do with it? We've seen the catch and the lockdown be the issue.
I mean, a Hurricane Pike is only going to take Thompson so far here. The Lycan might be able to run him down, especially with these Alpha Wolves. They've got him surrounded. The Shards, okay, now there's a push away, and Lycan is totally given up on this one. He's left Xin-Q behind. Says just one hero showing himself, the Shadow Team, and was enough to deter that Thompson from one shot to another. There's a second one at XXS, which Whitemon is not going to keep pursuing. He had the hook shot, but no follow-up besides that, so it's fine. 11-3 at 11,000 net worth leads that continues to grow and grow for Tundra.
Another failed smoke move from XG, another wasted Lycan ult just to run away. As you've given up your ancient control, this is where one of your last wards is on the map too. XG want to use it, want to fight.
Whitemon gets out.
Just
nice
no catch.
And clean. Just Cogs, hits one, gets out. What happened to Pure? Man just died to Tormentor.
Yeah, he got absolutely murdered by this thing.
All right, Extreme. A fourth kill on the board. They didn't do anything to deserve it.
Well, that is one way to bleed away some of your lead on this Lone Druid.
Those Tormentors, man, they'll get you.
It killed his bear, and he died basically to the Pure damage rebound off the bear dying. Well, Pure struggles versus the PvE creeps on the map continue here.
Fitting that, you know, with BB Team out of the tournament, somebody else has to take up the mantle of the Tormentor.
Did it for the boys out there. Though I will say, this is a big death. It's
Yeah,
a lot of breathing room for XG right now in a game they were struggling to find some opening. He's going back for round 2. Okay.
All right.
I'm just saying, my man, if this one doesn't work, we got to go back and do some math here. Though the fight is breaking out bottom. XM gone.
Congrats on your Tormentor. Ramses, meanwhile, he'll win some fights for you. A BKB Arena that catches 2.
These tag team ganks for XG have not worked out at all.
No.
Ramses, he's just read them too well. He's in the right place every time. And his SF with no BKB just can't do anything in that sort of engagement.
I do call into question the wisdom of going for 2-man ganks in the first place when I feel like we've seen Tundra willing to move 3 or 4 heroes around the map together.
Yep. It just hasn't worked. They're continuing to try and get it to work because they just don't want to bring their farmers into these moves, because then if they go wrong, you're really screwed. You're currently falling behind as XG, but you do have a chance to contest this next Roshan. You're going to not have the SF BKB, though. That's the big missing component here.
Yeah. And probably where it went wrong there in that arena fight. So, 11,000 down to 8K after an unfortunate death from Pure, but back up to 11K, recovered by Ramses and crew.
And look at this itemization on Thompson. This is a TI throwback right here, a defusal on a hero that I don't know if XG expected here. Double defusal blade out for Tundra in this match, trying to remove the Faceless Void's mana.
And also just giving them a counter to Time Zone, right? And when they get the upgrade, they'll be able to just poof.
Disperser, super value in this match.
And a Boots of Bearing as a third counter to it as well. Potentially Xin-Q trying to buy himself a little bit of time here. That's all he will do. Time. It's the only resources he has, no HP to work with.
Feels like by the time we see a time zone in this game, you're already going to have the itemization counters to it.
Yes.
You're running out of time here if you are XG. And the bear has met your base. The disperser's already done for Pure. So there's one of your answers online. Glyph already down as well. That's an early Glyph. Door is open for Tundra right now.
Is Extreme giving this up? All 3 different heroes out on the map right now. Finally, one of them comes back in the Jakiro. Backdoor protection is up. They're getting cut right now.
Yeah,
That's
Wolves.
what's happening. Lycan managed to get the next wave in. So Tundra did what damage they could. And then, no, they have to call it quits. The Alpha Wolves come out to play.
very heads-up move from XXS to stop this push that I don't think XG felt like they were going to win that fight head-on. This is a game of bend, don't break, continue to stall, try and get to the BKBs on the Void and the SF here. You can take that one good fight and come back in this game. That's all XG need. But Tundra are continuing to build a lead. Soxa getting messed up by these Wolves, man. These are no joke.
Yeah, that hamstring ability that the Alpha Wolves has can be deadly, but the Solar Crest goes a very long ways in protecting him, both with the extra barrier and the extra armor.
It's just side lanes. I mean, that is all XG are playing for right now. Get these two side lanes in as deep as possible. That Lycan Shard helps. Someone always has to come back from Tundra, then you can look for an opening, stalls the push. However, the second disperser online for this sniper.
There go the Wolves again. Another push is coming down mid, and the Wolves are trying to push out. One on the left side of the mid lane, one on the right side. One of the Wolves is already dead. The other one might still be able to cut the next wave coming in.
This is a catapult. XG cannot prevent the backdoor going down here. Thompson just laying into it from the low ground. I mean, are you going to take this fight or just give up the racks to try and get to your BKBs? It almost feels like you just want to give this up. Banish.
Ramsey's coming back. A disruption to set things up on XM, who has no BKB to defend himself. He is all offense, no defense. A nice snowball into the neutral camp that they had vision of. He tries to go for a desperate TP out, but he is stuck here. The Cogs stop that one pretty easily. Once again, a duo of Extreme that play together and die together.
And another rush just to get some of these lanes out in desperation. No Wolves on mid to cut this wave. He's sending a Golem creep for it. The hero that XG need right now.
Go, 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 throws at that rock. The little Golems come out, but they'll only last so long. Now the Wolves will try and pop out of invincibility, buying them a bit of time. But Tundra, yeah, as long as the Wolf is invisible, they don't even have to worry about it too much. It's dragging the creep wave that they're worried about right now. It's close enough. Backdoor protection is down.
Range racks for sure here.
Yeah.
See how much more Pure gets. He will activate his ult and say, what are you going to do about it? And apparently nothing. XG concede a lane in favor of taking the fight with their BKB timings.
I mean, it's rate Extreme. They're bending over backwards at this point. One lane of barracks now potentially giving up two just in some sort of desperate ploy not to take a full-on team fight. They feel they cannot win without BKBs, but those BKBs, they seem so far away with the pressure that Tundra is putting on them. They go for it anyway. They try and get this fight with a time zone, but here he goes. Disperser on out of there. They'll leave the bear behind. That's the best bounty Extreme can get out of that situation. And Tundra can probably go back to it if they want.
They used Lycan ult as well. They didn't get the Ags on the Jakiro, so that spell is something Tundra are gonna have to think about. DY was farming up a lot in this game. A time zone committed as well. Do Tundra just hang around here and go high ground again when this next LD ult is up? You're looking at only 40 seconds here for another true form.
No macro pyre, no time zone,
yeah, I think
no
you force
shift.
I don't think you're scared of too much.
And I think Extreme know that if that push comes, they just have to play for one final lane of barracks.
This BKB on XM, it's so close and at the same time so far away. You might sell Wand or something for it if this push comes and they feel like they want to fight it. Or just give up another lane here. Time zone used once this game and you got a bear out of it. Not fast enough for what Tundra have presented in this game one. However, BKB done for the SF. And Ames is about 500 away. He'll go to the other side of the map to try and farm it.
I mean, if Tundra really wanted to go for it, they could try and hit that third high ground, but Roshan is up. Probably a sneaking suspicion that they're just going to do that.
I wonder if you try and smoke out and contest this as XG. Because it feels like if you give it Aegis to Tundra, they push your last lane. You're pretty sad in that situation. I mean, Tundra might not even go for this Roche. Just say, screw it, let's just go high ground. They have no answers for the Boots of Bearing that's online for the Clockwork. The double disperser, we're not afraid of time zone right now. You can always make the jump with Ramses as well. Yeah, the push has come. No BKB for Ame, he's 100 off.
All this attack speed slow is not going to stop Pure with an AC. Shin-Q tries to go in, puts him inside of the shard, and with that macro pyre out, they're able to do some damage. They drop the Requiem. Oh, it's pitiful. It doesn't do nearly the damage that is required. Arena goes down, and it's XM who's going to be the victim instead, perhaps, as all three are going to die, as Saksa with one poison cleans up all of them. That is done. Extreme Gaming. They hardly even played this game. 3 kills to their name before they call GG.
That was a very one-sided game in terms of who was controlling the objectives, at least after the first 12 minutes. I don't think that early game was that rough for XG in terms of what those two lineups were trying to do to each other. But once that mid-game came around, after Pure faced down his Ultra Nemesis in the Tormentor and vanquished his foe, it was just all Tundra from there on out. There's one time zone thrown out in this game outside of that Ultra last one, and it kills a bear. It's just not fast enough, not good enough. The moves need to be crisper for XG, but Tundra came out swinging in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the greed of the lineup. If you want to be greedy, you got to step up and perform, and Extreme certainly did not in this game 1.
They did not, and that means they are going to a second game, being 1 game down in this lower bracket series, which is a very tense series. Winner will continue on to be top 4. I'm joined by Lacoste, Effie, and Tigov, and we ended the panel saying, well, it might be a little bit too greedy, and T, I know you said Tundra's on the clock. They delivered hard.
Yeah, they just autopilot throughout the game, and I gotta say for Extreme, this is an extremely weak showing. You know, if you're trying to get yourself further throughout the lower bracket, maybe to the grand finals tomorrow, you can't be playing like this. Like, XM on the Shadow Theme, he gets a quick Blink Dagger, yet to see a Requiem really connect in the early game. Jin-Q moving around the map, again not connecting. Lycan wasn't really able to make a statement, finish the game 0-1-3, and like Armor in the Void. We never got to see the time zone. Like, the entire early game was, like, just, yeah, it was awful.
For 20 minutes, we didn't know which facet he took on the Faceless Void. Jokes aside, you know it's time zone, but we haven't seen it in action. I could see the big combo that they were going for. I think once they saw that Mars and picking up Shadow Fiend, they thought about, okay, we need to flex this SF to the mid lane. They did play 2 times from the safe lane, so they ended up with SF in the mid lane, who doesn't have any kind of setup. As we can see from these clips, somebody needs to go in, and Lycan is definitely not that hero. You need some kind of initiation, some kind of a blink stun, compared to Ramses on side of Tundra, who's been doing one hell of a job with his initiations. They had Clockwork as well to follow it up, and also SD to set things up. We've seen in the previous series as well how effective it is if you have Yule Scepter on Mars, for example, so you can buy a little bit more time, set up your kills, and other than that, Extreme Gaming, they didn't get to play Dota in this one.
I think the SD that you mentioned, Lacoste, is a big reason why Extreme had such a bad showing this game, is that Saksa really handled XM. Not only is it not the easiest matchup versus Sniper, but you're depending on your ability to invade his jungle, to take your stacks, to get back into the game, then surprise the Sniper with a Tusk gank. Then we had Saksa on the Shadow Demon, rune securing, taking that regen rune, applying extra damage, following him around with the Shadow Poison, getting a solo kill on the enemy SF, making it so that XM is always playing recovery this game. And because your SF is playing recovery, your Tusk isn't comfortable moving with him. And because your Tusk isn't making moves with your SF, there's no other plays around the map, because this Lycan was picked to shut down Sniper. It was picked to shapeshift and run at Sniper the same way Aurora did it to Extreme Gaming yesterday. But it just never happened. We never saw their ultis connect. We never saw their draft hit their stride.
Ame with the 200 IQ play, he's like, you know what, you have these 2 dispersers, you have bongo boots as well, you can't counter it if I'm not using this Chrono Square. So, a very difficult one. I think they were expecting the big combo, because if you are playing for the Chronosphere, you can't use the big Requiem, but yeah, just didn't happen in this one, way too slow.
Way too slow, and I think here, standout player, Tigov, Pure on the lone Druid, setting that high pace.
Yeah, setting the high pace, being able to convert on the aggression, and also when they had the net worth, he was so tanky in his true form that when they did throw all the spells, it's like, sure, you might kill a bear, but you're not going to kill the main lone Druid, you resummon the bear, and you know, fundamentally, Extreme had no comeback play because Pure was so farmed. And again, I like the fact that Tundra showcased what you can do with like an SD and a clock. We've seen before in previous series, like the double low damage supports, but if you have good positioning, if you can keep people alive, you can reinitiate correctly, then it's all about the cores shining, and yeah, Tundra just nearly flawless game.
Yeah, and a core that's shown definitely very bright, Effie. We have to talk about this because we started the whole panel talking about Sniper and XM versus Thompson, both top-tier snipers. We backed it up with the math, and we said XM is the best sniper. I think Thompson also is making a case for himself once more.
I mean, Thompson has made a case for himself on all of the innovative heroes through the mid lane. He's brought so many heroes into the meta. But, you know, he made a statement here that everybody's been praising XM as the best sniper. I've been playing this hero for longer than XM has been playing Dota. Right? He wanted to prove himself here, and he really did. And now that we know that Tundra can first pick the sniper without having to expend a ban on it and beat Extreme Gaming with it, that makes it so that when they approach XM's hero pool, the snipers and the vipers within the draft, you've already taken one out by picking it yourself.
Yep, easy goings. I also wonder what it was like for Tundra during this game. We saw them being very dominant. They were in the lead the majority of this game. It seemed like everything played out perfectly. Do the comms represent that?
Void stand.
Getting wide.
Chill. We're too far.
Oh my fucking god.
Nice one.
Thank god we picked SD.
Thank God. Thank God.
Easy, Lacoste.
Pretty easy. This was pretty much game ended at that point, but you know, getting some good laughs out of how they use their abilities. They did go for this one big Hail Mary play in the end. DY sold all of his items, did go for the item scepter on Jakiro. Disruption setup, they try to go for a Requiem, they miss it. GG, go for the next one.
At that point, it was already looking very rough. I think our commentary team, T, said it as well. At the very end, we saw, you know, they had to go for their play with the time zone, and the only one they caught in the time zone and killed was the bear.
Yeah, no, it was despair at that point in the game, and I think for Extreme in this break, they just need to fully shake off that previous game and just, I don't know, I've not seen a team play like that in the opposite style to before. Like that was, it didn't feel like they were in a top 6, top 5, top 4 position. It felt like they were in the group stage still. Like I'm hoping they'll be able to shake that one off because, yeah, if they play like that again, then yeah, this could just be another quick series.
It could be. We saw that the Lycan was taken from Aurora, who was already eliminated, and that didn't work out. So maybe not taking strats from teams that are out is the way to go. We saw Tundra taking the strat from Game of Gladiator with the Lone Druid. That played out fantastically. Before we see what Game 2 will bring us, we're first going to see what Slax is going to bring us in the stage.
Absolutely, Sheever. Welcome, my friends. It's time for a crowd vibe check yet again. What a fantastic series. Hello, everybody. How are we doing out there in the crowd? Fantastic. We got the front row peeps right here. Now, I heard a little tale here. Who do you want to win this event? Who did you want starting?
Well, I was hoping for Team Spirit, but they're out. Ame and Yatro had their fight. Ame won, so let's go XG.
Okay, the XG fans. Now they are down a game. They need some energy. Of course, we found some XG fans in the audience. What do you guys have to say, huh? How are these guys going to come back, my friend?
I have to say, this game is exactly the same versus Team Spirit. It's got 1 loss, but 2 wins afterwards.
Ah, do we agree? All right, now, Extreme Gaming is back there right now. They can hear you back there, okay? Do you have any words for anyone on the team, sir?
I'm a fan of AME. I like AME for 5 years. I think he always do his best in Dota. He will win next game. As I said in this world, AME will beat Thompson in next 2 games. 小四一定赢!
Yeah, boy! Do you think Tundra stands any chance?
Yeah, I think the first game they lost because they don't have a very good draft. They lost their lane phase. So for the next 2 games, if they can have better draft, I will say they could win.
Seem like you're very knowledgeable. What should they pick? Name one hero that you want to see.
What you say?
One hero. Who should Extreme Gaming pick?
Sniper!
Sniper! The only sniper fans in the world. Fantastic. All right, do we have any fans of the... one more. All right, these guys are very excited. Hello? Hello. Any words out there for Extreme Gaming?
Yeah, that's me! Woo! Let's go, Extreme Gaming! Woo!
Hell yeah, that's the energy we're looking for! That's my boy! I believe it now! Okay, fantastic. Any Tundra fans dare to follow that one up? Anybody here want Tundra to win? Oh, okay, we got some power boys over here. What is going on here? You're looking great, man.
It's no life, but I like the show, you know. That's the way, you know, airplane.
Yeah, this ain't a rave, dog. You're all right. It's all good. Who are you guys here for?
Gaming.
Yeah!
No, I think gaming. Good Dota.
Oh, gaming Dota. Great save. Nobody noticed. Fantastic. All right, Tundra. You want them to win?
Absolutely. Topsen is the man of the North, and I myself coming from Tromsø, Norway. The North remembers. The North will take it a third time. Topsen, let's go!
I would like to do a PSA that there are other people on the team. But the crowd absolutely does love Thompson 100%. Anybody else, any Tundra fans out there? Ah, the boy, hello. And he works for our teams.
First of all.
Oh, wow, that really got a tonal shift there. What are we doing? All right, hit it.
Hyvä Suomi, Thompson. Let's go, Thompson. Let's go, Beer. Let's go, Tundra. Let's go.
You brought us to such a calm place, and then you brought it back up. It's hello.
Can I say something?
I mean, I don't think I have much of a choice. You just walked up, so yeah.
Рамзес, возьми шестой мажор.
Okay, great.
Sorry, International.
Sorry, International. I don't know what we're referencing here, but I know it's some kind of dank meme, so I'll take it, baby. We like that shit. All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, everybody. The crowd seems hyped. We're getting ready for game 2, and we're going to get that thing started real quick. Let's go! What's the plan, baby? Woo!
You cannot top that energy, and I have no idea what was said there at the very end, but we happened to swap someone in that might be able to translate that. Hello, Poppy, welcome to the panel.
Hi.
Is it's PG-13 for translation, first of all?
He said take the 6th major, Ramses.
Okay.
I guess he only has 5. I'm not really sure.
Give or take, probably.
Give or take, yeah. I don't know. In the end, he said, like, who cares international, I think, in the end. But
oh, well.
Perhaps
I think Ramses
misunderstood.
would care. I think Ramses would care. How are you doing, Puppy?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah?
Good
Enjoying,
place, right?
yeah. Enjoying the level of Dota that's being played?
So far, yeah.
So far, yeah.
I mean, not last game, but, you know, so far.
What did you not like about last game?
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the things that they say even about how to counter sniper, we're confident. We're going to do the same thing that Aurora did to us, that lost against us. They picked Lycan, you know, so it's like, so you want to lose. Maybe that's the plan, but at the same time, yeah. I didn't like their plan, to be fair. Sniper doesn't really care about Lycan, because Sniper has so many ways to get away from Lycan, especially, which is the funny thing, time zone is not working against Sniper. You know, the idea about killing Sniper with a Faceless Void was putting him in place and finishing him there in that same spot. That guy can now run away from time zone with a grenade and then Hurricane Pike out. What is a time zone against the Sniper? I don't even get it. Nothing works in their draft against Sniper.
How would you counter Sniper now? Because this seems to be the pick that everybody's trying to figure out how to deal with this menace.
In my opinion, it's old school regular jumps. Like, in my opinion, if I'd be Extreme Gaming and I'm in this position where I'm going to lose TI if I don't do something very basic and normal where we can understand and play Dota and kind of vibe it out normally, just pick Rubik Centaur, get on the lanes. If we see Sniper, we go for Sniper and we kill Sniper. Instead of being like, okay, you're going to have to start going behind them some wolves, and then you perhaps get that thing going or whatever. It's too many mistakes that can happen. Centaur, jump in, kill, okay, good. You know, it's not like Sniper can attack back. So just at least go with that plan.
Seems like a simple plan to go for. Another simple plan when it comes to Sniper is just ban it, Effie. That might be one of the things that they'll end up going for, although there is a lot to ban.
I mean, they've shown that they can first pick Sniper against XM and beat him with it. They don't need to ban it, and I'm sure they have their own ideas. I like what Peppy said about just get on Sniper with some simple gap close and a stun and kill him. We saw earlier in the Falcon series how effective they were with their Blink DK, with their follow-up from Hoodwink and Mirana. Maybe follow a similar recipe in this game too.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. We're heading into to game number 2, Puppy, here, as there's a lot of pressure. Do you think that the players, like you've been in a situation like that as well, do you think that the players will let that pressure get to them or not? Because most of these players are extremely experienced when it comes to main stage games.
Like extreme gaming?
Apart from XM, yes.
Well, in my opinion, anything can happen. It all depends on their vibes. Do they actually believe that they can beat Tundra? It kind of comes down to that, let's say. Because I think Tundra has a gajillion strats. They play a lot of things. I think Pure plays a lot of heroes. He's always been kind of like a connoisseur of Dota. I will play Doom carry, Leshrac carry, depending on what carry I want to carry, Pudge. So they have their own, they have Thompson too. Like, come on, they have a lot of probably ideas. They will choose one of them and go with it. But Extreme Gaming, they also have shown some kind of interesting things. They brought in the Klinks carry back in the day, or maybe even right now. Maybe they should do something similar like that, because this Faceless Void seemed very passive. And I don't want to see passive. I want some Extreme Gaming action going on.
Yeah, we saw a very high tempo set here in the first game of the series, because I would imagine that that's something that for Extreme is something that they are gonna adjust.
Oh, most definitely. When they lost to Team Liquid in the upper bracket quarterfinals, they kind of lost the same way, and they learned a lot. Then they played against Team Spirit, eliminated it from the TI. Then they played against Aurora, played super fast Dota in that one as well, and now they suddenly stopped. Overcooked. They needed something. They needed some Blink Initiator from the off lane to keep them in place. And it was also super greedy. I think also when it took the wrong turn in terms of draft was when they banned this Dark Willow instead of Lars, because Ramses, this is one of his best heroes right now. And I think you want to put him in a position where he doesn't feel as comfortable.
Agreed for sure, because Ramses, while he has excelled so much this year and improved as an offlane player, he still has a very limited hero pool. And often you'll see teams that go up against Tundra target ban that hero pool, which, you know, in the past it was Darkseer and Mars. Darkseer gets nerfed, now it's Mars, Sand King, sometimes Centaur. We did see a surprise Night Stalker one time, so that has to be in the back of your mind if you're setting up for a Puck or a Storm. But simplify it for yourself by making Tundra's offlane pool smaller.
Simplify it for yourself. Should be doable in the draft. But speaking of that draft, let's get it on your screens.
Tundra Esports versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
For the second game, Extreme will be on the Radiant side, and it is Tundra that is dire with first pick, meaning Extreme gets the overall last pick. In terms of bans, Extreme did make it easy for themselves. They did simplify things by simply removing Sniper from the pool. They also do the same to the Naga Siren, the Invoker, and the Mirana. Tundra has banned out the Tinker, also the Tusk, meaning that they don't want to first pick it themselves, meaning also we have some usual suspects still left in the pool. I think the one that comes to mind, Puppy, Sand King. How have you been enjoying seeing Sand King in so many of the games, dominating most of the time?
Yeah, Sand King is a hero that I said is probably the best hero in the game, because the hero has 6 spells, okay, now 5, but it used to have kind of 6, I felt like, at least when the facets and the innates got added into the game. And it's one of the only heroes that still has 5 spells, I would say so, because the Caustic Finale is very important, and the Stinger is basically an added spell. This hero has 5 spells. The others have 4, but some of them have 5, but they're not as strong as Sand King's right now. So basically, best hero in Dota right now.
The other hero that is going to counter him also has 5 spell with the Mischief on Monkey King, so they're up to something.
That is not comparable. Mischief and
True.
You know, like, what are you going to do with that on lane? Sometimes it works out pretty well, but yeah.
50-50. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. That's what Dota is about. But I do like Monkey as a response to Sand King, because you can follow this hero wherever he goes. We've seen mid Sand Kings having much stronger presence in the game compared to the offlane Sand King. The biggest flaw for the Sand King always was his laning stage, and now having these extra abilities in the lane makes his lane so much better, and also the facets. So you have Sandstorm, and you can follow, which does follow you, so you can roam around, still get stuff done, even if you don't feel like you need to be in the lane.
Yeah, I will say though, for the Monkey King flex, following the Sand King flex, it's looked a lot more impressive on the mid lane from Monkey King. We saw yesterday in the Liquid versus C9 series that they laned the Monkey King on Watson versus 33 on the Sand King, and the Monkey King did not shut down SK's farm. SK was still farming, because if you pair up this hero with a strong laning support, like a Snapfire, you're not too concerned by the Monkey King.
Not at all, as we're in the second ban phase. We already have Visage removed, and then Tundra took a little bit of time now to think about what other hero they want to remove. It will be Extreme picking out of ban phase, and with the Visage ban, probably aiming to remove some potential offlaners from the pool. Any heroes that come to mind that we don't want to see if you're Tundra? What could they be discussing, you think, Puppy?
I think the meta still revolves around heroes like Omni Knight.
Yeah.
Because Shadow Demon's out, and Omni Knight, I think, is still quite broken of a hero. Perhaps Tundra is just going to pick it, because Sand King is such a weird hero. I think if you pair him with Oracle or Omni Knight, that hero just becomes insane. You can't even kill that thing. It's already pretty hard to kill it, but if it plays in such aggression that you can't deal with it, for Tundra, it's Omni Knight. For Extreme Gaming, it's thinking Omni Knight needs to be banned and maybe picked right now. Basically, I'm kind of like vibing on towards that idea for a little bit.
Yeah, it turns out that the Centaur is for now taken out, but Extreme still as well taking that time. The saving supports the Omni Knight. We saw that ignored in the previous game, mostly because the Tusk and the Shadow Demon both made it through. This time around, not the case, as Wind Ranger is banned for now, and the next pick is Extreme's Lacoste.
There are still Mars available in the pool. I always say whenever we talk about XXS that he's one of the best Mars players when it comes down to being clutch, his blink initiation, something that we didn't see in the previous game, which they were kind of lacking. So would love to see a little bit of, adaptation when it comes down to the offlane for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, Extreme Gaming have done some Zoo heroes from XXS. They've done Enigma before, they've done Visage, and that's when they usually put Zincu on his signature Marcy. I think that's why they're valuing this Jakiro so much in this draft, even though the hero itself doesn't feel that strong or that overwhelming, but they want that flexibility in their openers so that if they want to later pick their offlane hero, they can just dump this Jakiro on the safe lane with Monkey King.
Yeah. We had a very strong Lone Druid showing in that previous game. Is Lone Druid, was it only good because it was like last pick coming out for Tundra, Puppy, or is that a hero that you feel like should be on the radar?
It's a free lane against Lycan. It's a really free lane. Yeah, so Lone Druid was going to get fat, and Lone Druid's kind of in a meta, which, the Gleipnir is still very strong. They just needed a hero to kill towers. They wanted to push. They knew that the enemy was playing very slowly. Lone Druid puts pressure on them. I'm not sure if they need to think about Lone Druid right now because all they see is Monkey King and Jakiro. If the fight comes back to them right now, if their draft isn't that passive, Lone Druid probably won't work out that well.
Fair enough. How do you feel about the support duo that Tundra has secured for themselves right now?
Well, to me right now, that looks like Saksa might be playing Enchantress again. Because somebody needs to go to Sand King's lane if the Sand King doesn't go mid. And I'm not sure if they're going to lane Sand King with Clockwork together. They might, but then there might be some issues there against Jakiro Monkey King where they start kind of diving on the Sand King. Maybe they can do tree cutting. Oh, sorry, not creep cutting, not tree cutting. But Saksa has been pretty good with cutting the creeps with 33. They've always strategized stuff. But we'll see.
So they pick the Nyx here to counter Enchantress. A lot of teams think that this hero counters Enchantress because of the way the new Warp Flare works, where you just insta-kill her creeps, but the issue with Enchantress drafts are often they will hit this timing where they 5-man with an aura from their offlane, and Nyx does not like playing into 5-man drafts. So the question of Nyx is, how much can you get done from that early game? How much can you shut down Enchantress and make this pick useful? How early can you get your level 6 and play off of your mid laner? Because if Nyx has a hard time in the early game, it's hard to come back versus a draft like this.
What about the lane, Puppy, for this one? Lone Druid, they know it's going to be laning against Underlord. Is that also as free of the lane as they had in the game 1?
I mean, it's Clockwork Lone Druid against Nyx Assassin Underlord. I'm pretty sure that's a bad lane for Underlord. And I'm feeling like Extreme Gaming are shooting themselves in the foot by just picking a lane, making it obvious. Unless this Underlord goes carry, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. No, it actually does work. It does work.
With the cleave facet?
Yes, it's actually good. They could put Monkey mid, you know. They have still 24 picks, so they have the leverage on finding out something like that. But for now, Tundra seems like they have a more stable way of playing the game. And Nyx Assassin is going to lose his lane if they can find a way to not lose the lane. But come on, it's going to be so hard. You don't want to do this.
And the scary thing about putting Monkey King mid, like you mentioned could happen, is that when you're playing against Enchantress as a Monkey King mid, she rotates on you with her creep, they dive you on your tower, you get your Jingu slaps up, then boom, you're enchanted. It's dispelled. You have no means of fighting back in that situation.
Scary times for Extreme Gaming ahead as we are in the second, or the last ban phase rather. We got Nature's Prophet removed on the side of Extreme Gaming. And it is Tundra that is still removing mid laners, assuming that Monkey King has been forced to the safe lane.
I think that's the best place you could put it right now. I think if you were to put it mid, like I mentioned, there's a lot of threats from rotations coming out, not just from Enchantress, but the Clockwork. If you can just get some XM hero to play tempo, maybe you can rotate early on, try to counter some of the aggression coming out of the Sloan Druid early timing. Because like we saw last game, when XM doesn't have a game, Extreme Gaming don't feel comfortable making moves. The second their SF was playing recovery, they did not operate through any other core player.
And they do have much better tower defense when it comes down to them parking heroes in front of the tower. With this Underlord, they have a little bit of extra global presence. So Nyx Assassin, he goes on a hero, he finds the target Underlord with his ulti, so you can bring extra heroes, Monkey King, as well a hero who can jump from the trees. He can pretty much be anywhere. So Nyx Assassin, they did go for this like scouting tool in the previous game with Lycan, didn't work out. Now you're going to have Nyx Assassin, Monkey King setting things up for potential Underlord gate play. So
they might have good tower push to, you know, to decline it and stuff like that, but they can dive them. They can dive them with Ench, they can dive them with Clockwork, they can dive them with a Lone Druid Bear. Like, it's not like you can sit underneath the tower and feel happy.
You know what XM did play yesterday that looked really good, that he busted out on 24? It was his Queen of Pain. He completely popped off on that hero. I wouldn't mind seeing that here, because they need some explosive damage coming out in that early game so they can get these kills. You're not threatened by the Enchantress tower dives or the Clock tower dives in the mid lane. If they don't pick it here, I'll be very surprised.
Queen of Pain, you are completely right. I would want them to pick Queen of Pain here.
Let's see if Tundra can pick something to dissuade them from that. That Sand King could still go either on the mid lane or on the off lane. Both Ramses and Thompson play it. So they might want to pick something against it. And that, if correct me if I'm wrong, would be the Thompson Rubik.
that's mid Rubik for sure. One of the worst matchups in Dota, I would say, is Underlord against Rubik. You're giving him 2 spells with the spell amplification, with his cast range, he becomes a better Rubik. Let's say you're sitting in Cog's Sandstorm, Sanking Stun with the Firestorm on top of it. These heroes are going to disappear.
But it's risky, right? Because you put yourself on an even bigger timer, because your Rubik, later on in the game, he's going to get caught up by the Nyx. Once Monkey King gets on a BKB, jumps him with the +1 from XM, there's no saves on the side of Tundra. Their supports in Ench and Clock can't do much by means of counterplay, so Tundra has to be aggressive, 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 and not ever be on the back foot in this game.
Although Rubik does have magic resistance. And Nyx does deal a lot of magical damage only, besides the right click of the ultimate.
And they'll go for the XM Viper in the end. It is one of his signatures. It's not that Queen of Pain that we talked about. This Viper, how do we feel it fits in, Poppy? Are you happy to see this hero pop up?
No.
No.
But what you gonna do? You gotta fight green with green. You know, you pick Rubik, you answer with Viper.
I think the cool thing about Viper is that you're not really giving away many spells to this Rubik mid, like simplifying the mid lane matchup. Also, in that game I mentioned, ESL Malaysia earlier this year, they did beat Lone Druid with the Viper mid. I mean, Belly Flop got nerfed, so it's not as effective as a tool versus it, but at least they're going to have this very reliable mid laner that isn't going to be playing recovery the way he was when he was SF.
Yeah, so they counterpick the mid lane, which is going to be a tough one for Rubik. In terms of spell steals, there are some really nice spells to steal throughout the whole game, but I like what Extreme Gaming cooked. It's a draft that can fight much earlier compared to the previous one. They're not so much cooldown dependent as well, and I see a lot of damage on their side. If they're able to execute with the Jinkyu Nyx Assassin, Viper is a slower hero from the mid lane. We don't see him, rotate as much as other mid laners, but I think we're going to go to game 3.
Are you agreeing with that one, Puppy? Are we going to a third game?
I'm not sure, but my heart says Ame, but, you know, Tundra, in my opinion, is going to win this game.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen in the second game of the series. Will it be a final one? Will it be another 2-0? Or will we head to a third game? We'll find out. But first, some words from the coach.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by Moon Meander of Tundra, where you are in the midst of a lower bracket run right now. But Tundra lower bracket runs this year have been kind of stressful. In Birmingham, you guys got knocked from upper, immediately lost again in lower. Riyadh, you guys got one win in lowers after getting knocked, but still, the journey ended quick. So I'm wondering, have those past experiences taught you anything for this TI run now?
Yes, it taught me that you cannot be stubborn in the draft. You're going to understand why you lost, and you just got to pick the meta sometimes.
And Rubik mid is the meta? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
Only if you're Thompson.
Which means that in response, Viper mid must be the meta if you're XM, right? So you guys saw that one coming?
Yeah, but XM didn't win 2 TIs.
Hey! Well, let's see if he can manage to make it happen here, or if Thompson's journey will continue. Moon, let's see how this game number 2 plays out with our casters.
That's right, the two-time Thompson touch. He's got it. He's going to be playing mid Rubik in this matchup against Extreme Gaming. But we need to talk about Extreme, Avery, because that first game, man, that was disappointing.
It did not work out for them at all. They, I think, just didn't understand how fast that game was going to go for them. And maybe they were trying to make a lot of these small plays around the map, but the heroes just weren't that conducive to it. The laning phase was okay for them. You know, this is a team that's okay playing from behind out of the lanes, but you can only get away with that so much in a top 6 of a tournament, which is featuring almost entirely European teams, right? These teams play very fast, they own the lanes, they come out blazing, and then they have heroes that can convert into objectives very quickly. It is a very similar lineup here for Tundra. They have a lot of team fight, a lot of ball potential, some sustain, and another lone druid that could just get absolutely out of control. The one difference here for XG is they clearly went back to trying to win the lanes a bit more or have stronger cores that can stand there for longer. I think that will work out better for them. But they also have some liabilities like a Nyx who, what is he doing in a laning phase versus a lone druid clock? Dying, nothing. So that's a big question mark for me, right? Like you picked this Nyx to interact with Ench. He's not even laning against the Ench. However, this has been a hero Jin-Q has gone to, and you know, like we saw Kuala Lumpur this year, they were very far behind in that Nyx game and managed to find some clutch pickoffs to claw their way back.
Now, they had an interesting discussion on the panel about defending towers versus the ability of Tundra to just kind of push through that and just kind of dive you underneath those towers. They've got some pretty good heroes to be able to do so. Do you think that Extreme are going to be more capable in this game than being able to, you know, defend some of their outer towers in tier 2s, prevent some of this snowball going to Tundra? Or are we going to be looking at another split push game where there's a Monkey King on one side of the map and a Nyx Assassin on the other?
I mean, I hope that's not what it comes to, because I don't know if XG are going to fare too much better in that regard. I think they have a much faster carry. That's the biggest difference, right?
Yes.
Ame had a very rough game last game. He had about 2,500 hero damage in that entire match. Oof. That might be one of the lowest in TI history. So I expect him to be mad here and come out and say, you know what? I'm not going to have a repeat of that. I'm going to deal some hero damage. I'm going to kill some heroes. And one of the best ways to defend your towers is if you just take the offensive potential to your enemy. Start going on them, killing them around the map. If you don't let Tundra group up because they never have all 5 heroes alive, you don't have to worry about defending those towers as much. If it comes to it and Tundra group and push your tower, you have some outspam, but I agree, the dive potential's there. And Lone Druid, I mean, this hero's just, he's disrespectful. There's no other, he's a dishonest hero, he's dirty. There's a reason all these dirty, dishonest European teams are spamming him, you know? Like, this hero just ignores a lot of the basic mechanics of Dota. If he wants to push your tower, if he wants to dive you, and he has double summon up, he's going to do it, and he's probably gonna get away with it unless you bring everybody.
XM challenging Thompson here for dominance in the mid lane. Doesn't really care about the Fade Bolt. He just keeps on playing on Thompson's side of the river here, trying to keep him off of any of these creeps.
Yeah, ideally you zone him. Like if you can get a zone a couple waves in, between that like level 4 to 6 before the Rubik can maybe make a rotation or get out of that lane. It should be Viper favorite here. XM will absolutely free farm this lane. Just a matter of how much punish he gets on this Rubik. And again, like the panel said, there's no spells to really steal from the Viper in the early game. But man, when you look at the rest of this lineup, I mean, there's a reason Topson asked for this mid Rubik. Nyx spells, Underlord spells, Jakiro spells, even the Tree Dance are all so nice as this game goes later. And if you ever get to that Ags, some other items on top of that, like an Octarine or whatever, we have seen Topson absolutely pop off on this hero.
Yeah, you combine a dominant laning phase for the Viper, who's currently sitting at 16-7, so very good start. Do you think we're going to see support rotations into that mid lane as well to try and keep him down even further?
You can rotate this Enchantress. You have very good early game presence on the supports for Tundra. But it's kind of a scary hero to rotate into because XG can TP their own supports in and they have a lot of turnaround potential.
Clever use of the enchant there to dispel off the Jingu. But Ame gets it anyway off the Boundless Strike and will be able to get some lifesteal, pump up his HP a bit more.
To me, the big question this laning phase is what happens on this top lane. Like, how much does this Lone Druid get to punish this double melee lane? And can XG fight back?
Well, right now, it looks like the double melees are trying to punish Whitemon for going for that Cogs to get some damage on him and are able to kind of fight through. But yeah, the Lone Druid is still in prime position, 23-8.
That's scary. Like, this hero with a good laning phase is just in a world of his own. I would really like if XG try and put some pressure onto the Lone Druid, at least a little bit, before he just completely gears up into the Gleipnir. Like, if you can snag 1 or 2 kills on Pure here, you're going to feel a lot better as this game progresses. And you have heroes that can do it. Like, Monkey King can rotate into this Lone Druid, catch him from the tree line, stun him before the true form goes off. Nyx can do something similar later on with the Vendetta. You have some cool ideas here on how to start on this hero, but a lot of it is dependent on that first 1 or 2 kills are the most important here to snag at some point in this game for XG.
Yeah, I feel like the laning phase interaction mechanics are important, but I almost feel like, especially watching a lot of these Western European teams, that it's who uses the gate more effectively in that, you know, post 5 to 10 minutes area. You know, what carries are going through the gates, what supports are able to go through and successfully gank. Here, though, no rotations required, perhaps. XXS finds himself isolated underneath his battery cell, takes a lot of damage for it. Jinkyu trying to run interference. Also takes a healthy amount of damage before hitting the impale.
I mean, they're fighting back on this lane. It's not going too bad for XG, and this is maybe a more stable laning phase than they had in that game 1. The Viper's going to continue to power up. The Monkey should be okay on this bottom lane as he is getting harassed, and Enchantress is annoying for your Jingu stacks. Another go here. You do not want to feed kills to this Lone Druid.
Are they going to get this kill first? They do! XXS barely manages to get the cleave through to get the kill on Whitemon before he in turn falls to Pure. So it is a support for core trade-off, but at least that core was able to get some experience for the kill.
Throw a little puppy paws on top, no problem, you know.
Yeah. Paying homage to one of the greats, as the 6-minute Lotus is going to be coming in quite soon.
We do see that the CS differential on mid start to open up. So these trades happening top, I mean, you just have to battle through them if you're XG, but you're trying to win the other 2 lanes, right? This is your sacrificial lane to a degree. You want a strong Viper, a strong Monkey King here. And if this Rubik continues to suffer in this mid lane matchup, like, this is a hero that does not like getting his XP sapped or being forced off of waves, right? You really want a fast 6, you want a fast boots, you want to be able to move around the map, get involved in the early fights. This Viper, if he just sits mid and if Rubik rotates, you match him with a TP of that lane, I could see XM feeling very comfortable in this game, and this is one of his signature heroes for sure. We talked a lot about the sniper in game 1, but this is a hero that XG have just won tournaments with. Jinkyu will walk off what has been a tough lane to get through, but they are clawing their way through it here.
Speaking of this Viper, I mean, it's all well and good picking this hero to win the laning phase, but we've seen through various metas, in fact, this patch as well, the Viper has been picked up, and while it may do well in the laning phase, it hasn't managed to win the game. So what is this Viper going to be doing for Extreme Gaming going into the mid game?
I think they as a team play around these turret heroes better than a lot of other teams.
Okay.
They know how to move the hero around the map, take proper fights with him, so that's the biggest thing, right? If this Viper moves, you need to get a lot out of it. And if he doesn't move, ideally you abuse his laning advantage, either rotating and snowballing the hero. I'd say that's how someone like Gaiman would play with it. Or you're confident in the scale. You have things to back him up and you're just confident in the core matchups.
7-minute Wisdom Rune. It's about to spawn soon, and the pressure is amping up in the off lane, where XXS is getting dove by an Enchantress Clockwork. They turn around, though, and they're killing the bear. That straight up is going to be a 300 gold for XXS and the defended
Wisdom Rune,
tower. But the Wisdom Rune still needs defended. Saksa, he tried to make a play for it, but he sees double supports and finds that it is not a Wisdom Rune he should be worrying about. It's his own life, stuck in a corner and killed.
Did you get the steal though? Whitemon
Ame gets the steal on the other side of the map though, so it's still even. Whitemon commits for it underneath the tier 2. The creep wave is coming in though. He takes a couple of tower shots and now slowed down by Jin-Q and XXS. A second support punished for Tundra daring to go for that dive.
Almost a catastrophe for Tundra on that rune fight. If they don't get that Wisdom Rune, I think they are basically walking away with nothing there. Lose a bear, lose 2 supports, especially early fighting supports like Enchantress Clockwork. This is not the support duo you want losing in these open exchanges to what some would argue is a little greedier with this Nyx being there. That is a lot of net worth and experience going to Jin-Q off this laning phase. He is very happy with what has happened in this top lane. We did see the dive potential, but that bear was just too low HP in this Underlord. Not an easy hero to dive this early in the game.
No. Part of the reason that Extreme did pick it up, right? It's going to be one of the best heroes to deal with that kind of extension by Tundra. Managed to hit that stun onto the Enchantress. The poison burst. It looks like it's combating against the Wiz, and it's just not going to be quite enough damage. Turns around the Viper Strike. That breaks the Viper and makes him so much easier for Whitemon to kill with that magic damage. Jin-Q up next, perhaps, as he hits the Impale, but look at him looping around from the side. Is Pure to help get this kill. They are not afraid to move their carry around, and he provides just the extra bit of damage needed to get the kill and straight into the mid-tier 1 tower pressure.
DY trying to clean up this Enchantress. Very close, he'll snag him. Big pickup for him on the Shakiro, almost pushes him to level 6, but that tier 1 tower is absolutely gone. It's a very similar game. You misplay versus a lone druid lineup, you're going to lose objectives. And that is just an open area fight that does not favor XG. That's where the Clock and the Enchantress just thrive. You're going to get punished every time, and some nice spell play from Thompson to turn the Viper against himself. I mean, that is the one spell you would want this game, this Viper Strike. It's going to be absolutely nasty against some of the cores here on XG's side.
Yeah. Viper really cannot afford to give that up too often. Jin-Q TP down to this bottom lane, but Ame backed away at the same time, so.
It's going Battle Fury? Okay. This is greedy. Like we saw last game, we didn't see a time zone for a lot of time. That Void buildup was slow. Battle Fury Monkey can also be very slow if you get it on an off timing or you don't have a free game or you don't also join the fights and clean up. I mean, again, you're looking at a lineup from Tundra. They're gonna be pushing you. They're not going to give you time to just AFK farm the jungle as much as you might want to in this game. This will pay off over the ultra long term. But you run into similar issues as game 1.
They already failed to defend 1 tower, but perhaps a second one can be defended here as a Viper Strike catches Ramses as his aggression will get him killed. Back through the gate they go, but they are going to be kind of set up. Whitemon throws out the cogs on these heroes, but they don't actually have the numbers perhaps, as so many heroes come through the gate that Extreme Gaming overwhelmed Tundra. Kill the support, take down the bear, go after the hero as well. Pure, he draws a new bear out from the ground. Ame, he gets a couple of Jingo hits in his supports though, can't get there in time to be able to provide the disables. Instead, they're fighting Thompson. Thompson underneath the tech, can't live. Meanwhile, Ame gets turned around on by Pure, who pops his ultimate, and his bear managed to double team the Monkey King, and will do the same to the Underlord.
Pure is so strong in this early game. Diffusal already up, Spark of Courage going to work. In fact, 2 Sparks of Courage. They both will activate here as they get low, and XG just overextends. Super nice gate movements. They do get the Rubik pickup, and the Viper stays alive, so that little battle they won. Thompson going down again. His game is very rough at this point. But would you sacrifice a little Rubik net worth here to boost the Lone Druid into this position? I think you would.
Yeah, I mean, your Lone Druid is the entire key to your lineup, right?
Yes, he is the fulcrum. He is the hero you're going to fight around and try and snowball this game off of. And it is a 3-0-3 start for Pure on this Lone Druid. He's very strong right now, almost level 10.
And he's going to take even more as he comes through the gate to take that safe lane tower. Maybe take DY's head with it. Saksa tries to slow him down with a blood grenade. Finally catch up long enough for the diffuser blade to get it active. That's enough.
Thompson will get a level 2 dual breath for his troubles. Also pocketing an arcane rune right now. So he's poor, but he has some spell power to play with and can easily join these fights. He's going to get a bunch of gold off the objectives as well. So as Pure opens up this map, it'll help him recover. And you could definitely go in for early Roshan in this game if you are Tundra. Enchantress can help boost it up. some Skelly Boys for some extra damage. XG continuing to look for trades, very similar to game 1. They have some gate potential like we saw there. I like the idea of just making these fast moves with everybody outnumbering Tundra. If they had snagged that lone Druid kill, this game might have just swung completely in their favor, but another quick find from Jin-Q. I mean, he's having a great game here on this Nyx, all things considered. He's level 7, Urn already up, going Vessel on the Nyx to try and deal with the lone Druid heal, try and push through maybe the Sand King Bloodstone a little later on.
And that Bloodstone is going to be happening at this rate because Ramses, we haven't talked about him hardly at all, but he's just having one of those quiet farming games for the Sand King, which he does do, right? We saw from like 33 Sand King, for example, just hoovers up all these neutral creeps, collects all this gold, all of a sudden comes out, and he's just a team fighting menace. He's got 6K net worth right now, well ahead of anybody else on Extreme.
It'll be first item pipe for him. So he's going the team item over the greedier option.
Hookshot lands, Thompson tries to follow this up, but a gate from XXS gets him away, manages to steal that gate. Can Thompson do anything with this, though?
A very interesting spell to have.
An opportunity to meet Extreme's movements, perhaps? A way to be able to outmove
action. I do like the pace XG are bringing here compared to game 1.
Yes.
They're making a lot more moves. The moves are working for them. They're combining a lot more heroes very quickly. You can see the idea. They just don't want to get outmatched in that department again.
I mean, they've already tripled up the number of kills they got in game 1. So
yeah, I think Ame's tripled his hero damage too. So things are working out a bit better here. And this Underlord is going to be a menace in the early fights. Like, he's going to have a fast pipe himself. That is a really big item for XG to rally behind. You know, Viper, you put this Viper in the front of the fight, you throw some ores behind him. If you add a little bit of sustain, sometimes he can just stand in the front line, burst the Sand King, burst the Rubik, and be really annoying with that corrosive haze and the corrosive skin going to work. So I can see this ball coming together for XG, but this is a very pivotal next 5 or 10 minutes here. Cannot start to bleed kills and objectives, and you really need to get Ame past this kind of mid-game point of, okay, he's closing in on the Battle Fury, but how much time are Tundra going to give him to use that Battle Fury before this game heats up? Because you are still looking at a very farmed lone Druid.
Yeah, he is over 2K ahead of the Monkey King, and he's got a Sand King with a pipe complete. So the bear does a lot of damage. It's got some catch thanks to the Fuse Blade inhibit, potentially the root as well, and you're not going to turn around and kill it, not with the extra magic resistance the pipe's going to be able to provide. So add in even more free power runes for Thompson everywhere he goes, because Extreme Gaming refused to play the middle part of the map. They've conceded that area time and time again, and will just play the side lane. Jin-Q, Whitemon.
You want this Underlord up top. XXS will try and vacate the area. Do you gate on him here? That's a big question.
Stolen Spell still available for Thompson. They'll TP back. Tundra, I assume, are playing this part of the map for Roshan, right? Like, we want to take these off-lane towers, but also Roshan on the table, you said, was
he's going to gate Ame bottom, maybe.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Arrow Strike hits him, and here comes the gate. A move that Ame was not expecting. What does he do about this one? Hits the trickery, but he knows he's got to run. The magic damage of Thompson is easily going to overwhelm him. Finally, the gate is put to use here, and Tundra back through it to the other side of the map.
Very efficient move. Thompson was pinging that one out. Just an easy setup here from Ramses. He'll even go through the gate, so Tundra bringing 5 heroes back to this triangle, and XG smoking straight into them here without the Monkey King.
Fighting without the monkey is a bold move, and they've already been jumped on, but what an Ice Path Macropire. A beautiful hit that does no damage, though. Pipe shrugs off most of it. Poor Ramses is stuck inside the Macropire for so long, he almost dies. Still, though, the fight is good for Tundra as they keep chasing after heroes. DY is going to be stunned up long enough for the rest to follow it up. The bear does not quite die. So both Ramses and the bear get low. Nobody actually falls. Tundra picking up a 5K net worth lead now.
3,200 damage done by XG, and they kill nothing there. Just all gets pumped into this Sand King pipe and the sustain. The bear took a lot of it as well, but Pure able to TP it out in time. Even 6 poison stacks did not bring it down. Once more, XG just lack the damage here. Now Blink is up for Ramsey, so you have more initiation power, more dive potential.
Stolen Firestorm is perfect to get the damage. The Underlord, a tanky hero, not against this kind of overwhelming advantage that Tundra are bringing to every single fight. Extreme, you specifically said this is the time where they need to make sure they do not bleed out in kills and towers. And that's exactly what Tundra is doing to them.
They're finding the openings. This game is starting to spiral in their favor. They just have such a commanding pace with the start that Pure's had. The Gleipnir's already done on him. And Solar Crest flying in for Soxa means you can power up this bear even more. They have everything online. This level 4 Firestorm is just the cherry on top for the mid Rubik here. And you just finished your Battle Fury. So on the flip side, while Pure's almost ready to go high ground, Ame's like, gosh, I need another 20 minutes.
Time to start farming.
My game just began. XG, they need to find a way to make space in this game.
I feel like I've seen this story a few times in this series. DY, Jakiro, alone somewhere on the map, found, and we'll make Tundra work for it a little bit. They'll have to use the hook shot. Meanwhile, mid lane, they actually jumped on a Pure. Pure does manage to get off his ultimate, and Ramses came in with the epicenter. It's not an easy kill, but XM can do the damage. The Viper is more than enough, and Ramses, Ame! A 4-step caught him out of the rocket flare. That surely would have been a death sentence.
That is so close to a terrible death for Ame, but instead he gets to join the fight, pick up some extra gold on top of it. And he does the most damage there with a massive Wukong. Pure, he felt invincible. He felt like this game was too good to lose. And XG, they find the opening they need in this series. Now all of a sudden, we have ourselves a Dota game because this Monkey is going to get the time he needs.
Tundra immediately try and strike back without two of their cores. Two supports leading the way. Thompson to help out. XM with that vessel on him. He's burning, but they do have supports coming in now. XM helped out by the pipe. Can he live through this? No, but he does get his revenge, certainly, from the grave. He spits out back at Tundra and will claim 3 lives for his own.
And Ame's going to get another team fight cleanup here. Says, thank you, XM. The buffet has been set. Jin-Q is starting to turn into a 4th core here. We've seen this in a lot of the Knicks games. He just finds these little openings, and it doesn't take much for him to be a huge threat. This Vessel has absolutely paid off versus these big team fight frontliners. Another 2,000 gold swing here for XG, and this game is back to even.
The table is set, dinner is served. Ame and Jin-Q are feasting out here. Look at him jump up the net worth, almost catching up to the Sand King now.
And it's so many levels too. Fights. I mean, this is another play where, like, this is the strength of Viper. When you go on him and you overextend and you need that last bit of HP to get through him, it sets the team fight up for the rest of the team. The pipe comes through, it's just too much to get through. Thompson's out of mana. Soxa can heal, but that's a 1-for-3 trade, and XG will take that every time. More Vessel charges for the Knicks and a lot of experience going their way. You now have a Monkey King who's level 14 versus a Lone Druid who is also level 14. That lead in the carry count carry matchup is evaporated by now.
Feels like Tundra got a little bit too used to the net worth lead and the way the momentum was going in this series. Game 1 was such a dominant show from them, and it felt like Game 2 might be a repeat performance, but now they're beginning to get picked off and falling apart. The Nyx Assassin setting up Extreme Gaming for another successful kill.
And an amp damage rune for one of their cores. XM will pick it up. They can start to do some tower pushing of their own. Jin-Q finds another massive opening in this game. This mid Rubik is starting to get abused. He is falling behind the enemy 4 position and becoming a liability.
Set that trade-off. Would you take an under-farmed Rubik in exchange for an over-farmed Lone Druid? 1 death on Pure has made that strategy from Tundra fall really flat. And bug indeed, Jin-Q playing the Nyx Assassin, perhaps the MVP for Extreme Gaming, as he has set them up for so many kills by now and has finally gotten Extreme Gaming a net worth lead. What feels like the first time in this game. We'll see if they can actually keep that growing, though.
It's a very pivotal moment in this game. If XG can continue to find the momentum, then we could be looking at one of the, is it the first potential Game 3 on this main stage?
Since we got to the main stage, it's just been 2-0s all the way through. Bit disappointing, but maybe we could finally see one. Extreme, especially Ame, especially. He doesn't want to go out like this, man.
No.
I mean, he has so many 2nd places, 3rd places, 4th places at TI.
Look at this.
2022, he had a 6th place performance.
A 1% lead in gold XP. They have crawled their way to an advantage somehow.
It seems like it's still slightly favoring. I saw 45-55 to the favor of Tundra. Where do you think that comes from?
I mean, this Lone Druid's still very strong, right? And you're still kind of in his game. Pure has control in terms of where and when the fights happen. If Tundra get a big pick off into Roshan, they can regain a lot of the momentum. And we still have this Sand King, right? This hero has dominated a lot of the games on the main stage. Ramses is still the most farmed hero in the game. In fact, he's going back for the Bloodstone. So he's like, all right, you know, the Blink Pipe push, it didn't pan out completely for us, but we can still scale here. We can still pick up the teamfight slack. He's still going to become a beast. In theory, this Monkey King pick can deal with these heroes in the ultra late. This is why it was prioritized so highly in that first round by XG. It's a hero that can dice up the Sand King even through a lot of his spells, because you just throw the Wukong and you match him.
And he'll be able to ignore a lot of the magic damage coming his way with the BKB as his next item.
Yep. This is going to be a battle of magic resistances in some ways.
Yeah.
Like, you have this Rubik Lone Druid who can buff up and become very tanky versus a lot of the spell damage, but on the flip side, you have this Viper who's his own menace. You have a Monkey who's going to have BKB and potentially a very strong fight around the Roshan, and you have a Pipe on both sides. Initiations are going to become very key as this game progresses. What can Jin-Q find?
Oh, this is maybe a little too
awkward.
deep. I'm not sure if you want this one. XX says he committed for that one. He throws out the pin. Where's he going? He's not going back. He pushes forward. Kamikaze straight past the tier 2 tower. I guess it helps Jin-Q get away.
I mean, that was clearly not a play the second Jin-Q started to bail. XXS did not get the memo.
Very awkward. Just as we were praising Extreme Gaming for having some cleaner executions in this game 2 than they did game 1, they fall right back to game 1's mistakes.
I mean, just type space for Ame, because he just finished BKB.
Guess so. See what that space can do for them, though, because, I mean, you said they could do Roshan pretty early. Tundra have yet to be able to find that objective. They're finally going to make the play now, but Extreme Gaming are going to try and defend it here. They won't have the Underlord Fiend's Gate, but he could TP into the outpost and make a full 5-on-5.
Currently, the entire Bloodstone for Ramses is flying out right now, but it's far. If XG take this fight right now, you're missing a huge amount of net worth on this Sand King.
And Ame is maybe going to be able to get a really good ultimate here.
He's on all of them.
The corner of the pit. He's going to throw it out. Drops
It's an illusion.
down the strike. He went out to an illusion. That's disastrous. The rest of the team is going to have to make a better initiation, but the Roshan's already dead. And Ame, he pops his BKB, but for what? To try and get tops, and it seems like he's managed to get his Jingu stacks up, and we'll finish off that pesky Rubik. XXS needs some help. The bear is currently causing problem. What a hit from the Jin-Q, but Ramses is still strong with a Bloodstone. Running around with his Sandstorm, trying to chase after these heroes. Somehow Pure managed to get through this one, and now his bear starts going to work. A hit from the Valley Strike, a push away from the bear. Get back, get back. Jin-Q tries to make a run for it, but the Gleipnir gets him in his hold. XM standing strong.
The Viper
take
gone.
down the Lone Druid once. Ame, can he make it twice though? In the way, XM, he's out of here. A TP out, DY does the same, but Ame will be left behind.
Oh, Pure. He switched his items onto the main Lone Druid just to get that Gleipnir out. What an insanely heads-up play.
Oh, no way.
But XM, he just lived through that entire fight. The Viper, he stands, he delivers 6,000 damage. They get the Aegis, they get forward, they get a buyback on the Clockwork. An extremely even fight, but one that XG are probably okay with, because now you took that second life out of the Lone Druid's hands, and again, you slow the tempo down. Still, what we didn't see at the bottom of that screen was Ame. He went on the bottom tree line. He dropped a Wukong on a Rubik illusion that got baited. Thompson with, I think it's just an illusion rune, did so much work in that fight. And now he will be caught again. This is another deep committal.
Whitebot might have just bailed him out with a beautiful hook shot at Cogs. They're all grouped up. Thompson is dead, but maybe Ramses with a 3-man burrow. Hit that epicenter, hit the bear roar. Get as much as you can out of this. It's a grab bag.
These gates, they have been a blessing and they have been a curse for XG. It's another one that just felt too deep.
And a third hero to go. Ramses gets him on the burrow too. All three that went through that gate will die for it.
Tundra strike back with another gift just straight into the heart of their side of the map. And Ame's looking on like, guys, is this the fight we want to take? XG just not respecting the numbers that can come from Tundra around these tier 2s. And now you gave him an opening, you gave him push potential. Pure straight into the high ground. Alpha Wolf here for Soxa for more damage boost. And the Ags is done for the Rubik, so despite Thompson having an extremely rough game here, in fact, he is bottom 3 net worth. This is a support Rubik at this point.
They're making this push without the Rubik. Extreme Gaming gonna try and catch the heroes before they can retreat. That is a big misclick there from XM.
I mean, he got that siege creep.
Yeah, siege creep down, I guess.
That is a range Drax claim from Tundra. Not an end-all be-all given the game state, but another big momentum loss for XG, who felt like they were clawing their way back in this series. They'll have to fall back a bit and regroup here as they try and get Ame to his next item.
Some over-aggression and mistakes cost Extreme what could have been a hold on this game. Wrestled from their grasp, and now Tundra with a 5K net worth lead, a range barracks down. They can exploit another maneuver from Extreme like that. We could be looking at another full lane, another second lane. I mean, this tier 2 goes down and the whole base is potentially open for Lone Druid's taking.
How much can you control the objective taking right now? How much can you get these lanes out and continue to try and find openings with this Nyx Assassin? I think Tundra are done getting picked off. They're just grouping for the rest of this game, it might be. Though I don't know if XG want to gate into them anymore. Yeah. Players have not panned out as much as they did in the early game.
Look at DY. What is this, man? He smokes out to get some wards down, some very deep vision. But are these wards actually going to be helpful to you if it's Tundra just pushing into your base? I mean, they're not leaving Extreme side of the map right now.
They're great for deep wave cutting and splitting the lanes behind Tundra's front line, dragging them back, because this will see some of the setup on heroes trying to catch Ame or kill the Viper on their side of the map. As long as you can feel like you can defend your base in the meantime, this lets you farm it out, not lose a net worth deficit. See if Tundra feel pressured to smoke across the map and try and catch the split push, or if they're happy just keeping the game static, looking towards the next Roshan.
That'll be coming in 3.5 minutes time. Meanwhile,
XM gonna look towards the BKB on the Viper. That would be the next biggest pickup here for XG. We've seen how much damage he does in the fight. It's crazy when the stacks build up.
0.1 second TP there from Thompson. It's DY to evacuate the area. But that Viper is still out there, still farming away that all-important BKB.
And part of the equation that's been working for XG in the fights has been isolating Thompson at the start, or taking him out. With this Ags on the Rubik, it's that much more important, because you cannot give away Firestorm +1 in a team fight and let him get multiple rounds of these spells off, right? He already has Firestorm, he goes in, let's say he gets Impale or Pit or Ice Path, something of this nature, and you do not take this Rubik out of the fight, he will win that team fight for Tundra, unless the bear gets bursted, which Shin-Q, he's got ideas of his own here, going back for the Dagon. He is very farmed on this Nyx. He does a lot of burst damage. But can you catch the Lone Druid before the true form comes out? That's a big piece of the puzzle here. And BKB done for Ramses means he can frontline a lot more confidently now.
Same goes for Pure.
Yep.
Double BKB timings, which means Ame is going to have to be the one to step up as the big physical damage dealer. You're going to need better Wukongs than what we've seen so far.
Ame, does he know the danger lurking around him right now? This ward might betray him as he doesn't see any of these smoked heroes, but they don't see him.
Oh, it breaks. Thompson, wait, a flare over the top. Ame, he's going to realize what's going on, hopping into the trees. They thought he was maybe on the low ground. So hard to know exactly where a Monkey King is. When the smoke breaks, he could be on any of these trees.
I mean, that is a massive play for both teams. It's a lot of time and a very important smoke wasted for Tundra. They cross the entire map there. Between Ame goes bottom and the team pushes out mid, takes a high ground position. They're gonna look to jump Pure mid. Again, if he does not get his ult off.
They did have vision of Ame making his way to bottom and then back to mid.
They still want this Viper BKB. That's the thing. XM, he's so close.
Yeah.
Don't want to fight without that right now. As Tundra, they have their big fighting items. They have the double BKB plus that Thompson Ags. They're not really missing anything right now. Should also keep in mind this Soxa Enchantress. He got to Hurricane Pike and he rolled an Enchanted Quiver. So he is outputting a lot more DPS than he was in those early exchanges. Can be a threat of his own, absolutely. Not a bad hero versus the Viper in the later stages of the fight, honestly. If you just sit there and trade with each other, it's unlikely you get Viper struck broken yourself. You're gonna want bigger targets for this spell.
Yeah. Looks like that BKB is going to be completed for XM as Tundra do not go for the high ground push. It would have been a bold move, but perhaps unwise just because we are entering that Roshan spawn period. Last thing you want to do is fail a high ground push and give Extreme free access to the pit.
Absolutely. This will also wear out that timer on the stolen Firestorm for Thompson. So XG are going to go into this next fight. This Rubik will have to look for the double spell steal. A little bit of an edge.
Pure calls in some reinforcements for another Tormentor.
Of course, doesn't want to take the one-on-one.
Understandable.
There's also a lot of Force Staffs on this Tundra side you have to think about. You have double Force Staff on the 2 supports, and you have a Force Staff on Thompson. There's a lot of bailout potential, getting heroes out of the Wukong, out of the control.
Really good. They know they just hit the Tormentor, but Ame, he goes in pretty deep, breaks that smoke. They're deciding whether or not he hopped away for the Burrow Strike. Just in time.
Back in.
Now he hops back in with the BKB, commits that Wukong's command, and now let's see if the Lone Druid can stand toe-to-toe. He gets the Force Staff outside of the Wukong's command, but the bear does die. Meanwhile, XXS getting peppered by Soxa. A stolen boundless strike will stop him getting through the gate, and Soxa does the damage. Now XM, he's not sure quite what to do. His hook shot's gonna stop any movement from him. An Ice Path goes down, tries to go for the kill on Ramsey. He's hoping beyond hope that he can get that damage done, but it will not happen. DY will follow the rest of his team into the grave. Ame is the only survivor. Nobody dies on the side of Tundra.
They all end on Pure, and it was not enough. They didn't have some of the extra spells from the Nyx, who got caught up on the side. Despite dodging the initial initiation on the Monkey King, they output 13,000 damage, and they don't kill a hero. The Lone Druid will completely laugh it off as Tundra say, we're not going to wait for Roshan, we're going to push your base. Just too much sustain. Not enough single target burst damage. Ame needs more damage. And it was a very disjointed fight. Supports did not get to do a lot, and now
Extreme Gaming are getting picked off before they can actually get their full 5-man. What a heads-up move. Whitemon, Ramsey, somebody spotted him somewhere in that trees, makes that guess, and now instead of waiting for the Viper in 10 seconds, they will have to wait another 40 to be able to have an Nyx Assassin. Time that Extreme Gaming might not have. As one full lane of barracks goes down, they can turn their heads towards that mid-melee racks as well if they want, or they could back up for Roshan. Roshan is going to spawn a bit late here, but Tundra should still have control of the pit.
Go into base, refill all the resources, make sure you have everything up for this fight. That was also a fight where Thompson got to live for the entire duration, and he didn't get crazy spells that he wanted, but he got a couple boundless strikes off. He got Viper Strike at the end. Those are the 2 he's holding on to. Again, that's like the easiest target for you to bring down if you're XG. They just pumped everything into the worst thing, which is that bear who lives. If you have Vessel on him, maybe that looks different. But it feels like you have to go on who Jinkyu goes on, and Tundra know it. They're just letting the Bear and the Sand King front line. Even Enchantress is not an easy target. You have to pick your poison here. And Roshan is respawned. See if Tundra just commit straight into the pit, try and do it. I think they absolutely can. This is a potentially game-ending Aegis here.
Really interesting. If Tundra do not commit to doing this, then it will switch over to the other side, which Extreme Gaming would be very well positioned. They have a high ground ward on that gate. They have heroes already set up. The lanes are pushing in. Tundra see some of those heroes. They see the Monkey King, the biggest threat.
You have to do Roche here if you're Tundra.
They're going straight to it, which means they should be able to have it. Extreme Gaming have no response to this move.
No contest. The only saving grace here is you're going to get to your butterfly on Ame, but that might be the last item you get here before you have to fight for your lives in a high ground defense situation. Now, in theory, that can be a tough fight for Tundra, but Lone Druid is one of the best base breakers in Dota.
Yeah.
And he just finished a full Assault Kuros. They're just going to 5-man gate into Ame.
Ame says, Ame's going to go throw the Wukong's command. They immediately hit the Impale. And Pure, oh, he got the fear. Almost pushed Ame out of it, but the Wukong's command stays alive. Can the damage stay up, though? The Clockwork goes down. How did Pure manage to get out of here?
What?
He's making a run for it. Throws out the Gleipnirs. The stuns are after him. Ame hops on top. Stun. Where's the stuns? They didn't have it. They go for the bear instead, but they needed that kill on Pure. They needed it to turn the game around.
This hero, sometimes it just does not make any sense. 11,000 damage done by XG and Pure. He just walks it off, man. Gates right into a Wukong, says no problem. if you're XG at this point, like, are you starting to question your own reality? Like, what does it take to bring this Lone Druid down?
Yep.
I think you need all 5 heroes hitting him.
Yeah.
Unless you find him, you know, outside the true form, which has just not been the case for most of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they need some BKB piercing disables to be able to catch him. I mean, they got the perfect opportunity here.
Yeah, they got him to under 250 before the true form, and then he walks it off.
And he just runs away. Pops his BKB, TP's out. I mean, come on.
I think that was another BKB to hero switch, by the way. You got to remember, this Lone Druid only has 3 item slots on his main hero. Pure's been switching them around the whole game.
Yeah. Right now.
Very clutch plays on the itemization slotting from Pure here as he shows off the mechanical ability. XG, they do break down some of that lead, however, and kind of waste a little bit of this Aegis period. By the way, that Aegis went to the Rubik. An interesting choice here, not a high ground breaking Aegis in any capacity. Yes. But I guess if the Lone Druid can't die, I mean, he doesn't need it. He wants his slots on the hero.
Certainly put that to the test in that gate play.
Oh, yeah.
Extreme Gaming. They couldn't do it there. Perhaps a high ground hold is where it's going to happen.
And I will say maybe the biggest talent in this game for changing situations like that would be the Monkey King 25. You can get an extra ring on this Wukong. Suddenly when you disperse or run out of it, maybe you just die. Maybe Ame doesn't get feared out of it. He is basically 1 level off of this Monkey 25. Finished the Butterfly, looking towards an Ags. Has buyback and 300 gold if he wants to hold it up. Feels like so much of this game revolves around the Monkey King, and can he do the damage? Can he find the opening? Can Tundra break XG before this goes ultra late?
A level 25 on Ame would certainly make a huge difference. I mean, they're having the hard time keeping these heroes inside of the Wukong's command because they don't have any BKB piercing stuns, right? They just pop BKBs, walk out of it. A bigger ring would go a long ways.
I mean, they have 4 staffs and dispersers, but it's not as good as just being able to push the monkey out or get out yourself.
Yeah.
Ame skirting around this bottom lane. Looking for some camps, but we'll find nothing here as this game has evened out a bit more.
Hook shot across, Whitemon hits his mark thanks to a deep lane ward. DY's life is forfeit, 50 seconds. Timer for him. The bear goes up to the high ground and is immediately met by staunch resistance. That's a big pit.
That is a very big pit. Thompson happy with the spells he's got right now. Pick up one more easily.
XH's got to feel a little impotent. Much smaller circle from him, but I guess it's enough. The bear is not able to take down that building, and they will be able to wait out there. Jakiro coming back into play. Tundra Pure uses BKB for that. Get his bear out of there, I assume, so that actually is enough cooldown that Extreme can farm a bit more. Maybe we'll see some of those key items.
And they're pushing towards this Monkey 25. The biggest thing, the more the Viper can scale, the better too. I mean, we saw the high ground's difficult. You can't just siege with the bear versus the Viper unless you jump the Viper, which there's some potential there for Tundra, but it would kind of require Ramses committing in. He is also closing in on level 25 on the Sand King. Really big talent in terms of the damage output here. This is a scary hero with 6 slots. Maybe a scary late game for both teams in a lot of ways. And a lot of pressure on Jin Q for this XG lineup to find initiations with the Impale, because that is their best way to start a fight. Like you said, no BKB piercing ability means your initial stuns are vital to your teamfight success. Tundra continue to try and just propose frontliners that you can't go on here. Zoxa will pick up a Moon Shard on Enchantress, level 20 of his own.
I mean, he pumped out the most damage in that last team fight. This next one, oh, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, they have so many threats. They're trying to deal with the bear, see if they can kill the lone druid quickly, deal with Thompson, whose Aegis has expired. Zoxa probably just goes unnoticed by Extreme Gaming in these fights, and those impetuses do build up.
I think they will notice him at this point.
Yeah.
Like, he is the true 3 in this lineup as this Rubik. He's going to be very annoying on the spell power, but damage-wise, this Enchantress is going to do a lot. And at some point, you're going to have to focus him down. I mean, you would love to be able to Viper strike and break him, but
probably not going to happen. Yeah. That Viper is closing in on a Scotty, so his physical threat really starts ramping up. as he's going to be tankier, his just right clicks are going to be even more debilitating for this poor bear. It feels like almost Tundra have to wait for another Roshan and wait for a pickoff. Like, Extreme Gaming is not just going to sit inside their base the entire time. They need to keep finding more and more items and more farm.
I was about to say, are they? Because they have been sitting here for a while. That lead was down to 9K. They've given up 5K during this period. The Aegis is out. In theory, you're not waiting for anything to expire here. You're just waiting. I mean, are you actually waiting for Ame level 25? He bought out for the Ags, by the way, has his shard as well. This is a Monkey King with no buyback, trying to get to that talent. The Scotty done for the Viper, another big point here, almost 4K HP on XM. And you got your Underlord BKB. I mean, this is as good as it's going to get for XG for a long time, unless you can win a team fight.
Do you feel like this is a point where they have to contest Roshan, have to smoke up, or do they keep relying on their high ground defense?
To catch 22, that high ground defense is strong for the Viper, but the Roshan fight is very strong for the Monkey King with that level 25 talent, which Ame should have for it. It's kind of which type of team fight do you believe in more at this point? Do you believe you can win this game if you do not claim a Roshan at some point as well?
Okay, they got the 25, instantly smoke up.
They were waiting for it. I mean, they gave up a lot to get there. Like, this was not a free talent by any means, but it is an insanely powerful one in this game. Still, you have to land the Monkey King Wukong's command here. If you blow this spell or Tundra kite it out, it feels like the team fight's over.
The smoke might just stumble into another smoke from Tundra as they collect all 5 of their heroes.
Baiting the Viper.
Baiting the Viper. Will this be any good for them? Tundra sneaking around the side here, but Extreme holding the hard left-hand side of the map, playing on that high ground.
Tundra can be the ones more patient here because the creeps are pushing in. In fact, they're setting up on Ame.
Ame, this could be dangerous. Oh, he quickly bound the strikes and away into the trees before Ramses pulls the trigger on that blink stun.
They see the auras potentially on the creeps.
Yeah.
Smoke will pop. That was almost an insanely sick read from Tundra. If they had caught that Monkey King on that wave, that's just game over. He still has no buyback for 650 gold.
What a big ability to steal Firestorm. So dangerous in these fights with that kind of AoE that Thompson has.
And he wants to make it even bigger. Bloodstone coming out for this Rubik shortly. I mean, that pit is the entire fight. This Rubik can become a massive late game problem with just the sheer AoE on a lot of these spells.
Yeah, Firestorm plus the Shard plus Bloodstone. We're talking about some serious regen lifesteal going on there.
Another
Tundra back away. A back out, time to do Tormentor, they say.
Another 1v1, no?
This is going to be another time where Extreme are smoke. See the pop-up there that the Dire did the Tormentor.
There's a big shield
so they
rune.
know where they're at.
Well, give it to Ame. This is a really big rune if they can get a fight out of it. But Tundra should be looking at the lanes right now. They know this is coming.
Oh, and Ame. He feels strong with the shield room, but he is going to be walking to Tundra heroes. They immediately jump for Ramses, and what a Wukong's command, hitting all 5 of these heroes. Tundra on the run, caught in the pit though. Pure, his hero is going to make it out. His bear will not. And XM holding first step forward, pops BKB, putting damage on Thompson. Damage on Thompson. It's going to be enough. Can he get away though? Ramsey with a buyback now pops Bloodstone epicenter. XM, his BKB is only going to last for so long. And Shinkyu, he's going to get diced up. Pure is big and he's bad and he's a deadly bear that is going through hero after hero. An immediate buyback. Ame is going to buy back, but what about the Underlord? What about DY who's left behind on the Jakiro? They won't have all their heroes. They take the fight, they get some kills, they get some buybacks, but ultimately that 27,000 net worth lead is beginning to show its face.
Another fight where you look at the damage numbers and the kills just don't reflect it. Tundra soak it all up there. They're happy to lose their Rubik and a clock to win that exchange. They get the Monkey buy, they get the Nyx buy, they get everybody on the side of XG. There's just not enough damage to punch through. Even with a Wukong on basically everybody in a sick boundless strike, all you get is the bear. Pure still stands strong. 11, 1, and 13 on this lone Druid. He has been untouchable in this series, and he wants to eliminate the last Chinese team in this TI.
Extreme. Are they going to just give up on Megas, or are they going to try and make this hold? Ame, BKB in 10 seconds. Wukong's command is up. And Tundra are going to call it quits here and go back for Roche.
This game is starting to slip away, though.
Yeah.
Like, there's just not much more you can build to overcome the biggest problem in this game, which has been how do you kill these heroes. And Tundra are going to add an Aegis to that list, and Ags on the Roche as well.
If you are having a hard time keeping these heroes inside of the Wukong's command, doing the damage fast enough to kill them, what does it mean when you have to play against another life on one of these cores? A gate straight to it. They cannot afford to give up this Aegis, but no one's actually going through the gate right now. Tundra. Ame's sitting up in the back, jumps through the trees. A Wukong's command, dead center is Pure, and he's already been hit by some stuns. They are all in to kill the lone drone, but Pure got his BKB up. They got a bear kill. Now they got to come in for the Roshan. Ame for it, but Ramses with the hit. White One gets the hook, and Ramses takes the Aegis, denying Ame his chance in immortality. It is ripped away from him, and Tundra stomp Extreme into the ground.
They got basically everything out of that they wanted. Aegis on the Sand King, an absolute gem. And Ame out for 110 seconds here. No buyback on the Monkey King. All up to XM and Jinkyu. And it is another fight where you all in the Lone Druid and you were not even close.
The same team fights going the same ways, running over the same ground, surrounded by the same old fears. Another year of unrealized potential, another tournament of broken dreams.
Forced in.
Maybe he can save it, but a force F in. It gets in. XM killed. No defense. Ame, XM, both out. No damage in the tank left for Extreme. The best they could do is get a Sand King who had an Aegis anyway. They've killed him twice, but thrice he'll revive. Thrice will come back into this team fight to end the game. The throat is exposed, and Tundra will lay claim to a top 4 at the International.
And they will eliminate the last team trying to fight against this European cabal, for lack of a better word. They have just reigned supreme for what feels like the last 2 years, and here it comes again to another European DBC showdown in many ways as Tundra eliminate the Chinese hopes at TI 13. Not the way I think XG wanted to go out of this tournament. They had so much potential, such high hopes. A top 6 is not going to feel good enough for this team. We saw glimpses of what they could do in these team fights, but ultimately, Tundra just came ready today to play the meta, play the push heroes, play the sustain, and I mean, that Pure Lone Druid, that is the absolute stuff of nightmares. That is a hero-player combination that is going to be haunting Ame decades from now.
Yeah, I think all these teams are going to be looking at that Lone Druid in Tundra, in Tundra's hand, in Pure's hands, and questioning whether or not they want to give that up. Through that Lone Druid, they keep something alive that few have achieved before, the 2-time for Saksa, and something nobody else has laid claim to before, the 3-time for Thompson. The dreams are still alive for some here at the International. One more time, we'll say goodbye to Extreme Gaming, who were the great hopes for China to be able to have a top performance at TI, but it seems that this region has struggled when it comes to the last few internationals, and they will gracefully exit out at the 5th, 6th place. Meanwhile, though, Tundra are moving on, and we can move to the main stage with an interview.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, I am here with Ramses from Tundra. I mean, top 4 at the International. How does that feel?
No more curses.
No more curses, absolutely not. You break it, you get there. I mean, this is the first for you, right? I mean, with this team as well. Are you feeling good?
Yeah, I feel good. I enjoy to be here, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the crowd is behind you as well. That's nice to see. So who on your team do you put this win down to? You know, who do you feel like performed really, really well here?
Today, Pure play super amazing on the Lone Druid. Yeah, I think Pure is the best.
You think Pure is the best? I think a lot of people would agree with you, but you yourself had some fantastic moments in this game as well. How did it feel at the end there on that Sand King, jumping into the Roshan, getting the Aegis, and basically securing your team the game with the rumble of the crowd? How was that?
I think this moment, if even they have an Aegis and I just jump after, it's not gonna many changes. We're gonna win anyway. But they have last try, you know. That's it.
That's it indeed. Well, I mean, you've been playing on this team for about 5 months now. Saxa comes in as well. How are you finding the connection between each other to play this well and make it this far at the international?
I don't know what to say. Saxa is super good player. We not much practice have with him, but we just enjoy tournament and just we'll see what's gonna happen. Maybe we can win. Who knows?
Maybe. Ramses, thank you very, very much for this performance. Congratulations on your top 4 finish. Well done, and we will send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nomad and Ramses. And yes, for Ramses and for Pure and for Whitemon, this is the first time they got as far as they did here today at the International. Saxa and Topson obviously have taken the championship in the past, Topson twice. We'll see how far they can come this time around, but 4th guaranteed here already is quite the milestone, and they get the chance to do the same thing that they did to Falcons again. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. I want to break this game down the cost because we thought maybe there was a chance for Extreme to push this to a 3rd game. It did not happen.
It really didn't. Every single team fight pretty much went the same way, where they're using Wukong's command. Ahmed's damage, 47,000 damage in this game. It was pretty much insane. They lacked a little bit more because they're playing around Pure. Pure did die only 1 time in this game, surviving so many times on like 200 HP. He gets the true form off. I love Tundra's teamfight execution. They understand how to fight against each other, how to reset multiple times, which we've seen that it needs to be done against some of these big teamfight ultis. And this Disperser again, coming out from Pure, he knows what's up. Gives you speed, gives everybody speed. They run away. A couple of 4 staffs, beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff. We saw Extreme trying to make the plays, trying to make the moves, and at the end of the day, for them, it was not enough. Before we continue breaking down the game and the series, we're first going to hear some words from Xingqiu with Pyrian.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Xingqiu. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Just quickly, what went wrong in that series for your team?
我们都很支持你，很遗憾离开了比赛。想问一下，那个上一场大概出了什么问题呢？
就是我自己有几波比较太深入的那种进攻吧，然后导致我们的中继球出了一些问题。
There were several times when I went way too deep and way too offensive, and it went wrong.
Okay, well, another question is to say, would you say that the top 6 finish that you got at this TI met your expectations ahead of the tournament?
虽然很不如意，但是前6这个成绩在你们预期之中吗？
算在吧。
Sure, considerably.
Okay, nice. And obviously, I think this team has showed a huge amount of promise. What are your guys' plans for next season?
其实你们队伍都很有潜力的，下一个赛季有没有什么展望可以跟我们分享一下呢？
希望成绩会更好吧。
We hope for better results.
Fair enough and fantastic. I know there are a lot of XG fans here in the arena. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
现场有很多你们 XG 的粉丝，也有很多你的粉丝，有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就非常感谢大家大老远过来看比赛吧，然后也很热情。
Thank you all for coming from all over the world, and you guys are super passionate.
Well, I think we all agree with that statement, so thank you, Xingqiu. Can we give a big round of applause for Xingqiu and Extreme Gaming?
Yeah, thank you very much. It is always brutal to see that side of the competition as well, but someone has to fall for another team to advance, and that is what happened here. And this second game that we just watched of the series, I think TGov, it did showcase how strong Extreme can be, because we did see some great fights and movements by them.
No, yeah, we did, for 100%. They looked good in some moments, specifically the game 2. I think that was, what we wanted to see from them. But you can't really blame Extreme too much. I think this game or series win is all on Tundra. The fact that they looked at Lone Druid, Game Gladiators, the only other team to play Lone Druid in the tournament so far 2 times, one in the group stage, one at the international. And then out of nowhere, you know what, Pure, you want to play Lone Druid? He's also only played 12, this is actually I think his 13th pro Lone Druid game. He had a 41% win rate on the heroes. He was atrocious compared to all his other heroes. Like, Lone Druid is just not his thing based on the stats. He comes in today, though, and he just slaughters them. He just sends them home. It was like, this game as well, he's top net worth the entire time. Like, it was a spectacular showing from Pure on the Lone Druid, and you can't really prep for it. They've not played it, they've not practiced it, and suddenly it's just here.
Yeah, they were completely unprepared for that, and it showed. We didn't see the level of confidence that we've been seeing for the last 2 series that XG played. None of their, signature muertes coming out, their own takes through the safe lane. We did see Faceless Void, but it also felt quite reactive instead of them coming into it with an idea. But, I mean, Tundra, they just came to play. They were a completely different level than we saw them yesterday. Every single one on this team did an incredible job, and it wasn't just Pure on that Lone Druid. From the mid lane, from both supports, from Ramses on that Sand King. You heard him in the interview. He said, I think Pure played the best. I think Sand King was one of the biggest reasons why they won that game. Ramses on that Sand King was so dependable. He did the most hero damage in his game, and once that net worth started to equalize for XG and Tundra, he just, farmed up, got a blink pick off on the Monkey King. He went through the gate that Underlord placed for Monkey King, getting more triangle kills with his team, and he really set the tempo for them.
All eyes on Rubik in every single fight. They're like, Thompson, he's going to steal the big spells, which he did throughout the whole game, stealing the Firestorm, the Pit of Malice, everything from Jakiro. He got to the Aghanim Scepter, so he's going to steal 2 of those. And then Saksa, he has a pretty free entry to a fight. Nobody's touching his hero. In a lot of these post-fight recaps, we've seen that he dealt the most damage in these later fights.
It felt like this draft from Tundra had the elements of Falcons to some degree, where if you finally get through the tanky frontline core, that's the Lone Druid, then you have to deal with like another big core whilst the supports are pulling out artillery. And I say supports, Rubik's net worth did fall behind the Enchantress, and he basically was playing like a greedy 4 rather than like a mid lane, but it didn't really matter in this game because there was such a formidable double front line to get through that you can just pump out the damage, and you don't really need to scale too crazily. Just have the levels and you're going to be fine. So Ench is insanely strong. Lone Druid as well for the future of this bracket. If Gaming or Tundra in a series, Lone Druid's going to have to be considered.
And like we saw in that highlight just now, Enchantress was a machine gun later in the game. The beauty of Enchantress in this patch is that she gives you pure damage through her Impetus, and she was melting the Underlord on XXS like he was nothing. And that happened fight after fight after fight, and the scaling from the support in Enchantress made it so that Tundra were never really on the timer that you would be worried about seeing a Lone Druid carry. It didn't matter, because if you have a scaling support like Ench, it doesn't... Once damage mitigation is built for the Lone Druid, you've got another backup plan.
Yeah, and the building damage for the Lone Druid, you cannot deny how fast he could push that up. Ame tried to mimic it, but didn't do it. But that was not this game, I believe.
Yeah, and that #1 stat from Pure that he got this game, is the second in all-time TI history. So of all the TIs, he's hit the buildings, the most second.
I will say, the amount of times that I saw Pure survive, even if his bear died, I mean, Lacoste, this hero, it's turning into the, obviously it was the hero of the series, but...
Hero of the tournament. We started with, some Maranas looking very hot, paired up with some Clockworks, with some Treant Protectors, and then we had Luna. But now Lone Druid, out of a sudden, this hero is so strong. It gives you strong laning stage. It gives you the tower damage that we've seen. So you can easily take the barracks, you can easily take the buildings. All you need to do is take one good fight near the enemy base.
I'd like to add another hero to Hero of the Tournament, because potentially Sniper belongs in that list. Let's find out from Purge.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, Sniper was a big hero in this tournament so far, and especially in this series. In the first game, it had a lot of nice advantages. Here's the big thing. It's that extra attack range. You're attacking from 700 units away, which is much more than he used to. You used to have to actually skill and ability to get that. So what ends up happening when you're laning against a 525 range hero is you just have this constant range advantage. And if you just play in that range advantage over your opponent, for example, this is about where SF's attack range is, this is about Snipers, if he just plays in this zone in here, he gets to constantly harass his opponent with almost no repercussions at all. Free damage, better attempts at last hitting, and more. So that translates. SF gets outlaned. He goes to jungle, and look at this. He's attacking a tower with basically no items for free. There's just not a hero there. So this is just an extra advantage that Sniper has now in this patch that he didn't have before. This is part of the reason that he's trending so effectively. And then that range advantage even translates for his ultimate. He doesn't even have to really be that close to Shadow Fiend, and he can just pop a little ultimate in there to get a bunch of damage on top. So this is something that the best teams have been doing consistently. They outlane their opponents with a lane matchup, and then their support starts playing near them to basically make it even worse for their opponents. Their opponents are getting even more bullied by a support rotating over. This is really highly skilled by Soxa. So this range advantage just translates. You don't even have to be close to your opponents, and you're scoring extra gold. You're stealing the souls out of Shadow Fiend, basically. So the goal then is to jump on top of the Sniper and kill him, limit his net worth advantage. But if your teammates back you up, that doesn't even happen either. So Topson's Sniper very much about staying alive, staying away from his opponents, and never dying. He succeeded that big time in Game 1. Game 2, they had to ban it. It was just too much, and it's not going to be the last time. It's going to be a lot of Sniper bans as the tournament continues.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, I would imagine that potentially after the international, we might see a little bit of a nerf on the Sniper. I know that in a separate game, Vinict already got a little bit of a nerf. So that's already sorted. One Sniper down, one Sniper to go. As I think, to be fair, our next series, getting slightly ahead of myself here, is again, it just happens, guys, because there's so much Dota to look forward to. Sniper is going to play a big role, T, but I think maybe Lone Druid will play an even bigger role.
I think anything that provides speed and aggression will be at the forefront of both of these coaches, both of these captains' mind, because Liquid Gaming are the quickest teams at TI. They're both teams in the upper bracket. They always secured top 3, and yeah, I kind of want to see both heroes.
Let's take a quick look at the bracket first, because we are pausing the lower bracket for a little while. As we had 2 series, we saw Cloud9 and Extreme Gaming moving forward. Falcons and Tundra will play again later today, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons and Tundra, just European dominance cements itself throughout this TI. It may be a little bit sad for those who want to see more regional representation, but ultimately, this has been the best region for a while, and it's why we see these teams. I'm just excited. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm waiting for that Liquid Gaming series. I need to know if Liquid have conquered their demons, because that's going to change the script entirely, Sheeves.
It will change the script entirely if they did exactly that. We're going to find out. That upper bracket finals is coming your way. So make sure you get a comfortable seat for that. Make sure you get some snacks for that, some drinks for that. It should be good, especially if Liquid conquered their demons. Before we head into that series, though, we're going to find out how Gaming Gladiators felt before coming to this main stage.
The best moment of TI so far? Just making it to the arena. It feels really good. We all have family and friends coming over as well, so it felt really good to qualify. It was not easy.
It's been a somewhat of a rocky tournament so far. You know, fixing problems and trying to improve over the course of it, but making stage is always a privilege and something that you definitely can take for granted if you're not careful. So I try not to, and to appreciate whenever you get the chance, because it's pretty special.
Playing in front of a crowd is what I enjoy the most. I've played at quite a few tournaments now over the last few years, and it's like nothing compares to it. It's the most fun you can have. It's also the most stressful in the moment, because you know, okay, all eyes are on you. If you make a mistake, everyone will see it. But it gives a lot of energy, and it's really fun. Win or lose, it just makes it a lot more special.
The worst moment of the tournament, probably just the intermittent playing poorly. Playing poorly always sucks, losing sucks. So a combination of those two things tends to be the most annoying. A specific moment from the losing or sucking, I'm not exactly sure, but we've had our fair share of it this tournament so far, so just trying to reduce the quantity of that.
There were a lot of hard moments, to be honest. Every team faces a different challenge, and we didn't figure out the meta yet. We came really close to dropping to the lower bracket twice. So these moments are challenging for you mentally, because you know, like we were there last year. We know, like, we can do it. We can make it to the finals for the lower bracket. We can go really far, but it's very, very draining. So we really, really didn't want to go there. And when you get that close, it definitely taxes you in that moment. So I'm very happy we pulled through.
How do we react to it when things go wrong? I mean, I think it depends whether it's in game or out of game. If it's, if we're in a series and something goes wrong in a game, then you move on, you you work with it, right? Like things go wrong in games. That's inevitable. Nobody ever plays a perfect game of Dota. And so Dota is like a lot about moving on from mistakes and learning how to adapt and adjust and play the game differently as it changes and as you're ahead or behind or whatever, as strength levels deviate. So that is like one of the biggest skills in Dota, is getting good at adapting to that. So if you're in game, then it's just about making sure people don't feel too bad if they made some mistake, and you play on and you work with what you got, because at the end of the day, you're trying to win the tournament and you're all just working towards that.
Also, just keep trusting each other. You cannot try to micromanage. I've done that myself in the past, and that doesn't work. It's a team game. Everyone has to do their own part.
This TI is actually relatively balanced in that I think a lot of teams can win more than I think normally can, just off of feel. So I think a lot of it just comes down to how people show up on the day of, how things develop as the tournament progresses, because I think over the next couple of series, it'll become more clear who the front runners are. But I think right now, after that first day on the stage, things could go a lot of different ways. So it's a bit hard to call right now.
I think we have a good shot at winning because we are pretty fearless, I think. That's how people know our carry player, Derecho. And it definitely makes all of us play without fear. And you cannot be afraid to do your thing. And I hope it's good enough.
Can we win TI? Yeah, for sure. I sure hope so. Will we? Who knows? I think making top 3 is something that you always shoot for and is always sort of like the base goal. And then what happens on that final day, you never really know. Depends who wakes up, depends on how people play that day, how things shake up. There's not a lot of randomness, but there's some randomness to the last day. So at the end of the day, I think we just want to play as well as we can, and hopefully the dice fall in our favor.
Quinn talking about how getting to the top 3 is the baseline for them. Well, they've already secured that for themselves, but right now, this best of 3 happening in the upper bracket will decide our very first grand finalist. Before we get into it, though, welcome to the afternoon. We've got to welcome our afternoon panel as well. Here I got Fia, a little bit color coordinated with me, sitting right next to me, and then Winter and Jenkins all the way down there as well. Fia, how has your morning been? Have you enjoyed the 2-0s so far, or are you hoping for game number 3?
I'm hoping for game number 3. We've only had 2-0s so far, but
including yesterday.
Yeah, I mean the whole TI so far, the playoffs on stage here, there've only been 2-0s. So hopefully this is the one I'm looking at to be that competitive series. We've got 2 teams that play somewhat similar play styles going into this one. We'll see which one of them is playing this one a bit better.
Yeah, well, those 2-0s that you're talking about, we've already decided what's going to be happening in that lower bracket later today. But right now, we have to do our winner bracket final. We did see Liquid take that 2-0 yesterday against Cloud9. Gaming Gladiators also a 2-0 for themselves against Tundra. And now they'll be going up against each other. It's one of those ones we've seen them face off many times before, Liquid up against Gaming. But right now, Jenkins, it feels like 2 very different teams. It's a whole new patch and a whole different set of mentality around these 2 as well.
Yeah, I would like to just let's let the cat out of the bag here. We have seen this matchup time and time again, and we've been theory crafting, why this time it might go differently. And I have some theories. I have a theory that I would like to run by you guys. Yeah, maybe we can all present our theory for Team Liquid, because of course a lot of the time we've seen this, it's gone the way of Gaming Gladiators. My theory is that 33 he was level 24 at about 30 minutes on Sand King yesterday. He absolutely looks like he fits into Team Liquid, and he has for the last few tournaments, but it just looks better and better as the year has progressed. People were questioning, replacing Zai eventually with 33 and how that's going to work, because of course Zai is very sacrificial. 33, he farms a lot. Can he actually fit into Liquid? He's proven it. He can. This is a different Liquid. I think this is going to be a competitive series, not the typical 2-0 from Gaming Gladiators that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I would say, they've actually maybe found a balance, Winter, of you can have that farming off lane, and now you can have an active carry, something that Mickey loves to do, and they're able to work a little bit more about that one. But do you think it's going to be a 2-0? Just some quick words, Winter?
Oh, definitely not. I think this is going to be a very close series. Just by meta, I think Liquid has by far been in their best form, over the course of the last couple of months. And I feel like their major advantage right now is I think the meta really favors their playstyle.
Yeah. Well, look, we're talking about these teams, but let's bring them out here onto stage. Our very first team coming out, Team Liquid. These 5 players are always the fan favorites. It doesn't matter what region the tournament is in, what fans are in the crowd, you're bound to hear the biggest cheers for Team Liquid. Is that going to be enough to be able to give them the fuel, give them the power to be able to take on their opponents, who we should also welcome to the stage?
Welcome on stage, Gaming Gladiators.
It's an intimidating stack of 5 walking out there. Every lane has been able to prove themselves in the past. And maybe for the first time at Jenkins, it feels like Liquid have a rival on how loud the crowd can get for them, because there are a lot of big cheers for Gaming just then too.
Yeah, I mean, Gaming does, you know, they're the, they've got the countrymen, they've got 2 Danes on their team. We've got a lot of representation here, actually, between these 2 teams. Quinn, one of the last North Americans standing, carrying the region. There's a lot of North Americans in the crowd as well. Yeah, huge
correct.
cheers for North America. Huge cheers out there.
I actually don't think anyone reacted to that at all. There's one man out there who's cheering.
Shout outs to that one guy.
That one guy that's out there. Well, these teams, they're taking the booth here, and we're going to have a talk about it because they both came into this upper bracket finals in 2-0 fashions. Was the one that maybe looked a little bit stronger than the other? Fear? Would you even be able to compare them coming into this?
It's a little hard to compare, but I will say most eyes are on Liquid right now and how dominant they've looked. For Gaming Gladiators, I feel like they're just doing what we've seen time and time again with the way they play right now, but I feel like Liquid is just really crisp right now. Like, they're playing at a level that I feel like I haven't seen them play before. They're playing similar, but they're making far less mistakes than I've seen in the past.
And then what about on the side of Gaming Gladiators, Winter? Because they're a snowball team and they're successful with it. It feels like there's never been a team able to stop them in their tracks once they do come out of that laning phase.
Yeah, and they've also been showing a lot of like adaptations, you know, like not many people would expect them to play Lone Druid, and they've played Lone Druid yesterday. These are teams that have been dominating over the last couple of years, but they've also been constantly making improvements in terms of their drafting, their hero pool. Everything has been getting better and better, and it's something very difficult to do when you're at the top of the game.
Right, and it's because that was a Duraccio Lone Druid, not an Ace Lone Druid, is what surprised us there, and that does give them the flex, and that gives them a draft advantage as well.
There's a lot more heroes that they're picking up for themselves. It's nice to see that there is always an evolution throughout a tournament. There's been times in the past where it feels like over and over again we'd see these same openers, but that hasn't been figured out just yet. There's still a lot going on. But I want to talk about the history of the teams a little bit more. You know, we can delve on that hero stuff when we do finally see our draft. But right now, the history between Liquid and Gaming Gladiators, it isn't so much just this year or this competitive season for you, but also spanning back to the duration of the 2023 competitive scene for them.
Yeah, I mean, between the 2 squads, there's only been one change. That was 33 coming in for Zai. And, like, that was, like, sure, it was a big change. They had to adjust a lot on the side of Liquid for that. But outside of that, yeah, we got some of their top-picked heroes here. Previous match encounters. So we have a lot of Chen, Sven, not so meta anymore, but this is a team they might pick up a little bit.
It's only slightly favoring Gaming Gladiators for this past year. It feels like, though, when I think about it, Jenkins, it's significantly more dominant than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 parts to that. Of course, there's the recency bias of Riyadh Masters was the big tournament before this one that Gaming won, and I also think the second part to that is the fashion in which Gaming wins their games.
Okay.
Historically speaking, against any team of any caliber, not just Liquid, when Gaming wins, it looks like an utter stomp. You know, people complain about the patch and the meta being boring, but it's just because Gaming is so good at taking a lead and getting every single little bit of advantage out of the map. They just seem to know that if you have an Ancient stack and that's your only way back into the game at the time that you're going to farm it, they are there. They're going to smoke to it. They don't need a ward. They just have that read.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point. I've been like doing a little bit of studying about the differences between the 2 teams. They have a lot of things in common, but one thing they do have that's really different is their position 4. I feel like Boxy doesn't take as much farm as Tofu in their recent games because their off-laner is a lot greedier. He likes to stack a lot, like 33. He's been really good at doing the stacks, like getting ahead, playing as a secondary carry, and that kind of needs the position for to kind of run around the map and get something done for the team. And sometimes if you don't get it done, it might hurt you a lot, compared to what gaming does. I think that is a very, very key point in this particular matchup, the ancient stacks. Who is going to be able to defend or steal the opposing ancient stacks?
A small refresher for all of you out there over the last 2 seasons. These are the matchup results. We've broken it down for you as well. So the group stages, the playoffs, and the grand finals here for you. And I mean, the biggest one, the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, luckily this is a playoff match, right? And so far, Liquid, this is the only time in which they best Gaming Gladiators. Yep. So in group stages, they don't do so well. The interesting way about the group stages, why is there no draws in there? This team doesn't draw. It's either 2-0 or 0-2 either way. And same thing for the grand finals, 0-5 for Liquid, but we're not there yet. And I think that's a good thing for Liquid right now. They want to get there. Maybe someone in the lower bracket can knock out the Gaming Gladiators for them. That's going to be their wish and dream there. But right now, so far in the playoffs, Liquid, there's this whole narrative, oh, their game and they're going to lose. They're beating them in playoff matches throughout the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's definitely the second part of the bias is everybody always remembers the grand finals. I mean, the same thing happens every TI. People remember the top 1, the top 2, and it's like, who got third at the last TI? You ask somebody that question, and it's all about the winners here.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone's like, no one remembers second place, but unironically, these past 2 years is the one time you really remember second place.
We do remember. It's been the same guys.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of a burn if you're a Liquid fan or a little bit of a chuckle if you are a gaming fan. But right now, these common heroes that they share, also individual ones. That IO is the biggest one that stands out for me on Gaming Gladiators. Hasn't always brought that success for themselves. And on the other side, the supports for Liquid, that Dark Willow and that Treant protected too. So they're going outside of the box of supports that every other team here is also really enjoyed winter.
Yeah, the supports are definitely going to play a very pivotal role. Both sides have a very different hero pool, but you might see again, some Enchantress, Chen, jungle heroes, the Enigma. It's all about the efficiency, right? Getting towards your aura items where your cores don't really want to buy. But it's still a good item. It's just that your cores have better items to get. And if you can combine all those timings together, it just makes the game really, really quick. And if you make one mistake, just one mistake against an aura lineup, you're going to lose the map.
I do remember yesterday in Gaming Gladiators matchup against Tundra, we were lucky enough to talk to Moon, and he said one of their strats coming up against Gaming was ban out as many summons as possible. Sure, it didn't work for them. Is that something that Liquid might also look at? Is there a whole different direction that you even have to go in for?
I mean, these two teams are very intelligent. They spend a lot of time thinking about the game, and they have mock draft against each other. You can't ban out all their heroes. It's literally impossible. You also can't steal all their heroes and make sure they don't have the strategy. You just have to know how to play against it, and ideally, you can just match the tempo. There's just a couple teams in Dota right now, and they're all at the top of the international right now that you can't be greedy against. And here we are in the upper bracket finals. Neither of these teams play greedy, so it's going to be all about speed. I'm expecting whoever wins these games, they're going to be close games, and they're going to not going to be close. Sorry, they're going to be fast games, one way or the other. Because once you get a snowball, it's really hard to throw that away, especially when you're this good.
I think lots of fighting as well. We saw Tundra. They tried to run 4 heroes at Mickey's lane, and Liquid responded with running 4 heroes at that lane as well. Yeah. I think that's the patch of Dota, because you win one fight, you get so much gold, you get an extra aura item, and then the next fight gets a lot easier. Liquid is a team, especially, that is picking a tower pusher in every single game that they play. They always have a tower pusher when they're building these auras, and Gaimin, I mean, that's been their MO since they have come into existence. So whichever team starts winning the fights is going to snowball the game, and I'm hoping we see some throws just for the entertainment value. Maybe in game 2 we'll get a 60-minute game like we've seen yesterday.
You always keep asking for that, and that's the complete opposite of what Fia is saying.
Well, we got unlucky, but they got lucky.
I mean, this is just how it goes. These teams are so good that once they win 2 fights in a row, they're just up one item. They're up 2 items, and at that point, the skill level is so similar that that difference in net worth is just ends the game typically.
But I want to see some. I want to see some chokes. Yeah. I want to see some throws. I want to see Nisha.
You want the pendulum swinging back and forth.
Yeah, I want the pendulum
swinging.
Then
it's game.
And it can't swing, via somebody like Nisha doing the godlike play that he did on Puck yesterday, where he just outplays. 1v4 or whatever and gets 3 kills when he's not supposed to. It can swing that way too. All I want is a swinging pendulum. That's all I care
Jenkins,
about.
this is upper bracket finals, not lower bracket round 1.
I don't care. Give me some chaotic Dota. That's what I want.
10 heroes in the Wisdom Runes.
Let's go. 10 heroes, Wisdom Runes, 7 minutes.
I knew it would always come back to this with you. But Winter, we're talking about, you know, one team fight. That's the start to get the ball rolling for them. A second one, that might just be the nail in the coffin. So when you look at draft, do you have to focus very heavily on lanes? Do you have to try and out team fight when it looks towards a draft? Where is that importance that needs to be looked towards for the two teams?
I don't think you can really focus too much on one end. It's all about, again, you know, having a balance. Like maybe we see like BBT sometimes, you know, they've already been knocked out. They have a style which really focuses on lanes. It didn't really work out so well. So all these teams that are remaining right now, they have everything. I wouldn't say that one team is going to be really, really good on lanes. Maybe you can put a slight advantage after you look at the draft. Okay, they have a better lane setup. But overall, I think if you want to win now, you need to have everything. You need to have a balanced draft, good lanes, you have some team fight, you have some late game, and it gives you options, right? Even though most of the times this games between Liquid and Gladiators, they don't go really long. But a lot of the drafts have a bit of everything. You kind of have to be able to have decent lanes, and you have to be able to fight.
I have one theory with regards to how...
Do love your theories.
How one of these teams can irk out an advantage. And between these team fights, like let's say you take a fight, it goes 50-50. How do you get some extra gold out of that? How do you turn that into an extra aura item that they're not going to have in the next fight? And some of the heroes that can do that are Doombringer, because he literally just creates gold, and Visage, which has been a pretty contested pick for 33. A lot of teams are banning this out. So I could see that being a strategy for Liquid, is just 5-manning to the 5-man of Game-In, but then having these heroes that get more gold out of it, even if the fights go 50-50.
When you're talking about the Visage getting more gold, you mean the
facet.
Yes.
Yes.
If you would like to explain for people who might not be up on par with their Visage knowledge.
So the Visage facet basically gives you gold within 3 seconds if you've soul assumption somebody, but it's the most generous interpretation of the facet.
Okay.
If the soul assumption is flying through the air to hit somebody and they die to anything else, you get the gold. So you show up the fights, it's just a Midas. You're legitimately Midasing heroes. I thought it was going to be very overpowered coming into this tournament. It only seems like it's Team Liquid that agrees with that, but they have 33. This guy's the best Visage in the world.
Jenkins, you're missing one hero. That's Alchemist.
Okay.
He also makes gold out of nothing.
Yeah, pitch me the Alchemist. Which team?
And Bounty Hunter while you're at it.
No. Let's not talk about that.
We're gonna stay on track. We're gonna look at things that
I thought we were nitpicking here.
No. So you think Alchemist for Game and Gladiators then?
Yeah, I think it's a hero that really suits Dyrachio's playstyle. We seen him like yesterday. I feel like the hero fits the way they want to play the game. He's very, very useful in the early game fights. He has a time where he's weak, where he needs to farm the Radiance. But even yesterday, when he didn't really get the Radiance, when they're defending the middle tower, I still see him showing up to defend the tower. You know? It's not like a hero that, oh, without Radiance, I'm not going to be on the map. You know, I'm going to be just hitting creeps, you know.
Yeah, he's willing to show up, and luckily Alchemist has a stun, so Dyrachio can actually contribute to the fights, because whether he has a stun or not, he's showing up to the fights.
Yeah, that's true. That's even before this patch. Let's talk about that's just something Dyrachio loves to do. He loves to show up to fights whenever he possibly can. Jenkins, I know you're holding out for a 5v5 at a 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Any other wishes that the rest of my panelists would like for this series?
Gate gank. 10 heroes, you know, it's what, 6 minutes, catapult wave comes and there's like everyone's going, Mickey and Insania going through the gate.
They do double gate all the time, yeah.
And Fear, any wishes from you?
I just want to see the cheesiest Dota possible. Auras galore, 5-manning, every tower.
Look, that one might actually be possible, and I won't keep you waiting too much longer, especially those out in the crowd, as we do have our game #1 draft.
Team Liquid versus Game-In Gladiators. Game 1.
Our upper bracket finals here. Liquid against Game-In Gladiators. Game-In #1. Draft coming up onto our screens, and we're going to see the first phase bans, as well as that Doom opener. Exactly what you talked about, Jenkins, that you're able to pull gold out of nowhere on this map.
I think whenever you have two teams that are so close in skill and so close in playstyle currently, that this does make a lot of sense. I mean, it's a 33 classic hero. The hero does not have a good win rate by any means. 36.4% on Radiant, 43.8 on Dire, of course, because he's a devil. That makes a lot of sense. But not a good win rate. I would imagine Liquid's win rate with it is quite a bit higher because this is another one of those specialty heroes that no matter what the patch is, 33 will play Doom.
I mean, the issue with this hero, I think we've briefly talked about in previous panels, is like the games that he has looked not so good are the games where he's been picked early and he got countered, but they don't really have the suitable position for a hero that can enable Doom in the lane. And some of the games that when we see Doom doing well, he was picked into a game later and he was picked with a purpose, like for example, dooming a Kunkka in a team fight. He has a very, very direct contribution in the team fights which allows them to win the engagements.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think, I mean, we've talked about this a lot on the panel, trying to figure this hero out. And Liquid does really like playing Dark Willow, and Dark Willow is one of the best heroes at getting you through the first 1 to 3 levels of the laning stage. This is where Doom suffers. This is why I think the win rate is so low. People crush it in the laning phase.
I could just hear the crowd, by the way, one chanting for Liquid, the other one going for Game.
I'm on the Liquid side, so all I hear is the Liquid.
All I could hear is the Game inside
Right.
on my right.
I mean, those stats they showed about Doom truly don't matter. Is 33. Hasn't lost a game on it yet. 100% win rate.
Wow.
So
How
might
many
as well
games?
put that one up. Only 3 right now, but still a decent amount of games played. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the carry meta. And just kind of talk about the Lone Druid ban in there. This is like kind of brand new. Going into this tournament, Lino was up there. She was banned every single game in the first phase. Then people started picking Wind Ranger. That seemed good. Then Luna came out of nowhere. It's like, wow, Luna's really good in the road to the International. Now there's some Lone Druid hero that everyone's playing in the carry position that we might not see. It's really cool to see, like coming all the way up until just like even the top like 4 here, that we still haven't figured out the meta. Like they're still experimenting what's good, what isn't good. One thing about Liquid though is Mickey has not played a melee hero yet this entire tournament. I don't think that'll change as well. So we're gonna see some adaptations. They took away the Mirana. This is a hero that Mickey likes to play a lot. I imagine he's gonna get targeted pretty hard as well throughout the ban phase or just deny picked.
I mean, wouldn't you say Doom is good against Lone Druid because you stop him from healing and you're doing percentage-based damage, right? And Lone Druid is really tanky with all the item build he's going now. So wouldn't Doom be a decent answer actually against Lone Druid?
It's hard to say because like yeah, you do Doom him and yeah, you do percentage-based damage, but he also transforms, and these like transformation heroes are pretty good versus Doom. And when you have 6,000 HP, it's already like kind of too much even for the Inferno Blade to tick through. And of course your bear is always like rooting and doing things on the side. I think the hero just right now is too annoying to let through, especially because Gaming Gladiators, they proved that they can play it on Ace in the past, and now most recently Dyrachyo can play it too, so it's a flex pick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's the biggest issue more than anything here. You might, in theory, have an answer for it, but what if you end up not even leaning against it? That Lone Druid has so much flexibility for that side of Gaming Gladiators, as you just said there, Fear. But there was still more respect. Like that Brood Mother also taking out.
We're going back to, I think it was
PGO
Valahia.
Valahia. This was Dyrachyo's hero of choice. He wanted it every single game and was spamming it in pubs. He loved it.
I gotta say, Fear, that's the most excited I've ever heard you sound.
I've got like 2 heroes that I really like, Lone Druid and Clinks.
This is your meta, dude. I think it's time to unretire.
Put me in, coach.
Well, give us some more about this Clinks. How is it working on this? Because the last time we saw it competitively, around 3 patches ago. Now, there's bound to have been some changes to it.
Is it the way to go? You get the faster where it moves you when you kill a creep?
Typically, that's what people like, yes. Both of them are, I would say it's like a 40-60 facet, most people going with one that moves you, mainly because that removes the cooldown by 10 seconds on Death Pact, which allow you to use it more, not only for farming, but to keep your health up. And in some niche situations, you can just move your positioning a little bit, get out of danger. You've got to be careful with it, though, if you don't know how to use it, because that could just put you in danger, and that's like the one drawback of that one. I do like the Dark Willow response to Clinks, because Arrow Barrage, that's the one. Like, you can use that on the Dark Willow, but when you're in Shadow Realm, it does absolutely nothing.
Oh, that's one of the weird spells that just doesn't hit.
It doesn't do anything, so it's really hard for Clinks to kill that hero. On top of that, you have lots of disable. And Clinks is a hero, he's always been known for just assassinating supports right away, getting in good position with the Windwalk, getting right behind them and then killing them. Dark Willow, you can't really do that unless you itemize for like an Orchid, but that's not something you want to go on Clinks anymore, and you can easily just buy Yules, which is a pretty good item on Willow anyway to counter
she's
that.
already going to get that. I was going to ask, what is the current build on Klinks? Because this is not really a meta hero, even in pubs.
Well, it's not much different from every other hero, Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm sure you...
Gleipnir? No
Arcane boots.
Arcane boots. Do you get Falcon Blades or you just go for Gleipnir?
Yeah, so it's kind of like Lina. Like, depends on the player. You can go Arcane Boots or Falcon Blade. Most likely, he's going to go Arcane Boots, Falcon Blade, into... Well, not the Falcon Blade. Arcane Boots into Gleipnir, into Dragon Lance, into the Shard, into BKB crit. You know, same as every other hero does in the range position right now. So it's very strong in that regard, does lots of damage. But the downside and why we don't see it a lot compared to these other heroes is you're just really squishy. If you ever get on top of this hero, he dies incredibly easily.
And the Chen kind of helps with the buffs, the heals, and everything.
So what exactly is it about the buffs that helps him live a little bit longer, or the playstyle?
I mean, the heals, he gives you armor, and you have creeps in front to tank, and the pace of the game as well. Chen and Klinks, you're going to be very, very fast. You're going to be pushing towers quickly. I think Klinks, you just kind of want to play in a way where you are always constantly pressuring. You don't really want to be defending your side of the map. I feel like Chen is the perfect support to do that. And they're going to add an underlord, so you have global presence as well on top of that. So everything is going to be very, very fast. And whereas for Liquid, I think their draft seems like they're going to be playing a little bit more slow. With the Tren, Wind Ranger, they both need a little bit more of time as well as the Doom. You know, you're going to go for the Midas, and it's going to take a little bit more time for you to get to your core items, your aura items. And you're probably going to be looking at trying to get the Doom on the Klinks if you can, you know.
I mean, I do feel like we bring this up every time because this seems to happen a lot, where you pick Wind Ranger into Underlord. This hero has base damage reduction built into the hero, and he's a natural Crimson buyer. So the question becomes, why did Liquid do this anyway? And the answer usually is they see a window in the game to win the game. Wind Ranger gives that early tempo. He's able to go through the portal. You know, Wind Ranger can farm. Maybe they want to farm up some stacks or something like that, but there's some timing that they see where they can win the game. However, if the game does go late, Underlord is very good against Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and this is a classic Gaming Gladiators right here. Get the Chen Underlord. They're going to buy all your auras for you. We even saw yesterday Tofu. He was like, huh, I've got an Underlord Chen. I can just go BKB Daedalus on my Mirana and start scaling into the game, which is a pretty good approach there. And I think for Liquid, they definitely just like this Wind Ranger for the tempo. It is a hero that can slow down the Underlord in the laning stage, which I think is very important. When you go against Gaming Gladiators, if you allow them to have good laning stage, they'll take that laning stage, they'll transition that into an early push, into an unstoppable ball, which gets an Aegis, goes to all your towers, and then you feel like you can't fight. The game might just feel over. So yeah, I do like the fact that they're going to slow that down a little bit. Tree is kind of doing similar things that Chen will do. He's also providing some auras in his own way, a little bit of team fight. But I will say, Gaimin feel like they got everything they want so far in their draft.
Yeah, for Liquid, they're going to be really counting on this Wind Ranger movements. I mean, we briefly talked about the 5v5 at the Wisdom Room, but I think Wind Ranger is probably the best carry right now at coming to fights. Like, if there's a fight in the Wisdom Room, if there's a fight in the mid tower, the power runes, you TP the Wind Ranger in, you have a power shot, because it's probably the best nuke, right, in the early game, non-ulti nuke. You throw a nuke from far, you're going to turn a gank around, you know, and going through the portal as well. Not many carries can do that kind of damage in the early levels.
But we're still going to be looking for that mid laner, and what we do love to see
on both sides.
Yeah, on both sides. Liquid are going to have to show theirs first. And what we do like to see is people picking up mid laners that can be active with those cores. And I'm wondering what's still left in the pool. Queen of Pain answered my question right there.
That's an interesting one. I think Gaimin, they definitely want a hero for Quinn that moves around the map, like typical, because you do have a hero like Underlord who is going to sit and farm a lot, doesn't make a lot of rotations. It's not like Centaur or something that buys a blink and moves around, or Mars. So they need Quinn to fill that gap. And Qualpin historically has been pretty good versus most of them, and it can apply some pressure. But however, if Quinn can find that rotation hero and still do well versus a Qualp, I feel like this could be a little bit greedy for Liquid here. They do have like a Doom in the offlane, they do have the Wind Ranger. Queen of Pain doesn't necessarily have the best lockdown either, and pretty much doesn't have any. So they're going to be all in on like the laning stage and slowing the game down. So I'm very curious to see what Quinn is going to pick up against this one. Invoker is great, banned out. What other melees could they possibly pick?
Ricky?
Kango's still
Ricky.
by the way.
All right, DK. That's a classic. It is not as good as some of the other spirits at moving around the map, of course, but all the other spirits don't lane well versus the Queen of Pain here. Very, very scary tempo here from the side of Gaming Gladiators. As well as Liquid, they have strong lanes here. They look pretty good as well, but they don't have that like group up 5-man potential that I see Gaming has, and this has always been the question, which of these teams is faster? And I feel like Gaming picked a faster lineup that can just be scarier if they get ahead.
Well, I mean, outside that, you're saying they have this tempo. What if they don't really reach it, Winter? What if the lanes don't get absolutely stomped? They're able to come out evenly. Do they miss that window? Is it a little bit harder for them to be able to get back onto track and be able to snowball through it?
No, I don't really think so. I think Gaming's heroes, even if they don't really win their lanes, as long as they get their levels and they're farming, they're going to be able to hit their timing no matter what. And it's going to be up to Liquid whether they can slow it down. Like I said just now, the Wind Ranger is going to play a very, very key role in this game, whether he can actually come to the important fight, stop Gaming from playing their tempo.
And Jenkins, final thoughts from you as well?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if Liquid can get the game to go late and they get Nisha to, his Aghanim Scepter and they have Doom for the DK if he's really huge, I do think that Liquid can win this late. But it's Gaming we're talking about. Their games don't really go late.
Yeah, a team that has always had that successful early game, a team that has been able to pull back what feels like games they're about to lose. But either way, let's get on into game number 1. But first, let's go down to our stage with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Blitz of Team Liquid, where I have to wonder, we have been here 1,000 times before, Blitz, and oftentimes we see your players, we wonder, is this some kind of mental block against Gaming Gladiators? But for you, on your end, on the draft side of things, on the preparation side of things, what's it like constantly going into this brick wall over and over again?
For me, I don't get discouraged at all. I feel like if I have to play these guys 1,000 times, I'll fucking do it. Like, I don't care. It's some loser-ass mentality to think that they're going to just keep beating us. In my mind, we'll catch them slipping, and it's going to be here at this TI.
Okay, I like the dynamic shift. And yet, while we may be changing the ideals and the angles of this draft, it seems like we're kind of throwing back into maybe like a Wallachia meta. Durachio's out here picking Clinks. You're obviously picking the Doom, which has brought you a lot of success. Seems like not too much has changed in that regard, despite the fact that a lot of this tournament has been shifting around in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, we're like the 2 most boring teams. We all just play the same thing. Ned has played Doom like 100 times. These guys don't know anything other than picking Underlord and Chen. So, it's really snooze, but I think we got their number this time.
Will we at least get a game 3, Blitz, or are you gonna 2-0 them or something?
No, I think they'll give us like a competitive game 2 and then we'll crush them. So it's like a 2-1. Feels okay.
Are we ready for a 3-game series, Copenhagen? Then let's make it happen. Over to our casters.
Welcome to the upper bracket finals. We have Suns fan here. You can call me Suns Phlegm for this cast, as we are joined by the Great Dane himself, Cinderin. Hello.
Hello. Wow, what a lead-in. What a lead-in to this series. Always love the pre-game interviews coming out from Blitz. There's always some spice there, expecting, and it sounded like hoping for a 3-game series. And yeah, this is I love the edge that he has. He's like, yeah, we're just 2 boring teams playing the same stuff every time, and he's obviously just playing into what he's reading on Reddit, which is his second favorite thing to do, aside from being a coach, of course.
Yep, of course.
I think this is the type of game that the talk of the town after this game is going to be Clinks, right? It's the first pick of the entire tournament on this hero. Gaming Gladiators pick it as their 2nd overall hero.
Yeah, why so early?
That is my question that remains to be answered. I think part of it here is this must be a lane counter, that they consider this hero exceptionally good against Doom, that this was what they prepped. And of course, a little bit of an X factor that I have started looking for a lot when teams are picking Mirana is how can you get multiple cores that really benefit from Solar Flare. Clinks gets a ton of attack speed and damage from that Mirana, so does the Dragon Knight. So, the way Gaming Gladiators usually like to peak around minute 20, it feels like Clinks is the type of hero that could do a ton with that Mirana.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the Clinks, we did see this in a few patches not too long ago. Cinder, I'm going to talk with a little deeper voice. I've seen it gone through the 2nd puberty of my life for whatever reason here, probably because of your presence. As actually Boxy is going to get gone on here. Celery, not able to finish the job though. But what kind of late game presence does this Clinks provide in this meta?
I don't think thinking about late game when you talk about gaming even makes sense.
That's true.
This is a
never
team,
even seen it.
I genuinely feel like the more I watch them draft, the less they care about scaling. It's not.
usually, honestly, in this tournament, the games that we've seen them lose is because they don't win by minute 30.
Yeah.
So that's always the timing that they're aiming for, and I'm curious to see how the Clinks plays into that. As I was saying yesterday when we were covering a game of theirs as well, is I think the way you prepare and you fight Gaming Gladiators is that you prepare for the first 20 minutes of the game and what you're going to do there. And if you survive those 20 minutes and you know what, then you can think about what you want to do next. And I think this time around for the side of Liquid, you've got some really solid lanes and strong team fight. My main concern is, do you have enough damage? Because this is the issue that we've seen a lot of teams run into against a team like Gaimin, is you reach this 20-minute mark and they just can't kill them anymore.
Yeah.
Can Queen of Pain handle that with some pure damage? Can you handle it with just the Doom preventing Gaimin from healing? You can still put on the shields. We'll see if there's enough in the tank. And of course, potentially the highest teamfight damage output hero in the entire game right now is also on the side of Liquid with Mickey on the Windranger. But this hero is item dependent to get there. You kind of need that Gleipnir plus at least Crystallis, maybe even Daedalus before it gets truly outrageous what damage you output. And that is not a common 20-minute inventory on that hero.
And of course, in this upper bracket, we'll be finding out what region goes on to the grand finals. Will it be EU or EU? And then in the lower bracket, EU or EU.
Yeah.
Very surprising stuff. I mean, these two teams are no strangers to each other, Sinner. We have seen, I don't even know how many games, actually, but it usually is Gaimin that come on top.
Yeah, Liquid have had their number a little bit more this year than previous year, which I think is probably a little bit inspiring for them. So we have a tiny little pause here. Gives us time to think about this Treant versus Mirana situation, which they're fighting for each other over this Lotus pool. Tofu has the stun on to the Treant, so Tofu will definitely get this Lotus and then probably just leap away.
Buy that at the Dota 2 store right now. Very cheap. Is that the $5 or the $20?
That's a $5.
That's nice.
That's a good old $5.
That's good.
Hydrated. That's true. All right. So, yeah, that's exactly it. And Tofu does get the Lotus. It comes at a cost, though. He basically lost his entire health.
Celery, he's in a bit of trouble right now. This could be first blood, potentially. Boxy trying to finish the job. Around the trees he goes, though. Gets off the creep to try to block a bit. Actually gets the kill on the creep instead. And Celery into the trees. Boxy continuing to pursue, but in the cover the tier 1 should be okay.
Nice hero placement there from Celery, just standing in that tiny little cubby there, hiding off. There was enough mana on Boxy to use both spells if he used his 8 stick charges, so maybe they could have found a kill there. But instead, now 33 on the receiving end will be okay.
Bramble will hold them back. Everybody playing with such little HP in this lane right now.
If this is the first time you watch Clinks this patch, by the way, don't be fooled. It does look like when he shoots tar bombs that he has this like huge cone. He does not. This is it's only hitting the target. 33 will be first blooded here, by the way.
And that's going to go to Dyrachyo of all heroes.
Was not accounting for the effectively blink with Death Pact there, getting on top of the Doom. So we were talking about this potential pick as a lane counter to Doom. So far, so good for Dyrachyo.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, with this current version of Clinks, how fast does it come online? Obviously, it's going to be coming online with the rest of Gaimin's very fast-paced type lineup that we've been seeing so much of. But how fast would you say, like what item? Like the first 2 items, let's say, he's going for?
I mean, I'm assuming Gleipnir is the choice. And then the question is, do you actually buy your shard, or is that the second one? My frame of reference for this hero is a little bit lacking because we haven't had a single game of it all tournament. So, you know, sometimes you see the pub builds, but that's not actively what works in pro. Okay, nice pressure there onto Nisha from Quinn. Gonna force him back all the way between the towers. Now, Quinn's in a little bit of a compromised position, but nobody's coming in from the side of Liquid. He's just running him down here. It's gonna force another blink.
Wow.
Really bullying Nisha here.
Actually go back to base, too.
He's losing a full wave in his own tower.
Yeah,
that is
really
a major loss. Quinn will be hitting level 6 quite much earlier as a result. We'll see if he can keep putting some pressure onto that tower with that. Of course, the dragon form. Quinn has opted for the Fire Dragon facet. I think it's the only one we've seen all tournament, bar 1 game of Green Dragon, dare I say.
Really? I don't remember that one.
And the reason I checked is if you're getting any other faster than the red one, it's because you're playing mid and you're playing pace.
Or you misclicked.
Or you misclicked, of course. That may have happened once or twice this tournament. Sometimes you even forget to pick your facet.
That's right.
Could
But
happen to
they would
anyone.
never admit it,
Mickey,
though.
big damage. We'll be okay, though.
Yep, this lane, Mickey sitting on 30 and 5 CS. And I mean, Ace is also just having a great time this early game. That is one of the scariest propositions for Liquid, trying to shut down this Underlord. Quinn in his dragon form. It's the Dragon Tail off, continuing to harass the absolute living crap out of Nisha.
He's already down to 3rd health again, and this is perfect timing for Gaming. So they have Siege Creep, Chen is coming in with 2 additional creeps, they have Tofu flanking from the right, and Quinn will keep tanking this tower as much as he can to keep the Siege Creep alive, just barely staying on the outskirts here of the radius. Needs to go in and take a hit here, we will. Liquid kind of have to respond to this. I feel like you can't just sacrifice this tower minute 6. They'll glyph for now. Let's see if the rotations are coming. Gaming are keeping tabs on the support rotations here. 2 shard golems here able to throw out a couple stones onto Boxy.
Yep.
But
they'll finally kill off the siege here, but yeah, half HP tower, and they use the fort. As Mickey already making a quick rotation to the top lane. Dyrachyo completely out of mana. You're gonna see the leech seed on top of him as well. Pops the wand, but Shaq actually does not connect. Either way, uses the Death Pact blink to get out of arm's length, but it doesn't matter. Mickey finds him in the end. And meanwhile, mid lane,
they got
takes
Nisha.
out Nisha.
Yeah, that Dragon Tail arrow combo. A tail as old as time will get Gaming Gladiators effectively an even trade, I suppose. I mean, Klinks was the top net worth in the game, so I assume Liquid are somewhat okay with that. But going back to what we were talking about Gaming Gladiators pacing in this game, if Queen of Pain has a bad start, I really worry for their ability to stop the ball when it's coming in 15-20 minutes. I think Nisha has a very important role to play that is largely down to a good Dagon timing and level 12. He really needs to get Sonic Wave up and running. So yeah.
Well, 33, one of the few players in this tournament center that has been able to find some success on this hero. A horrific win rate overall.
Yeah, it was funny how Doom did okay in the start, then we got to playoffs, and he lost 8 games in a row, and then he started winning again. So it's like teams didn't give up on it, they made some adjustments, they figured out what to do to cover its weaknesses and how to play around it. And now in the later stage of the tournament, we've seen Doom doing quite a lot better. Dust onto Dyrachyo, he's also doomed.
Yep, mildly inconvenienced though as the TP comes in. Quinn not able to save his comrade as the Dark Rift is there from Ace, and 33 still pretty damn healthy. Pit of Malice applied to him into the Dragon Tail, so it's gonna be a double root as he is now surrounded, although Insania is in the area. Celery flanking them from behind, and the Bramble is gonna put this chase to an end. So they do get the position 1 from Liquid's side.
It really helps a lot for the Doom to make these plays that he has the level 2 living armor at his disposal out of Insania. We've seen some games with Treant where the players aren't really opting for much focus on living armor early on in the draft, or early in the game, I should say. But in this strategy, it's very clear that this is Liquid's approach to not only defending their towers, but also enabling their heroes to go that little bit deeper. Bottom lane Ace.
Shackle. You got the whirlwind effect as well. Dyrachyo makes his way over though. The Pit of Malice on the 2 as Nisha gets a Sonic Wave off, destroys Ace. And Dyrachyo will have to try to flank here. Try to get away in that skeleton walk.
Should be okay.
Looks to be fine.
So you gotta say, so far so good for the side of Liquid. Many teams at this point, in some of the stompy games we've seen from Gaimin, with the type of lineup they're running here, this could have already, against other teams, been a 3K lead with 2 or 3 towers down.
I mean, is there a team that has played Gaimin more than Liquid in the last year?
Good question. They will lose their first one here though. Quinn does manage to break through the living armor on the mid tier 1. Quinn is eyeing up a fast blink. So we've been talking about potential damage issues for Liquid. What if we look at the other side? So Dragon Knight, not the highest damage output hero. Klinks will be going for the Deso first on Dyrachyo. I guess Solar Flare is always going to provide you with damage. Tofu.
Yep, he looks to be likely, although he's actually going to be able to leak away. Nisha's the one in a lot of trouble. Dyrachyo actually gets the last hit there.
Do they have detection now for Boxy?
Boxy picks up the invis, blood grenade applied.
They have a sentry, Tofu.
Yep, puts down another one, and that's gonna be the death of the support. So 2 quick kills for Gaming Gladiators. A very back and forth affair so far in this game number 1.
And now the Queen of Pain and the Underlord neck and neck on net worth again. So clear tiering here. 4 cores well ahead of the rest. I think for Gaimin, if they could choose for this to be the game state on those net worths specifically, I think they're happy to let Ace have a little bit of a slower start at the expense of the Quap.
And 33 here. Looking for his second Doom of the game. But not sure what he wants to go for here, Cinder. And typically you see the Midas at some point, but we'll be going for the Crimson, knowing that Gaimin are going to be pushing really hard.
Yeah, I wonder what he's doing next. Is this a dagger game? Maybe not. You have some somewhat reliable setups with the brambles, with the overgrowth potentially coming in from Insania from the tree line. However, I think it's going to be so important for Liquid to doom the Clinks in particular that he might have to get it, since that is going to be the deciding factor in the fights.
You have the Dragon Tail opening. Nice gank as Mickey is killed immediately.
Yeah, Ace didn't even need to show up for that. They have so much damage just between their Mirana and DK, and that was without even having Solar Flare.
Yeah, Dyrachyo has the Desolator, so these buildings will melt. Tier 1 bot will be forted, but will only delay the inevitable, as this will go the Gaimin way. Question is, will that be reciprocated in the top lane?
Yeah, definitely. If you're the side of Liquid, you want to try to equalize the towers, open up somewhere else so that you don't fall too far behind in this first 20 minutes. The very classic Gaimin style is coming into effect. As we said earlier, not the stompiest early game they've had, but they still should be quite comfortable with the position they're in. Liquid will get that tower trade now, going the way of 33. So that's a Crimson Guard complete in 300 gold. Uh-oh, not again. Mickey walks into an arrow.
The arrow hits. Do they have the damage? Centaur Stomp to follow. Is going to get the winner off along with the Whirlwind. Insania is there for some moral support. Gets off the overgrowth, but it's not enough. Mickey falls again.
Yeah, Celery attacking there for 135 damage on Chen. I wonder why that is. Maybe Mirana pressed her ult, and then even though she was overgrown, doesn't matter. Celery will just finish the kill with a nasty right click from Chen of all heroes. And yep, that is another big kill onto the Windranger. This is a hero that is able to open up the fights against Gaimin later down the line. We talked about those 2 damage items really getting there, but these 2 deaths back-to-back slows down Gleipnir significantly.
Yep, Quinn going through the gate. He's going to meet 33. Dyrachyo was hounding him all the way. Already at half HP, trying to run away, but question is, will he? Nice blink from Quinn. Has the stun up in a few seconds is Dyrachyo. Okay, the Crimson Guard's going to buy him a little bit of time. It's going to be close, though. A couple more right clicks will suffice. Still has a lot of move speed. Another Phase Boots activation as meanwhile Ace and Tofu die in the bot lane. And 33 finding a lot of distance here, attempting the TP. Looks like he's out of there. Wow, really tanky.
That is such a crucial escape. Not only does he not die, but the amount of time that Gaimin just waste on 2 of their cores creates tons of space down bottom to win that fight for Liquid, with Nisha and Mickey getting a kill each. And that will bring Mickey back in a comfortable position now in second on that net worth.
And Liquid gets
wisdom.
Both wisdoms at the 14-minute. We've seen this time and time again, either the 7 or the 14, having huge impact. So Liquid definitely not falling behind like we've seen so many times against this Gaimin Gladiators lineup. Okay, let's do a thought experiment.
Okay.
Somehow this game goes late. Who has the better lineup?
I would say absolutely Radiant for me.
Radiant?
Yeah, I think so. I think the support... Oh, hang on, Insania.
Yeah,
let's do a
dead.
thought experiment. Where will he respawn in 30 seconds?
It's a very philosophical question.
Yeah, that is.
Dragon Tail from Quinn. No follow-up, though. And the Dagon just to get some nice HP back for Nisha. He's level 11 now.
So the reason I think the Radiant lineup is so strong later in the game is that this Windranger carry, we've seen many games where it just absolutely obliterates late game, and you're playing it together with 2 insane AoE support controllers, which is exactly what she wants to work with late in the game. You've got Overgrowth, you've got Terrorize. On top of that, Doom is one of the ultimate late gamers. So even if Gaimin Gladiators get really farmed on multiple heroes, they might still just get doomed on 2 cores.
Oh my god, he put him back into the pit, but I don't think there's going to be much follow-up here. Whirlwind to deal with some of these creeps. Mickey's fine. Very close to a kill, though for Gaimin. That would have been really crippling for the Windrunner. Top 2 net worth despite having these 2 deaths for Mickey.
Yep.
As Quinn's going to be found by Nisha and Insania, slowed to a crawl. Dark Rift is coming. 33 is there as well. Gets off the Doom onto the Dragon. I know regen for you. Sonic Wave to follow. Looks like Quinn is likely going to fall no matter what. Now Ace trying to tank up as much as possible. A nice pit. He's going to get Curse Crown, though, onto the high ground. He should survive. Either way, Game and Loose Celery on top of the original.
Daracho
okay.
is...
Daracho in the middle of nowhere, as usual. Will be dusted, using the Dark Pack to try to get away, but it's not going to be. 3 dead for Gaimin, and Liquid coming out on top big time.
Yeah, this is the most important part of the game for the side of Liquid, and they're delivering. Just winning these fights handily. This isn't... Honestly, these fights aren't even really that close. The moment the Doom comes out on the Dragon Knight, Quinn can't stand his ground. He's not getting healed by the Chen, and they just step by step poke them down with all of their spells. It feels like Gaming Gladiators need to get some sort of pipe up and running to block a lot of this damage from the Wind Ranger, from the Doom, and from the Willow.
Yeah, this was just a really awkward fight for Gaimin. And the Sonic Waves so far from Nisha have been on point. So for Gaming Gladiators, Cinderin, if you're behind, I mean, have we seen them behind at this stage of the game?
Not in this stage of the tournament. I think this is the first time it's fair to, okay.
Dragon Tail into Arrow. This should be a freebie.
Yeah, it will be. At this stage of the tournament, we haven't seen them challenge this much in the first 20 minutes. So this is already a very good look for Team Liquid. Talked about the scalability of their lineup and the way Gaimin usually win their games, and how sometimes it can seem like Gaimin are losing their way when they're 25 minutes and then things aren't going according to plan. And I want to say that's not because they don't know what to do. It's because the way they tailor their lineups and the way they strategize is very much built around this stage of the game being a success, which it almost always is.
Nisha. Arrow's going to hit inside the Pit of Malice, so another root will come. Do they have the damage to finish the job? Dragon Tail as well? No. Nisha blinks out.
That is a kill with Solar Flare, but it was on cooldown
that
for
is
Tofu.
Actually true. That is true.
Yeah.
Crazy
They will
stuff.
force him back, and they will immediately look for something else here. So full smoke up. Side of Liquid are grouped up and trying to connect, but 33, if they found him here, that would be big.
Yeah,
will
he's
he
a
react
very
in time?
tanky
He will.
boy. He blinks just in time. Quick fingers for 33.
This is huge because this was potentially a Roche kill, actually. If they take out the Doom there, he wouldn't have had buyback, and they could have 5v4'd the Roche, so another good dodge.
Daracho dodging the dust as the smoke was popped, but Liquid just going to be happy with the Ward Expedition here. And Ace has his Greaves. We'll be going for the Pipe of Insight next. Liquid look like they're looking for a fight. Not afraid right now. Gleipnir for Mickey. BKB looks to be next.
I think whenever they have Doom ready, they're not necessarily favored in a fight, but if they get the fight on their terms, they're absolutely capable of killing off any hero of their choice and then building it around that. Tofu will get the leap off in time, so won't get shackled here against that Gleipnir. So another gank dodged, one from either side. Now, will Liquid force this? Will they just go straight into the tower? And what will Gaimin do? Daracho has no mana. Running around the mid area of the map. Doesn't really have much to offer, and looks like Gaming Gladiators are just full-on forfeiting this tower. So Liquid will grab that, and Insania, realizing that's what's happening, is already setting up for the counterplay because he's anticipating that Gaimin want to trade down bot. And if they're enough heroes set up for this...
Daracho gets hit by the Gleipnir. Whirlwind to fall, doing a lot of damage to the creeps, but not so much the Clinks. And 33 finally jumps in, gets off the Doom just to ensure that the Clinks does die. But Quinn coming in with the Dragon Tail into the Arrow. Is it going to be enough damage to take out Mickey? It's going to be close. Yes. It's a 1-for-1 for the carries on each respective team. Big Terrorize coming out from the Dark Willow, though, as Quinn continuing to right-click on a 33, doing barely any damage. The Doom's so tanky at this stage of the game, as Insania is stuck in a horrible place. He gets evaporated. Nisha gets off the Sonic Wave, deletes Tofu in turn. So 2 for 2.
Nisha's free to move around here.
Got the Shadow Realm away. Ace and company looking like they might soft back here. Nisha very low on mana, as Quinn apparently wants to continue on against the Dragon Tail. Again, 33. They are tickling at this stage of the game. Firestorm is a good opportunity to do some damage to him, though, inside that Pit of Malice as well. He pops the Crimson Guard, though. The Curse Crown's going to eventually activate. The Bedlam not going to be enough, as Boxy is finally brought down by Quinn. So in the end, a 3 for 2 favor Gaimin.
Yeah, and Liquid get the hell out of there because Ace is bringing in Dyrachyo through the gate. So a decent outcome, you have to say, there for Gaming Gladiators, especially if they end up claiming the tower as their grand prize. And yeah, well, with this amount of rally units, it's only a matter of time before this tower says bye-bye. All right, down it goes. Still, Roshan is up, has been up the whole game. Neither team has claimed it just yet, and it has to become a point of contention now with multiple towers now down, and with the position Gaming Gladiators have on the map and the knowledge that Doom and Sonic Wave are down. I think this is just a total freebie. Liquid should be, even if they were in position to smoke for this right now, I think they would just make the call against it. The risk-reward just doesn't seem good enough. So Gaming pick up some steam here. They pick up the Aegis. And I'm assuming probably putting it on Dyrachyo so he can play very aggressive. Dragon Knight as a transformation hero. All right, he is the choice. I mean, this is a hero that we sometimes see people put it on, sometimes they don't, because the second life isn't as good as the first. However, the way Liquid have approached the fight so far in the game, they've really focused on dooming Quinn when they can. So
true.
This dissuades 33 from going for that play.
So what you're saying is Dyrachyo's screwed?
He might just be able to play the fights completely differently now that there's an Aegis in play, because now he can be more patient. Quinn can go in, create vision in the fight.
Did you say Dyrachyo be patient?
He can be more patient, which is waiting 1 second instead of 0.
I see. Okay, gotcha.
But it's a good point. Unlikely to happen.
Tofu will get
free
his
shard for the Mirana.
Yeah, that's
He's
a
gonna
good
be
one.
really happy about that. Let's see what he pivots to now, because he was ready to buy it just now. Now, Tofu has a choice to make. As Fear pointed out on the panel, we've seen games where Gaming Gladiators are playing this Chen Underlord that Tofu will just go BKB into carry items. Wouldn't mind seeing that here, honestly. And that's not because, okay, Gaming will plan for, oh, hang on. All right, everybody dodges everybody. Never mind. There's a Gleipnir.
Yep, except for Tofu. Does get one leap off, and the Hand of God.
Wow, actually Hand of God.
Yeah, that is one important ult down now.
That was a completely hopeless situation. He had 0 leaps left. He was never getting out of that one. But
33, Doom initiation. Nisha gonna Shadow Strike to slow this Underlord to a crawl. This is eventually gonna be the kill, going the way of Liquid.
Yep.
So Liquid really on top of things in this game number 1. And the Gleipnir now with the Whirlwind to follow. Mickey with the help of Boxy will take out Celery as well. So 3 dead.
Damn, they're just bleeding out. They have the Aegis, they have the advantage, and Liquid are just picking them apart one by one and across multiple lanes. They'll now get the bottom tier 1 and the mid tier 2. Talk about a power play with a disadvantage. This was not what I think many people would have expected in this game state. When Gaming gets the Aegis, usually they're the ones deciding how things go down.
Dyrachyo.
Okay,
Oof.
big damage.
Gotta be careful. And 33 just tanking up this tier 2 tower. There is now TP coming in. Remember, Quinn has the Aegis still. In his dragon form, another blink away. Tofu, is he actually gonna die just to Boxy? Yes, wow. That is unreal. He's gonna fake out the Terrorize, run away. The Pit of Malice already on cooldown.
So many things going right for Liquid. I was gonna say, they gotta be a little bit careful with the TP reinforcements with Doom on cooldown and the numbers being able to be brought there from Gaming, but they're just too fast. They're killing the heroes before Gaming get to group up, which is what they've been so good at for so long, is getting that formation going and setting the terms of the fight. If you break them off too quickly on the side of Liquid, then it doesn't really matter. Then they don't get to that point.
Yeah, 4K lead here for Liquid, and this Aegis just seems to be doing absolutely nothing for Gaming Gladiators, at least not yet. Still have time to try to make use of course, as Mickey has the 9-second BKB, and Dyrachyo going for an MKB. It's Aegis as they're grouping up. And Liquid, I would assume, will try to just delay until around the expiration date of said Aegis. Nisha getting pretty close to the Aghanim Scepter, just 800 away.
Yeah, so smoke move unsuccessful. They do place down a very nice aggressive ward in that bottom half of the map. They actually, as a matter of fact, have 2 down there. So if Liquid were to go down there and farm, get a good punish, they'll try 33.
Dragon Tail, arrows coming for him as well. Do they have the damage to actually rip through him? The big Terrorize, though, to try to counteract this. Mickey with the BKB and the Whirlwind as well. The Doom applied to the Underlord, trying to run away. Mickey's the one getting deleted, though, has to be really careful. Will eventually back away, just barely living, as Nisha gets off a Sonic Wave onto 2. Already deleted Ace to start this fight out. Overgoat's going to hold him in place for Nisha, try and reset. Dyrachyo kind of stuck in no man's land. Will use his ability to be able to blink away, but not far enough, it seems. Trying to take out Mickey at the very edge of this fight. He finally gets taken out by Quinn, but it's going to cost Dyrachyo his life. It's a 2 for 2. That's 2 cores for Gaming Gladiators down.
Yeah, Gaming will try to pursue, though.
Yep,
Arrow.
Quinn continuing on. The arrow is going to hit thanks to the Dragon Tail as well. Boxy coming in with the Bedlam, trying to take up as much damage as he can. Nisha getting off the Shivas is Celery attempting to run away. They're going to lose Boxy, though, on the Liquid side. Nisha very low on mana, but he's going to continue to pursue as Celery falls. They are using so many resources. And
These fights are so
close.
insanely close.
Oh! No! The Aghanim Scepter puts the end to Tofu.
Wait, was that Quinn actually killing him? Did I see that right? Did that one come from the Dragon Knight, or was it from Mirana herself?
I'll have to see it again.
I think Quinn actually killed him. He did not realize that the Shadow Strike on himself was expiring with that Ags.
Ultimate toxicity from Quinn.
Yeah. He wants a better Solar Flare is what he's trying to say. You get an upgraded version. I'm not sure if that one was from the DK, but it did look like it. It can be a bit difficult to tell sometimes, but nice little extra kill for Nisha.
We'll watch it again here.
I mean, what an insanely long fight this was.
Yeah, a really good Terrorize as well from Boxy. Basically resetting things completely. And I don't know how Mickey lived so long in this engagement.
So the way Mickey is playing this fight is kind of interesting. He walks in with BKB and Whirlwind, and he's waiting to wind run until he's on 20%. He had it ready the whole time. So he's tanking up whatever damage he can, knowing that when he wind runs, he's more or less invincible against the Dire lineup. So he's kind of baiting them to spend as many resources as possible that amount to nothing. This is going to become dangerous when Klinks gets some True Strike, though. And we're not far off that MKB, which could completely change the course of this game when Dyrachyo gets it.
This fight was still, it was this long, apparently.
Oh, look what Mickey has.
So there's the Shadow Strike with the Aghanim Scepter. Let's see. As Celery falls here. And eventually, okay, so Tofu's the one that's Shadow Struck right now. Quinn, I don't think he is. Or is he? Oh, yeah, you're right.
He is. Oh, that's the stuff.
Uh-oh, Dyrachyo. Ooh, nice. Pit of Malice from Ace to disengage here, although he's stuck in place thanks to the Gale Force. And Gaming Gladiators trying to disengage now. That's going to make a great GIF, by the way.
That is so good, man. Aw.
Make that into a meme immediately, please.
So
Thank you.
good, man. You gotta, I mean, Quinn is just good at reaction faces in general. So when you get a moment like that, that's the player you want it to happen to. It's awesome. Oh, man. What do you make of Windranger? I think, is this the first time we see Revenant's Brooch queued up on this hero? I feel like this is not a build that has been common at all here.
That's cool.
So just to remind everyone how this item works, since I don't think I've seen it a single game this tournament, it gives you damage and spell life steal, and then you can toggle it on to make your attacks cost more mana, but they deal magic damage and they can hit ethereal units but not crit. So he hasn't gone for the Daedalus, so maybe he won't at all, and he's trying to kill the enemy heroes through magic damage rather than physical, knowing that he's against Dragon Knight, knowing that he's against the Chen Divine Favor. Interesting option here. I feel like this item is very hit or miss.
Yeah, it sounds like we have a listen in right here. Let's take a listen.
Not too bad, guys. This game better than this game. This fight's so good. Holy shit!
There we go. I have no idea what he just said, but that would probably
He
make
said,
a good voice line.
which is always worth a listen in, of course. Yeah, that's how you too, as a Twitch chatter, can be top 3 at TI.
Oh yeah.
This is how comms are during high-stakes games playing for 7 digits. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? They're just humans like the rest of us, except in Dota they're kind of godlike. But you know,
they can be subhuman at times as well, of course, as can we all.
Yep.
7K lead here for Liquid. Roche is spawning in less than 10 seconds, and we're going to have a good old-fashioned Roche off. And who fights better in this area, would you say? Is Arrow? We'll find Roche. He's not going to be too happy about that. But who would you say has advantage in this area in terms of team fight?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Honestly, with how close these fights have been so far, it really depends on who gets the right angle. Both teams have tons of potential. A really good pit can cause a devastating opener for the side of Gaimin. On the other side, Overgrowth, Terrorize, really big spells. Even a key Shackle Shot, which is a spell I feel like we've barely seen this game.
Oh, Nisha on the cliff. He gets some vision, but they have vision.
He's
as they go out. Whirlwind doing a lot of damage. Ace trying to get the hell out of there, but the damage is applied to Mickey. The Doom onto the Dragon Knight. 33 is the one actually being evaporated despite being the tankiest hero in this game. But Gaming Gladiators, they lose Quinn. In trade is the Doom. It's already a 4-for-1, and only Duraccio living through the day. Looks like he'll eventually be fine. But this fight not going the way that Gaimin were thinking initially.
There's just, that's what I mean about reaching the stage of the game for the Radiant lineup. When they get these items online and they get the right angle, look at that damage from Nisha on the Queen of Pain. 8,700, and this feels like it was in 5 seconds. Just ridiculous output from that Quap. I wonder how many people he hit with the Sonic. It's ridiculous damage. And of course, the Shiva's Guard also playing a part in these fights. It's preventing Gaimin from getting that regeneration and the healing in. And this will now result in an Aegis pickup for the side of Liquid, now in a very comfortable position. And now the big question is, what do Gaimin do? Because plan A has now officially failed. How does Klinks become a late game monster?
Look at this.
The Solar Flare is always going to be an X factor in the late game if Mirana gets there, but Tofu is, we haven't really talked about that so much. He's really poor this game. He was bottom net worth just a moment ago on that Mirana. So the BKB isn't even close to finished, and we're 34 minutes in. He has no items.
Yeah, that's not something we've seen very much at this tournament.
6 deaths to his name, only 41 CS minute 34, has very much been given everything to his teammates, but might come back to bite him that he's been this selfless. When you get to this game state, you wish that you had that additional damage dealer when Dragon Knight is seemingly getting doomed literally every fight. And Quinn doesn't seem to want to itemize against the Doom either. We're not seeing any Lincolns pick up. We're not seeing the team trying to cover for him much in any way. I suppose his Pike is somewhat of a pseudo solution some of the time, but not quite cutting it.
Well, we're not too far away from the Revenant's Brooch, which, like you said, might be the first purchase the entire tournament. I feel like this item has not been a thing for quite a while since they changed the fact that you can't crit with it, right? That was the old Rebuke strat or PA strat.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun for a couple weeks that it was relevant.
Yeah, for the people that used it, everybody else hated it. That's Dota in a nutshell, though. Tormentor will go the way of Celery, so he now gets the Holy Persuasion upgrade. So now can take an Ancient Creep based on the level of Hand of God, so he can take 2 Ancients. I think you definitely want to get an Ancient Granite Golem here. It really feels like a matter of getting enough health on your team.
Yeah.
The armor from the Black Dragon, maybe not as important. Given that the Duraccio, or excuse me, Mickey is completing the brooch. Wonder if they think he is, though. They've only seen the Sacred Relic, so they might not even think he's going this path.
Yeah, true.
Could just as well have been a Nullifier buildup, or Radiance if this was 10,000 MMR lower than it is, or maybe 12,000 lower. Yeah, got to get used to that. Now high MMR is actually 15K from what I've been told.
Wow.
So
just keeps going. So there it is, Revenant's Brooch. We'll see how effective it is.
Needs to remember to toggle it. This is one of those things where, you know, you haven't really used this item very much, probably, as a player in the last bit of time. Gotta keep that. It's like an extra mental note you need to keep in check, and these fights are very fast and very chaotic. Nisha pushing out the wave. He has Aegis, so risk reward here. Okay.
Oh, they're actually going to try to jump Quinn, but he finds the distance. Although 33 going in really deep against the Doom and the Sonic Wave onto this Dragon Knight. Quinn is dead. Does not have the buyback whatsoever, as Mickey taking a decent brunt of the damage, but Ace, he's taken out in his own base as
Mickey!
well.
Oh, the last
Mickey
tower
eventually
shot!
falls. 80 seconds of no winner. That's actually so big.
If he doesn't die there, they could probably continue this push. I don't know if they can now.
Yeah.
Maybe they still can. I mean, Nisha has 2 lives, and he is the strongest hero in the game, arguably.
Yeah, a minute and a half on this Aegis. But no DK, no Underlord. Pretty huge for your defense here if you're gaming. As Nisha's going to jump in. Look at the damage onto the Chen, but the arrow is going to connect. Again, there's 2 lives on this Quap. Terrorize comes out as Nisha wants to finish the job. Godlike for him. Deletes Celery. The buildings, though, not going down quite as fast, Cinderin.
Yeah, their lineup is not good at pushing, just flat out. Even if Mickey, I mean, if Mickey's alive, they're obviously much better, but doesn't have focus fire, of course.
So they get the tier 3 and will reposition. Another minute on this Aegis.
This might be all they get, but it's, I say that.
It's still big.
It's a lot. They got a lot out of that. This does open the avenue for Gaming Gladiators of potentially focusing Nisha in the next fight, but he has just shown such incredible resilience in the fights. He's a really tough kill. He's got 3,400 health, about 50 armor when he gets... He has 50 armor on Quap when he gets living armored. I had to do a double take on that. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, that Quap has that much armor. That's
so what you're saying is Clinks needs a Revenant's Brooch as well.
I think the Daedalus is probably the right choice that he's going for. Yeah, this is just not what you're used to seeing in the past from Queen of Pain, right? He's just so stupidly tanky when he gets that living armor put on him. He will swap out his Craggy Coat for Ascetic's Cap, so he's losing some armor now, but still, he is ridiculously tanky, and you better 100 to 0 him, because you know if you don't, he's going to heal up with that spell lifesteal from the Dagon, from the Ags, from the Sonic Wave. It's a ton of healing, which effectively turns your damage to dust, so gotta make sure. And that's a problem here, right? The game didn't actually even have that amount of damage to begin with.
Right. Oh boy.
Nisha finds
Shiva's
Quinn.
power shot gives a little bit of vision. 33 and company will find Quinn in the trees. Sonic Wave expended just to make sure that he dies.
It's a 25-second cooldown. He can use this for anything he wants on Nisha.
So Quinn does have buyback, but we'll have to sit things out for 70 seconds if he doesn't want to use it. And of course, the Aegis, like you said, is already expired, so from Liquid's perspective, Cinderin, wait for the next Roche or some other plan?
I think so. I don't think you're under any sort of pressure at this point to, you know, you should probably feel comfortable that you have this one if this keeps on going for another 10 to 15 minutes. It's the enemy team that has to make the moves. So as long as you map control, push out the waves, control the right areas, and prepare for that Roche, I think everything is going just according to plan. We're hearing more and more "Let's Go Liquids" and more cheers. There are fans in the crowd here that have been waiting for this for 3 years, for Liquid to finally beat Gaming Gladiators in a singular game. And this might just be the one. Yep, they've definitely been better against them this year, and they're showing it this game too.
Yep, they certainly have done their homework. Another tier 3 dead. The Mickey and company going to focus on the racks now. Quinn up in 10 seconds. Gaimin desperately needing to hold this. Might have to give up this melee, though. It's going to refresh the fortification, though.
Yeah, no reason.
And with that, Liquid will back away.
Yep.
And
nice
we won't know about Roche for another minute and a half. But yeah, this is getting very scary for Gaimin.
That's a great grab.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time to, as you said, we will know in a minute and 15. The teams obviously will not. So the potential respawn is over the course of the next 4 minutes. And as long as you cover the map well, and keep pushing out. It feels like Gaimin are approaching the type of late game where it's like, all right, now they are the ones who have to go for what every team faces against them. It seemingly is that last Hail Mary fight when you're starting to be in a really crippling position. But I do feel like they want to wait for the last item on Duracho. I feel like if he can get this Daedalus, that's when they want to go all in. So despite actually being in a spot on the map and having okay-ish waves to go for a smoke, I think they'll decide against it specifically to get that one item up in him. Tofu is solo smoked. Oh, it's Ninja Gear. Okay, never mind.
Yep, best neutral in the game still, 2024.
Yeah, it's been tier 1 for as long as Gaming Gladiators have, it seems like.
Yeah, it's connected, I'm sure.
Nah, most of their games are over before it can drop.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Not this one. Trickster Cloak picked up by Celery, so a little more defensive line for him. The Ancient Guardian on Duracho could become important because, oh, hang on, he gets dusted. Can they reach?
33 trying to go for him. Oh, the BKB comes out from Duracho. Pitamalis to prevent any further pursuit.
Well,
although Nisha wants to continue, Sonic Wave applied to only 2. And Quinn will pop the Dragon for him. Nisha going in really deep. He's going to get Dragon Tail. He's going to get 100-0. He's dead. Does have his buyback, though. You can see the Clinks finally goes down, though. Duracho just melts. Buyback comes out immediately from Nisha. Mickey with the big whirlwind doing so much damage. Tofu will TP out, though, as 33 eventually will drop to Quinn. Surely blinks away to ensure the kill. So it's a 3 for 2, I believe, with a buyback coming out from Nisha.
Nisha knows that if he were to get killed there, they have to drop absolutely everything on him, and he can buyback TP, so he will rejoin that fight. But honestly, I still think that was okay-ish for Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they lose 2 cores of their own, but they find a big kill. Duracho now has enough gold for his item. I don't think this is going to turn into a potential Rax push. Maybe if you have to buyback the Underlord, then I guess it looks even better for Liquid. But they're not going to buy back their own Doom, I think.
Yep, Gwen, Gale Force being really annoying.
They're not glyphing yet. All right,
finally
now,
comes
but
out.
there's the banner. So the glyph not going to do anything.
That's right.
And they are not buying back their Underlord. They're going to concede the tower. Duracho has completed his
concede
item.
more than this if they're not careful. Focus now onto the melee. Underlord up in 15, Clinks in 25. Like you said, the buyback is still there for Ace, but they will give up another barracks. So 2 melees dead. The range actually goes down in the top lane right now to the creeps alone.
So 1 lane remaining here.
Basically, yeah.
For the side of Gaimin. Yeah, okay. And 100 HP on a range tracks, which is 1 little poke from any of the farmed heroes. Octarine core on the Willow.
Wow.
All right. Well, Boxy has got some stuff going this game.
Yeah.
And Nisha hits level 25. So let's see what talent he takes here. He could take 250 Sonic Wave damage, or he could take the -2 second blink cooldown. Both are incredible talents when you have the Octarine build. As we've established already, the Sonic Wave has a cooldown of 26 seconds, so adding a 250 pure damage to that feels real good.
God, Whirlwind is insane in these late game scenarios. Mickey did so much damage here.
And now he has the 25 talent on him as well, which is Whirlwind kills extend duration by 2 seconds.
Oh
so
boy, yeah.
That's even longer. Nisha will take the Sonic Wave damage over the Blink cooldown. Would have put his Blink on a 2.5 second CD, but wants the damage.
Yep, Gaimin wanted to try to contest this. We can see that Roche, a little bit damaged, will go back into the pit. So we have the good old-fashioned Roche shot for Roche number 3. We have a refresher now on 33. This could have huge implications on this game.
Yep.
On this fight specifically.
Easily has the mana to use it with the Octarine that he bought earlier. Liquid keeping their composure here. This is the vision is everything here.
He looks at Quinn. They look at each other. Quinn gets the stun off first, pops the BKB. Sonic Wave onto 2 though. The Doom onto Quinn. He tries to get the high ground. Whirlwind with the overgrowth combination, just shredding these heroes on Gaming Gladiator's side. Quinn is going to be next because he was doomed at the beginning of the fight. They're going to buy back en masse. But 33, he might be the first to fall for Liquid. He's on the other side of the trees. Tofu eventually, no! He actually lives on Doom some way, somehow. And only 1 member of Gaimin alive, and it's the Underlord. And this is a Roche for Liquid.
That was completely clean. They offer up the Doom, and as Dragon Knight tries to blink Dragon Tail him, he doesn't manage to chain it before they get the BKB off, and 33 gets the Doom off on DK. He's screwed in that fight. And he gets
All right, Roche really wants to go home, but he will die here. And the refresher shard will drop. And the question is, can they just end here, Cinder? Clinks is dead for 60,
so
Quinn
is
for
Dragon.
50.
Yeah, there is no way. This isn't minimum megas. I mean, what are you going to defend with? Underlord is auras only. He has no damage, no utility to try to delay the push. Except, I mean, he's going to Crimson Guard the barracks, right? But they don't have Glyph.
Yeah, Raindrax taken out by 33, and now Mickey and company focusing on the mid lane. And this will be uncontested, of course. Mirana's up in 5 seconds.
They even have the banner here, so this wave.
Oh, yeah. That's a pretty nice placement. Now the tier 4s are next for Liquid, trying to take this game #1 here in the upper bracket finals. Quinn up in 15 seconds. Clinks in 15. They're going to lose at least one tier 4, maybe both, with the Ancient being fully exposed. We might see a big team fight here. 33 jumps in. You can see the whirlwind. Mickey is just shredding everybody. The Doom applied to Ace as well. He's dead. No buyback. Celery's next. And now, again, it's going to be 3 versus 5. Just 2 different heroes dead this time around for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn jumping in with one last-ditch effort will pop the BKB. Dyrachyo doing a lot of damage to Nisha, but he's just going to shrug it off because he has that second life in the Aegis.
Oh, big damage here.
Burning Barrage doing quite a bit.
Aegis
still intact. 33, not able to get himself the overgrowth onto 2. Do they have the damage to finish these heroes off? Looks like the Mirana is dead. GG is called. Liquid take game #1. Which is exactly what we wanted to see, a close game, Cinder. I think we saw that this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if any game gets past 35 minutes with gaming in it, it's probably a close one, right? But in reality, how close was this game actually? Because Liquid, it felt like won basically every single fight from 20-minute onward, or at least tied it, and just got so much value out of their support duo. I think everyone in their team played a massive game, and especially Nisha on that Queen of Pain. Oh my. So much damage.
Absolutely. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game #1.
Well, look, originally I was going to say it was a close game. It was that back and forth that Jenkins wanted. But Synderen and Sunspan making it very clear there that a lot of these team fights just going the way of Liquid. And Jenkins, it was down to that support duo. I mean, that last fight, very heavily on Insania with the overgrowth there. Fantastic positioning from him. But even before that, just the fears coming out from Boxy on the Dark Below too.
Yeah, honestly, everybody on Liquid completely clutched that game. If I had to pick an absolute MVP, I would say Nisha on Queen of Pain, but they were such a unit. We saw that whenever 33 was able to doom Quinn, they were winning fights, but then he went for a Revenant's Brooch on Wind Ranger for Mickey, and then all of a sudden the Doom switches to the Clinks, because that's when Dyrachyo could have actually carried the game, because he was doing some serious damage in the late game there. So they basically identified that as the game was progressing, they're going to change the way that they take these fights, and that is very impressive. They didn't have to lose fights to make that distinction, to know that that's how they had to change it, because the thing is, if you lose a fight to Gaimin, they're going to beat you. Like, that's enough for them. So Liquid played this game completely flawlessly.
Yeah, well, we just saw one of the very first team fights that happened in that game, and that also went the way of Liquid. So it was phenomenal how they weren't able to give Gaming Gladiators the space that they normally are able to get for themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, their just game plan was really good. I liked a lot what 33 was doing in this particular game. Still showing how his Doom is super strong, making a lot of space in these team fights as well. And the Treant, this is something that we've talked about a lot, but the Living Armor was the one thing that made this game very difficult for Clinks to play into, with the Crimson Guard on top of it. One thing not so specific to this game, though, but every game that has gone over 40 minutes for Gaming Gladiators has resulted in a loss for Gaming Gladiators. And Liquid, they've played in a lot of games past 40 minutes here. So I feel like if Liquid can drag these games out and just survive that early aggression from GG, they're in a really good spot.
I mean, that Treant, we've gone on tangents time and time again. Winter for multiple minutes.
Winter, you have 3 minutes to talk about Treant Protector.
No, not at all. We're not going to make everyone in the arena be subject to that. But Phil was right with that, and I think that's down to the Living Armor, just how different that aspect of his toolkit is now used in fights rather than on towers.
The Living Armor is definitely very, very useful in the game, but I would like to highlight the Crimson Guard, right? Like, he got it around minute 13 when they were chasing and ganking him, and I felt like his item build and his understanding of the hero was the key tool that actually allowed Liquid to survive that phase. But he went for a phase boost, and he actually kept the mana burn creep on Doom, which gave him the mana aura because he didn't go for any mana items on the hero. So when you go Pipe plus Crimson without a mana item, usually you have mana problems, but with that creep, it kind of solves that problem, and it gives him a lot of value in the game by rushing the armor items. It kind of nullifies the Clink's physical damage in the early game.
Yeah. With these replays coming out here, Jenkins, we're seeing Gaming Gladiators get the jump an even number of times for Liquid. Did they have to force these team fights? Is that what they felt was their way back in? Or could you have tried to avoid Liquid on the fight, avoid Liquid on the map, draw it out a little bit longer until you felt you were in that better position to fight?
It's kind of hard to do that at that point in the game that we just saw, because Gaimin, they commit.
Earlier?
They maybe earlier, but at this point they commit to this like death ball strategy. You're playing into a Doom with Refresher. That's 2 heroes that are going to die in the fight, guaranteed, right? And 2 of the heroes, Underlord and Dragon Knight, they heal a lot. That's how they're tanky. Doom completely nullifies that. Nisha on Queen of Pain was pretty much immortal. And then Mickey on Wind Ranger. This Revenant's Brooch build, I think it's really great against the Crimson Guard, and it's really great against all the physical armor that was coming out of Dragon Knight, for example. I kind of low-key think that this is something that Liquid figured out in the last couple of days, and they just think that it's broken. Like, I would imagine that in another game, Mickey on Wind Ranger will go for Revenant's Brooch, even if it's not into this particular matchup.
Anything you want to add, Fio?
I mean, I agree. The Revenant's Brooch looked good. I talked a lot about the Doom and what was good about it, but I feel like it's almost criminal not to talk about how well Nisha played this game on the Queen of Pain. He had a rough laning stage. Like, Quinn definitely schooled him there. He zoned him out from like the first wave at like, not first wave, but at level 5. And he got 6 beforehand. It was really difficult, but he has been coming back in really bad lane matchups, I feel like, this entire tournament. He's been playing like Puck versus Snipers, losing the lane hard, coming back, still going beyond Godlike. He played Puck versus Viper. Now he's playing a Queen of Pain versus like this DK, and he's just still finding ways with bad laning stage to make things happen. But I did want to talk about this as well. This fight, 33, picks up the Crimson at the perfect moment, right off the courier, just dropped it off there. And that allows him to not only live here by picking up the Crimson at that moment, but it buys time. They get a double kill in that bottom lane, and he gets to TP out scot-free here. So this is a really huge pickup. Him rushing this item with that living armor you see from the Treant Protector. These 2 items work hand in hand together, like the spell of Treant, giving him extra armor, then popping the Crimson. It makes hero like Clinks, where you do rely a lot on your skeletons to do damage. They don't do anything. They just like tickle you. And Duracho even went all in on the physical damage build with going the Desolator instead of the Maelstrom, that it made it even more effective.
I think Liquid just really understood they needed to just survive that timing in the early game with the Crimson. I think without that item being rushed, like if he were to just slow it down by a little bit, maybe get some other smaller items or be greedy, get a Midas first before he get the Crimson. We've seen a lot of players do that, and that would have actually been a pretty big deal in the game if he actually didn't have the Crimson early enough.
I did want to highlight this fight in particular because, Nat, I think you noticed that Nisha actually fed his courier to get vision of where Gaimin were, and then he jumps onto the cliff. He just willingly gets arrowed to give his team vision of this fight, because 33, they knew that if they doom Quinn on DK, they win the fight. If they doom anybody else, they lose the fight, because DK is the only one that's going to output enough damage. DK is the one that's going to survive. If they don't doom him, he's too tanky. And all of this was achievable because Nisha was just blinking in head first. And they were blinking onto a Gaimin Gladiator's ward. Like, fighting into a ward is one of the biggest death sentences you can do in Dota. So you need to have somebody that can jump onto the high ground like that, and he needs to also have the items in the backup of his team and the trust in order to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they were so quick to also join in on that, and the Doom was so tough to take down here throughout that whole fight, and many, even if it's the Doom that goes down, you got Mickey just sitting there pumping out the damage. Same with Nisha. So they're honing in on what they think is the issue, and meanwhile, everyone else is off to the side on the side of Liquid and just doing everything they possibly can, using every single ability.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had damage issues this game. Like, the Clinks did not really have the damage, and unfortunately, as well, DK doesn't do high damage.
Well, look, this crowd has been amazing so far. It's only been game number 1 for our upper bracket, but you guys have been so loud, and I do know 2 other people that like to get loud with you guys. It's Slacks and Tsunami.
We sure do like to get loud over here, my friends. Yes, it is me, Slacks and Tsunami.
What's going on, friends?
They are getting loud. Wonderful. Now, we had a fantastic game of Doom in that last series, and we thought we'd come up with a little game, my friend. Tsunami, would you like to explain the game?
Now, we're seeing a lot of heroes over and over again, but there have been a lot of unpicked heroes. And seeing as how all of you are at the International, I'm assuming you're all authorities on Dota. So we're going to go through all these random crowd people, and I just need you to name one unpicked hero at the road to TI and TI. I know you're all thinking the same one. You're gonna have to think of another one.
We're going in order, so those guys in the back, you are screwed. So we're gonna start off. If you get it right, you get an iconic Doom hat. No whispering here, no cheating. All right, we're gonna go quick, so I'm gonna put the microphone in front of you. If you get it right, our game master Tsunami will tell you, and you get a Doom hat. Are you ready to play?
Of course.
All right, what is a hero that has not been doomed so far at this TI? Go!
Techies.
That is correct.
That's a good Doom hat. Next!
Meepo? That is correct.
Visage?
That is incorrect.
Oh! You are doomed. Silent, muted, inconvenienced. Out you go. Inconvenience. Brewmaster.
That is incorrect.
Oh! Okay, we're moving on, Corey. We're moving on, Corey. What do we got?
Witch Doctor.
That is correct.
Throw her hat. Fantastic. Hello? Whoa.
Tie Hunter.
That is correct.
Hey, fantastic. He's ravaging. I feel ravaged by that man. Thank you. It's a skill shot. All right. What do we got?
Arc Warden.
That is correct.
Give this man a hat.
Axe.
Huh?
That is correct.
Yeah, axe. Incredible. Get that man a hat.
Vengeful Spirit.
That is correct.
Yay!
Ogre Magi, baby.
That is correct.
Boosh.
That is correct.
Oh, this is a long time for that one.
Abaddon.
That is incorrect.
Oh, on the end. Punch. He just said punch. I'll give you a hat.
It's still correct.
Take your hat. Take your hat. Somebody said over here. Oh, we got to say hello.
Ringmaster.
Oh, this.
Oh, we got a funny guy here. We got a funny guy.
I like that. That's toxic. That's good. No booing. All right, huh?
Wisp.
Wisp.
That is incorrect.
Oh, of course there's a wisp at TI. I'm so sorry, Dota Detective.
Life Stealer.
Life Stealer.
That is correct.
Yeah!
Someone got my answer.
What? Someone get my answer. Name 2 and I'll give you 4 hats if you get it right.
Oh my god.
Double or nothing.
Waking.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Come on, K1 was in this tournament.
The group, the savior, same deal. You name 2, I'll give you 4.
What? OG.
OD is correct.
One more. One more.
Sky Mage.
Which one?
Skywrath Mage.
Skywrath Mage.
Is incorrect.
Oh, you're so close.
Crowd, I think these people need some help.
Okay, hold on. We got one more. We're going to do the double or nothing. I will shower you in this box of hats, and you can take over this bit. If you get this right, I want 2 heroes. There's only 2 remaining.
Spirit Breaker and Huskar.
That's an O for 2 there, buddy.
Oh, 9. You had your hand up? I really thought you knew something I didn't know. Oh, dear. Can anyone solve our mystery? Okay. Okay.
Juggernauts and Necrophos.
That is correct.
Give me the hat box. Give me that. All right, get ready. You're about to take a hat shower, my friend. Here we go.
Make it rain on them.
What?
Go, Duracho, go!
Go, Duracho, go! All right, you give out these hats now. My job is done. What a great set. All right, we're going to throw it. Well, hello?
Take my guess. Bagna.
The game has ended, sir. Give him a hat, for God's sake. All right, here. Take your hat. Was that right?
It was not right.
Okay, we'll take a hat anyway. Thanks a lot for watching. We'll see you for the next game. Back to you guys on the panel.
So sometimes I wonder if the fans watch more of the games than Slacks does, not knowing if Pogna got picked. Brother, it got picked up yesterday. This man wasn't watching. It did so well for them as well. You guys on my panel, though, could you have gotten it? Especially those last 2 picks.
Yeah, I have a phone, too.
Oh, well, you can't Google it, Fia. Come on, man. That destroys the spirit.
I would definitely want to got the last 2. That was a difficult one. Like, there's a lot of heroes that have been picked.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to the last 2 that haven't been picked, that's difficult to guess. So,
Necro was one of my first guesses. He sucks.
Dawn Mummy, I mean,
Yeah, he's
Dawnbreaker
awful.
would have been mine. Dawnbreaker, yeah. She would have been my first guess.
Oh, yeah, Dawnbreaker.
How could you guys have forgotten about her? I would love to see her. But we also had a Gaming Gladiators fan right at the end there. He wanted Duracho to be able to come back stronger. And that's what we're all hoping as well if we want a game at number 3, because Liquid in this upper bracket finals has been able to claim game number 1. So let's have a little bit of a theory craft, Jenkins. I know you're a big fan of those theories. What's going on backstage? What's the pep talk coming out from either one of the players or the coach CY on Gaming Gladiators to get the ball rolling again? Get back on the wagon.
I think there's, Dota, we're a game of recency bias. Everybody talks about the last TI winner. Everybody talks about the last series winner. Everybody talks about the last game winner. But you know what? This is Gaming Gladiators we're talking about. These guys are not going to go down easy. I think they're going to be angry. I think we're going to see a performance out of Quinn like none other. And we've seen Duraccio. You know, we had a fan in the crowd say, "Go Duraccio, go." Well, you know what? This guy will go from feeding on Lone Druid, 3 times in a row in the most ridiculous way possible to executing a literally flawless Alchemist game. So this guy, he's a bit volatile, but when he needs to turn it on, he'll turn it on.
Yep. Do you think that's Duraccio that's going to be able to come out in game number 2 here, Winter?
I think he's always ready. He's just going to gulp down a Red Bull, no sugar, and he's going to be ready for the
He's going to be able to get it going there. I did see one buff that was missing for Gaming Gladiators is the Quinn chewing gum. You're very familiar with that one, Jenkins.
Did he not have the gum?
No, did you not see on the
It's
camera?
getting to him. The flame is getting to Quinn. He needs to chew the gum.
You going to run down there, give him a whole pack again?
I don't think I can make it in time.
Probably
I think I'll just
not.
throw gum at him as he walks out.
Well, look, our teams will be coming out very soon. Let's also talk on the flip side. Liquid being able to get a Game 1 win for themselves. The last time that happened was almost 5 months ago. Okay, they ended up going 2-0 in that series. It was in that playoffs that you talked about as well, Fia, where it is the one part of the tournament where Liquid have that one-up on Gaming Gladiators when it comes to series head-to-head.
Yeah, they do. They don't feel the pressure yet. I really do believe it's a thing where when you get put in the exact same scenario multiple times and the results that you had previously keeps happening, it's going to be in your head, right? And I think that's what they have in the grand finals. But in the playoffs, they're not affected by that. They still play really well. And I think right now 33 is really stepping up as a player. It's like, what are you going to give this guy? Doom, he's undefeated. His Sand King is incredible. The Visage just looks OP. It's like his hero pool right now looks so incredibly scary. They tried to pick the Clinks, which is a hero that's pretty dead. Nobody's really playing it. In theory, should be good versus Doom. That didn't work out. So now you're in a situation, your strategy that you had prepared for this Doom doesn't work. You don't want to give him Sand King. He's becoming a target that is very difficult to answer.
I will say that is potentially the biggest difference between these two coming into this series is what we saw Liquid be able to draft for themselves in Game 1 is stuff that they had found success for themselves in groups. Whereas on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they're picking up new heroes. They're picking up different types of strategies. And is it something that's just a Game 1 in a best of 3? You roll the dice. If it works, then that's all Liquid have to think about. If it doesn't work, hey, we still remember what works for ourselves.
I mean, it's not even that crazy of a thing. I feel like the Clinks have run the clips before. It's more like about what they want to deal with the Doom, because they're going to be letting something through at some point. I think in this game, they might actually just totally change it up, let something different through, maybe let the Naga through. I know Liquid have played one game. They've shown that they were able to play it because in the previous series, they've always been banning the Naga, even if they are on the first phase pick, I think that could happen. And Doom seems to me like to be a hero where it's not that easy to crack when the player truly understands the hero. It's very difficult to play around it, and if Liquid somehow gets Doom again and the game goes into the phase where it's going to be about them trying to survive the first 15-20 minutes of the game, Doom is just a hero that would hold everything together.
I do think it's worth, though, trying, if you're Gaming Gladiators, to ban out the heroes that only Liquid look good on. I'm not suggesting that they do this, but...
Is that a long list, though? Is that maybe the problem?
I mean, would you just ban out Neta? I feel like you would just ban his hero out.
Maybe you ban out Neta, but I think there's heroes like, Queen of Pain for Nisha. I don't think it's going to get banned, but just as an example, other teams have not been able to make this work. It looks like a bad hero. We even questioned it when the pick came out. We were like, okay, this is interesting, which is a polite way of saying, we think this is a bad pick. He had a terrible laning phase, but he understands the mid-game and the late game so well that it's worth having a rough early game. So maybe Gaimin, their thought process here is ban out the hyper specialty heroes of Liquid and try to get them to play on their terms, try to get them to play more normal Dota. And I think the 33 Doom definitely fits into this category. Probably so does the Visage. But if you can get 33 on a more non-33 offlaner, then I think you're looking better.
This was a talk, 2 TIs ago when this man won it. Is the list too long to be able to ban it out, though? Because even though...
I don't think so.
There's five heroes. He's played 5 heroes.
But what I'm about to say is, I think the pool looks smaller because he's on Liquid, but it's still there. I do think there is still a depth that maybe he hasn't played it in this tournament. Maybe he hasn't played it for 2, but has he forgotten how to play that hero entirely?
That definitely also plays a role, but like overall, I feel like he's gonna be wanting to play a hero that he's really been practiced a lot. Like you don't want to like mid-series, okay, I'm gonna play something that I played 3 months ago, but I didn't play the hero like the last 2 weeks, you know?
I understand that too. I can definitely see that logic.
Maybe what you do is you ban out Beast, Sand King, Visage, Doom, and then he picks Enigma because it's the only hero left that he's played in this tournament, and then you respond with a Tofu Rubik, and then steal the black hole. Maybe that's the play.
Okay, all right.
I mean, they did try to let it pick through and then counter it with a weird hero before with the Clinks, and it didn't work out. But I feel like Clinks is much less good than Rubik is. Like Rubik is B tier, Clinks is like a straight up D tier hero.
Wow, you just slapped it right on there on the lowest tier possible.
What do you think, Fear? How good do you think Clinks is in the current meta?
Jenkins is about right. The hero, he's not very good right now.
Someone clip it. Jenkins is going to have to keep that one for memories.
Yeah, I mean, Clinks right now, especially if you go for the build that Duraccio went, which is the highest damage output build, it just isn't stacking up to the other ranged carries right now.
Alrighty, well, what's very dependent if they're able to ban out all of 33's heroes, or at least the majority of them, is if they even have the 4 picks themselves. We don't know who's going to be first pick or second pick, and the only way to find out is to get into our draft.
Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
We got a game at number 2 here. A lot of fans in the crowd, some of them hoping for a game number 3, some of them hoping for this series to be closed out now, but either way, let's see what is going to be respected and taken out. The Naga Siren is still going to be on that ban list first phase priority. Sand King Doom is now up there, changing out a clock. That's what was there in game number 1, and Doom has replaced it as a must ban for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I just wanted to say like how disrespectful it would have been just to ban all of 33's heroes thinking that he just couldn't play anything else.
And then let Naga through.
And just let all the other like S tier heroes into the game. Like, sure, I think right now the 2 heroes you have to ban for 33 is Sand King, is Doom, because those are just easy overall first picks of the game. His other heroes are more specialty. Like, you don't want to first pick a Visage. You're not going to first pick a Beast. You're not going to first pick an Enigma either. So, like, in that situation, you don't have enough bans in the second phase either. And that's kind of like why a lot of these teams look like they have small hero pools, because you don't have many bans in that second phase there. And there's just too many good heroes in Dota right now. Just, you have to ban and not let into the game in that first, like, 7 bans.
Yeah, I agree. You don't have to, he doesn't have to play much else. And this lets the SD through, banning out all these specialty heroes. You know, Lone Druid, Alchemist, these are also very targeted at Gaming Gladiators. Duraccio's heroes, of course. Even the Broodmother is a Duraccio hero, depending on which point in Dota you're looking at. But the SD
is the most played hero at this tournament, actually.
The Broodmother is.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Alchemist.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are all classics for him. But
they all are, yeah.
The SD Purge against Windrun is definitely one of the strongest counters to this hero in the game. So banning out all these specialty heroes means that Gaming gets a very nice counter pick with their first pick.
I will say the Shadow Demon as well could go on the 4 or the 5. It's not locked into, hey, it's definitely going to be, it's lane pairing if they want to show a core as their next support. There is a lot more to still be unveiled here. But the Wind Ranger, more locked in here, Winter.
Yeah, he's going to be most likely the carry. We've seen a couple of games where he was played as a position 4. Don't think we've really liked it that much. I think this hero is just in a very, very good role in the carry. Like he just does everything that you want. And I don't really mind picking my carry early if it's a Wind Ranger. He's very strong in the lane. Doesn't really get bullied much. One of the best carries to rotate around the gate, TP to help, fight in the runes. And it's just very, very useful for the draft. And I do feel like when you are opening your heroes, it's always nice to open a hero where he's always going to be doing okay against any lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was proven last game as well. Like, the Crimson, the Aura from the Underlord, it looks good, but he's in every single team fight, just destroying everyone, going different item builds. The Brooch was one of them. So, yeah, this hero is just good in every single game, and it's just, Liquid has proven time and time again, they don't want to counterpick you 1-to-1. They just want to pick the heroes that they think are good and fits their playstyle. And Wind Ranger on Mickey has been that hero staple.
Okay, 33 officially has 2 more heroes that he has played in this tournament.
No.
It is Visage and Enigma.
You think he'll pick one?
I'm not sure.
I'm more curious as to what gaming gladiators are actually going to pick up. You know, the Beast ban isn't a head scratcher, but the lack of support bans is. This is very abnormal for what we see in bans for our series. There's at least normally 3 supports banned out, but the only one that we can see right now is that Naga Siren. It feels like there's so many quote-unquote OP supports that other people have looked towards, just sitting there, waiting to get picked up.
Too many support heroes that are really good, right? Because in this specific matchup, you're trying to blunt the enemy's playstyle. You're trying to slow their heroes down by banning the certain core heroes that build certain items. You know? So I feel like the supports are kind of getting forgotten in a way. But you kind of can't ban them all because there's just way too many of them. So it's much better, in my opinion, to remove the cores that could allow the whole lineup to work. And they're going to go for the DK again, which is still like a very, very good hero. Like, and the pairing with the SD, I think we've brought this up before with the Disseminate with the DK. Before the DK goes in, you put it on the DK. DK is just going to be doing a lot of AoE spray damage in a team fight.
I think this is a good DK pick. You could argue that they lost with it last game and that it didn't look so good in some of the fights, but that was because he was being doomed. I think without the Doom, Quinn was looking extremely good on the DK. He won the lane, he was doing a lot of damage in the fights when he wasn't getting doomed. And it's a good counter to, it's a good hero against the Visage. You have very high armor, Visage has the birds doing small instances of damage. And I think they probably picked it knowing that the Visage or the Enigma, 2 summons heroes, are likely to come out for 33.
Yeah, the 2 best supports in the game right now for me are probably Naga and Tusk. So not surprised for them to pick up Tusk here. You just kind of have to weigh what you want to pick for 33 here. He has this hero pool. They know what they want to pick from. This is classic Liquid. Whether it's the best Visage game or not, well, it's on his hero pool what he's going to play, and they're going to pick it from. Midcase, the same story. Whether it's the best, Wind Ranger game or not, he's still going to play it. Maybe in those last couple picks, Nisha gets a little bit of flexibility. I do like the DK a lot too, but however, I want to see it to be defaulted to carry, not to any other position, because we kind of saw in that last game, the DK didn't do much damage, and that's just kind of like the problem with the DK mid. You don't scale into the point where you're a big threat, but when you do play it in the carry position, you focus on getting like these Daedalus and you're getting the farm. This hero's, when it looks the best, looks really good versus the Visage too, just because you'll have all that AoE damage that can build it.
But in the previous game, I also kind of felt like his build was also not really allowing him to do damage. Right after the Mage Slayer, he went like Hurricane Pike. He didn't really go for any like direct DPS items like we normally see in a carry DK, and like go Armlet into SNY.
It's not a typical build from the mid DK, that's why. I never see the mid DK go for the Armlet first. They always go for the Blink Dagger, and last game he went for the Mage Slayer just to deal Katrina Pain's damage. So just completely different here, but it is open. I feel like it could have worked last game. It did do well in the mid lane. He made some good rotations on the Dragonite as well. And now this DK will either be the carry or the mid, because Primal is almost always on Ace, if not always on Ace. So that's a pretty decent pickup for him as well. Buys a Blade Mill. It can interrupt the Wind Ranger when she presses BKB and goes in with the Whirlwind. Clockwork is the secondary support they're going to pick up. Very similar to what Tusk does, so they're both their side laners. They're going to do that range plus melee combination.
I mean, the clock is, I think, mostly a response to the Primal. One of the better counters against Primal. You can block him when he's charging in with the cogs. You can stop the Pulverize with hookshot. It's just a very, very useful hero against Primal throughout the game. It's also good against SD, and when you're playing against SD, you want one of your supports to be able to target him right away in a team fight.
The Bristle ban, I agree with. I think that would have been a very cheese pick for a game to group up and deathball around, but also, I can't think of a hero in Dota that's better against Visage. The birds legitimately just die in the team fight against the Bristle Quills. It's one of the hardest matchups in the game.
No, I agree. It's really good. Not a hero we see a lot of, but in specific situations, it can be really good.
I can never tell if the crowd is cheering for a pick or if they're cheering for themselves being on screen right there.
Be a little bit of both.
Some people just like to cheer, I respect it.
Is that you, Jenkins?
Oh, we got the wave going on. That's how you... All right, last pick here. Liquid, they need a mid laner. Same situation as last game. They don't know if DK is going mid. Nisha, no matter what, will be getting counterpicked, but Nisha's been so good this tournament when getting counterpicked.
It seems like a good Timber game, right? But you don't know your matchup. That's like the only thing with the hero right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree the Timber looks good, but Nisha's looked really good on these pucks and Queen of Pains, these type of heroes where he just plays the map so well with them. That even if he loses his lane, he somehow always finds a way to get farm and have impact in the game.
Yeah, Puck would definitely be an interesting one here because on one hand, I do feel like, you know, there's the DK stun into Mirana arrow. There's like good disable for the Puck, but there's also Drinking Buddies, which is going to be able to pull the Puck out of any sort of like single target. This is why I think the Tusk is such an excellent pick here. Gaimin has a lot of like easy to execute stun combos, but Drinking Buddies will disrupt a lot of that.
And if you go Puck,
they're going Puck.
They're going Puck.
I mean, if you go Puck, the DK just goes mid, right? And you pick another carry.
But I don't think they care. Like, Nisha's lost his lane like every single game in this tournament, and he just owns somehow. Somehow he just gets owned in lane and just goes beyond godlike by the end of the game. And like, at this point, I'm not even using my brain anymore. Be like, what's the best possible pick? I'm thinking, what's the best possible pick just for Nisha, regardless of anything else? Because he's proven that even if he gets owned in lane, he'll find his way back into the game and deliver.
Yeah, this time around, Liquid has a very, very fast draft, you know, with the Visage, Puck. And those heroes don't really need a lot of items. They just need a couple of levels. And Wind Ranger is the one that also doesn't really mind, you know, joining the early fights. You know, even if Wind Ranger is not ready with her items, if Visage and Puck are strong, she can come to the fights. And looking at what Gaming has, they kind of don't really have much to fight in the early game outside this primal, you know. So they need something that can actually hold their whole draft together right now. Something that can maybe deal with the early aggression from Liquid here. I mean, if they put the DK mid, it means they're going to try to win the lanes and hopefully by winning the lanes, slow down Liquid. Because this Puck is going to be very, very annoying to deal with SD and Mirana. You don't really have the right tools to kind of lock the Puck down.
I'm noticing that Monkey King is still in the pool. I see the reserve time is ticking down, so we are going to get our answer very soon as to where they want to put it.
Okay, mid DK then.
Yeah, they're going to make that shift for themselves. Is it exactly what you were just talking about, Winter, enough to starve off Liquid's early game?
I'm not so sure though, because Muerta is a very, very, very slow hero, and with this switch up, they are kind of gambling on the fact that the DK would win the lane hard enough that would buy enough time for the Muerta to come online. And I'm not so sure if I like that after seeing, like Fia mentioned, Nisha always loses his lane, but he still is going to be able to find a way to come back into the game and be very useful with the lineup. They have a very scary timing with the Puck, Visage, landing their spells and destroying everyone. And if you don't have time to farm as Muerta, you can never come to the fight.
Fear, as a Muerta enjoyer, you said she's your favorite hero the other day. How is the Wind Ranger Muerta matchup in Dota right now?
I mean, I think Muerta does well versus Wind Ranger because you built that, but at the same time, you also don't like playing versus Wind Ranger because you can't really hit the Wind Ranger.
They both evade.
Yeah, they do. But I will say, like, this draft that Gaming Gladiators has concocted looks like a 40-plus minute draft to me to come online for the Muerta to get strong. Gaming haven't won a game past 40 minutes yet this tournament here, so they're really shifting their style. This isn't the Aura type of strategy we usually see them play to dominate and play for the mid-game timing. They're playing more for late game here. I'm worried that Liquid has them a little shook.
Okay, well, it feels like two for the side of Liquid. Jenkins, do you want to give some hope to the gaming fans in this draft?
They do have hard heroes to run into, I will say. DK, Primal, there isn't a Doom to kill these heroes in the game. If they can have these solid lanes and transition it to a good early game, then they're going to be fine. They'll go to late game.
Okay, we'll see if Gaming Gladiators are able to go to late game. But first, we're going to head on the downstage to Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by CY of the Gaming Gladiators, where you guys always make these deep runs in brackets, but I feel that oftentimes people don't see how difficult your early journeys are. I'll talk to Tofu, or I'll talk to Quinn. Day one of group stage, they're like, oh my god, we're so bad right now. It's so garbage. And then you end up getting grand finals every single time. So what are you most proud about for your team from day one of Road to TI to here?
Altså, jeg er mest stolt af, at vi altid formår at tage os sammen, når det virkelig gælder. Vi spiller altid dårligt i starten af turneringen, og så senere så tager vi os egentlig sammen, og så tror jeg måske, der er en spiller på vores hold, der er svært at tage det seriøst nogle gange, især i scrims. Så når vi endelig tager os sammen, så spiller vi rent faktisk godt.
Scrims, yes, of course. I totally agree. And now how about this final matchup? Because you guys were taking down the reserve time, Muerta versus Wind Ranger. What are your thoughts?
Altså, Muerta burde være rimelig decent, fordi at, hun har sin ult på, så kan hun jo ikke rigtig whirlwind hende eller noget. Så det tænker jeg er rimelig nice for hende. Altså, de interagerer ikke så meget med hinanden, for hun har også windrun, så det er svært at skyde hende. Men altså, det er bare 2 turret range carries, som er rimelig stærke lige nu i den her meta. Så.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Tuck, CUI, best of luck in this game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Royal Arena. Y'all look beautiful out there doing the wave earlier. Lyrical here, subbing in for Sunsface, a little bit under the weather. But I do have somebody with me as well that can translate everything that was just said. Cinderin, what did that interview say?
Yeah, it's interesting to get a second job that you weren't hired for out of nowhere. Well, effectively, he said that the Muerta versus Windranger matchup is interesting because Muerta can, you know, avoid Windranger's whirlwind when she's using it because you turn into the ghost form with the Pierce the Veil. And then before that, he said, well, the reason our starts to the tournaments early on can go a little bit poorly is that maybe we have a player, he didn't name any names specifically, but he was like, we have one player who sometimes struggles to take scrims seriously, but then when it really counts, we really pull it together and bring our A game. So maybe that's why some of the earlier stages of tournaments aren't going so well, but yeah, I mean, this is a clutch team, right? When it's crunch time, they just get it done most of the time. And well, now it really is crunch time. You're down 0-1. Your first game did not go according to plan, and as the panel pointed out, this is a rather unusual Gaming Gladiators approach to a draft in this tournament. So I think it will be really inspiring to see if they start playing slower and win a late game,
right?
Dare I say. But Liquid have some of their absolute ace heroes here. 33 on the Visage, they've got the Windranger again. Nisha's Puck has been ridiculous this tournament as well.
As the crowd appreciating your voice line yet again, hearing that one coming out. No, I agree with you. The Nisha Puck has looked so good, and that is going to be the interesting thing to watch. Has it been a situation where now Gaming are willing to take up and change their style a little bit, or have they been fully pressured into it? We're just going to wait for the outcome, and then we'll, you know, draw deductions from there, because that's how that works. But regardless,
you can't be wrong if you let things happen first and then say, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I meant all along, absolutely. Yeah, but we'll keep our eyes across all of these various different lanes. And that's the thing, too, is like everybody, when they think of Gaming Gladiators, they're thinking about all of these big aura heroes making moves around the map. Ace playing on this Primal Beast. I'm curious to see what he goes for on this one, because he oftentimes is that engine that this entire rest of the draft just sort of plays around. How do you think he's going to play this game?
First of all, I want to say, make no mistake, this is one of his best heroes. We just haven't seen Gaming play that style very much. But there have been games earlier I want to say earlier this year, and especially last year, where he was totally carrying on Primal Beast. And it wasn't necessarily taking an aura approach. It was the traditional BKB Ags, be in the middle of fights, do tons of damage, and tank the whole world with a Shiva. Could be what they're angling for here, that they feel like, all right, well, our aura strategy didn't really work against Liquid, so now instead we're going to pick heroes that team fight better, and then we're going to itemize around it in a different fashion with probably more focus on BKBs rather than the other auras. But let's see how the early laning stage goes first and what luxury you have the options of buying. I mean, so far so good, especially in mid. Quinn absolutely handing it to Nisha here, 12-7 against the 5-2 on Puck. So this, dare I say, is going worse for Nisha than it did against Sniper the other day, very early on.
Yeah, this is a dangerous matchup, even later on into the game too, right? Not just the laning stage, but, you know, blink stun at certain points in time, and then you've got the follow-up coming in from the rest of those heroes, which could just be the death of them, as Mickey keeping pressure on him. Well, I get a little bit of help from the Centaur creep there.
That's why they call them neutral creeps. That was just chaotic evil. It just wanted everybody to suffer at the same time, but nobody really reaped the benefits there except everyone watching who got a little cheap laugh out of it. It's like, all things considered, all cores probably not too unhappy here. It's relatively even. Nisha's caught up a little bit now here in mid, but I think you make a good point. In some of the games that we've seen Nisha do incredible things on this Puck, he hasn't necessarily... Oh, hang on, Celery's doing a ton of damage to Boxy. That's a 5-stack.
This is getting up there higher and higher.
It's only level 1, though.
I mean, it keeps him back for the moment, but the high five shows he was never really that worried about his health in that movement. But yeah, able to also do a nice little shards play over the top and get that bounty rune.
Yeah.
You were saying I said something really smart, though, so you can keep saying that if you want.
I forgot. It doesn't really happen very often. Yeah, so the thing was, it was about the Puck matchup in this game, that sometimes Puck has these pop-off games when Nisha plays it in particular. But this time, as you mentioned, Dragon Tail into Arrow is a dangerous combination, and you have the Pulverize even something like the calling can actually be quite a big issue for the puck as well. So I think the player to watch in this game, which is the case for many of Liquid's games, will be Boxy. The Tusk is the true combo breaker you have in your lineup on Liquid. I guess Clock can be a little bit of a pseudo by just breaking the fight up with Cogs. But a lot of the time against a hero like Primal Beast, it's actually a quite interesting matchup that, generally speaking, Clockwork is good against Primal, but once Primal gets the BKB, it can quickly get quite awkward, where you cog into someone, and if Primal's in the cogs as well, he's just trampling them to death inside of those cogs. So gotta be a little bit careful with your placements, but on paper, very good in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Absolutely. And of course, they were able to sort of block out the nice counter that the Shadow Demon normally is, taking that in the first phase overall.
Yeah.
Could also see, as this game gets later, I wouldn't mind seeing Tofu get back and get some stacks up, because that's the other thing that Primal can really accelerate his farm through and start looking super solid if you want to play more of the stack game. And there you go, Cogs are out, power shot, Ace still feeling very survivable, and he's so low and he goes down. Tofu with the last couple ticks, and he also manages to get out. Oh, he doesn't. The snipe! Oh, I have never cast or cursed somebody as quickly.
That was actually impressive. You almost willed that kill into existence.
Definitely getting out. Sorry, buddy. Well, now another banish coming. Duraccio, the calling, the silence is out. A little bit of drinking buddies. Make sure that 33 and Boxy will be fine.
Yeah, there are 3 stacks of poison there on 33, but no mana left in the tank for Celery means no chase. But yeah, it was a thing in the draft as well when we were talking about it, or looking at the Shadow Demon pick. The panel was mentioning how multiple supports made it through the pool. And the thing is, you're unlikely to want to grab the Omni Knight when you're playing into the SD. So I think for Gaming Gladiators' perspective, they were kind of happy to see that first pick where they can just snipe counter it with SD and then also not have to ban Omni. I think that really opened up the draft for them quite nicely to go for this pivot that they have here. Ace will get power shot, big damage, Insania.
Slow down.
Can he reach?
He's getting closer. Oh, he went the other way. He tried to block it off, but there was a tree blocking his path. Does have the onslaught, but this is weird.
This is still really good for the side of Liquid. The amount of time Ace has to use to run away here and then TP to base for a refill.
And then they try and set this up. The wraparound coming from Insania. If they can whittle Gaming down a little bit, they're baiting them out here to the side, snowball forward, and now caught inside the cogs. Do they have enough damage to bring down Celery? Oh, the calling! Stopping that other soul assumption. He finally manages to throw it out, but it's not enough damage.
Oh, so is Boxy gonna die?
Oh man, this would be huge if they could find that kill.
For a 3v2, that is an awesome outcome for Gaming. They didn't lose anyone and they almost killed someone off. Insania has to use his healing salve, Boxy's really low and probably has to go back to base. And if both supports are out of the play for a little bit, 33, Visage is very vulnerable when it's playing 1v2. This is a hero that, you know, people will generally remember the phases of Visage just being invincible, but the first few levels on Visage, it is not a tanky hero whatsoever. He will manage to pull these couple of creeps under tower for some safety, but once this wave dies, with no supporting cast to cover him, he has to be careful.
An Ace with the turnaround up on that top lane. They thought they could do something there, but no luck at all. They managed to bring down that Clockwork. Also worth noting, because they saw those supports, Liquid feel comfortable leaving this Wisdom Rune for 33. So they're gonna leave him alone, and then Boxy's gonna TP back out, trying to just get 33 back on the right track.
Yep, going for that Wisdom Rune is gonna cost him 3 creeps in the tower though. Yeah. So. And not only that, now the wave is still back on the enemy side of a lane. So once again, Visage will have to find his way down here alone. Good kill from Liquid.
A little bit too greedy from Ace.
Yeah, probably wasn't expecting that rotation from the Tusk.
One leap charge, and Insania coming in, but not going to be able to force Tofu all the way away. Does secure at least a rune up on the top side. It's going to spawn, and Nisha should be able to get that one. It's a little bit close. Quinn's quick, but no.
33, he gets banished. They probably can't chase this. Chase Tofu though.
Right.
And
Tofu in trouble. Now the turn, Boxy! Bit off more than he could chew. Nisha's trying to get out with the Ace rotation. It looks like they're going to turn their sights on Insania. 33 actually TP's into this. And now they're making the move onto Quinn, keeping him out of tower range. The TP is coming in from Shadow Demon. This is not going to be an easy kill. And in fact, after baiting the TP, now Liquid are going to be the ones that back on out. 33, another round of Soul Assumption, can take down Celery. Yes, it is enough damage. So they lose both of those supports, and now they're bringing even more in. Mickey shows up, now they take down Ace. Liquid bringing so many numbers, and the one hero that didn't end up making the swell move. Oh, the arrow! Arrow, it comes in! Never mind, Nisha's dead too! Bro, what's happening?
Yeah,
Why are there like 9 heroes mid?
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. So this is actually kind of a cascading effect of 33 having to leave bottom. The reason this turns out this way is 33 gave up. The wave was in such a bad placement down bottom against the SD Muerta, and he had no supporting cast there, so he had to leave. So he just started going mid to find some sort of impact, and it turned into this huge fight. Now he's going to die for it too.
Another move underneath the tower. Gaming Gladiators not used to being down 1-0 in a series, but they're fighting back good in this one.
This is easily the worst start 33 has had on this hero in this tournament. I think that is the biggest concern for Liquid right now. The score doesn't look too bad, the gold doesn't look too bad. Visage has 21 CS and he's level 5. And that's after taking the Wisdom Room.
Right.
He's still not 6-minute 10 on a core. So really unheard of here for Liquid. He's now finally going to get his 10 by TPing down here and getting that flag bearer last hit. So he will be online. But if they manage to find him again here, that would be a total travesty. Gladiators are thinking about it, but will decide it's not worth it unless, all right, there's a haste. Quinn.
Now ready to make that move around, and eyes already towards the direction where he's going to be. Smoked up, ready to head back, 33. I mean, he's playing as safe as you can possibly be. They got to know about this rotation.
This is
but
such a good read.
Will it stop it from happening? Quinn's still ready to run in, yes. 33, very wise movements.
Yeah. Excellent map awareness there. And as much as we talk about him struggling on the Visage, it's not like Ace is having a great game either. To be fair, both offlaners are really suffering in this individual game. And it's kind of interesting to see in a tournament where offlaners, for the most part, has been doing quite good for themselves in the early game. So we'll see who manages to find the better recovery. Visage, net worth might be a little bit, I don't want to call it inflated, but you know, he will benefit from his facet. If it weren't for that, I think they would be neck and neck on the Visage as well as the Primal.
Well, and of course, that other issue that you run into as this game goes on is going to be, you know, Visage accelerating not just off of the kills, but then also you have better tower taking potential than the Primal does. Should note, they're coming through, and Tofu is right there. And now Mickey doesn't like the look of it as much, so he'll head back through the game. But it definitely feels like Primal is the one that likes to sort of get in there a little bit more in the fights, at least until 33 has those items to stay alive.
Yeah, and he's also opting for the Vanguard as his first purchase here on that Primal. It's an item we don't see particularly much as the first pickup for many heroes. You know, some heroes will get Crimson at some point, but this time it is extra valuable. You're playing against the Visage familiars, you're playing against the Windranger, of course, so Crimson is a complete given. But it's not an item Primal usually buys as his first, but this game is just too good. So as far as the supports go, nobody's really having a particularly standout game in terms of experience, with the exception of Tofu, who... Oh, hang on. That's a good curse right there.
I mean, that
he was having a good game until that. Okay, maybe he's still. He's still.
No, he's still.
Thought maybe I had another leap in this pocket, but no. So the reason I was looking at this was all the supports were level 5 except for Tofu, but now Celery will pick up his 6. Clockwork is almost 6, and Boxy is a little bit off. So it does give a slight advantage game in because they have all their spells unlocked to take fights. But with that, death on the Mirana might slow things down a little bit and get them caught up. Tofu in the last game on Mirana was having very little farm. This might have been something they talked about post-game, that they want to build up the Mirana a little bit more than they did.
Right.
And this time around already, he has half the farm that he did last game at 35 minutes. He has it minute 12 in terms of raw CS. And that will, of course, reward him the earlier level 6. Let's see if this move is going to be successful for Gaimin.
They're scanning right now on the gate to see if Windranger went through. They're also going to bring the Shadow Demon through this one. So Mickey, if he does not get a read quickly, this is going to be an easy bring down. And I think with this Blink Dagger reveal, jump forward, stun, there's creeps in the way, he can't get the arrow in time. And so Mickey lands the shackle and gets some separation. Now the hook shot, the turnaround. Sometimes farming keeps you alive, as Mickey was not going to get hit by that arrow, and they're also going to bring down this Shadow Demon. Boxy makes the move forward. They give the kill over to 33. I mean, whether lucky or good, Liquid are just winning right there.
Yeah, the timing just wasn't the right one there with the creeps coming in, as you said, blocking off the arrow, so Gaimin couldn't commit fully for that, and that's a really nice turnaround for Liquid. Not only do they keep Windranger alive and find 2 kills, there's some soul assumption action. Yeah. Visage just gets that nice bonus gold on the last kill, which is going to propel him into a much better position in the game than prior. Now with this 14-minute wisdom, will Liquid actually make it in time? This is pretty close. I think they're too late.
God, that is a big round of people running forward and gonna find that kill onto Celery. Dyrachyo just going to back away, realizing that there's a lot of danger coming his direction. Yeah, and I mean, I think the Crimson is an interesting choice. It's something we can talk about here a little bit too, to help try and keep these towers alive a little bit. But honestly, if they bring numbers like that, I don't think Crimson's gonna keep these tier 2s alive, even if they want to keep that pressure on.
No, it's more a matter of, can you have the staying power in fights? Right. We've seen plenty of fights with Liquid once they get this Wind Ranger up and running, and together with the Visage, they have to buy this item on the side of Gaimin. So he's the only real candidate who could get it on this Primal Beast, so he'll have to, arguably maybe you could say, sacrifice going for the build that Primals often want to do with the BKB.
Yeah.
He'll get it later. As we've said a couple of times already, Ace's game is just not that great. And that has seemed like a recipe for disaster in a lot of Gaimin's losses, is when Ace isn't off to a good start, some of the times the tempo just can't really match what they like to look for. Liquid once again in a very comfortable position.
Maybe again with the Crimson and then potentially having like Gleipnir timing on the Dyrachyo Muerta, there could be something more that they make work at that stage. Liquid already have the Gleipnir completed. It looks like they want to make another go of this. And again, you know, blink stun from Quinn into an arrow. This should be a pretty easy kill on everybody, but the counter move being made by Liquid right now into these Ancients. If Insania finds them, off to the side, there's creeps in the way. Dyrachyo, does he realize who's nearby? The jump forward, hook shot in. They have the snowball, they have the kill. Liquid just smelling blood in the water and going hunting.
Yeah, are they going to go to try to steal the stack as well? This is kind of slow with just Puck and Clockwork. We'll want to try to also defend. They want to keep everything alive here, bringing the numbers against Ace and the siege creep. Can they even stop this push? Maybe yes. The tower will stay alive, but it will be in deny range.
I mean, this is so good too, because they're not showing that there's two heroes still over to the side.
Quinn's gonna jump him. Instant drinking buddies.
And now they go, trying to find what they can do. And the jump through coming from Ace, control, but immediately broken. Now Mickey goes in with that focus fire. Ace still trying to do what damage he can, but there's just not enough HP on Quinn to go for this fight.
This is the other thing. I was talking about BKB on Primal, but you know, against these heroes, sometimes you also want to get that blade mail.
Yeah.
And he can't afford to get everything, so he has to make the team decision here of getting the Crimson. That means once he's in the middle of them, they can freely hit him without any repercussions. So Mickey just doing a full-on whirlwind into his face with the Gleipnir. And Ace cannot sustain that amount of damage just yet on that Primal, so he kind of had to go in for that, otherwise the fight would have been even worse. But once again, really, really nice fights from Liquid. I believe, did they get the deny on the tower? No, Quinn did get the last hit on it.
Okay.
But still.
A tough series of events for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, who are now facing a 4K gold lead for Team Liquid, 6-11, 17 minutes in. And while we keep talking about all these items that seem like they're going to be great, if they don't get to that net worth sort of critical status, Gaimin are just going to be sitting ducks here. I mean, is this the point in time in the game where we start seeing that patented, like, you know, split push style spread out across the map, or do you think there's still ways that Gaimin can fight here?
I think split pushing seems like a very dangerous proposition against the heroes you're facing. Clockwork can get vision with the rockets. You've got Puck, who's one of the best catch heroes on the map, who can combo with seemingly any of the other heroes and find kills on stragglers or random heroes off on their own. I think for Gaimin, you're probably thinking about, let's get this Crimson and try again and get a better angle. And for them, I think the best possible fight is jumping and killing Tusk.
Right.
And then starting the fight and building it around that. But, well, speaking of jump, Nisha has eyes on Ace.
They see him here again. The Wind Ranger moving into position. Two supports a little bit to the north. Can they get away on Ace? It's gonna just go for the TP out, but the snowball comes in time. And again, in the grave. And in fact, it's the Visage that finishes the Crimson Guard first.
He's now ahead of every Radiant hero. Can you believe it? Just these couple of moves where Soul Assumption is involved. And 33's game is completely recovered. They even find Tofu, a little freebie there.
And this is what you're talking about, the dangerous split push. Even without the Clockwork, they're finding these pickoffs as they happen. But they have the Crimson Guard done now. Do they decide to get a group up smoke play and fight together?
Do they have enough damage themselves?
Right. Well, maybe an opportunity here. If you find the puck with the call, Nisha goes down. Dyrachyo gets the kill. That's what Gaming Gladiators needed.
That's a really big one. Just something to break the map open a little bit, give you some space to get out. Maybe you can snowball off this slightly by at least getting some vision out in the enemy jungle, or counter dewarding something, just, you know, getting a little bit of breathing room, because Liquid have really been running the show for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Seems like Gaimin have been struggling to find any successful move, but that one did work out. This one-time Tusk was not near Nisha to cover him.
And Ace, seeing that there's some Lotuses being taken, is going to go for the hunt now. Finding Boxy would be big, and he goes right on through him. Do they have some help nearby? It does look like it, and yeah, immediately going to be a disruption? Okay. Now, Celery there. They'll find this kill onto Boxy. And again, getting out on the map, helping. Now, does Boxy manage to deny out to Roche? Well, he's trying. Does he get a stomp? Maybe a stomp opportunity? No. Ace kills him off.
Couple of kills found for Gaimin now. Mike is still farming up an absolute storm on this Wind Ranger. Level 16, almost has BKB. Another Dragon Tail.
And
this is a tough one. Not gonna happen.
No chance, and Nisha now shows back up. They're moving in. Power shot, not quite enough. Disruption. Ace moves forward. Crimson Guard mitigating a lot of this damage. Trying to find anybody to jump onto. Dyrachyo trying to stand tall here too, but the magic damage coming through is just a little bit too much, and the hit forward. Quinn not able to save, and now he might be in further trouble as well. And Sadie comes all the way out of nowhere, and the Cogs push back 4 dead. Liquid, they're just looking too good in this series.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, how close has this series really been? This is the upper bracket finals. This is for a grand final slot, and Liquid just seems flat out better today so far in both games. The first game might have looked a little bit closer on gold, but that was against a lineup that was meant to win early. This game, Gaming Gladiators are meant to play a little bit slower and get towards a close mid game, but because they don't have that early game aggression that they've been successful with in so many of their games this time around, Liquid are kind of just running the show, and they're the ones taking most of the initiative and making successful moves.
Oh.
So now they are gaming, essentially. And what is their backup plan on their side? There's nothing in sight for me that really inspires a lot of confidence that, all right, this item timing for Gaimin is the one to turn things around. Ace is working on a pipe, which is extremely far off. Mirana fell off a cliff after a decent start. Dragonite's working on a pike. I feel like a concern for Gaimin is damage once again, similar to the last game. Do you have what it takes to fight through this now extremely tanky Visage and the team around it? What is your damage really coming from? It's mainly the Muerta, and she needs multiple items before she can reliably stand her ground. We saw her just getting obliterated in previous fights a couple times.
Wow, you can see that win probability right now very much into the favor of Team Liquid, and I think it speaks to just the way that this game has not gone how Gaming saw it, right? You look at this draft, you think about a DK stun to start the fight, and then the Primal's there this entire time Muerta's hitting, but the reality of the situation has been, it's been a lot of sort of awkward little engagements where they haven't been able to have that damage you're talking about of the Muerta because there's no bulk in front of her. But a tough situation, and Liquid wanted to put the screws to them, start pressuring this tier 2 tower while Gaming just try and get their items.
Oh, they see Quinn, or he will blink away. Hook shot!
Now he does have a Hurricane Pike. Can he get out of here in time?
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to be able to escape before any Quail comes out.
They do force 2 TPs though, and they still get the tower, so this is still a great victory for Liquid. Now that game in port down there, they're losing some efficiency out on the map, some of the farm that they could have got while just sacking that tower. They feel like they have to help out Quinn.
And of course, an opening here if they want to go for it. Roshan, very much available.
We see again now, Mike going for the same item as last game, that Revenant's Brooch, which I believe you told me just before this game.
Kevin, so.
All right, so Purge told you, who told me, that, so the downside to Revenant's Brooch is that whenever it's activated, you lose 50 mana per attack, but Focus Fire, or excuse me, Whirlwind, doesn't work that way.
Right.
It doesn't count as attacks in the same fashion, so effectively you're firing out all of these shots with your Revenant's Brooch at 0 mana cost.
Pretty disgusting. And of course, with an Aegis in hand on Nisha, able to set that stuff up all the more easily. Now there is going to be a pipe, like we talked about, which will be a nice pickup for gaming. But the question is, are they going to be in too big of a hole to make it work at that point in time? I mean, the classic answer to this is like, oh, they're not going to be able to go high ground against us, but nobody goes high ground anyways now, so maybe they will end up doing that right now in Liquid, though.
It is. It is a real possibility that they just try to get it done here and now. I think it's kind of difficult for Gaming to overwhelmingly win a fight. Maybe they can tie it or, you know, slow them down, but if you're the one taking initiative here, okay, wait a second, Quinn, onto Insania.
Find one, Nisha's there too, and you can see they don't even feel confident going for it. Clockwork, never an easy kill, but particularly
the tower is gone.
Wait, what?
He got the tower.
Drinking Buddy's Visage. Okay, that's a thing. That's that's a problem. They Drinking Buddy's Visaged and the tower died. Oh my god.
Well, it does have 44 health left on it.
Time to deny, maybe? No?
I don't know. Very uncomfortable position here for the side of Gaimin. They really want to get this Muertas BKB so that they can finally just stand in the fight and deliver, but it's still 3,000 gold to go here for the side of Gaimin on Duracho, and how do you get that space on the map? I think Liquid are just going to keep shoving in bottom really aggressively, and if you don't keep sending heroes back to defend, you lose barracks. If you do send heroes back to defend, it's hard to find farm. So if they just keep this aggression up, maybe one hero from Gaming can try to find something out on the map, but if you put multiple out there, the lane is just over. So,
dude, they're gonna do it again. Look at this bird, how much damage it does. This is insane. This is like the Invoker Brewmaster stuff all over again.
Yep.
Wow, as if it wasn't already strong enough. Now taking, I mean, they're gonna have a Crimson Guard here, but it's basically a full melee rack's done. Unreal.
I don't really have familiars on my list of personal drinking buddies, but apparently they're great when you want to have a party. You just bring these birds and get the job done. All right, melee Rex down, no defense from the side of Gaimin. And once again, I'm looking toward Duracho to somehow salvage this game for Gaimin if they want to have any hope. The pipe from Ace is up somewhat soon. And that is a big deal for mitigating a lot of that damage coming out from the Liquid side. Puck as well as Windranger, largely magic damage.
I mean, that is going to be the question, right? Like, if you're able to mitigate the damage, will Muerta be able to survive long enough to do what they need? Nisha just jumps in and immediately starts to get brought down. He jumped in, he can't get the snowball off. Oh, the calling, perfect answer to stop that Tusk from saving the puck. Now thinking about going for more, can they chase down Nisha?
Nice
This is
Gleipnir.
a huge gift if Gaming can find any more heroes at this point. After burning through the ages, they needed something.
Ace really wanted to pulverize there onto Nisha, but not possible. The cast time is too long. Puck, obviously, extremely short cast times. Will get out. They do keep... I mean, under these circumstances, this is already a really good result. Because that was a situation where Liquid, with one more good fight, probably just end the game. So they buy themselves some time, and this effectively will buy them at least one item. The pipe will be completed for the next fight. Mirana's BKB will be completed for the next fight. The Muerta BKB is a possibility for the next fight. He's only 1,500 off it now. So that one mistake, if you want to call it that, from Liquid, opens the door a little bit. They're still in a very, very good position, make no mistake, but it does feel like the types of fights that they've handily won the last 10 minutes are not going to be as guaranteed when a couple of items come out on game, and obviously they're still extremely favored, as you can see on the win probability, but a lot of the time that 10% really comes down to, do you have the right items to take the 10% fight or not? And those items are becoming available very soon for Gaimin, so potentially they could stall it out.
Right, and as you know, the panel talked about, as we've said multiple times during this as well, this is a lineup from Liquid that wants to be hitting hard right now. Gaming, we're always trying to buy more time, so anytime you can do that, you're sort of playing into their strategy a little bit more. The question is, are they in too big of a hole at this point where they're no longer able to dig themselves out of it? And we'll have to wait and see. The pipe is done. Also did see a BKB completed on Mirana.
Yep.
So more ways to keep these heroes alive.
And she does deal quite a lot of damage. It's not insignificant how much damage a 4 Mirana deals with just the BKB. You pop the Solar Flare, you get 120 attack speed and damage, and then you just leap in and start killing people. The counterplay that Liquid have isn't 100% reliable against the BKB Mirana. So she will probably be able to output quite a bit more than she has so far in this game. On the side of Liquid, though, what big items do we have coming their way? So the brooch was completed. Puck almost has a Parasma. Unless he wants to complete the Lincolns instead. He's got a little bit of everything, it seems like, right now on Nisha.
Yeah, a bunch of different
Sure,
stuff.
what is happening actually with his inventory?
Is he going Lincolns?
Yeah, but he doesn't have it in his quick buy. So he bought 2 components for Lincolns, but doesn't have it in quick buy. Now he is going Parasma.
Okay.
This is a little bit odd. It's almost like he changed his mind twice.
Just bought the wrong recipe. It's fine. It happens.
Didn't read the patch notes.
Well, we'll see. The courier now coming out to him. And of course, the other thing to watch for is we saw that AC coming for. Yeah, he has it on. It was on the backpack of the courier.
He had a dead courier with that much gold in. Oh my god. Okay. All right. He's a little bit richer than I was expecting. This wasn't even on my radar that he could have the completed Lincolns plus almost the completed Parasma. All right. That is very good news for Liquid. That is so much better than I was thinking. I mean, he is farmed, but man, Witchblade, Parasma, Blink, as well as Lincolns will be completed in just a moment here now, 30 minutes in for Nisha with that dead courier respawning.
I mean, yeah, this is the scary thing, right? You're getting Crimsons, you're getting ACs and all that stuff, but you've got a Revenant's Brooch, you got Parasma. This is a magic damage lineup, and all you got is the pipe.
There it is.
This is a lot.
This is a sick upgrade with how much. If you think of the last fight that just played out, Nisha just got 2 major items leading into the next one. So yeah, definitely keep a lookout for the Puck to ramp up heavily in the coming fights.
DKB from Huerta too, but of course that blink stun from DK won't factor in anymore, but they get the jump on him instead. Misses on the hook shot, and Dyrachyo standing tall. Now Nisha steps forward, knows that there's not much that can kill him. Do they have anything else that they want to throw out right now? There's the shackle shot. They need to keep that Muerta alive. Quinn trying to block damage, but it's not going to happen. Muerta's gone. Ace does not have what it takes to take down the rest of Liquid. They are way too strong, and they bought out for this fight. No buybacks, 4 dead. Liquid, they're ready, they're moving. This game is over.
It's just over.
Unreal.
Well, everybody gets their items, and Liquid say, we're better.
Can they do this now? The snowball onto the creeps. They're going to try and end this game right here and right now. Liquid taking the tier 4 tower down, has to jump away on Tofu. Arrows going down, but look at the Drinking Buddy Visage Birds. They're dropping so quickly. Tier 4s are gone. They're not even going to get to respond. Team Liquid closing this one out. GG.
Wow. I mean, a lot of people going into today would be like, oh no, it's Gaimin versus Liquid again. Gaimin historically are doing really good in this matchup against Liquid. But we did see the stats prior to the series that, you know, in playoff situations, Liquid a lot of the time does quite well against Gaimin. It's mainly the grand finals that have been eluding them. And this one, another playoff match that was just extremely, honestly, very, very one-sided for the side of Liquid. I don't think many people would have expected them to come in slamming this hard, but absolutely no problem for them this time around.
It was one of those moments too where you look at the way that the game went on, and crowd showing some appreciation for the performance. They have so often faced off against this opponent, and to get the win here has got to feel great. As you can see again, still a lot of smiles, teams that respect each other a whole heck of a lot. And of course they know that this might not be over. These 2 squads might be facing off again sometime in the very near future. So they're getting ready to go, and the coach appreciating what he's seen.
And this might be, you know, they might face each other again, but if history is to repeat itself, Liquid are probably hoping that they get to face someone else tomorrow. Because, you know, grand final track record has not been the best, but at the same time, maybe they kind of want this rematch. They want to finally be able to break that grand finals curse. They will obviously have a shot tomorrow against whichever team it is they end up facing, but today, they definitely look like the best team of the tournament.
Absolutely. Undeniable. This team, having come to TI 3 times in a row, put together a solid squad, and finally on the verge of being crowned champions if they can just win one more best of 5. So we get ready to head on down to the stage.
Hello, Copenhagen! I am here with your first TI Grand Finalist, Boxy.
Hello.
My goodness, I mean, it's looking a little bright here, isn't it, Boxy? Shall we,
It's a little bright.
That's a little bit better. How does this feel, beating your longtime rivals in a 2-0 to secure your first TI Grand Finals? How's that for you?
Feels really good. I think these matches were super fun to play, and both teams put up like a good fight. So I'm really happy to play some good Dota.
I would say so. Good Dota indeed. And of course, you showed us a lot this game as well. Like even now at this point, you're still showing us new things. The Visage Familiars with the drinking buddies. You know, we also had the Wind Ranger with the Revenant's Brooch. I mean, have you got more in your toolkit to show us?
Probably. I mean, Dota is like a game when there's a million different strategies and small details. And I think when you play it a lot, you pick up on this like not broken, but like really nice interactions. And I think that it just kind of comes naturally while playing. It's not like some hidden strategy. It's just like, oh, this is really cool, and this is really cool. And you discover new things every day while playing.
Absolutely, and that comes across in your gameplay as well. And does that come away from the way you guys kind of talk to each other outside of the game as well? You know, when you're practicing and stuff, you know, how much are you talking about Dota over these past few days?
We're just coworkers. When we're done with scrimming, I go back to my room and I don't know.
Those many coaches you guys have available coming into use. Alrighty, well, I mean, I'm imagining you've got a ton of confidence coming into those grand finals now. Is there any worry about overconfidence from you guys at all?
So far, overconfidence has not been a problem for us in the grand finals. Obviously, our track record is a little bit so-and-so, but I would also like to mention that we always come from the losers bracket, and this is our first upper bracket grand finals. So, you know, something new.
Something new, who knows what could happen there. And lastly, are you hoping that Gaming are going to come up through the lower bracket so you can fight them again now that you know how to beat them? Or are you hoping for a new opponent considering your track record with Gaming in the past?
I mean, to be honest, I think it would be fun to play a new team in the grand finals, different than Gaming. I think they're really good, and there's a high chance they will make it there. And it's not because I'm scared of them, because we just beat them. Maybe a little bit this morning, just a little bit. But I think that, for example, Tundra, or some team that we've barely played this season, to have a grand final and have like a completely new experience and a new show for the fans would be cool.
Well, either way, I'm sure you're going to put on a hell of a show for us, Boxy. Thank you so much, crowd. Let's hear it one more time for Boxy and Team Liquid. And we'll send it back to the panel.
I'm glad you didn't forget about us there, Nomad. But Boxy, it is so great to hear from him. I mean, he talked about it after their scrims. They're just co-workers. But I know for a fact, there's so many Liquid fans out there. They have their family, their friends as well. I'm sure that's been a great support for them. And going in through the upper bracket, Jenkins, this defies the rules of Liquid. That upper bracket is for bitches.
That is a rule. I think that this curse, this is the best chance for it to be broken for Liquid. I think no matter what, we are going to get a hell of a show in terms of the grand finals. I think if it's Gaimin, Tundra, whoever, it doesn't matter.
Falcons, there's literally only one other team left in the tournament.
Whatever.
Everybody forgets the Falcons.
Yeah, everybody forgets, of course, Howie 2000 for different reasons here or there. He is Canadian after all. But I think they're going to be a hell of a show because, like Nomad was saying, they have this tech that they discovered, this Revenant's Brooch Windrunner. We've not seen this before. And it begs the question, like, why the hell haven't we? This looks amazing. This looks like it. You were saying that you think that this is the reason they're not valuing Luna as much.
Yes.
Because the Wind Ranger, if you go for this build, is that mixed damage carry that Luna represents, except on steroids.
Yeah, well, you get a better laning phase in my eyes. Mickey did not come out of that. And mind you, in the draft, this Wind Ranger was first pick. We haven't seen Luna be able to get to that level yet. With this Wind Ranger, she's able to be first pick and absolutely no answer for him here.
Yeah, we also need to just describe what the brooch does on the hero that makes it so good.
Please.
I think we haven't done that yet. It's just the fact that, like, when you activate it, typically your right clicks, each right click will cost mana. and it'll drain your mana really quickly if you're attacking quickly. But it doesn't work on abilities. So if like the PA Dagger, for example, Wind Ranger, when she uses her Whirlwind, it's not draining your mana. And that's like the part, but it's still doing the bonus damage. And that's why it's so good, and that's why it looks kind of broken here, and I agree. This is one of those things that, even to now, like we're seeing these Lone Druids come out, now the Wind Ranger, the Revenant's Brood, there's so many different things that are just in the game right now that it's really hard, because there's so many things in the game right now, to keep track of what's good that we're still discovering going into the last day, potentially, that things are still undiscovered.
Yeah, there's like way too many new stuff that's still coming out. Like this brooch thing is definitely gonna be like a staple with this Wind Ranger hero. I feel like there's a lot of like item combinations like to heroes, and this is one of the by far the strongest ones we've seen. You know, the Kanda with the Luna doesn't really compare to this brooch with Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, look, 8, 0, and 7 for Mickey, that first pick Wind Ranger, just having a flawless game. On the other side, though, a hero that was picked up a little bit later on the side of Gaming Gladiators was the Primal. I want to talk about it a little bit more because whilst there might have been that idea for it in the team fight, he could never do anything for the Primal. The Primal was consistently silenced, and I think I only really saw about 5 of his abilities go off here.
Yeah. It was a very tough game for Primal to play. Like, you're playing versus Puck, who has the new facet where he can drag you inwards, which cancels all of your abilities on this hero, making it pretty impossible. The clock was picked afterwards as well to deal with it. And Ace, it's not a hero that is really popular this patch. I know he's good on the hero, but I really felt that this hero was hard countered this game. And on top of that, Gaimin, they looked a little shook after game 1. They kind of like changed their whole strategy up. They have this offlane Primal. They don't really have any real aura buyers. I mean, Dyrachyo will always be Dyrachyo and pick heroes that he wants to play, but they also have Celery, who's also not playing an aura buyer. Nobody's really buying auras, and that's not really Gaimin style whatsoever. They feel like they're playing for that late game timing against Liquid, because game number 1, they lost in the late game, but they just couldn't get there in this particular game.
The over-adjustment, Jenkins?
It was a bit of an over-adjustment. I can understand why they wanted to pivot after how game 1 went. Usually you will see a team either like ban out the one hero that they thought was a problem and then like kind of run it back and do the same strategy, or completely, you know, scrap the first thing and then do something entirely different. I didn't think Gaimin was going to go that route, just considering how dominant their, you know,
They kind of did both, right? They banned the Doom and they changed their own draft.
Yeah. That's where I think the over adjustment comes in. Is like maybe and in retrospect, it's obviously a lot easier to say this, and maybe they get another chance. But maybe the strat is to just ban the Doom. Okay, that countered us. That was a problem, and then run it back. Go with the Underlord again. Go with the auras. They've looked so dominant doing that. It lets them play the early game. This is what they're good at. Lets them snowball. That's what they're good at. Run it back.
Yeah. Well, look, we do have a 5th person that we want to bring into the conversation because he's been doing a little bit of diving around, going to give us some more information and a new perspective. It's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look at how the laning stage went and how that transitioned in this very pivotal game number 2. Now, the Visage strategy that Liquid has been running, they've been playing it in the group stage as well, and it's consistently beating teams because Visage gets a bunch of kills in the lane with the new facet, gets a ton of extra gold, and that influx generates items that generate pressure on the map. But what they did against is they lane 2 ranged heroes. Neither of these heroes is easy to harass for free, so they don't get these free soul assumptions. And when they do have an opportunity to go in, Celery does the smart thing, which is disrupt. When you disrupt, that's 3 seconds of time that you can buy where you can't throw out soul assumption nukes. And then they layered it with Dyrachyo's silence, which with this AoE is going to silence the Visage and prevent the soul assumption from coming out. This first soul assumption in this fight was like 8 seconds later than it was ready to go. So they can basically take a normal fight where their opponent only gets 1 nuke instead of 2. So that was a really cool lane pivot that they did. 8 minutes into the game, Visage is a good 1,000 gold behind Muerta. This is uncanny for Liquid playing that hero so far. But some crucial mistakes Gladiators made throughout the game start to add up a little bit. Ace here charges in, unfortunately a little bit too early, interrupts by the snowball, so he gets no damage out of his charge here. Tofu ends up going down, but they're looking to trade heroes, which is looking decent for them. They didn't get full TP rotations from the Gladiator side. And then Celery here, TPing in, coming over to try to help the fight, but unfortunately he gets gone on by both Puck, who's full HP from a regen, and Visage. That's going to finally get 3-3, his first kill in the game, and some gold influx, and he also cleans up Ace as well. So this catches him up finally. This is a really big moment for them. And And then ultimately, this transitions really well because Liquid just starts playing really, really, really fast on the map. They get this kill on Celeria. We'll go back in time a little bit. Another crucial mistake for Gladiators here. Quinn blinks in to catch Mickey. There's supposed to be an arrow follow-up, but unfortunately he doesn't stun right away for some reason. He uses Breathe Fire, and at this point, he's behind all the creeps. These are providing interference here, so they just can't get the stun follow-up. These are crucial mistakes that Gladiators normally doesn't make, but for whatever reason, small mistakes here add up. They lose heroes, and Liquid takes that advantage to snowball the game.
Thank you so much, Purge, breaking down all those intricate details there, how just a slight misusage of a spell, just charging in a little bit too early, unfortunately, undoes all of that hard work Gaming Gladiators had in that laning phase. And they were a team that we coined as someone that was strong in their lanes, and they knew how to transition out of them into the snowball. And now it felt like Liquid are the team that we have to describe that way, Winter.
Yeah, this game is definitely like I feel like the tale of the two carries the difference of the Wind Ranger and the Moeta. Moeta is a lot slower. He tried to come to some of the fights, but I think the crucial one we saw in the replay was a 20-minute fight. He showed up in the middle tower. He came with a Force Staff. He came with a Maelstrom, whereas the Wind Ranger came with a Gleipnir, and he came to the fight and he actually killed Dyrachyo off. You know, that's like a very, very clear example of why Wind Ranger is very, very strong in those early fights. And where Moeta, he's a lot slower. You know, you need to farm stacks, you need to go back, you need to wait for your items, you need to wait for your BKB. Whereas a hero like Wind Ranger doesn't really need it.
No, she's a like 0 item hero, and she can be effective, which is why she's played as a support a lot of the time. Maybe not so much these days. Whereas Muerta, I feel like, is more of like a 3-item carry. You can show up with like 2, maybe and a half items, if one of them's like a Force Staff, Maelstrom, something like that. But Windrunner, she's fine just walking to a lane and power shotting.
If you're just tuning in, unfortunately, that's our upper bracket finals all done. A 2-0 for Liquid. They make their way to the grand finals. We don't know who exactly is going to be meeting them just yet, as we still have 4 teams in the running. So we're going to jump on back down to that lower bracket. It's Falcons up against Tundra, but before we get there, let's hear from Falcons themselves.
So far, my best moment at this tournament is definitely us securing game in front of the stage in the Royal Arena. And this time around, it's also hometown for Crit, so it meant a lot to us, but also for him.
To play in front of the fans, I think it's a very special feeling. I think I can't really tell yet how I'm going to react to it. I think it'll just be when I get on the stage and I see everyone, it'll be very special.
Worst moment of the tournament, I'd say getting beat by Tundra twice, and especially second game that we had so many moments we could have won, but yeah, sometimes, you know, you just throw the game, you just mess up.
I think after the loss, we had a good talk as a team. We sat down and kind of looked over what happened. We knew it was like very chaotic, and we probably made it more stressful for ourselves than we should have.
We honestly have learned a lot from that series, in particular when it comes to drafting and some map movements. I think that series might also, I mean, if we go far into this tournament, that's going to be a key moment for us, where we kind of flip the switch and, you know, learned a lot.
I think the strongest team right now is, I mean, it's kind of close. Like Tundra, they got, even though they got standard, but you know, the standard sucks, you know, like they're a really strong team right now, I believe. And you know, Gaming, like, I think they're also still a strong team, and Liquid all, but like I'd say like the strongest has to be Gaming right now.
Even though they haven't performed much in this season, they have very strong run at EWC. And I think from the scrims we played against them, they are in their top form right now.
The best player of the tournament right now, I would say, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, I don't want to say myself, you know, I would always choose myself and say I'm the best in the world, but you know, I'd like to give someone else. So like, I'd say the best one is probably Saxa, because he just returned and, you know, like he's still in shape and he's still a really good player, and, you know, like he has his own ideas, and like, he's like 6-0 in Mirana or something. So like, probably he is.
Or like a standout player for me would definitely be Malarin. This is his first TI, and I think so far he has been handling it pretty nicely, and he is learning and improving.
Either Pure or Quinn, I think those are the top performers right now. They've done really well.
Playing in front of crowd is a big part of the reason why I play this. I mean, obviously the money is nice and all, but feeling all the energy from people that are fan of the game, maybe fan of you as a player or the team you're representing, is amazing, because for most of my life, I've been playing the game alone in my room, right? And suddenly, like, people with a common interest are all around you cheering for the same thing that you are playing for. It's incredible feeling.
Do I think my team is gonna win the international? What's the point of me playing here if I did not think my team will have a chance to win the international?
I try to be humble, but I definitely feel like we can win this international. We showed it a lot of times this season that we are capable of winning tournaments, and we're gonna try to show that again.
You gotta have a healthy amount of ego and confidence here, and that's definitely delivered on the side of Falcons. I mean, they've already made a fantastic run for themselves in that lower bracket. Yesterday, they sent home BB Team. Earlier today, they already played. They sent home Cloud9. On the side of Tundra, though, they were in that upper bracket. Unfortunate for them, they got knocked down, but they also played earlier today, Fearon, and they were knocking out Extreme Gaming, China's last hope and last different region that isn't Western Europe here in TI13.
Goes to show you that just the playstyle right now of Western Europe seems to be the best playstyle right now in this current patch. And I feel like Tundra's done a really good job, like figuring that out as they go. They did get knocked down recently as well. They were being a bit more greedy. Tundra was playing like the Alchemist mid, didn't really work out for them. Now they're picking up the pace. They're picking these lone druid carries for Pure. Looked absolutely amazing against Extreme Gaming. So they're catching on to what's really good here. They're becoming the next contender, I want to say, as well as Falcons. They look really good as playing that style that Liquid and Gaming are both bringing to the table.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, you know, like you come into a tournament, you have your own preparation, right? And then somewhere down the tournament, you figure out, oh, these are the actually real heroes that needs to be picked, and we don't really scream it much, you know, and having the confidence to just swap mid-tournament, it takes a lot of like skill and confidence to be able to do that.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about is, were these respectable gentlemen watching the previous series, did they see the tech that Liquid brought out, and how willing are they to pull it out in this one? Both of these teams, well, mostly Tundra will play the Wind Ranger, and with this Revenant's Brooch, maybe the hero is worth considering as a first phase ban if it wasn't already.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of a skewed stat because Falcons in the tournament previous to this one, the online, that's where their bread and butter was. It was in the Wind Ranger. That's what they were picking up for themselves, and Skeeter was going that Whirlwind facet even before the road to the international started. So predominantly it is really banned against them. I also know earlier in the tournament they had a very high priority on the Doom. That one they've also kind of shifted away from. I'm not sure where Tundra is going to sit with that, if that is even a crossover in which they want to look at, or if the playstyles are just very different. Tundra have adapted fantastic from their beatdown yesterday compared to the beatdown they were able to deliver this morning.
Yep, that's true. And Falcons also is the first team that we saw try to counter the Windrunner. It was the Kunkka Sand King opening, and they were playing these Blade Mail heroes essentially against Windrunner. Also, they were one of the first teams to play the Centaur and just like kite out the Whirlwind. So I wonder if they're if it's going to be, testing strategy against strategy here. Is this really beatable? Is the Luna better? Skeeter has been playing the Luna. He's been playing the Weaver as well.
Yeah.
A lot of questions.
There's so many questions, and as much as I'd love to answer them, Jenkins, I can't. But our teams might be able to. And before they can, let's bring them to the stage.
Welcome on stage, Falcons.
A lower bracket run, not where a lot of people expected them to be, but something else interesting about this group of 5 is that Malrine is the last remaining first-time TI appearance. I'm sure they want to go far. They want to make it to top 3. The only thing standing between them is this best of 3 and their opponents, who also have to come to the stage.
Welcome on stage, Tundra Esports.
They say all things come in 3, and this will be the 3rd time Tundra and Falcons face off in the lower bracket. It could also be the third time Thompson claims a TI Aegis for himself. But either way, Falcons up against Tundra, the way it has gone in the past, is in favor of Falcons. We've seen it before at Birmingham. We saw it before at Riyadh Masters. But this team is able to get the number of Tundra in this lower bracket. And will it repeat itself here, Fia?
It's hard to say. Both these teams are coming off 2-0 victories just today, so there's going to be a lot of momentum. I feel like Team Falcons has brought some, not new, but heroes that they used to play, like the Broodmother on Amar came out recently, which looked really good. They brought out the Malorine Timbersaw, which is a classic, bring out some more comfort picks. And on the side of Tundra, out of nowhere, just came the Lone Druid. And I must say, Pure looked very, very comfortable in that Lone Druid. It looks like he knows how to play that hero and for years now, and he now just brings it out. Makes me wonder why he didn't do it earlier. It looks really good. Maybe really shocking if I see it actually go through the pool just by how good he looked on it.
They're also bringing out the Malorine Hello Kitty because he does have the tattoo on his face again. And
that's been out.
Did you know he has a 100% win rate in the playoffs of TI with the Hello Kitty tattoo on his face?
You know, I think it goes further than just TI. There are other stage games where he has worn his Hello Kitty tattoo and it has resulted in a successful win for them. It's not just this event.
Truly a symbol of fear. Fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really good one there, Jenkins. Good one. A real knee slapper.
Yeah, well played, Jenkins.
Hello Kitty is a symbol of fear. You heard
Okay,
it
one
first.
thing with they're going to interfere here for a second. And Thompson Invoker, this is a hero that I want to talk about. I feel like it was very underestimated at the start of the tournament. And then we started seeing some things like teams trying to counterpick the Invoker with the TA, and then the laning phase, which traditionally has always been hugely TA favored. We're seeing Invoker come out on top of that with his new facets. And I mean, this hero is just completely different from how it used to be. And the way that Thompson plays, he's running around the map, he's in invis, he sometimes is not necessarily the highest net worth, but he's getting his team a lot of net worth. He is ruthless on this hero.
I mean, the bad list is definitely going to be interesting against Tundra. Like, Falcon wants to, I guess, remove all these very, very niche heroes. I feel like when you're playing against a team that has heroes that are very, very hard to understand or hard to counter, I think the easy way is to just take it all away from them and you force them to play normal Dota. Because I feel like Tundra looks strongest when they're playing something very niche, you know. Nobody really knows why they want to play it in that particular game. Only they know the timings, and that's when they really shine as a team.
I will say Thompson has the edge in this mid matchup for this series, though, just based off of hero pools. Because look at Malorine, he loves his Timbers, his Primals, his Monkey Kings.
Melee men.
Melee people, right? And Thompson, he loves all the wizards, you know? He's going to play the Puck heroes, the Zeus, the heroes that are good versus those melee type of heroes. So this is definitely a matchup hero pool-wise where Malorine is going to have to pick something different. And I think the Sniper is one hero that they both share. That's going to be heavily contested.
The Puck as well, we've been seeing, I mean, I'm just going to say it, Nisha, you know, lose those lanes on Puck, he's able to come back. I'm not sure if that's prevalent for either of these two mid laners, but there is that potential of looking out further than just the lanes.
I mean,
Maybe.
they're both used very differently by their teams, I feel.
Okay.
For Falcons, their mid hero has very similar hero pool with their offlaner. So they kind of feel like they have two offlaners in some of their games. And whereas for Tundra, they draft their mid hero with a very, very different type of flavor. You know, he's very niche. He plays heroes that probably only he plays in the tournament, and it works for them because they kind of give him a lot of priority in the draft. So I think when you compare them, it's very hard to directly say that, oh, Thompson is better on this specific hero, or Malorine is better with this hero. They just play very differently because their team operate differently around them.
Or maybe we could compare just the hero pools in general for the two teams, see what exactly is overlapping outside of that mid lane. Because I want to know as well, everyone's always talked about for Falcons, the make or break that is Amar on that off lane. Now it feels like for Tundra, it's very heavily make or break on Pure. A lot of people are rating him as one of the best players, if not one of the best carries here. And they're going to be going up against each other. And how you do in the lane, how you transition to that mid part of the game, it's going to be pretty detrimental. So are you willing to blind pick into this? Where exactly do you place the priority of those lane matchups rather than core matchups?
I mean, I think, go ahead.
I think with Pure, the interesting thing about his story is, like, I know he swapped to offlane for a while for BB team, and then he came back to play carry. He did that because it was required, not because he wanted to. This guy has always been a carry player, and he played carry from the offlane when he was playing it. So it doesn't surprise me that he has improved to this point, especially playing with players that are so experienced, such as Thompson, now playing with Soxa, Ramses. Like, this guy has learned a lot, and now he's one of the top 3 carries on the planet.
I'll also add that he also played offlane from the carry position at one point too. Yeah. That's probably why he switched to the offlane, because he was playing Slardar and Leshrac carry every single game. He's done it all in the side lanes at this point, so he has a very wide hero pool, and I think that is something he can use to his advantage here. But I think it's not so much about having a wide hero pool in this tournament, it's about having a good set of heroes. Liquid has definitely demonstrated that, just being very comfortable, and I think this is why Tundra has gone so far. Maybe Pure didn't come in with a set of heroes that were necessarily Imba for this patch, but he is just so good at everything that he can pick it up really easily, just like he picked up that lone druid.
Yeah, I mean, first it was the Lunar. He was able to pick that one up seamlessly. Now it's the Lone Druid. They saw it work on stage yesterday. Pure goes, hey, I could definitely play that Moon. Sub it in for me, coach. And I am wondering where the game plan has fallen for Moon. They fell down from that low upper bracket yesterday, but then the win earlier today, it feels like this mixed bags of emotions went to where it should have worked in the upper bracket, it didn't. Now it's working in the lower bracket. What exactly is our core beliefs and our core identity?
I do feel like the previous loss, they had a worse matchup. And I think here against Falcons play a little bit slower. I feel like it's more catered to their play style. I think Tundra is going to be much more comfortable here because they're also not like the fastest team. You know, they sometimes draft heroes that are a little bit slower. They take some time, but when they hit their timings, they hit a very, very good stride in the game. They're able to move very well, make very good decisions. And I think that's going to be much better for them in this particular series against Falcons.
Jenkins, now I love your opinion, and that might have come off sarcastically, but I genuinely mean it. Give me some opinions of these two coaches, though. Compare them for me and give me some pros and cons.
They're both Canadian.
Okay.
Wow. So
I didn't ask for similarities.
So Canada does have some representation here. I will say that the way that Aoi thinks about the game is incredibly unique. I have always said to him, if he wasn't a pro Dota player, the guy would be a brilliant engineer. He is always very capable of solving problems. Like if there's a problem hero in a game, he'll come up with some crazy strategy to try to deal with it. You know, Tundra winning the TI that they won, that was based on, you know, partly Aoi's idea of like letting the Leshrac through and then countering it. And so he's really an ideas guy. With Moon, I think he's very into the fundamentals of Dota. If you ever hear him break down a game that they lost after the game, it's usually something along the lines of like, oh, you know, we tried banning out too many of X players' heroes. It didn't work out. We didn't go for the runes. So that's the difference. Aoi's the ideas and he's the creative, and Moon is more of a fundamentals type guy.
I love it. Thank you so much for that one. We also saw, just very briefly on that graphic, the head-to-head of this season between the two teams. I know I already talked about how they've met up in the lower bracket 2 other times in 2 different tournaments, but the biggest difference is their position 4. Unfortunately for the side of Tundra, 9 Class wasn't able to make an appearance here due to visa issues, but Soxa coming in. In that piece that we were just watching before, Falcons showed a lot of respect, especially Skeeter on Soxa being able to come in here, fit in flawlessly as well. And so now, is this a whole different Tundra? Is this going to be a different ball game that Falcons had to have prepared themselves for?
I mean, they've had a lot of time, you know what I mean? These Soxa has been playing since the beginning here. I just think this Tundra in particular with Soxa looks really scary. And I know Soxa did say before his TI he's looking to come back to competitive, so that might be a little bit scary if you're sitting at home watching this as a spectator. But either way, like Soxa, he's looking really good right now, and there's a lot of respect from him. His hero pool is incredibly good here. He's playing against Crid. They do love his Mirana. This has been incredibly meta right now. He also plays like the more supportish forwards if he needs to as well, like the Enchantress. I say supportish, but he ended up with Moonshard and Pike in that game and ended up carrying the game as well. This guy can do it all. He's a veteran. He's won a TI, so he knows what he's doing.
I think he has a very different role compared to Crit. I think Crit is more like he's playing to enable his team, whereas Soxa, he's kind of playing more for the skill. Like late game, whenever they have this Mars offlane, they kind of need a support to kind of also do damage in the team fight later on. That's why they have a very, very good bunch of heroes together, you know, with Soxa plus Ramses.
One interesting dynamic in this game, in this series, is Aoi versus Soxa.
How so? Pitch me the idea.
They were both on Tundra when they won the TI.
So we're snaking and Skitter.
Yeah, but I'm just same. They're all meshing together.
Oh, okay, all right.
And I know that they share ideas regardless of what team they're on. Like these guys they're sliding into each other's DMs. It's like, have you seen Visage with drinking buddies? Like this shit is crazy. And so they're gonna know each other.
I mean, he's not joking. You can literally message Aoi about anything Dota related, and he'll just tell you.
Yeah.
And he'll be beyond.
And he takes everybody's opinion seriously, because I was showing him some Pudge tech, and he actually wanted me to show it to him. It turned out to be completely useless, but he gave me the
Did he say
time of day.
that? This is completely useless?
He said this works in your pubs, Jenkins.
I mean, honestly, that's how you beat Falcons, I think. Just flood Aoi's inbox with useless questions, and he'll just like take them all seriously, and he just won't have time to focus on actual strategies for his team.
Yeah.
I always wish I had someone on my team, that could actually talk about stuff like this.
Just therapy now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just breaking down our pubs and all of the rest of our players on our team. Look, that is that. I've heard a lot of other players talk about it, how if there's a bug or if there's an insane combo to be had in this game, the team that will know it is Falcons. If Aoi doesn't know 90% of them, then the rest of the 5 players will probably know the other 10% to make up for it all. But let's look at Tundra a little bit more, okay? I feel like we haven't really described what we expect from this team. They're a massive conglomerate of different regions. I mean, we have Whitemon there in position 5 as well, originally coming from SEA. He made that small stint in NA for himself. Now he's making a name for himself in Western Europe. This man is been so key in ensuring Pure has been able to get through those lanes and have a great game for themselves.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the better position 5s in terms of just laning, and he also plays very aggressively. He plays a bunch of different heroes. He's very good in particularly the supporting heroes that can initiate with very little net worth, in particular the Clockwork. I think that's one of his best heroes, and the Tusk as well. All these melee heroes work really well in the current meta because the range hero, the carries are all range heroes. So he's been having a very, very good tournament so far.
Yeah, I agree. I think that for Tundra, there is not a position 5. Whitemon is a position 6. And I think that Ramses is probably position 4. And these two are making so much space and making sacrifices for Thompson, Saksa, and Pure. These are the 3 greedy players. These are the players that are going to scale in the game. Ramses plays the initiators. Whitemon plays the I'm going to run in and die and give vision to my team. But they are so integral in allowing the other 3 to do what they do and carry the game.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well. We had the talk about 33 and his hero pool. We can have that same exact talk about Ramses, right, and his hero pool. And it's completely different as well. Like, he loves his Mars, he loves the Sand King, he loves his Konka. That's it. That's the list. And he's been getting those heroes every single game. So what do you do against that? Like, do you ban it out? Everyone's just still giving him Mars and Sand King. They're not respecting it. And going into the series, there's got to be a point where you eventually respect it and either ban it out or take it.
I think the Sand King is a fantastic hero that you've brought up here, because that was something Falcons love to open with. It's gained them a lot of success. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're seeing them as far as they have. But they also let it through in their series earlier today, and they were able to win against it. It wasn't the cleanest game, it wasn't the most dominating game, but they found answers to it. And now's the question, are you still favoring it very highly for yourself that it's first pick? Are you going to show that respect instead and go, because we don't want it, we still don't want to give it to Ramses with how successful it is?
I think it could go either way.
Of course, I mean, it's either going to...
Mallory is also really good at Sand King as well, and they won a lot of tournaments like based on his performance on that hero from the mid lane, so the flex is very important there. What I am curious about is, are they going to let Ramses get Mars? We just saw the win rate on this hero, and I think Lone Druid's going to get banned. That's the only hero that seems to be a decent counter in the laning phase. He just looks so much better on this hero than on everything else that I think just don't let it through.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't respecting it because he's the only guy playing it. And you look at Mar, like, this guy's so good on Mars, but even he isn't playing it that much, right? So maybe he will play this tournament. This is
I mean, he picked
pretty
it up
interesting.
earlier today, and even the Bloodstone build on it, which feels like it falls in the same realm of Wind Ranger picking up Revenant's Bridge. We're discovering more things, and this is the penultimate day of TI13. Either way, it's going to be our final series for today here on this Saturday. Let's jump on into game number 1.
Falcons versus Tundra Esports. Game 1.
Falcons up against Tundra. Fantastic storylines on each side. You have Zuxa, the last time he was on a TI stage, he won it. Thompson going for that 3-time repeat. And then on the side of Falcons, you got Crit. This is his hometown here. And Malrine, the first time he's making a TI appearance. Right now, they're sitting at top 4. I know both these teams will want to make it to top 3. And so this best of 3, it's got a lot of pressure on them. It's going to start off with that Naga Siren ban. The Sand King as well on the side of Tundra. And right now, Falcons paying big respect to the Invoker Thompson.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty important too because, as mentioned before, this Invoker is good for like the Monkey King, potentially the Timbers that might come out from Malrine. A lot of his hero pool does not enjoy playing versus Invoker, so I do think like they're banning out the heroes that Thompson specifically plays that is good versus what Malrine will like to play in that mid lane. Sniper going out, same with that Invoker. I'm not sure if there's another one that they should ban. I think those are definitely the 2 worst.
There's only Monkey King remaining, I guess.
Yeah, but like I don't think they're going to ban that because he also plays those heroes too. We'll have to see. But I think those 2 have to go because those are just heroes that Thompson plays really well that they probably don't want to pick that early on. They know Tundra is willing to pick it early, and especially because they flex the Sniper too. We see Zuxa play it as well, but it has been favored in the mid lane more likely, and it's just probably something that Malrine just doesn't want to play against.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with these bans because if I'm a mid laner, I'm probably much more comfortable playing into something like a Puck. How many mid lane matchups have we seen that's like Puck versus X? You know, these guys have played it hundreds of times. Whereas Sniper and current Invoker feels a little weird, like the matchups are different. And Sniper's just so cheesy, it's always going to win lane.
Yeah.
Well, the Dragon Knight first pick, that is what is on the cards for them. I mean, we talked about that Conquer still being in the pool, what Ramses enjoys for himself, the Mars, none of them having that priority right there, and Falcons having a very different opening to what has gotten them so far through the lower bracket.
I mean, this hero is definitely like one of the heroes that it's very interesting. You know, every team views this DK very differently, and now Tundra has the Lone Druid. But I feel like DK is kind of like a good hero against Lone Druid in theory, with your Free Fire and you have a lot of armor. And I feel like as long as you don't get crushed in the early game, this hero is going to be a very, very good matchup against the Lone Druid in the mid-late game.
Is it good enough, though? I mean, surely Falcons was expecting this, right? Lone Druid has been the hero of the last 2 days. For this entire tournament, we've seen these like flavor of the past couple of days heroes. Luna was another one of them. You know, Doom fell off, Sniper fell off from being a 4, and now is played as like a mid-position hero. Like, this Lone Druid seems like one of the most broken things in Dota. I hear people talking about it as if it's completely busted in the interviews, so I'm curious to see what Falcons picks, what they consider to be a counter to the hero. 'Cause I don't think DK is quite enough. I think it's good against it, but maybe this facet on Lone Druid is so broken that good is not good enough.
What facet is he going?
He's going the one that gives him 3 inventory slots, and then the stats that he gets from those items are 60% more effective. And of course, you still have 6 slots on the bear, so this lets you play like a hybrid build where the main hero is right-clicking and doing a lot of damage, and also, by the way, having 5,000 HP, but then eventually you're scaling the bear as well. And we see some really cool item swaps between the bear and the hero, where people are going for BKB. We saw Pure do that, where he would have the BKB on the bear, swap it to his hero, use the BKB, then swap a stat item back into the main hero, because it doesn't put it on cooldown.
I mean, is Tinker a good hero against Lone Druid, like in theory? Because Lone Druid kind of wants to like play fast, like he's very aggressive early. Like, can you actually just try to use that hero and slow it down? And the barrier seems pretty useful against Lone Druid. The laser is quite good against Lone Druid. Could that hero actually be kind of a soft answer to deal with the Lone Druid in the early game, and you have an answer in the mid-late game in the DK?
I'm not sure. I don't think either of these teams really want to play Tinker, period. I feel like Zuxa, given any chance, will try to scale into the game, which Tinker somewhat does, but I think he wants to be more of like that Enchantress, Mirana, damage type dealer. So we'll have to see on that one. I really think just in general right now, like Lone Druid versus DK, it means pretty much nothing to me. These heroes barely interact with each other. They're both just strong carries. I specifically say DK is a strong carry because I think as a mid, it's much weaker. And I'm hoping we don't see it in that lane again, even if it is a quote-unquote good mid DK game. So yeah, it can do, they both farm fast, they both lane well, they do similar things. They both right-click each other, they do damage. It really just comes down to who has more farm. And I do think right now with the Ring Bearer facet, I think it's called, that you are just incredibly strong on Lone Druid for the first probably 25 to 30 minutes. And then you start slowly tapering off because you only have 3 item slots, right?
Huh.
This is a Lone Druid counter.
I figured they were cooking something. Is it good enough? I mean, Bristle, any hero that is stacking something on a very tanky hero is good against that tanky hero. The more you hit them, the more stacks you get. Bristle, similar thing to like the Slark and the Ursa.
But they're all weak against Viper right now. Like DK and Bristol, they are extremely weak towards the break mechanic.
That's a good point.
And you pick both of them on the same lineup, you know, so I think it's a pretty risky move here.
But Lone Druid doesn't buy break, so there's that. Like, you're not going to buy Silver Edge on Lone Druid.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess they're really banking on the fact that
Tundra doesn't want to pick Viper.
Tundra doesn't want to pick Viper because Thompson doesn't want to be bored.
He does not like being bored.
No, that man asks for a hero, he gets it.
And it's not Viper.
No, that's a boring one.
What's the fun one?
Zeus.
Rubik?
Yeah.
It's not really good this game. What do you steal?
I mean...
It is fun, though, but it's only fun if you steal fun spells.
I do...
Timber is pretty fun.
Hobson Timber.
Yeah, but I guess he doesn't play Timber.
Not so much.
particularly.
I mean, maybe some sort of diffusal hero. You drain the mana of these, the Dragon Knight and the Bristle. Is this a Thompson mid Snapfire? Is that what we're going to see?
No, but
There's a lot of things you can predict from Tundra, but Thompson is the only one
Yeah.
who's not.
Maybe we
You'll never be able to predict a
I mean,
Thompson hero.
the Snapfire is just, I think, really good against DK in the early game because you need a hero that can deal magic damage to kill DK or even like a Bristol, like all these tanky heroes, and Snapfire kind of provides that for you. And it works really well with the Lone Druid too. Like when you're going to push the tower, you have the Shredder, you're going to go for Roshan, you have the Shredder.
You know what it works well with too? Mars.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What on earth? It's not banned.
It's not. Pretty decent. We talk about how it can turn the Bristle as well, which to me is kind of like...
And you can catch the Hoodwink in the trees. I mean, this is
it's a Kappa mechanic, to be honest, too, because the spear only lasts like 1 second. It's not really that good, but it is good with the damage that you can put into the arena with the Snapfire. Lone Druid as well can do it. That little bit amount of time you can turn them, whatever. But I think more than anything, it's Ramses. He plays Mars. It's in the pool. Just pick a Mars.
Okay, well now, you know, I beg the question. They probably expected this. They have picked Mars every opportunity they could have gotten in the last week. It's a perfect Mars game, so what's the counter? Is
Lone
Bristle-
Druid.
Yeah, they have the Lone Druid is the concern from my end here. Second Lone Druid. What is a Lone Druid supplement or replacement here?
I mean, normally when you think about Mars, you typically think of heroes that have illusions or extra units that can deal with it. And now we have... all right, so I guess we're not entirely sure where this Bristle's going. Is Amar going to play it or is Skeeter going to play it? No, I guess Amar has to play the Underlord. So is either Mallory going to play the DK or the Bristle? Probably the DK, right? I would imagine.
Yeah.
I've seen some mid-Bristles here and there, but it looks like it's going to be the choice.
I like the Underlord. It's damage reduction against the Lone Druid and the Bear as well, and Lone Druid has a ton of HP. Underlord has percentage damage, and also the root. I feel like Lone Druid's kind of slow, like he can be rerouted a couple of times.
Yeah, it's
with
annoying.
just a little bit of disable.
Yeah, but they're all kind of like the same type of hero. They're all also weak against this like Timber, Viper type of hero. And now they ban out Rubik, which is understandable. They have Underlord. But I feel like Tundra still has a lot of really good options against this like 3 tanky heroes right now.
Do they though? Like, what is it? Because his other heroes outside of Zeus don't do a lot of percentage-based damage. He doesn't like playing Viper. We've already talked about that one. Could be a really good Viper game, but he's not really interested in that. He does have last pick, it looks like, so he does get to go for the counter pick. But this is where you kind of go back to those Sniper and Invoker bans. Those look really good now, but they're not in the pool.
Yeah, he needs to play something different, for sure.
Thompson has been playing a lot of Silencer in his pubs.
That's spicy.
Silencer against very tanky heroes. I mean, he does get stacking glaives every time he hits them. I mean, these heroes like to get hit a lot. Silencer likes to hit people a lot. It's good. They have good front line for him in the Mars.
I like how we're just like not even discussing Timbersol at all versus Underlord, Bristleback, and DK. It was just no
It's
Thompson.
Thompson.
Won't play it.
He's not going to play it.
Just honorable mention, we know it's there, but I don't think he just plays it, and I think Falcons is under the same assumption.
Yeah, but if you have
Just doesn't play.
nothing else to ban, just why not just remove it out of the equation?
And Monkey King, oh, that's the last one. That has to be a good ban here.
Unless, I was going to say, they're looking at the Monkey King for Falcons, and I realized you've already shown 3 cores.
Yeah.
One of them going towards support would be pretty weird. Although...
Well, we have seen a Bristle 5 in the tournament.
Yeah, I was about to say, and Tundra are banning Lunar and Razor. So is there something in scrims? Because I do know these two did scrim each other in the break between playoffs and main event that we aren't privy to. Do we have to expand our minds here?
I think we have to with that Luna and Razor ban. That went over my head just a little bit, but they clearly think one of those 4 heroes outside of Hoodwink is a support. Underlord, Bristleback, or DK. Out of those, it has to be DK or Bristleback that they're thinking about as a support. And I have no idea which one's better or worse as
I feel like
support.
Bristleback seems like the more higher percentage one.
Just because of recency of seeing that.
Yeah.
And he's
Just one time, sample size 1.
Which also didn't work.
Which lost, by the way.
I mean, it's more
And it was
useful in the
Falcons
lane,
that-
you know? If
that
you
beat
compare
it.
those heroes, like what's DK gonna do if he's a support in the lane, you know? I think Bristleback can
Yeah.
secure your course early game, he can stack, he can maybe
But
try to do...
It has to be a
some
snaking
momentum.
hero too. I just don't see it. I think they're gonna-
Bristleback is a farming hero. You told me snaking needs to be on the hero. that
Yeah,
can
that's I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, they took the monkey. All right, so they took the monkey.
They do take the Monkey King.
All right,
Good
so
call.
it has to be a Bristleback 5. I think Snaking's playing Bristleback.
Or Underlord and you just atrophy aura. That's it. You're like, yeah, an aura plus
I think that
5.
has less viability than Bristleback as support.
I think so as well.
I'm actually kind of feeling the silencer against this lineup.
Even more, now you're just like, this is it. It's a Thompson here. It's looking
Surely you would-
fantastic. Right click.
Surely you would dumpster any of these heroes mid, right?
He's going Dazzle, I'm going to guess.
Dazzle is very good as well. Yeah, it's a Thompson classic.
Yeah, he likes the hero.
Less risky.
It has a lot of heal to sustain versus the Bristle
Dazzle
Underlord.
is a very, very good choice.
Got lots of heal. You do good damage against all these heroes in the front line. You win your lane.
Is that what you're throwing in as well, Winter? You just want to +1 the Dazzle?
Yeah, they can't even swap their lanes. I don't know who can they actually send into the mid lane if it's a Dazzle. All their calls are actually pretty terrible against Dazzle. You kind of have to like cut the wave, don't play the lane, drag the creeps everywhere.
Oh, he plays it.
Oh my God.
Even better, but I didn't think he would do it.
The ultimate Thompson 360.
I mean, this hero
I told you, you can never predict a Thompson hero.
Yeah, this hero was already good, like so many picks before, but I guess Falcons did the same thought process as us. Like they felt like he's not gonna play it. He doesn't play the hero. He doesn't want to play it, so they totally ignored the hero, and now he's back.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even try to predict it. I tried to predict what he wasn't going to pick, and then he picked it. That's how unpredictable he is.
We should not bother trying to figure out. Let's just
Yeah,
not.
I'm actually going to ban Thompson from the
vetoing
conversation
Thompson
next time.
conversation.
Well, look, now you've seen it.
It's a perfect Viper.
I mean, based on draft, Tundra's gonna have such a good game with this Viper. The Viper literally counters every single hero they have.
Yeah. You feel like it's just null and void, this Bristleback, even moving it to a +5. There isn't much advantage to be gained on the side of Falcons.
Wait. Sorry.
Yes?
Okay, I know we vetoed Thompson conversation.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
It's Thompson on a normal hero.
I'm in.
What's his build?
Oh, so you're going to 180 again?
The build is going to be something insane.
He's going Gleipnir because he loves that item.
It doesn't matter what he's building. Viper is the pick for this game, and he's gonna do well.
Okay. Well, look, I wish we could get a little bit more insight into what Falcons are doing, but instead, we're going to head on down to the stage, and we're going to get Moon, the coach of Tundra, with Slacks.
Copenhagen, hello! I am here with the one and only Moon. Good to see you yet again, my friend. Quite an interesting draft, quite a pub-destroying draft. I believe that is a +5 Bristle. I believe that is a mid-Viper yet again. Can you tell me about this? Are you guys just looking to destroy pubs for the rest of the year, or what's up?
I mean, I'm just looking to give Falcons a taste of their own medicine.
Ooh, I like that. Now, I gotta ask, man, you're a very, spicy guy. You like to take some risks, all that jazz. You're gonna open up with Lone Druid. Have you no shame? What do you think about this hero? I mean, this guy's busted, especially in your hands.
I mean, Pure is like Lone Druid specialist, so free win.
Okay, that is what I like to hear. Now, I would trust no one else with this. out of all the coaches, but I'm going to do the most forbidden thing in the world. I'm going to give you my microphone. I'm going to let you talk to these fans out here, fool you, and tell them what they can do in this series. Tell them how to cheer from you. Let's go ahead and give it to you, man. This is yours. Take your moment, bud.
Guys, every time Thompson gets a kill, I want you guys to scream at the top of your lungs.
That's what I like to hear. We're going to see a lot of kills. We're going to see a lot of action. We're about to see this game. Thank you so much, brother. Let's get into it with our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks, and Royal Arena feeling mighty rowdy tonight. You all ready for the final series of the night? Now, Royal Arena, I do have to ask a couple more questions here as we're getting ready to pop into this one. Do you think these teams have what it takes to go to the full 3-game series? At Royal Arena, one more question. Do you think Darkseer should get buffed? Yeah, that's right. No, we did it.
All right, well done. Ice Frog, you heard it from the people. It must be done. Lyrical doing his own savage agenda here.
Listen,
on the
I gotta
main
do
stage.
whatever I possibly can as we get ready to go into this, the final series of the night. I can't wait. It's wild because you think about it, Thompson, the king of crazy heroes. He ends up picking the Viper last, the most normal one possible. And in the meantime, it's a great game for it. There's so many different heroes that just get wrecked by this one.
Yes, there was an old discussion of if you just pick too many heroes to be doomed, then Doom can't be good. I feel like they've done the same thing here, right? Like that all of these passives are just so important that he can only break one of us now with the way Viper's been changed.
Absolutely. That's going to be, I mean, if I remember right, that wasn't a great strategy.
No, I really don't like that strategy, and yet we talked about it all the time for years.
Well, nonetheless, it does seem like that is what is going to end up happening as the smoke out happens. The pause is about to be undone, and we're getting into this game number 1, Tundra facing off against Falcons. We saw in that interview at the start of this as well. Falcons talked about that earlier series that they had against Tundra and how things were going, and they felt like if they were able to go deep in the tournament, that was going to be the pivotal turning point for them. We'll see if they've learned some more lessons since then.
Yeah, and of course, coming in here with quite a bit of pressure, I would say, on Falcons with how they've performed throughout the year. Definitely some expectations here at this event. And then Tundra, you kind of have the opposite here, where you're coming in, you have a stand-in playing for you, even though it is the glorious Soxa, kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off, just be like, oh, well, we'll see how we can do. And then you knock Falcons down here, but eventually you have to come and join them here in the lower bracket. See how the matchup goes this time.
So you can take a look at all those various facets. I don't believe there are any that are super unexpected. The big changeup, of course, is going to be this Bristleback position 5. We're talking about all those weird heroes. Gonna take the Snot Rocket. What do you think they saw in this pick that made them want to go for it? Is this just like a lone Druid counter, or is there something else that Snake King's working on here?
It's interesting because you would hope that the idea is that you pick the Bristle early and they're sort of forced to address it, right?
Yeah.
And then like have to do something in their draft and then to be like, now you can't play core Bristle. But you kind of look at it and you're like, well, I mean, I guess they kind of can't, right? Especially with the Viper coming up. But then the Viper's still so good against the other cores that to me, it doesn't really feel like the support Bristle has like fooled anybody. Like
Right.
I don't think you've really messed up their draft all that bad here.
No, they must just think that it's actually that good, which I'm curious to see how it works. And again, for anybody that's not been playing all that much Bristleback or taking the facet for a long time, people were saying that this was like actually the bad one to take for a while. But on a support, it feels like it makes more sense. It's pure encouraging everybody to have a little fun out there.
Of course.
He's having fun. He's playing the Lone Druid again.
Both of these teams well known for their all chat, having a good time here. So they're just going to pause it up here so they can really enjoy the moment here on the stage.
Absolutely. They are ready to go at a moment's notice once all the mic issues have been sorted out, which it does look like they are fixing those right about now and getting ready to get underway yet again as game number 1, again, for top 3, trying to secure this one. TI 11 winners is what he says. Mar, I mean, this is really just the all chat heaven.
Well, they got lots of time for it. Now they have to focus back on the game here, as we are still just before the Bounty Runes, in case you forgot. I know, short attention spans.
It happens to the best of us. And out across the map, they will go. Amar playing on his Underlord has not always looked the greatest in the earlier series as Whitemon gets chased. Oh, Soxa keeping that Enchantress alive with a Scatterblast shot.
have ourselves the, of course, the long range. We saw some snaps messing around, go for some of the other facets, but we are back to the big scatter blast, the snipe from downtown. Helps lead into kills there, makes life easy. Also, again, an amazing pairing with this Mars. We've talked about the Willow a lot as a duo. Snap's probably the other, like, second best one, I would say, to go alongside that Mars. So looking for another good game here for Ramses.
Whoa, early gank, not what you were expecting. Thompson in some trouble. Snaking getting ready to dive underneath the tower. You weren't ready for that, buddy.
He just never left.
Oh, wow.
Kind of stuck around at the beginning, thinking, hey, maybe I can make use of this bristleback. So that's a play that probably won't work again. I mean, gives an excellent advantage early.
How many more games do they need to play? I mean, how many more times does that need to work? That's a great start in what could be and what seems to already be a bit of a tough matchup, because as soon as he comes back in, Malrine starts taking the deeps. 6 stacks there and drops down to 80 HP. That's scary.
Yeah, you heard the panel talking about, like, Thompson could go for this Dazzle, and of course ends up with the Viper, but it's all the same idea here, is that there's not really a good laning solution here for Falcons. That's why you're going to see that play from the Bristleback, but even with that kill happening, you're still going to have a very hard time doing much in this lane. We're going to see a lot of creep pulling shenanigans here for sure.
Good option, and you can see already Snake King is somewhat low on resources, going to need to heal back up with that salve to make sure it does not get broken by the Snapfire, as Ramsey's also taking a bit of a beating. And in the meantime, Malrine just can go in for a Boundless Strike, but will get a good chunk of these creeps tonight out, most likely. That's another big hit. But of course, that constant spam will cost something for him. Thompson about to get that bottle delivered out. We'll see if they decide to bring any more heroes over to help out Malrine, because honestly, the way that this is looking, if you get a couple more levels up on Thompson, he's not going to be able to approach the creep wave.
No, that moment is definitely approaching quickly, so you have to hope that your side lanes are going to be going a little bit better, right?
6-0 already, and you can see that the DK not having the best of time there, but down bottom, we're seeing Pure off to a decent start, facing off against Crit and Amar in this side lane here to the side.
Yeah, got some pretty good potential for global mobility here on Falcons. You're gonna have the Gate, and then you have Monkey King, who pretty much is global these days with the Simeon Stride facet. Snake King, that is a lot of stacks.
That's right, finds them, kills them. And something that you don't necessarily love when you have this full bore Snapfire is getting a melee hero up in your face.
That's what Bristleback is aiming to do here. And hey, you know, another advantage of Simeon Stride is you get back to the fountain faster.
True.
So even if your lane is a bit of a disaster, you just gotta skip and hop your way all the way back home here, like Malrine's gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, for getting a first blood, you're looking at these CS numbers across the board. Tundra are kind of wrecking
Look what he's doing. He's on the move. He's come down bottom.
Oh my God, he says, who needs mid lane?
Yep.
I mean, if they gank me, I'll gank you. Move forward, try to find him. Pure, but able to get the fear out. Can't quite get the distance though. And the root, a very timely one. And Pure stays alive.
Well, for now, remember, it's Simeon Stride, so Malrine maybe still considering things here. Boundless up in 4 seconds.
Bushwhack at the ready if they wanted to try and throw it. Malrine, again, nobody is in the mid lane right now. It's just sitting there. They jump forward, try to kill him, and they get him. On the other side of the map, Snake King did go down to Saksa. And yeah, this is going to need to be some type of a change because he's stealing creeps now.
Yeah, does he just get these over to Amar, make his way back to the mid? I guess that'll be the plan. He's found gold in a different way here by getting some kills down at the bottom lane, but...
Now, everybody out there, I know Dota's changed a lot. We don't normally have a 2-0-3 lane structure. But even if that's what we're seeing here at this point in time as he comes back mid.
Catches enough here to be kind of okay. Jeez, Thompson is going to be 6 relatively soon here on this Viper, though. And that's when you truly will not be able to come back here. It's even going to be difficult to try and like make a gank, some sort of rotation or play. He is just going to be a very stable Viper, and I'll be curious to see what he goes for. Like, does Thompson want to go for that typical style that he has of just like playing really aggressive? Will he go for something like the Gleipnir that the panel was talking about, or will he be a little bit more just I am the turret in the tower and rely on this catch from his team? Because he does have some here.
Right. I mean, it's, unfortunate cookie there. Not quite what they were looking for. But yeah, there's a lot of freedom in this game because he's not laning against anybody. It's PvE at this point for the Viper. And so the question is, how does he take this like early lead that he's built up and translate that into the rest of his team doing well?
this monkey jump all the way back. No TPs this time. And one range creep comes through.
God.
Glorious.
It's like just a little bit of water in the desert of farm that has been this Monkey King's lane. Just a drop.
And Thompson will take the high ground again immediately there. Now with the level 6, Malrine is out of there.
Yeah.
Gotta go find something
anything
else to do. Yeah, you got nothing. So it's quick jumps down the bottom lane though, and you do have this hoodwink. Crit still saving a point here between the bushwhack and the acorn shot.
Let's see what they can do. Pure right on top of him. The chase, a couple more hits. He doesn't even really feel confident to go for this right now. Whitemon made the move
There's
over.
4 heroes down here overall.
I mean, Snake King now turned upon. Fear comes out. Second round hits, and Snake King is dead. Malrine wants to get this kill and appears so badly. Crit moving into position. Omar tries to take him down, and the bushwhack connects. They find 2. They needed that one.
He's
Can
going
they
back?
get another? The blood grenade is out, and Saksa also going to be in trouble. A double for Amar.
Bold one there. Notices that there's not a lot of resources left in that snap anyway, so he can kind of risk it a bit there at low HP on Malrine because he needs all the farm he can get. It's an interesting version of lane bleed here. Typically it's because one lane's going so well that the mid shows up other places. It's not often that his lane is so terrible that he's forced to make these rotations, and it almost looks bad, right? Like it kind of looked like Snake King was gonna go down, then Malrine's kind of low, they don't get the finishes there, but that bushwhack from Crit saving things.
Well, and again, like this Viper is so slow moving around the map, even with boots, that like these types of rotations, if you're not finding kills, it's actually kind of bad. Pure will not have a bear and is just sitting off to the side in the mid lane. Will need to back out. Can Thompson find anybody to connect onto? Okay, they have him for the moment. Good damage out, the stun. Skitter in trouble. The Mud Golems will break a TV, so they will manage to find a kill. Thompson makes the move.
Yes, okay, there we go. They've been waiting, they've been very patient. Okay, let them have their cheers, Moon commanded. Very good, excellent following of instructions. That's why they're so good at Lego in this country.
Okay, I got it. It makes a lot of sense. As Thompson looking for another one now. If he steps forward and manages to start right-clicking you, you are going to die in this game. The strongest hero by a pretty wide margin. With that said, Amar, with those couple of kills and being involved in it, has actually went to the top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, hoping to sort of match these plays, right? If you're going to be going around, following around this Viper, you're going to be there with the gate eventually. Still holding the point right now, if they can find a moment. And he wants to get the Atos too. I love Underlord Atos.
Yeah.
It's like one of my favorites. You know, actually able to start fights, help your team out a little bit here. Nothing sadder than an Aura bot Underlord who just can't help like get that one little bit of the fight started. We'll see if he commits for it.
Seems like it could be a pretty nice answer for them. And obviously a good way, you know, off the back of a stun coming from DK to set up for anywhere around the map. As Pure, they're actually gonna drop the gate. Crit thinking about going through that one. Amar comes through. Crit does go down. Now Pure in trouble. Pure will fall, but they get the break onto the DK. DK starting to fall as Amar wants to get out through the gate, will manage to, but instead it's right there to the side. And Ramses was very ready.
Malrine tries to come in to maybe find something else, but he's just going to be cleaning up some farm.
Well, they're hurting Pure. He has not had a good game. The unfortunate part of this is that the rest of Tundra is doing quite well. Wait a minute.
They bring down that big Underlord here, but it's Ramses.
And now he in a little bit of trouble too. Malrine will get caught by that spear. Snake King looking for the slowdown. Crit. Ramses already drops the arena. The Boundless is out. Do they have enough to chase him down all the way? Cookie gets a little bit of extra distance, but Crit is there with the bushwhack and the finish.
I mean, the armor is just ridiculous.
And now Saksa might be in even further trouble as they're stacking up that goo, hitting away onto this Snapfire. Snake King, will he go down? No.
Like, Crit's got the Blightstone too, right? And so they're tagging up onto that Mars, and then just even the earlier points in the Acorn shot is so much damage because of the tree bounce faster.
This has been a very bizarre game. We've got 15 kills in just under 10 minutes. And it doesn't really feel like it's going to slow down. It's this battle of, you know, the moving turret of the Viper versus this, like, continual blast coming from the Monkey King all over the map, setting things up. Pretty unique game. But will they be able to keep it up? How are you feeling about the way that the next couple minutes work out here?
I think a lot of it depends on the itemization. And so going through that, like we see that Amara did indeed bail off of the Atos. He's thinking about the mech instead right now. He's already purchased some parts for it, so he seems to have committed. I think part of it is that like there's not someone super slippery that you necessarily need the Atos for, and Scooter's going for the blink first. So knowing that that's going to be available in the DK, you don't want to like double down too much on this early initiation. So instead, he's really convinced that Malrine is going to hit these boundlesses, right? He's going to start them off. That's going to get them into the bushwhack, and then he can just sort of roll his way in or TP his way in on the Underlord, and hopefully that's going to start a good fight for them. He feels like they don't need the Atos. So that's how it works for Falcons. And then, of course, on the side of Tundra, we're just playing Viper, right? He's holding this haste rune right now. They can just stand behind him, feel comfortable, and just push this tower with the catapult.
Getting good usage, at least for now, out of this gate means that Ramses will be an easy target. That does immediately mean that there's also going to be a rotation towards mid as Tundra secure the tier 1 tower there.
Yeah, they all hop through the gate down to the bottom.
Are they going to try and pressure there too?
It's very low on the tower, so there is some good wards there, as you can see. But it's just going to result in Pure retreating back to the jungle as he finishes up his Maelstrom.
Crit tanking a Viper Strike. As a haste rune, this is a big moment for Thompson. He doesn't have Viper Strike, though, used in the mid, could still drop a lot out on them. Malrine, recognizing the danger, is going to back away. Amar drops the pit and runs right into Pure. This is pretty much nowhere left to go. So they'll find Amar, misses on the spear. Mech tries to buy a little bit of extra time, but in the end, it will be enough to take down that Underlord.
Yeah, they weren't able to chase down Snake King since they didn't have the Viper Strike, but they got a much more important kill there onto Amar. So Tundra keeping things pretty even here. 10-7, gold, very much equal at the moment. Amar is still the big one on top, but he's not really the person who gets to decide a whole lot in this game. He doesn't have the full freedom to just like walk and guarantee that something's going to occur for his team. He does need that little bit of help from his DK and his Monkey. And they're just finishing up these first items.
A little bit of...
Mostly Skeeter's finishing up his first item. He has a blink because Malrine has gone triple Wraithband.
Yeah.
He wants to be involved and active, and he knows that he can't wait for these bigger items.
Well, and I mean, it's because of this. Like, look at how Tundra is playing. And they're actually even going to drop the arena right onto Snake King. This Bristleback will get caught, pushed up to the high ground, but Falcons, are they coming to try and contest it? Skinner jumps forward. They have the control onto Thompson, down low, dead. Now looking for more. They had the pit and the kisses coming out. Wukong's command used, but no extra ability to control. The spear is there, and it looks like the trade is going to be the Bristle for the Viper and maybe finding more. Skinner there, crit with the follow-up, jump for a great boundless strike, and Pure's Bear is just running off to get killed.
That's another hero if they can get it.
Oh, and they bring it, oh!
Only the roots.
The recall, the resummon there.
Make sure he keeps it nice and healthy. Very nicely done. I mean, that's kind of the punishment for arenaing just on the Bristle. Yeah, they were hoping that it just would immediately give them a numbers advantage, but because they brought in the Underlord who has this mech, like there's no early auras here on the Radiant side they're going to help out, right? So they just kind of bet on the fact that auras would be stronger for them on the side of Falcons, and they'd still have enough damage left in the tank after Snake King died to just go straight for the aggressive, and they were correct. That's a little bit of a help, though. The Pavis finished up here for Whitemon.
Yeah, anything to try and power these guys up a little bit more. Gleipnir, they're working on it for Pure at the moment. Malrine up in the trees will run right into Whitemon. Now this was the 14-minute wisdom that they were aiming for. Cookie, chase, Malrine running away. They dropped the gate onto the low ground. Dude, these fights are really bizarre, the way that they've been starting and stopping.
Yeah, and he's still down bottom right now with Ramses coming in close. No blink just yet.
Hunting, wanting to find this Underlord, who does stick around a bit too long, and the pit is dropped. He's still going to back away, maybe trying to bait them in. I think that his distance is too far for them to catch up.
Now Snake King's in behind with Malrine as well.
Wait, what's going on now?
They're thinking about, I think they were just convinced he was going to get caught. He drops a ward there as well. So
Ramses, they don't see him. Oh, there they do now. And they got him. Ramses in a bit too far and will get killed off. So they bait out the movement and managed to kill Ramses.
What an insane wraparound play from Falcons.
That was pretty wild.
That was so unexpected. Ramses just totally busted there. I mean, he didn't even get the gold for his Blink Dagger, so that's going to be the death cost. He's going to have to come back. He doesn't have that immediate, let's just like, oh, let's just go smoke out with my new Blink.
Right.
He's got to go hit the jungle again.
And in the meantime, Falcons building up these stacks. So a triple of Ancients, double on the hard camp, and a stun is used onto Thompson. Not many places to go, and if you're found, well, you're gonna be killed. Malrine takes him down again. Who needs a laning stage, honestly?
And he's slowly catching back up now, 1,000 gold behind. It's just this single target focus they have there, right? Big physical damage onto this Viper. Force Staff will do a lot to help him, but that's a pricey recipe that he's still quite a ways away from.
Right. Well, and again, you know, you look at these heroes, there's good net worth on Pure, good net worth on Thompson, but it does sort of have this feeling where they're getting outmaneuvered around the map. Double wards placed down by Whitemon as Crit and Malrine head through that direction. This Mars Blink Dagger feels like it's going to be something that maybe can turn the tides a bit more into their favor.
Yeah, been waiting a while, and then additional control coming out from the Gleipnir done on Pure.
Well played, hits the full bore, and Malrine just caught. Off to the side, Soxa making the move that they needed. Support's getting together for it. And another round, snaking, hit, full bore, punch, done. A double kill for the Snapfire. The stand-in coming in clutch.
We heard the panel talk about how, like, it's not that good with the spear versus the bristleback because it turns you, but it's only for a second. But with the support bristle, it's kind of good because it's not like he's stacking up a ton of survivability on this bristle quite yet, right? So it only really takes like one good shot from the front to take away half his HP from Ramses there, just obliterating Snaking with the help of Soxa.
Well, both teams just throwing haymakers back and forth at each other, but now with an Atos done, maybe this could be a smoke-up opportunity for Falcons. They're getting together in the mid lane.
Crit's seeing what happened to his mid laner. You know, he's level 10, Malrine's level 9. Saying, it's all right, buddy. I'll get my Gleipnir. You know, I'll start with the Atos. I'll start setting this up. I might need to scale a little bit here on this Hoodwink.
An understandable feeling as they push out that wave. Now Snaking farming underneath a Radiant Ward. Do they feel confident enough to make this move?
There is a mech here on Soxa if a fight breaks out, and that's the break.
Forward.
Again, man, they don't care.
It's a little distance away, and Snaking just barely lives, and now Thompson, he's in too far yet again, and they're gonna kill him. Just like clockwork, they run on in, and Snaking surviving.
It's like secret agent Soxa there. Do you see that cookie?
Yeah.
You go in, I'm going this way, but I'm surviving. I gotta keep my stocks high for after this tournament.
Man. Well, Malrine wanting to get a little bit of retribution here. We'll go for the chase down, and Snaking moves on in. Arena, turn, find, kill. Can they get more? Crit is a pretty juicy target for them. He talked about how much net worth and levels this guy has. Gets to the far side, but Ramses was already prepared and on position. So Falcons end up losing to Tundra.
Yeah.
Back at it again.
Isn't it fitting that it's Malrine sitting there waving with the little high five, thinking, oh, we're going to kill you there, Soxa, and he just mechs, but he's the guy who runs away and survives.
It's true enough.
Bit of a teammate's baited-in problem there.
And now, Tundra, feeling confident, they can just run right into the pit, make the move. TP coming from Snaking. He takes down that ward immediately. Now, do they realize what's going on? There's no pit, actually, excuse me, the Underlord ulti for 30 seconds. But Amar starts to make the move over. Roche getting somewhat lower. They're in this area, and already they've backed away on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, they just decided to retreat way out there, feeling like they really want to make sure they have this arena here. Whitemon will get caught, but it's an edge.
Boundless, a lot of heals come through.
It's an edge.
Now in trouble is Skinner. He gets punished. Whitemon gives him the tip, and can they find more? Snaking, he's rooted. They can't quite get the connection of the bear and the cookie together, but Falcons not getting what they needed in that one. Again, an absolute slobber knocker of a match so far, 20 minutes in. It's just been back and forth, Trent.
Yeah, I like that positioning from Tundra too. Just recognizing like, hey, we don't want to fight like quite yet. Let's back away, see what they do. They overextend a little bit. You get the punish because both teams kind of playing the same in this, you know, who gets jumped essence, right? Trying to blow up this edge with the overprotective wisps can be very hard. Trying to blow up the bristleback could cause you some problems as well, thanks to the goose shooting out all over your allies. And this time it's Falcons. It feels like getting the jump in this one is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, especially because, you know, if you go for the jump on the bristle and you miss out on the kill, then you get this big TP coming in for the Underlord, but On the other side, right, Ramses is just baiting out Whitemon, waiting to jump in with the arena. So 20 minutes comes up, it's daytime. Tormentor rises and quickly falls. Soxa will get the shard.
Then immediately back to farming. Pure.
He has been just hitting creeps all game. Every time I look at him, he is just farming up a storm right now.
Well, and it's interesting too, because you don't normally see lone druids with this many deaths. He really got a lot of pressure on him early, but has definitely recovered and is feeling good at this point in time.
Yeah, living a lot in this ancient camp here, but as you can see there, still a little bit behind some of these other heroes. I guess he's more so neck and neck with Amar, as well as Skeeter there. We're also quite farmed right now. And that's just going to give us a little bit of pause here. Everybody just hanging out, getting themselves a bit of gold. Now going back to their Tormentor. This was another thing that we saw with the Bristleback players.
Yeah.
Just opting, I mean, with the core, they just go for the goo into the shotgun Aghanims. As support, you can goo it up a little bit first just to help yourselves get it. And Crit gets a little bit more help here. The Hunter's Boomerang here to try and amp up this incoming spell damage.
That one will be a nice one for him. And resets the net worth between these two teams to just about even again. You can see it's really just a battle of the two mids not getting a ton of farm, bottom of the cores, but it's the position 4s that have really stepped up in this game and are kind of carrying the load.
Yeah, it is funny. Hoodwink and Snapfire, they're both super similar with how they can scale too, right?
Yes.
Not so much anymore. They nerfed a lot of those aspects of the little shredder, but you know, eventually it can happen. But Hoodwink, you can get into that Gleipnir, feel pretty good about it.
Smoke up from Falcons. They're not really in a position on the side of Tundra to get caught by this. Playing a pretty good defensive positioning. The question is, what are Falcons going to try and do when this smoke does not work? And is the answer just run right into Roche?
Yeah, I think this feels pretty good for them.
Pretty bold move.
Tundra were really close to just getting it up top. Pretty much for free. Right now, they don't have any vision down here. They don't necessarily know this is going on.
Well, they seem to be moving that direction, but maybe the call is just to give it up.
Well, I mean, they already left as well from Falcons. They're gone too.
Dude, they're just...
Both teams just really worried about doing something too risky here in the pit.
I mean, it is fair. The fights have tended to go the favor of whoever ends up
and there's a
in
fresh
that first jump.
Just delivered to Crit. He's going to lay it down here.
This is big.
Now again, they don't want to jump this edge and then get punished for it. That's why Whitemon runs in first.
Steps forward, smoke breaks, immediately takes out that ward.
They just can't jump him.
Yeah, and now they walked into the pit, but look at this, Pure sending in that bear.
All right, this is terrifying.
The Invis Room, he sees everything. Pure is seeing absolutely everything on this map right on top of Crit. Are they going to be able to get the initiation that they want? Jump forward, arena down, catches onto 2, the fear comes out immediately afterwards. That bear Invis Rune was exactly what they needed as they're going to take down Skinner to boot. They do lose the Snapfire, but look at that jump. What a performance. Tundra getting the perfect rune.
Yeah, taking their time, right? Getting through the river, grabbing that, and Falcons, they're worried. They're trying to make sure they're in good positioning. First, they send in Whitemon, remove 1 ward. That's going to reduce your idea about what's going on already from the side of Falcons. And then an Invis Rune Bear. Like, hard to play around that. Didn't have enough detection down to try and find something like that. And that's going to give this Roshan right over to Tundra.
Oh, as we see this replay.
Ramses, I mean, you can't ask for anything better, right?
Oh, yeah.
They do it perfectly in sync.
And the fear. Oh.
Imagine if he had the shard on the Mars.
I know.
We're going to have the double shish kebab there.
Not the play that Falcons were hoping to see in that one.
Amar barely gets out, considering there's Nether Toxin beating into him as well.
That was so close to, just being another death that would have completely fallen apart. So Tundra manage now to get themselves a 2K gold lead and finding Snake King. Malrine is nearby. Ramses making a pretty bold move stepping forward, but with Thompson nearby, they feel confident in this play. Snake King dropping lower and lower. Crit is in the area and just gonna boundless and walk away.
Still chasing here, they're gonna find Amar.
He's gotta run, double Gleipnirs, finds him, trying to escape, pops the pipe, does have TP, but there is no way that he's getting out of this one, and when the Horde catches up to you, they'll take him down. So Tundra firing on all cylinders after that Roche fight.
Yeah,
if you're Falcons, how do you reset a little bit here?
You see what he's doing. He goes up top, he cuts the wave, gets some pressure onto this tower. 24 minutes, he's gonna come down, see what's going on. Maybe even finish off this tower.
Look at Ramses getting set up and prepared just in case, and yeah, you can see he's not gonna go for it. In the meantime, this is what's barreling down your tier 2s. Pure starts to hit away at it with the bear. They take that tier 2. Still a tier 1 alive on that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, but just happy to take all of the space, all of this farm. And does not feel good jumping into this. And the problem is that if you want to wait this out for another 3 minutes, Thompson's going to have that Aghanim stuff by then. And then we're going to be nosediving.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, just seems like something he would have to buy to make this hero more interesting.
That's true. It's like
he found a way to play Viper.
The only mobility thing. It's kind of a bizarre one, but of course the upgraded corrosive skin as well can be kind of nice for them. As we're going to get a quick pause here. Ready to voice line as per usual.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Glad the team's ensuring that Cinder gets his voice line out there. Available now, in-game.
Nailed it. 16-16 with the 4K gold lead, Aegis in hand for the Viper, and Tundra. Not that much that they're afraid of at this point, but there is still a couple things. Like if they can get a good initiation off, you know, Skitter finding somebody, who is like the ideal target that they open up on?
I mean, that's a good question. It depends. Like, if you feel like you can actually get Ramses before it's BKB, that would be nice, because he is definitely the main thing that controls these fights. There's also the aspect of just like the minus armor onto someone like Thompson, but because of the Aegis, you know, obviously he's going to be positioned up front. You don't really want to kill him first, so in a dream world, it's probably Ramses.
Okay.
That would be great. But, you know, obviously he knows this. That's why he is a BKB. That's why he has 2,600 HP. He is a hard hero to jump.
Well, on a smoke up. Now cooking forward. A little bit of an interesting one there. Just getting some extra move, the heal, and eyes potentially towards this Dragon Knight. Found. Sign seal delivered and broken TP away. Not gonna happen.
Oh, that was his 9-second BKB
and
use
the
as
crowd.
Well. They wait to make sure it's his Thompson. Okay, yeah. You know, we can cheer. Yeah, okay,
now they're
good.
looking for more. Snaking. TP's out. We'll be able to make that one work.
Yeah, no more control left there. They're getting quite a bit with this Aegis here. Pressure all over the map. Reducing the farm area of Team Falcons. Couple of kills, couple of towers. Gotta say, this is going pretty well.
Feeling good about themselves and what they've been able to do so far. And with a catapult in hand, see where they decide to go with this. It looks like they're ready to maybe go up high ground. Nobody's been able to deal with the catapult yet.
Yeah, and there they go.
Immediately in, Arena down, feared, a lot used just to find the kill onto Snaking, and in fact, Ramses, you can see, takes a lot of damage. Pure, the bear ends up going down. Now the resummon. The rest of the team still far away. They can Underlord ulti in if they want, but this is dropping so quickly.
Yeah, they're still holding mech here on Soxa. He has Greaves coming in here too, so this is not an easy team to push into. They just got to give up these racks.
Immediately takes it down. You can see how quickly it happens. They come in, Tundra, take the full set of racks, and we'll see if they decide to stick around for more. Still a minute left on this Aegis.
I mean, it's exactly when you want to go high ground, right? Because you have the Aegis on one of your heroes, and then you have Pure at level 18 on the Bear. So he's got the Gleipnir, he's got the Disperser, and he's got the last points there into the Bear Necessities. So you get an 80% stat bonus on these items.
That's a lot.
And he's also got a Pupil's Gift, so perfect.
I mean, he does a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
So again, another situation where we've seen the early push-oriented lineup. I don't think we had thought that it was going to happen in this fashion, but Tundra now hold a pretty significant lead here in this game.
Yeah, and you know, they're holding that middle of the map. They're going to get themselves another rune.
Going in for it.
And it's what won them the last big fight.
What more can they do? Nosedive at the ready. But maybe just going to try and secure the rest of those bottom towers there. Could be an easy pathway for them, as it is going to be reclaimed. And yeah, for Falcons, going to need to find ways to pick people off. And again, you do have like good avenues to do this. If Tundra ever end up splitting up at all, Malrine finds somebody, Underlord ulti in, it should be a relatively easy kill.
Yeah, they also have pretty good ways to just split push there. As you can see, the hero damage has been largely carried by Crit there, 13.7k. Have to do something there on that Hoodwink. spamming all over everybody, and that's going to be the Gleipnir. So they don't really want to fight you. They want to fight you at the Roche, right? Try and contest for the Aegis maybe, if it's still possible at that point. But for the most part, I'm thinking Falcons want to delay things out here as much as they can, because you're going to see Tundra move as a ball a lot of the time here. So if you can split up, push a lot of these side lanes out, maybe try and reduce the XP advantage a bit because they're grouping up, that's really the best thing you can hope for. But again, Tundra recognize that we are super strong right now, so they just want to push together.
They do have a lot of big items that are queued up, and a decent amount of gold being floated too. So this 9K gold lead, maybe not a full indication of all of the build-up, a lead that they've got. A huge hit opens up, and Thompson forced all the way away. That said, they were able to burn through that original bear. Ramses pops the pcgaming, jumps forward, wants to take down Skinner. Is it enough damage, though? It doesn't look like it. He's surviving through that. They miss on the bushwhack, but now Thompson, he runs forward. They need to take down this Viper. It's not gonna happen. Viper stands tall and Omar, they jump in, find him, he gets out, just barely, as he is burning down in the fountain, but Tundra hit pretty hard.
They were all in on that kill on Thompson, right? Aegis was gone, this was their moment, they'd waited long enough for this, and not able to get the final kill there. The mech comes out, the heals are there, he's able to back away and then come right back from that high ground after surviving to dish out the big damage, get the break onto the DK.
They did hold that tier 2 tower, though, worth noting. It's one of those that becomes pretty important, I feel like, against the bear. Because if creeps get in on any of those other side lanes, suddenly you might just get mega.
They're down here, they're actually hunting. Ramses jumped into one tree line, didn't find Malrain.
Crowd trying to give him a little bit of energy here as we move into the 30-minute mark. And Tundra, just so strong right now.
Very happy, I'm sure, to see that it's still there. Monkey King didn't sneak it away, but both teams, same idea here. Snaking and Whitemon gonna be grabbing the shards. So the hairball's out.
It's something. They need whatever they can possibly get at this point, that is for sure. As you can see, the way that the last couple minutes have all looked into the favor of Tundra, it all came off the back of that Invis rune. And then the Roche being able to take it. But still more room to grow. It's mainly just the lone druid, though. I mean, yeah, he has a butterfly done now.
So absurd. The stat bonus on that is just unbelievable.
Hasn't even switched it in yet.
Doesn't even need it. Doesn't even want it. I mean, he's got to run, you know? He doesn't want to reduce his movement speed.
That's true. Maybe he just brings it in later.
Yeah, he's got to get to the fight first.
Yeah, how many stats he's going to be getting, it's going to be really hard to deal with. And the other big problem is that even if you deal with him, I mean, you've still got the bear that you need to contend with first. But a sheep going to be on the way for Ramses too. As they spam out these lanes, push in mid, and the call is head on down to Roche. 25 seconds till it's going to be back up. A relatively short respawn timer. All of this stuff favoring Tundra.
Yeah, and Falcons are going for the same idea of just trying to blow up a single hero and make sure there's nothing that can stop them. So the nullifier is done now for Malrain.
Okay. I mean, that might have ended up turning into Thompson dead if he had it in the last fight.
Of course, it is going back to the base on the courier.
Okay, so. Again, the pressure comes. Roche has respawned. They did not check this on Tundra. We'll see if they decide to go back for it or if they're going to feel content just keeping a firm control of this map. Nullifier coming out now. And a Crimson Guard completed too. But yeah, it does have that feel that a contention here is really needed.
He keeps sending it back.
Does he? Oh, he doesn't want to reveal to them that he has it.
he doesn't want to reveal his nullifier, so they're all in on that one assassination play. He's trying to make sure he's like in vision so that it updates the top bar, right? So if you click, it won't show that he has the nullifier. So he's going to show on that wave. And then he can deliver back to himself and be oh so sneaky. All right, this is it. This is his big fight.
I mean, they put everything into this. The nullifier reveal. Thompson is showing on this creep wave too. If they can burst him at the start, the jump
we've seen this before. It was the
Thompson
same
found
spot.
Nullifier, bringing him down low, broken, damage, out, he gets the nosedive away, but he is going to fall. And now Pure, they find the bear, the root is there, and they're gonna take it down too. The fight that they were waiting for, Falcons, they hide that Nullifier and they get the kill.
There's 50 seconds until Roche is going to move. What is the plan here from Falcons? They're running to this pit as fast as they can right now. Do you take control? Do you wait for it to go through? Do you think you can finish it before 35 minutes? Because they're going to smoke up inside of Tundra, and they're coming in right now.
This is a big fight if they can do it, and there's no way that they can get here with the Viper, so this is a fight with 4. Amar is standing the ground.
Look at the positioning, wrapping around on top.
They've already used the pit. They got to be careful. Crit, he breaks the smoke. Now they back away. Whitemon off to the side. They find him with the Gleipnir. Ramses, Arena down. That's not what they needed, but still enough damage. They're taking him down. This is 4v5 and they're winning. There's an extra hero. It's the bear. The bear does not care as they jump in from Skinner. BKB out from Ramses. Falcons trying to do what they can, but it's not enough. Even without the TI winner, they do it.
Malreen's just going to TP out. He knows there's no hope. Roche going to run up top, but they will follow on Tundra.
Trying to take that one down, looking to secure this game number 1. Tundra in a great spot. 2 fights around that bottom Roche pit.
I gotta say, again and again, it just feels like the same story of just Whitemon is just going in and giggling at them.
Oh,
just sprinking along, right? And just, it feels like there's nothing he can do. And even though Ramses jumps in with the arena, it doesn't necessarily catch anyone, but it splits the fight. Malreen gets stuck on the bottom side. Crit also gets kind of stuck down here. And that's why Amara's just abandoned here. Speared north, so it doesn't matter if he's in the arena or not.
It's just so much damage out from Pure if they get it. And you can see how strong this Snot Rocket Fasten is. Pure's just like standing there doing nothing. The problem is they keep running right into the bear, so it doesn't matter if he's slowed, they still have the damage. 15,000 gold lead now and ready to walk towards high ground. Tundra on a warpath here in the lower bracket.
See if anything can dissuade them here. I can't think much will.
Oh, they're going to keep this pressure mounted. Keep running in. And while Moon did call that there was going to be a Viper in this game looking good, it's been all Pure. We also said this is a specialist. This guy knows what he needs to do on this hero, and now they find the Hex, find Malreen. Skinner jumps forward, wants to stun. Do they have enough to deal with these heroes? Whoa. Tundra do lose one of the bear at least. Pure tries to back out. They're gonna also lose Thompson. Maybe going a bit too far, not quite connected. Do they have enough? Yes! The root is there, the heal comes out, the mech to control. Pure tries to get out of there. Meanwhile, Soxa gets up to the high ground, but they start beating into them. Do they have the damage to take down this bear? Pure is still living through it. Pure is eating them up, but eventually they take down the Aegis.
Oh, but it's Whitemon now with the damage too. Brings down Skeeter in the back.
And now turning, hitting, punching, trying to kill, and yes, that's already another dead. Now the Boundless jumps through. Ramses gets killed off by Skinner, doing the damage with the Mortimer's Kisses. Malreen does survive through it.
Oh, these are last chance buybacks. They're spending them all.
Dude, Pure is still alive. That bear is still alive too. Even if they killed him once, they couldn't do it again. Somehow Falcons are holding this, but Tundra just show how hard it is to kill these heroes.
Yeah, in the end, it's going to be kind of even, right? A couple buybacks on both sides here, but some pretty expensive and scary ones, especially Skeeter there on that DK. But look at that XP, 4,854 there. As a ton of damage starts to come out. This is classic Ench, right? Like all in the early, a bit of the earlier mid game. You're just running in, you're just this body who can kind of get ignored, but you're so good at scouting. But then, later on, the damage starts coming out with the impetus.
It's a serious big play, and you can see how much win probability has swung.
Another Hex.
As they find him, this Malreen cannot afford to die. He goes down. Does have buyback.
Man, we're so close to coming back. What a great time to jump from Ramses.
The perfect answer, but look at this, Pure just tearing through those buildings, and now they find him again, the Bristleback. They're dying one by one by one.
Malreen has the buyback.
He uses it now. Now the control, the root is out, the Gleipnir is there. Can they find and control and kill these heroes? It's so hard to bring them all down. The dispels.
Look at the buffs and debuffs.
There's so many of them on every single one of these heroes. They will kill that bear, but it doesn't feel like enough for the buyback. It holds at least from them getting mega.
Yeah, look at them keep their middle lane here. And get a few more XP points across the board here, I guess.
No buybacks in the game now, by the way.
0. We just did 15,000 damage on both sides, and according to this, no one died except a bear.
What a huge swing. Falcons trying desperately to stay in this game, but it feels like this inevitability of the lone druid and pure playing it is just causing so many issues. I mean, look at the damage numbers, and it just feels like they can tank through all of it almost.
Yeah, a little bit more evenly spread there, as you can see on the side of Tundra, but part of that being that they have a support bristleback. You know, you can't really blame Snake King too much. He's not there for the damage. He's throwing out the goos.
Absolutely.
Getting him good and sticky for you.
Well, we did see the Monkey King before he had to buy back queue up the Scotty, but ended up having to go back for the Mjolnir instead, which is obviously a pretty nice damage increase, but would have loved to be able to reduce that healing that's coming out.
Yeah, as you can see from here, just standing there. Good old Spirit Link.
40-minute mark coming up now. A lot of these Lone Druid games have been finished in, 20, 30 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood.
This is such a good telescope game. Thompson just doing it for the team, right?
Oh, yeah.
The nosedive, helps himself, helps his allies.
And with Falcons, knowing that if they get up to your high ground, it's going to be real hard to stop it. But likewise, you're seeing Tundra show a lot of respect, not wanting to head up high ground again and end up losing a fight. That is how you let the game swing back into the favor of Falcons. So they'll wait for the next Roche. Still 3 minutes till it's capable of responding. Oh, or they're just going to go.
Well, I mean, there is a bit of worry about potential just pick-off, right? And they obviously have that in the heroes inside of Falcons, so I think you've already shown that you have the Blink Hex. Like, you can stay together. You see how strong Pure is. I wouldn't be too worried. You don't have to overcommit, But, Falcons, if they could just dangle a hero out here, throw a little chum in the water, maybe they can start a good fight for themselves.
Again, the buyback status, it's only Amar that has it right now. So if you pick off one hero, this all falls apart, except for Amar, who is going to show. Could think about a Hurricane play here.
Send the bear in.
The bear goes forward. They try and deal with it. Rooted. Gets the Dispel. Ramsey's still sitting there pretty as they'll walk into the pit.
Pure is just daring them to fight him.
It's really hard.
He's going to throw on the Defiant Shell and head in.
And now they move in. That's the tier 3 tower already. Gun starts hitting, but have they committed too far? It doesn't look like it yet. The nullifier's out. The BKB is there.
Ramses.
They cookie and they run away the main hero.
He is lying in wait here on this Mars for that perfect opportunity.
And they might just do it again. I mean, if you're Falcons, you're thinking about having to go up against Mega Crimson. Ramses jumps. A great arena catches onto 3. Meanwhile, Malrine, though, jumps in with Skitter off to the side. Nobody's died in that arena. But the jump away, tops in with the Hurricane Pike, gets a little bit of separation. Soxa walks forward. That is the Bristle, dropping very low. Goo on everybody. Ramses is dead off to the side. Still the Raptor standing out. Great boundless strike. The jump in finds Thompson. He's dead. Damage out from Whitemon. This Enchantress is hitting very hard. The buyback comes, but there's no buyback for Malrine. Skitter, they need to get more kills. They got to take a couple more of these guys down. Pure ready to hit right into him, but look at him. Whitemon up on the high ground. Only Mana can stop this spree. Coming from the Enchantress. Snaking, he's still standing there right up front and center, wanting to kill him off. The smile's coming from Ramses. He knows what's happening. GG is called. Whitemon, you're a monster.
All right, I see how it works. Stand on the low ground, you might miss. What if I just go into your base and start laying into you? It's a good idea.
So many of these games, we've seen these Enchantresses get completely out of control, and another time where it ends up happening. Tundra, they're going to take the first game of this series. An unbelievable performance as we get ready to see what they can bring in game number 2. Before that, though, back to the panel.
There was a lot going on in that game number 1 between the Falcons and Tundra. By the end of it, it feels like Whitemon is the unsung hero. So many times you're not putting your eyes towards that Enchantress, the damage that she can put out there. But oh my goodness, Whitemon, we talked about him before this series, and he really, really shone in this one with the Enchantress.
Yeah, usually he doesn't do that. I like to say that he's a non-main character. He's the highest MMR non-main character Dota player, where like he will give his team such a good game He will be the vengeful spirit with 1,000 net worth, position 6 at like 20 minutes, and he's fine, and he will have such a high impact. But it's really nice to see with how much farm he got, how much he was doing in those fights. It's not that he can't play like this, it's that his team is so greedy that a lot of the time he has to play like this. But when he's given the farm, he's good. He's a good carry player. He can do it.
100%. I would say that it goes back to potentially laning phase as well, but it didn't really feel like there was much of a laning phase. This early game was all over the map here. I mean, we didn't even really have a mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one person all over the map. It was Malrine. This mid lane matchup, it's not good for Monkey King by any means. And at level 3, we already saw he just tried griefing Pure's game by going bot lane over and over again, which gave Thompson a lane to be in. Top lane as well, this support Bristleback didn't seem like it was doing a whole lot to help this Dragon Knight have a good lane on the top lane as well. And so they decided to get a little bit crazy in this game for Falcons. They were all over the place. It was actually working for some time. I was like, okay, this is actually working. They're getting kills everywhere on the map. Even Skeeter, as your carry, is playing like an offlaner. He's going Blink Dagger. He's buying a Mage Slayer. None of these players are playing to play carry. They're playing to trying to make this game very chaotic and make it happen in the early game. It begs the question, why? You know, going into this game, like, they don't really need to play this type of style necessarily. Maybe they didn't expect Thompson to play Viper. That really threw them off here. I could understand that part, but this was like Falcons just feeling like they were pretty desperate on their mid lane and their carry to make things happen in the map. And the moment one or two of those things did not happen, it just felt like it was unrecoverable.
Yeah, it definitely started from the draft, you know. I'm not sure if trying to build a strategy around your opponents not being able to play that a single hero is like a good way to go. You know, this game just felt like from the draft they needed to make a lot of adjustment. The Monkey King needed to move because he can't play the lane. They even started at level 1 and Bristleback just went behind and got a kill for him and he got first, but he still couldn't play the lane. And the game just felt like a complete chaotic match, you know. It wasn't even particularly near any of the recent games that we've watched on the main stage. It was just chaos over chaos. Nobody knew what was going on, and at the end of the day, Tundra with the lone druid, you know, with even the overall last week Viper didn't feel like he did as much as the lone druid.
Honestly, if I had to predict what Aoi was going to say to his boys backstage, I would say that one of the two, Skeeter or Malrine, should have gone for a carry style build. I think they probably are okay with how the early game went, given that they gave Thompson a literally perfect Viper game, expecting it not to come out. I think all that chaos really played into what Falcons probably wanted, and maybe if Skeeter just goes armlet and he farms and gets a huge amount of net worth while all that chaos is going on, then the game looks a lot better. Or vice versa, like Malrine had no points in Jingu at level 9. He was a support, but then his DK carry is an offlaner. Amar's going Greaves Pipe. Did I say any of these heroes are carries? Because I feel like I didn't. Nobody carried the game. Pure, on the other hand, I also don't think that you give him Lone Druid again. He's only silver tier, which a lot of the time means that people are just okay at it, good enough. But he's not just good enough. That was a flawless Lone Druid performance.
I will say, though, that the Lone Druid was struggling a little bit in the early, and one of the key parts to pushing them into a better position on the side of Tundra was Ramses on this Mars. So many times we saw a clutch Blink, Arena, Spear. It doesn't matter if you're not the one that has the damage. You just got to put your team in a position to be able to get a pick off, to get a great initiation, and that's exactly what Ramses did. That was what I felt was the start of everything for Tundra, to be able to turn this chaotic early game into something more structured.
Yeah, and I think just Tundra played their Dota. They played Tundra Dota here. Everyone played the hero that they wanted to play in this particular game. And things got crazy just because Falcons made it crazy by all accounts. Like, this level 3 Monkey King is bottom lane tri-laning, right? He's level 3. They're tri-laning bottom.
Mid Monkey King, by the way, not a position 4 Monkey King.
And then your carry is rushing Blink Dagger, too. It's like, Falcons made this game very chaotic. I'm just curious as why they're playing... They feel like they have to do this. Are they pressured by Tundra because they lost earlier, that they have to adjust their strategies? I hope not. Hopefully that was just a one-off.
Yeah, it could be, but also maybe the trend of 2-0s is going to continue. Either way, though, we don't have our game 2 ready just yet, but I do see this arena filling up. There is quite a large crowd out there, so let's jump on down there with you guys and Tsunami.
Thank you very much, everybody. I am loving the energy right now because this is 2024. It's TI 13. A lot of memories have led up to this point. And I was wondering if I could maybe ask some of the people in the crowd what their oldest Dota memory was. What was it that encouraged them and made me think, yo, I gotta go to a TI one day? And for you, it may have just been location convenience. But other than that, what got you into Dota and what was your earliest Dota memory?
Well, actually, I'm a League player myself.
All right, next question, we're going on. How about you? Could you introduce yourself and tell me what your earliest Dota memory is?
Oh, hi, I am Div or Andrea. Oldest Dota memory.
Could be anything from the esports, from your own playing experiences.
No, I know. It's TI 3 Grand Finals. After that, I decided to quit my job and join the esports world. So yeah, it's besides the 3 million dream coil, I have that memory of me resigning my job.
That's incredible, what an experience. I'm so glad you're able to join us here in Copenhagen. How about you, my friend? Earliest Dota memory?
It was TI1.
Oh, wow, you go way back. All right, what do you remember from TI1?
There was no live stream. You need to refresh like a Dota website on the items that's updating. So it was Mineski that time that took down the Chinese team. It was a great moment for C Dota.
Yo, any Mineski fans in the house right now? Vintage Southeast Asian Dota. How about you, my friend? Oldest Dota memory. Go back into the archives for me.
Maybe it's not the oldest memory, but it's the brightest.
Okay.
The way how did Papi with Dandy decide to solve the map against Tong Fu on the international on 2030. This is the best memory from Dota from my side.
Yo, I love it. I love the energy. For me personally, if I had to think back, probably around TI2 era. I remember loading up Dota, seeing that blue loading screen every single time, and that was really my first time watching Dota esports in general. It was a formative experience for me. It was how I got into following competitive video gaming, and I guess just in general, maybe enjoying the broadcast side of things. I never really realized the entertainment value that a panel can provide, and I think it really had a strong impact on who I became and how I joined this industry in general. I mean, the moments I had there, sometimes I feel like they still follow me around, but you know, you can't go back. You got to keep looking forward. That's it for me, though. I hope you on the panel also have some great memories as well.
Look at that cheeky man sitting beside
Oh my God,
Tsunami.
there's Snare.
Of course, Nevin. James as well. I feel like this man, all right, James, he is an enigma. When you least expect it, he just pops up. This face recognizable anyway. Great to see him there out in the crowd. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit speechless. I got to meet James for the first time last year. Not my earliest Dota memory, but again, one of those bright ones. Phil, what's your earliest Dota memory?
My earliest Dota memory?
Yeah. I like the trip
Boy.
down.
Oh, you should have asked him first.
Yeah, I mean,
So back in 1950,
remember a
before
game called
computers
Dota All-Stars and Reign of Chaos.
Oh, God.
Loaded up the map, and Pudge had like all these flies that would go
Oh,
around
I like
them.
this, where this is going.
Yeah, he didn't have hook back then. You just walk down a lane and they just kill everything. It was really OP and not a very balanced game.
Yeah? Is yours as old as that one, Winter?
I remember everyone buying Blink Dagger and BKB give damage and armor.
A big cool one. And Jenkins, of course. What is it?
I remember running around the map, hooking people as Pudge, and I was just feeling like I'm a killer guy, and then everybody else is the victims, including my own team as well.
Yeah, I actually vaguely remember trying to learn Crystal Maiden and constantly getting hooked by Pudge, but I'm sure that there's no correlation whatsoever.
No, I don't think so.
No, yeah. No, I think mine actually was Monkey King coming into the game. That is genuinely my oldest Dota memory. So I'm a bit more of a recency. Yeah, a freshman in the Dota scene, as some would call it. But this Falcons and Tundra game, none of them are freshmen. Well, except for Mallory when it does come to TI appearances. But the rest of them, they've been around the block a number of times. Names that we've heard, names that we've seen on multiple organizations before. But right now, only one of them is going to be able to make it to top 3, make it to that final day for themselves. And Tundra, they are in a fantastic position to do that. The game one up. Pure was able to get the lone druid for himself. And I mean, simple answer, just ban it.
That is pretty simple. I think that is what you should go for. I feel like they just got surprised by Thompson's hero pull as well. So it's like, okay, maybe he can't play the Viper. He picked the Viper. They even did some cheeky things, put the Bristleback mid at level 1. You got first blood on Mallory's Monkey King. That was first blood. Still, at level 3, he felt like he had to leave the lane and couldn't come back. And it just made the lane really weird. And top lane as well, I must say this Bristleback 5, we've seen it twice now. 2 losses. I don't feel like it did Skeeter any favors in that safe lane there. He felt like he was in a position where he had to rush Blink and play like an offlaner. And when your mid feels like a support and your carry feels like an offlaner, that's not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, they just need to keep things simple. Sometimes getting a simple strategy, getting a simple draft is just the way to go. Don't overcomplicate things. Don't try to be too cheeky and just play normal Dota.
Can we lay all the cards out on the table here? I just want to hear what you guys think. It sounds like Falcons just did some weird stuff.
It was for the fans.
What?
Fan service.
What do you think the percentage is in terms of like their draft? Was that like an 80-20 outdraft? Was that like a 70-30?
90-10 for me.
90-10?
Whoa.
Serious?
I mean, the Viper was just like the perfect hero there. Like, sure, Thompson, he didn't play the hero like his Invoker. He's not very comfortable with the hero, but he still did enough to win them the game. And they won the early game so much, and he made a couple of mistakes later, but he still could have won the game because the hero just had so much impact in the game.
Yeah, I'll say it's 95-5. I feel like Falcons did way better than they should have with the draft they had. I was actually impressed in how they came back into that game, given the state of the lanes, because it was ugly. And even with an ugly draft, as they're kind of showing why they're such a good team, there was a point where like, wow, they kind of like came back from this deficit of laning stage where this Monkey had no lane, all of a sudden this DK has no lane. They were very creative on how they were moving on the map, especially the Monkey King. I think the Blink Dagger was the right choice. You can't really go for anything else. There would be no space on the map. So they played a complete outdraft pretty well, but unfortunately, if you make a couple mistakes given the situation they're in, you just lose, and that's just unfortunate for them.
What if they did the opposite, Jenkins? Instead of being like, oh, let's try and look for a carry here, try and get some more net worth, they just actually kept running towards Tundra. You just make it more chaotic and more of a bloodbath than what we already saw.
I struggled to see how it could be more of a chaotic bloodbath than that.
Possible.
That was going to be my follow-up point to the question of, was this a 90-10 draft? Maybe if you're Falcons, you're actually kind of okay with how that game went, where you're like, okay, this is just one of those instances where even though we have some of the best drafters in the world, you're going to get outdrafted. I mean, they also have some of the best drafters in the world and best minds in the world. So 90-10 drafts do happen in Dota, and it's like, okay, shit happens. We did our best. Go next. If this was a 60-40 draft, hell, if this was a 70-30 draft, we would have won with how we played. That doesn't feel too bad if you're a Falcons fan.
Yeah, there's always something positive out of a loss like this.
Yes.
The draft is so difficult, but we found a way. Sometimes in Dota, you just need to be able to be creative, and they were creative, and they almost came back into the game. Almost.
Almost isn't quite enough though. They weren't able to close it out, but they got another chance in game number 2. By the way that we're talking about it, a more stereotypical position 5 is what we're hoping for from Falcons. Make it straightforward, make sure that there's actually some laning phase going on for you.
Yeah, I mean, they need to enable at least one of their cores. That was the issue here. Seems like the Bristleback didn't really enable the DK very much, and there was no way the Monkey King was going to win the mid lane either, so just a stable 5 potentially could have given Skeeter a better game, and then all of a sudden things could have happened.
More than anything, Jenkins, what's really on the line for Falcons right now isn't about the top 3 at TI 13. It's the Hello Kitty tattoo 100% win rate on stage that you brought up. That's what's on the line.
Well, they still have the chance at having a 100% win rate in series. So I think if they would like to maintain that, I think that you can go back to this draft and consider letting Pure play Lone Druid a blunder. He is too good at this hero. The tech is too new. People don't know how to solve it clearly. And maybe if Pure was one of these good enough players that we talk about, then it would be fine. It's worth trying to solve, but not after what we've seen from him. This guy is way too good at it.
The last time Falcons and Tundra faced off in that upper bracket, that's what secured Tundra to be able to make the main stage, and it knocked Falcons down into the lower bracket. It was another gotcha pick, all right? They had the last pick, Night Stalker, in game number 1 in their best of 3 over there. And I think Tundra just have more of that in them. I think there will always be more of that. We look towards the Lone Druid that you take out. What quote-unquote meta are you letting back in? What else could they have in that back pocket of theirs that could be another answer that we weren't looking at? That has been a massive oversight to other teams.
I think Tundra definitely have to look at this game, even though they won the game, but they have to go back and consider why were we in this position, you know, this Viper pick, you know. They kind of were running out of Thompson heroes. I think Falcons definitely targeted his hero pool. They banned out most of his comfort pick, and what do they do next game, you know, if the same situation arises? Do they pick his hero early, or do they have to just wait later and just try to find a better hero? And hopefully, like the Viper game, he plays good enough for them to win, you know. That's also something they need to take from the first game.
I just don't think anything that is first picked, it feels like it goes unanswered, should really be let in there again. This is it, the Lone Druid for pure 11, 3, and 16 is what he had.
Wow, look how farmed he was. He had 3 items.
No, he had two neutral items, actually, Fear.
Oh, I see.
So 5 items.
That's crazy.
Good counting, Andrew.
Thank you. He had a Vlad's on the bear as well. He was building some support items using the bear.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing about the hero right now is you literally hit your peak with 3 items. And those 3 items are like 5 items, just based on how the hero works, right? So that's the timing in which a lot of teams are not able to get past. Sure, maybe as it gets later into the game, it gets weaker, but does it even? Because like your bear is still gonna get your items that you're recycling and it's gonna be quite good.
21 assists on Ramses. You know, I know it came up beforehand when we were breaking it all down and everything, but it really does go to show how phenomenal he is on this Mars. We already brought it up before that you can't keep letting him have this. They will pick it up whenever they possibly can. That's also something that is a big question mark around. Do you let them have it again? Do you even try and early pick it up for yourselves? Because we know Amar also loves that hero.
I think you need to ban it or pick it. I don't know if it's something they have to ban in the first phase. Like, I did like the idea of picking a Lone Druid and then kind of like baiting the Mars out. I think that's fine. But Tundra has first pick again, so.
Well, look, a little bit of a spoiler because right now we've got to get into game number 2 draft.
Falcons versus Tundra Esports. Game 2.
Tundra with that game number 1 win, and a little bit of a spoiler from Jenkins. They're also having first pick for themselves here. Big questions around what is going to be focused on. Do they have to do a little bit more core bans? They're still going to respect that Invoker on the side of Falcons, taking it away from Thompson. Tundra even respecting Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the Sniper or the Lone Druid. And I feel like right now, playing versus Tundra, the deeper they get in this tournament, the scarier they become. Because we talked before, Ramses, Sand King still in the pool as well. We talked about his Mars, he'll just safely pick up later on. We talked about Thompson, he's playing these Invokers in the mid lane, these Snipers in the mid lane. Now you're bringing Pure into the conversation with these Lone Druid type heroes. You can't ban out Tundra anymore.
Something is definitely going through now.
No matter what you do, they're going to get something that looks scary, and this Tundra team is looking very scary. They're going to choose to go ahead and ban out that Lone Druid. That now leaves the Sniper in the pool, and they most likely will gobble that one up.
I mean, what's the trade then? Shadow Demon? Sniper, Shadow Demon.
I think at this point, I would so much rather a team have SD than Lone Druid. Like, SD counters a lot of stuff. It's a really strong support. But if you are Tundra and you pick Mars, or you think you can get a Mars and they have SD, then you can't see into the arena, and so SD can't like imprison and save people. So there are ways around it. I can't believe we're on a patch where there's unironically first pick Sniper every game. And the crowd cheers.
What a time, you know.
This is a good time to be alive.
I mean, you look at like the drafts, you see like 5 carry heroes on one team.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, they're gonna win. This is a good draft.
Well, now, what is going to be that response from Falcons? Because most teams, they don't even try and counter this Sniper. Maybe just ban it out. That's how annoying it is.
I don't feel like there's an actual response to Sniper. I think it was, who was it? Was it Aurora or something who picked 3 counters
Lycan,
to
right?
Sniper?
Yes. Lycan.
Yeah, they picked Lycan, Storm, and Spectre, and they still lost to Sniper. So it's like, you can counter the heroes so much, and the typical heroes that do counter Sniper are just not good heroes right now, to the point where you can pick a bad hero versus a good hero, and you just won't
Some of
counter.
them are okay, right? Like Centaur, Clockwork. I think you can't really pick too many counters. I think you pick one or maybe maximum two. You don't go more than that. I think the objective is you want to have a hero that can go on him and kill him alone in the team fights. Because Sniper as a support, why is he so valuable? He does a lot of damage. He wins you the lane, and in the team fight, he does a lot of damage. So you kind of have to dedicate one hero that can kill him alone in the team fights. And Clockwork, Centaur, these are the type of heroes that you could also be looking at.
Well, I think Sniper is a three-part problem. Number one is, yeah, you have to get on the back line and kill him. Number two is, if he's mid lane specifically, how do you lane against him? And number three is he going mid, right? Or is he the flex potential of the hero? So it's very difficult to counter because, yeah, he's flexible, he doesn't lose mid lane, and the heroes that can get on the back lines are kind of applicable only if he is a support. I feel like those counters versus core Sniper aren't as good.
You just build a BKB.
Yeah, and you just stand there. And
with 20 armor extra from take aim. Yeah, it's very strong. I do like the idea of the Centaur. I think that Disengage is also extremely good on this patch in general, but then again, Tundra, they might be given another Mars opportunity here.
I was about to say,
okay, no,
ban the
all right.
Mars.
Yeah, that's the right move. And then they pick the Centaur. Okay.
Now going down Ramsey's list, probably.
Yeah, there's no more
Kunkka. Oh, Kunkka's banned
Kunkka's
too.
banned too. There's no more offlane
And
heroes that
Sand
kind
King.
of fit that kind of role. Maybe Primal, but it's not as good as the other heroes.
So the only other heroes he's played that are not banned is, I think, Alchemist, Slardar, and Night Stalker.
Yeah.
The rest have been banned, and the Alchemist game did not go well for anyone who didn't watch that game in the Road to TI. Slardar is very situational, and so is Night Stalker.
I will say I don't mind the idea of a Night Stalker with a Sniper if they can get it later on in the draft. You do not want to pick it here. Usually you want to be playing against like two squishy backliners that you can go on, you know, like SD plus Storm. That feels really good.
Traverse Centaur, though, I feel like Centaur kind of hard counters
Yeah,
Night
I guess
Stalker.
you can just run away from the Night Stalker ult to the silence.
I feel like we're going to see a completely new hero from Ramses this game, because all the other picks he did pick, he picked later in the draft.
Yeah.
And I feel like the heroes that are available, they don't seem very good in this game. So I think he's going to have to reach out of his comfort zone into this particular game, which is good by Falcons. They're trying a different approach here. They're trying to shut down Ramses and really challenge what he can do. But Ramses is a veteran. He has been to many tournaments. He's won tournaments. He's no stranger to adapting to the game, but he's going to be put in that situation this game.
Yeah, this game is definitely going to be a true test towards his hero pool. You know, what can he pick that would allow the Sniper to succeed in the game?
You were doing very well. I'm very proud.
I mean, for Falcons, they are kind of looking for their second support, and are they going to answer the Sniper here? Because the Sniper is already set in stone. He's going to be a mid hero. Are they going to pick their mid hero right now? Decide what are they going to put against the Sniper here? There's not many good matchups. There's not even any like matchups that's going to be okay in this lane.
I don't know what does well. People are trying Zeus, but that hero just does not seem like a good Dota hero right now. I wouldn't mind seeing...
Is Queen that bad of like a matchup? Like,
I don't think it's good. This is what they're putting mid. Okay, this could work. I'm not entirely sure. We haven't seen it before. Maybe you have to put a couple more points in the armor to just survive the harassment. That could be the idea behind this one. If it does, then it can work. You have the chain that can close the gap. You're very tanky, so that can kind of deal with that as well. So I like the idea overall, and then now into most likely your support pick.
You know, Ramses has actually been playing Magnus in his pubs.
Okay.
Now, Magnus with Sniper is extremely bad because he's a ranged hero. But new Mag...
Well, thanks for telling us, you know, and
Wow, that's awesome, bro.
Most people are playing Mag not around the Empower. They're playing it around the skewer backs. So maybe it's still fine.
You are playing against Timbersaw, Batrider.
He's a universal hero now. It's not as bad as it once was.
Still not great.
It's not great.
You don't also do
I'm
anything
digging
to
deep.
Timber.
Ramsey's heroes are all bad or banned out here, so...
we'll see what they do. They either give him last pick or they try to pull something out right now.
I mean, there's plenty some heroes like Underlord that could still be good, you know, with their lineup, but we just don't know whether he can play, you know. Underlord with Sniper is, I think, very, very good together. Underlord provides protection for the Sniper in the team fights.
Yep.
You kind of set up with your pit. So I think they are very, very good together.
They're thinking about it too.
It's pretty good at kiting both the Bat and the Timber too, actually. Like, I understand Underlord is a strength hero, and Timber loves playing against strength heroes with the percentage damage, but you do not like playing into the pit, and also Underlord has percentage damage himself.
All right, Doom it is.
Oh,
Okay.
I forgot this hero was in the pool.
Yeah, but Doom,
Because we were talking about Ramses, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But this could fit his playstyle. He likes, I mean, it's a little different from what they're used to. I think at Ramses, obviously he played carry most of his career. He knows how to farm, he knows how to get items. It's more about how Tundra functions as a team. Sniper most likely going mid on Thompson. You have a Doom off lane. There's a Timber in the game. I think Pure now has to play something a bit more active, because your mid and off laner are just going to be hitting creeps.
He's definitely going to need to like fight in the early game to allow the Doom and the Sniper to kind of get their items and get their timings.
The other thing you guys have mentioned when we've seen this Doom is normally you see a vision for it, right? A target, some reason as to why they've picked up this Doom. Does that already exist on Falcons?
Yeah, that's the Timber. I mean, especially when it's a mid-Timber. He's a regen-based hero who you can't kill because he out-regens the damage you do. Doom can doom him, nullify that completely. And a mid-Timber is going to be doing a ton of damage in spellcasting and fights. So worst case, it's worth silencing him. But they pick Doom into Centaur, where you can ult away from the Doom target, or SD, who you can imprison the Doom target. So it's not exactly a free Doom game. And we've also talked about how Tundra looks when Ramses is not on the hero that's running around and making first contact, and he's actually farming. They look like a different team. So this will be a different sort of style than what we're used to seeing them when they're winning.
I don't think I like this style, you know, of Tundra when Ramses is on the hero that he needs to or he wants to farm more.
I mean, he didn't have a choice this game, I think, just how the bans went. I think right now, if you're banning for Falcons, Weaver is probably your absolute best ban here, because this is a hero that can play very fast. Buy that Gleipnir. Yeah, okay. I think they had to do that because Pure has to play a hero that most likely is ranged, buys Gleipnir, and can get active really early on in the game. And Morph and Weaver were probably the two best heroes. So, yet again, it's not a simple situation to be in here. What else potentially is left?
Well, Tundra themselves took out the Luna.
Right.
That would have been...
I mean, is Elk actually too greedy? But can you like just fight the Elk, secure the lane with either Ench or Clockwork, and you get your Radiance Dagger maybe and you come to the fights?
I mean, it could work, but it's very risky. I don't think that's
but there's nothing else where I don't know if there's anything else better than that. Because he needs to be able to, I feel like, buy Dagger and go and kill heroes on the map.
Either that, be a ranged hero and get a Gleipnir. I think he needs some type of tempo for sure.
There is one last overlapping carry between the two teams, and that's Lina. That's that range.
Not Lina with Tundra.
It's been a while.
I mean,
it has been. I'm just saying he has picked it up.
I just don't like Lina versus Bat very much. That's the only reason I haven't mentioned it.
I figured there was a reason.
But they banned it themselves, so they're thinking about something. Because I'm imagining they most likely want to put Doom with the Inch. Soxa has played it as well. And pick more of a ranged hero with the Clockwork. It's only troll or something at this point, but I feel like that's too slow.
SF, they've played SF, but yeah, probably not a good idea here.
Not enough lockdown. It has to be a Gleipnir hero or have a stun, in my opinion. Otherwise, this draft is really contingent on them just winning all three lanes. And still, it is possible to do that. It's just not something that I feel like puts you at a draft advantage. They go for the Alchemist, so he does have a stun.
Into Timber Bat. That's interesting.
It's more about like I think fixing their own draft. You know, they need a hero that could do something in the game. You know, and Elk kind of fits the criteria. He kind of can run around, kill heroes, and give some space to the sniper. And his front line is good with sniper as well. And now Falcons, they need to find a solution for this. Do they want to match the pace or play even faster here?
And we're pretty much out of those Viper carries. Almost all of them.
Feels like maybe some melee hero also.
This would be Skeeter's first melee hero if you maybe. Dragon Knight I consider a ranged hero. He plays ranged most all the fights.
If they want to play really fast, there's like
But Ursa, Chaos Knight.
Razor, Nature's Prophet.
Razor, yeah, Razor's good against Doom.
Yeah, you can't Nature's Prophet against Doom Edge. That's kind of psycho. But the Razor seems pretty good. Good against Doom in lane. Great against Alec in the game if you can run around and get on
Wraith
top.
King?
Oh god, the second time today.
All right. I mean, there's a reason why Duracho picked it up in the last series. This hero is very good versus Doom, conceptually. They probably are also maybe considering Inch being down there, which can deal with the Inch creeps as well. You have the extra attack speed to kill Inch too. You can get in the back lines, kill the sniper. I do like the pick. It's a good last pick Lynx game.
Yeah, me too. I think Tundra has a very greedy draft. It will be difficult to execute. It's possible with the Cloak and Enchantress to secure their early game, but at the same time, I feel like every time Tundra goes greedy with their offlaner, Ramses is playing a hero that needs to farm a lot more. They tend to struggle.
Yeah, I agree with both points. I think this is... I think Falcon's pretty happy with their draft. When they saw the Alt come out, and they already have a Timber, when they see the Doom come out, and they already have a Centaur, like they're picking into counters. And then Klinks owns the Enchantress. The only issue for Falcon's draft is Klinks is bad as a hero, but it's a very good game for the Klinks.
I thought you were going to say the Sniper, because in game 1, we didn't even get to really see a mid lane, right? That Monkey King was forced out by the Viper. He was anywhere but in the mid lane. Now we're seeing Thompson on that Sniper, a hero that a lot of people haven't yet found that answer for, and we're actually going to be seeing them lane against each other here, finally.
I mean, we'll have to see. This game is going to be very, very interesting to me. A lot is going to happen in this particular game for it to go one way or the other. I definitely think that Tundra, I do like their draft in so many ways, but I can see so many ways it not working too. So I'm going to have to go with Falcons on this one. I think they just have a very stable draft, and they're just going to play much differently than game 1.
Something else that you wanted, Jenkins, was the back and forth. You love a good old game of Dota. The first one team's winning, and the next minute you don't even know what's happened. All of a sudden, someone else has the net worth lead.
I'm down for a game 3 here. I think that's what I'll say. I think Tundra got outdrafted in this one.
All right, so you really want a game number 3, but so far everything that's happening on the main stage has been a 2-0. So we're going to see if Falcons, this game number 2 draft is enough to get them over that line, and let's hear a little bit more from their coach.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, my friends. It is time to talk yet again. I'm sorry, Copenhagen, are we still awake? Am I right? Copenhagen, are we still here? There we are. We are here with the legend himself, Owie 2000, Owie 3000 if you win this event, as I've been saying for several years. You refuse to change your name. Sir, it's getting a little serious. Now, usually when I talk to you, you guys are a game up. You haven't played yet. It's the first time I talk to you since you're a game down. How's it feels in the booth right now?
Honestly, it's completely fine. We understand Lone Druid sort of unreal broken, so what can you do? We're just gonna go game 2, and I think we're feeling pretty confident as always.
Absolutely. Now, in this other squad here, you kind of had some pseudo-targeted bans. We got rid of Lone Druid. We got rid of a lot of different kind of momentum heroes. Was that on purpose, or are you guys still playing more to your squad and picking your solid heroes?
Actually, I think the person we targeted bans is probably Ramses, because I think he does a lot for this team. So the other bans, this team has a lot of good, unique heroes. So honestly, they're hard to draft against. So it's just whatever we think gives us the best chance of winning. There's nothing specific.
Absolutely, playing your game. All right, well, I'm sorry to do this to you, but this might be the last time you get to address these guys. We have not had a game 3 yet. Will we be having a game 3 here today?
Of course.
All right, and will you call like a bird for the first time? Since this might be the last time I get to talk to you in ZI, will you call like a bird for this audience? Call! Falcons, baby! Let's go on game 3, Howie! That's my boy!
Oh my God, the death crow, it tolls and it's loud right now, apparently. I swear, Owie just needs to get a hug after that one. I'm not exactly sure. Slacks is a madman. Caw, caw!
good. You know, you put him on pressure.
Absolutely. Well, we heard a lot of things in that one. Lone Druid, broken hero, go next game. I think it's a good mentality to have to go into it. Try and just take some of the pressure off. Be like, we'll be able to deal with this in the next game. We'll see if it actually works out that way, though.
Yeah, it feels pretty accurate from what we saw, I gotta say. That Lone Druid was a big problem that they could not solve in that one. And so also feels a little unfair that you come into the next game and suddenly, even though you weren't playing Lone Druid, you know, little old Ramsey's there on his Mars, his hero pool got eviscerated during this draft. Ali mentioned it, but it was very clear that they were just really trying to target it down, trying to get him off these comfort heroes. And he winds up on the Doom, which is kind of funny, because back when he used to be a carry player, he actually used to bust out the carry Dooms and the carry Beastmasters at times. So out of the offlaners available, he's one of the two that he's certainly very comfortable on, but it's not as playmaking as these heroes that they've been using on him so far this tournament.
Right, and a lot of times this Doom has occasionally looked really bad in this tournament, and sometimes it's looked amazing. It's looked like it's the most important hero in the game. So we'll just have to see how Ramses is able to play it in this one. But of course, the other big switch up, which you talked about already, is going to be pure playing on the Alchemist. The timing that this hero hits, becoming the most farmed hero in the game, and then just ending it, that's what Tundra are going to try and do in this one.
Yeah, I think it was a good pick for a lot of reasons there, too. Like, not only just the timing it's going to hit, but this ability to give a little bit of space to the sniper in these fights. You look at it, like, you had the Clock and the Edge, the support duo, and the Edge, we've seen Whitemon sort of get in and scout, but it's at some point, like, you kind of get ignored a little bit in the fights, and you're not this, like, meaty body in the middle. And the Alk and the Doom and the Clock are going to be this nice little trio that can really give the space here. See if your sniper can just peep away.
Right, in that ghillie suit, keeping some distance. Sucks taking a lot of damage there. Needs to back away before the sticky napalm stacks up too much on him, but not going to be brought down in that first blood. Yeah, it's going to be a unique match, I think, in a lot of ways, too, because, like we talked about, Falcon's not used to being down in the series, needing to face off here against Tundra. Of course, the last ones that brought him down below earlier in this tournament. And I think also the Clinks.
Yeah.
It's a hero that you had talked about at the beginning of the tournament as well, thinking that we might end up seeing it eventually, but as the panel said, not necessarily the greatest hero in the world, but could be good here.
It's one of these heroes when the top range carries get targeted with the bans, right? We started seeing the gyro start to come out a little bit. I mean, even Luna, believe it or not, at one point seemed to be one of those heroes. We're like, wow, Wind Ranger and Luna's banned. I guess we have to play Luna. That quickly went the way of just being a top tier hero almost immediately. But Clinks is sort of next in line here, and some players like it more than others.
Ooh, a little bit more.
There you go.
And it comes out just in time. Skitter drawing that first blood.
Yeah, likes enough right now, that's for sure.
Doom.
It's an interesting hero, though. It's one that we can often see players kind of get a little bit crazy on. You know, you might see these Clinks players off on their own a lot on the map. Surely not, right?
Ramsey's forced all the way back. I mean, he is off the lane entirely. Clinks has a super free game, but Snaking did end up using a lot of his mana pool there for that. As, again, a little bit of all chat getting thrown around. Not sure exactly what that's about in the
It's Malrine. There doesn't have to be a reason. You know, he's just, I think sometimes he just kind of rolls his tattoo on the keyboard there.
The
Stuff
Hello
just
Kitty?
pops up, yeah. He just places it on the keyboard and gets another one on his face, that's all.
It's a nice way to do it. As he gets the refill there of the bottle, you can see Doom still very low. Has a 13 stick charge, though.
Wow, when you're really digging deep.
I mean, he's got it. He's ready for it.
Yeah, obviously versus the bat lane always feels good. But he's going to have a hard game. He's having a hard lane, and then you have to, you know, we heard the panel mention there are some problems. We already saw this earlier, right? We had the Workhorse versus the Doom that was saving some team fights before. We're going to have that Shadow Demon to disrupt, so you have the single target initiation, but they're going to have single target save. Even before the Workhorse, just Stampede against Doom. It's very hard to actually lock someone down in a fight. That means you're going to need this synergy between Saksa and Ramses, which is what they've built a lot of this TI run on, is the synergy between these two. So we're going to need Hookshot, we're going to need some Cogs, and we're going to need a Doom on top to really make sure they get these kills.
Right, and of course...
And, oh, he lived the stick. It came into play.
Just out of there in time, but Ramsey's still in trouble. That tree is not going to keep you alive, so they take down the Doom, and now also going to even bully back the Clockwork. This lane feels mighty rough for that Doom. Should also note, you know, one of the other things that the panel was talking about was how dangerous this sniper ends up being. You can see already off to a really good start in the mid lane, 36-8 versus the 24-1. At the very least, if they can catch him out later on, you were talking about this, the Shadow Demon actually is kind of an interesting answer for him too.
You were talking about this.
Okay.
Why are you trying to give me credit?
I don't know.
This was your idea.
Well, take game. You just dispel it, and then he doesn't get the 20 armor anymore. It's pretty cool.
That's a great idea, Lyrical. That makes a lot of sense. Sometimes he's a lot of armor, he's hard to kill, but Crit's going to look to get rid of that.
And pushing him out of the cogs there. Snaking, trying to run away. They do get the Hurricane to try and keep some distance as they're diving underneath, but Thompson here to try and help out. They'll take down the Bat Rider. Now Skitter in trouble.
This is looking familiar. I saw a game like this once where the mid rotated down, even though it wasn't going that well for some of the allies down there. And Thompson obviously not having a bad time like Malrine was, but he's quickly trying to give a little bit of assistance to that bottom lane since Ramsey's having a bad time.
Right, and while that was happening, we saw off screen some stacks starting to be built, something that they can return back to if they need to for Malrine on this Timbersaw. But in the moment, you can see Soxa again catching now onto Snake King. Whitemon is here. They did not leave. Coming back into the lane. Skinner steps forward, wants to be a bodyguard, and now starts to go for the punches. So the mid rotates down towards bottom, but not quite able to get in range. Now they do. So they take down the clock, but the other two able to escape.
Yeah, perfect moment to have the twisted chakram there to make sure you can actually find them in that tree line. Don't get bogged down by the trees.
And we're getting close to the 7-minute mark now too. So Doom already heading off to the side to go and pick up that Wisdom Rune. You can see another round of stacks being made by this Shadow Demon.
Malrine comes through, runs into the Alpha Wolf, so then goes back through the Twin Gate to the bottom lane.
Very interesting. And they're actually leaving that Wisdom Rune. Yeah, so now going to get that one on Soxa for the quick level 6 on clock.
Oh, it's going to work out. He actually waited long enough. They're going to catch Ramses.
If he gets caught right now, this is devastating.
It was a lot of time for Malrine to spend, but they weren't quite sure where he was, right? Like, he gets spotted up top. He's like, would he really Twin Gate back down and just, come right into my lane again? The answer is yes, it turns out. But I don't blame Ramses for thinking that maybe that's not what's going to happen.
So bullying Ramses in both the drafting phase and now in-game itself as well, trying to keep that Doom under control, which seems to be a pretty good answer.
He's having a hard time. There's no doubt about that. His mid laner is double his level, so there is a cost to be paid here. Thompson having a great time. But if Malrine can grab these stacks, that crit is again going to be building up for him here. Obviously, shouting one of the best heroes at this. Thank you, Obs.
Makes the move in again. Not sure if that one's going to get on the Ancients, as it does look like they weren't quite able to do it, but the bigger kill is right towards mid. Thompson starts to fall, gets the kill onto Snake King, but they do manage to bring down the little dwarf man. Yeah. Skinner making that rotation to help out, and now looking for the clock, gets the slow briefly, still looking for a chase down, and yeah, there's a stack and a chance for some more damage. They're moving in, Clockwork in trouble, done. Double kill for Malrine. Falcons, they are not done with him yet, and now they eat the Waybon creep, looking for more. Hitting down the Enchantress, starting to find that finish. Do get a mana burn, but Snake King moves in too. Malrine deciding to back away. Ramsey still moving in for more, and now the sniper's shown up. They got to get away on Snake King. He backs out, tries to get up to the high ground, and Tundra will not be able to get any kills off the Thompson rotation.
Yeah, now he's stuck down here, so Soxa happy about that, at least, as he will grab level 5 in the mid lane, working towards that 6. More stacks.
Got another one there. And now Malrine brought down low. They force out the Stampede. Snake King still brazenly running forward. But a little bit of an awkward exchange here, because again, there's nobody in the mid lane at this point for Tundra. The Shadow Demon just soaking up the XP there.
And here comes Pure through the Twin Gate as well.
They're bringing everybody. Oh, he went through though.
Yeah.
Oh, Skinner, nice move.
Yeah, good choice.
So they bring numbers, and this is all for a tier 1 tower that's definitely gonna fall. But are you happy committing all these resources for this?
Sox is still hunting, of course. Wants to set up here up top. Doesn't have level 6 though, so not super easy to create a turnaround play.
Still, you can see the power of this Tundra lineup when they do get all together. Falcons respecting it, not having the Stampede up and online. Deep wards placed into that dire jungle too, up on the top side of the map. This one is close to getting dewarded, but does look like, at least for now, if they make that move up, they'll be able to take it down.
1 point reactive armor here. I've seen some Timbersaws die to this versus Ench, right? That's not going to happen here, right?
Oh, is he going in too far? No, he just gets the kill. Thompson walks forward and just punches Crit to death. Up top, maybe an opportunity. They find him. Amar turning, punching. The Doom is dropped, and now in trouble and going to fall. Although Maureen, they're stepping forward, wanting to do what he can. Ramses will get that kill with Thompson in tow. So the first usage of the Doom does secure a kill on the opposing offlaner.
Thompson running around here, but he's helping out, right? He's securing some final kills onto people. He's not getting super poor, and that is space for Pure. Yes. As it is definitely a very stacky game here, so he'll concoct onto himself here just for the AoE damage. You can tell all your friends you're doing it on purpose now because the pro players do it. It's okay.
Absolutely. And again, an unbothered Alk at this point in the game is a really scary proposition. Only level 8, but a lot of CS, and now Whitemon starts to die. They're gonna pop that Stampede. Hook shot in to try and interrupt this battle, but they've already got him. Thompson in trouble, no chance for a take aim. He is going to die. And just like that, they lose 3 on Tundra for the 1.
Yeah, and at the same time, Amar was actually jumping as well on Ramsey's mid. Drove him back a little bit there too, whittled him down. So lots of good pressure across the map here from Falcons. 11-8 on the stacks. Crit carrying the heavy load there.
Oh yeah.
As now, Skeeter trying to get aggressive here on the early Clinks moves.
Finds him. Ramses over to the side.
Didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, wise decision, I think. There are people moving in. Does have the full Deso done now. But you've got Midas and Radiance completed at 12 minutes. I think if you're Falcons, you need to try and sort of get some pressure on, because if they're free to just farm and there's no towers being taken, they're going to accelerate so quickly.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how Ramses plays this with the Midas too. Does he try and get a blink and just kind of throw his body in and just accept that, you know, if I can start the fights off with my clockwork, it doesn't matter because my Alk and my sniper are so farmed? Or does he want to try and ensure that he's actually going to scale and catch back up to them?
Right. That's a fair point. Could be one of those sell of the Midases that we end up seeing here. Time will tell. But at least at this point, you can see Falcons willing to start to pressure a little bit more quickly. That is a Diffusal Blade sniper. I mean, we all remember the Gyrocopter Diffusal Blade. And
yep.
If you think about the heroes that are in this game, losing all that mana is going to be a real problem.
It really is. You know, Clinks is kind of one out. It's not one you think of, but there's a reason you buy Arcane Boosts, right? Like, you're spamming quite a bit. It's pretty low in terms of a mana pool for him. Timbersauce, obviously desperate for it, and Centaur is just, he's just not the brightest guy.
No.
483, that's like nothing.
They've got really good spells on Falcons, but if no mana, you can't use it.
That's how the game works.
Not enough for it to do my power. Shout out to everybody that remembers that one. As a smoke up comes now, Timber and the Shadow Demon. If you find somebody at this point with this SD ulti, it should be a kill.
Oh, that's the one they want, the offward spot.
That's a really good one to get right on top of Thompson, in some trouble, and already gonna be found, going to drop.
Don't even watch them while they do it. Just take him down here. Whitemon going for a solo sneak here, and yeah, he's good.
That's nice.
This is gonna go to him. They'll be getting both Wisdom Runes here on Tundra. A nice pickup after losing your mid.
Yeah, that is some nice little benefit.
Whitemon Ench, game 2.
We saw how strong he was earlier. Falcons wanting to break the curse of the 2-0s so far. See if they can force this to a game 3. Well, they pop the dust. Hear the charge up, jump forward, find him. Blade Mail already out. Maybe a little bit too afraid to go on to Amar. Twisted Chakram, Whitemon starting to fall, and Maureen takes it. If you can kill an Enchantress like that, that is a problem for Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, Sox is thinking about it, right? He's here smoked up. He has the hook shot. They want to go.
And a Blink Dagger just bought for the Centaur. If they're not careful, now the problem is Skitter. Jump right onto him. Hook shot hits onto the Ancients, but it's still not going to matter. More than enough. Crit, they want to come in and steal these. This is a really big get if they can get it. Tundra, though, if you stick around too long, maybe you end up dying to all of this here.
They have this ward covering them. It's really hard to get in as Falcons.
Moving in, Crit, they manage to come on forward, and he does take away a few of those Ancients, but still, Tundra, a great play as they take down that Clinks and steal the stacks.
Yeah, great use of that ward. It's probably going to get dewarded, but you gained a lot off of it, right? So, in fact, Pure maybe even thinking about trying to grab somebody nearby if they come and go for it.
Always an aggressive player. That would be a pretty bold move if he ends up going for it.
He's still just standing there.
Yeah. They're waiting because they know that somebody would come and try and take it away, but you can see Falcons respecting that type of a play too. They're not going straight for the D-ward.
Yeah, well, Amara has his Blink Dagger now on the center War Runner. Malreen's coming to join up. Force Staff as well on crit, and they have a smoke, so probably clear this wave up. Yeah. Use the death pack, grab the catapult. Oh, the hook shot. They have the Force Staff save.
They want to take him down, but the disruption's already been used. Now Chakram's out. Pure jumps in, wants the stun, tries to find it, gets the kill. Now Amar in, but taking so much damage. Still Pure super low. They're going to use the lasso onto the Doom. So Pure, he actually manages to survive through it.
Oh, and the jump forward from Thompson, going in aggressively, trusting in the Amplified Damage rune.
You gotta be careful. Pure still just playing on a knife's edge right here to the side.
Oh, Amar!
And he hits it just when they need it. Amar with the stun, now looking for more. Can he manage to get out of there? They don't quite have enough damage. Ramses is low, Malreen completely out of mana. And just like that, the end of the fight. Salvaging what could have been a really bad go for Falcons.
Oh, this is why you always stay around a low HP, folks. Great play from Amar there to punish Thompson. I mean, to jump in aggressively like that with the concussion grenade, very much a Thompson play.
Yes.
But not paying off in the Thompson way.
13-8, and they get their man. The Clinks goes down, but we're able to get a little bit of retribution there. The big problem I'm seeing is this ALK still feels to be completely untouched in a lot of ways. 1-0-1, 177 last hits at 17 minutes.
Yeah, just a lot of freedom. I mean, it looks a lot like last game on the Lone Druid, right? I mean, how often was he just on this mirrored equivalent on the Radiant side, just hitting Ancients on Lone Druid, right? It felt like the safest place in the map. Felt like there was never some concern. Look at that scan even from Ramses, just thinking like, hey, are they around here? Like, I'm just gonna check before I move in. They really want to make sure there's always a wall between Falcons and Pure.
But we have seen also how much Malreen on this Timbersaw can really shred through that ALK. And
Ramses.
This is a nice get. Ramses will be pushed back in. The stomp does connect. That's just going to mean that they save the lasso.
Yeah.
All right.
And now Skeeter hunting forward, wants to see if they can catch something else.
Pure TP's out. Wise decision. They go for the Stampede. He TP'd to mid. Snake King drops down a ward back behind. He has Blink Lasso if they want to use it. Thinking maybe they can find a kill into Pure without using it. Skitter caught for the moment. Now the disruption. Good hook shot onto both of them. Soxa plain interrupt for the moment, but he will eventually get brought down. Pure jumps forward, stunned onto Clinks. Do they have enough? Can they get him out of alive? No, they're not going to be able to. Whitemon, so often the answer in that game one, does it again. And now the Doom down finds Malreen. No answers. Tundra feeling themselves, and Ramses gives them the smile.
You're allowed to, after getting targeted that hard at the start of the game and during the draft and feeling you're just having a miserable time. I'm surprised he can still smile at this point. Takes a fight like that from the team to get you back there. Falcons just going so deep right there for that engagement. You know, they drop a ward in behind, they're feeling kind of good about it, but not able to really figure a way out of that one. Just too deep and not enough damage on the targets they needed.
Right, and it sounds good in theory to, find this kill onto Alchemist, but if Thompson is allowed to just free hit, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, it was really awkward too, because Thompson's just like plinking away on Amar, so now he can't really get back in and do anything. He's just kind of stuck off to the side. So on the one hand, you're thinking, all right, well, Thompson's busy. Maybe we can clean up the rest of this fight, right? But they still just managed to stun up on Skeeter. They can't get the saves. You force half him away, dies the impetus, and now there's no like re-goose potential, right? Once you lose the Clinks, there's no damage left in the fight, especially once there's a Doom onto the Timber.
Right, and of course that BKB timing coming out for Pure just then ends up destroying everything basically. And now you've got a pretty sizable lead. Again, it is an ALK draft, so you sort of anticipate being ahead like this a little bit. But ALK drafts often end the game early. If you're not careful, you could just lose the whole map.
And right now, there's no vision here for the side of Falcons. And you're trying to move in with a Bat Rider draft. You don't have any forward vision, and it's you who's getting caught in the river.
Soxa again, right on point. They find both of them, try to force staff, try and get out. Not gonna happen. They will come close to losing the clockwork, but ends up getting pulled all the way to the side. Stampede to try and get out. Skitter just hoping to escape. Will he be able to? Yes. Now to the side, Ramses must run, and Skitter gets stunned. The assassinate out. He's done. Tundra, time and again, have found this Clinks and have punished the pick hard.
They're trying to get out of these fights with these force staffs, and you just see the impetus chase down, just chunk, you know? It just doesn't matter. It feels like any chance to try and break away and get a secondary fight going for yourselves from Falcon is just failing because these saves aren't working right now. Whitemon's just consistently getting the good targeting, and then again, Pure, right? Another concoction onto the Clinks. He has a single target in mind, he's hitting it every time, and that's the problem with the Clinks, because like, what can he do? He can't just like go BKB right now, or at least he doesn't feel like he can.
Right.
Doesn't think like that's gonna be enough for the hero. He needs a little bit better spacing. He just wants to be able to like, trying to consistently hit, not have to rely on the BKB, but I don't know, the saves just aren't working.
Right, well, and you're getting the other saves going the other way. The hookup with Clockwork is actually, you know, having some extra value in these fights, keeping people alive where otherwise they might not end up being alive. And now a 5K gold lead. Skitter again gonna hunt. Can they find the right target? Sox is playing out of his mind. This guy is having a heck of a performance here at TI.
He's done it before. A couple of times, you know, played pretty darn well at this tournament.
You're not wrong.
You're gonna take that lead, they're gonna back away, and again, the pressure is once more here on Falcons. They feel like they have to do something. They don't want to just sit back and farm because they've already seen what Pierre's been doing on this Alchemist, so it feels like you're just like falling further and further behind. You imagine that Tundra are also just thinking about Roche soon. Like, they have a great lineup for it. They got this Alchemist, they got the Sniper. You have this Clockwork to help cover you.
But at the same time, in the back of your mind, you got to imagine, as Falcons, if you lose one more fight in a bad way, the game could potentially just be out of your hands. It has to, like, you want to make that move, but it has to be the perfect move. And Tundra, like you said, going into the Roche pit.
And they're just following the flowchart here. And no way you're going to fight this one.
No, need to just try and get into that next set of items. Crit is going to start to maneuver down this direction. They already have one deep ward in between the tier 1 and tier 2 on the bottom half of the map, as Roche is finishing up here.
That is now 20 armor, by the way, if you get hit by the hook shot as an ally.
Yeah.
Just kind of ridiculous for 4 seconds.
Well, and it completely answers Clinks, right? I mean, this hero is just all physical damage. Good facet choices and solid play so far has put Tundra in the lead. If they can close this game out, if they can take this Aegis and keep that pressure on, get to play at this last day at TI, keeping their hopes and dreams alive. And on the other side for Falcons, they need to force this game 3 if they want to be able to close out. Coming into this tournament as one of the favorites, and Snake King gets found for a moment, will back away. Amar also blinking out, but ooh, just barely able to get some separation there. Snake King from the Clockwork.
It would appear Soxa is human.
Yes.
It takes a while to figure it out. Does manage to miss a hook shot. And Crit just trying to poison the wave from away. Escape afterwards. No hook shot here on the chase. Soxa just being intimidating with nothing but a jetpack.
Pure going for the Lincoln Sphere. So opting for like the very defensive build here on this Alchemist. Amar.
I think he can just afford it because he just needs the control.
Yeah.
Like this Clinks is just, you know, you get on top, he gets stunned, you've got enough allies to help get that damage. So to ensure that you just don't get lassoed, if he were to get lassoed and die before Chemical Rage, then I could see a good fight actually happening for Falcons. And he just wants to ensure that doesn't happen.
Right.
And he's saying that like, I'm in no rush to end this game. I just want to make sure that they're not going to be able to like even things back up.
The one that's left behind while the rest of the team goes forward, and they find this Timbersaw was not anticipating that he would be alone down bottom.
And getting this Doom kill, like, on the one hand, you can think for Falcons, okay, Doom is down, like now our Timber can have a good fight, because they're gonna have a hard time controlling him without that, but then you're fighting into the Aegis.
Yeah.
So it's just a good way to try and get a punish here and still keep rolling all over this map right here from Tundra.
Pure eyeing up the AC next, as he will grab that whole creep wave and start heading together, and has turned into split push central for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, trying to get gold everywhere on the map right now. You can see you got Crit and Skeeter way up top. You got Snaking inside the Radiant jungle. Amar is farming Radiant Ancients. Can they get out of here?
Oh! Skinner found, pushed 2 times outside of the base. Is gonna end up costing him his life, but can Skinner get out afterwards? I don't think so. They TP back multiple and get the Clinks.
Happy trade there for Soxa. Draws them back, so maybe they're not taking your objectives, I guess, at the very least for Falcons, but obviously they're still very happy about that on Tundra, because it is a lot of hope just pegged on this Clinks.
Right. So many issues at this point that they need to contend with. And, you know, we talked about it. Is Ramsey's going to keep scaling? The answer is definitely yes. He's almost passing up the Clinks now in terms of net worth. Might need to look for help from some of these other heroes in this game. Of course, the Batrider, great at being able to isolate that single target, but obviously don't want to do that against a sniper with Aegis at this point.
Does have the Eye of the Vizier as well, which is pretty helpful.
Oh yeah. A little bit of a longer range initiation. Mar trying to get towards the Crimson Guard himself.
A flare from Soxa.
That sees everything.
Spots them farming inside the Dire Ancients. Amara running towards their base, hoping he's gonna keep him alive. Finds a courier.
Yeah. And then the TP back.
As Pure hits the mid tower. Ramses hits the top tower.
I mean, it just goes to show how confident they are in their play right now. And Soxa is waiting right off to the side. I mean, this is a free kill if they want it, if they want to bring numbers back, but at least for now, it doesn't look like that's what they're interested in. Going over, Pure suns himself underneath the tower. Wait a minute, this could be an opportunity for them. Already dead on 1. Malrine needs to back away from the sniper. And trying to hunt, trying to find, crit gets him. They drop down the ulti immediately onto this sniper, dropping lower and lower and dead. Can they do it a second time now? Clockwork has shown back up. They got to back out on Crit. Crit is in trouble. Stampede run forward. The blade mail, it's out. Hobson hitting himself, doing a lot of deeps. They run in with Malrine, trying to do what damage they can, but there it is. Already onto him through the BKB. They will find and kill Malrine.
Tundra taking control there of the outpost, allowing him to get back on Ramses, drop the Doom once more, and keep the push alive. Next tier 2 to fall here, and we're approaching 28 minutes, and they are near the Wisdom Rune if they would like. They're also on your high ground because there's still 30 seconds without a Timbersaw.
This is dangerous. Tundra keep the party moving, and buyback status not available for that Timbersaw because of gold. Tundra, I don't know if they're going to be stopped off of there, but they jump in immediately. No Doom available, but still get the counterplay.
I mean, they just have nothing right now.
For Steph. Gets away.
That hook shot nearly hitting from Soxa.
That would have been a death for sure. But Tundra, they will be stopped in their tracks, it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to get back for the Wisdom Rune, though. Snaking not able to get over there and steal it. So that's going to be double again here for Tundra at 28 minutes. Further widening the gap. Now, you know, there's no Aegis. There's no Doom for over a minute right now. If you are Falcons, you've got to be thinking about getting out here. But, you know, they look out. They got one good ward up here, but it's expiring soon, and they're on the move.
They got to make a play.
Stampede in 12.
It's the only option. They run towards it, and actually, Pure is getting over that direction too.
He's going to show as well to take the tower, maybe kind of bait them in here.
Could be an opportunity.
There goes that ward, though. They've lost their forward vision. Snaking's got 1 obs.
Who can they find? I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. I mean, it looks like Tundra is prepared for this.
They're circling completely.
Yeah, they're so ready. They know exactly what's going on.
All right, Soxa, go get him, buddy. He's holding the gem. Oh, which means he might find Skeeter.
And a full AC done now for the Alchemist.
As if they're running up problems already with the hookup. And more armor. More attack speed.
Snaking still smoked, about to wear out though. Does have 2 more in his inventory. Do they want to play around this vision here? Drop it down and then look for a fight? It doesn't look like it. I mean, you've got to be super careful with your wards and make sure you're getting something out of the map. The other thing is that they know that Roche is going to respawn on daytime side, so they're trying to get stuff set up over here too. Jump in, find him, Doom. Caught, down to half HP, dead.
That's the Clinks. That is what you want. You look to farm up to get to this point where if you can isolate a single target, they just get blown up immediately.
And he's dead for 70. That was a dieback. They know that too.
Yep. Had his little vengeful play there onto Malrine, but find him afterwards.
I mean, I feel like as Falcons, you got to do something here. There needs to be a play made while Doom is dead, whether that's just trying to, you know, secure vision around the map or whatever else. But you're not going to get a better opportunity with Doom dead for another 50 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like just farming would feel great, right? Because they know they're not going to group up on the side of Tundra and go for anything right now. Feels like Doom is pretty pivotal for how they want to play these engagements, because one less body in the front means the fight is just harder and harder for Thompson. So it just feels like an unnecessary risk to try and push something here. And if you can just farm as many camps as possible right now to get these next items, that's a win in itself. I mean, you just got the Shiva's Guard finish up on Malrine. That's very helpful, not just for obviously the benefits of the item, but in terms of like damage and slows us up with the vision, right? Trying to find these annoying heroes. And they're going to end up getting some pressure on this tier 2 mid.
Roche time is a little bit less than a minute, as Falcons gonna take down this tier 2 tower.
They could, in theory, start a fight here.
Pure jumps in, stun, Amar, force staff away. Pure feels very strong with that Linken's in tow, and they're not gonna get a free tower, but a Linken Sphere for the Clinks now also.
Okay, and it's 30 seconds until Roche. Radiant side. See how they want to try and move towards this one. I imagine they're going to stay pretty tight here on the side of Falcons. The saves have been improved. There's now a Blink Dagger on crit since the last engagement, so we can really get in there for the grab and the save. That in combination with just like Stampede, and then of course just helping out with Snake King with the Blink and the Force Staff there. Like you might see crit like Blink and Force Staff that again or something to create even further isolation onto the target they're going for. But it is Tundra who have the flare available here, so they can move down towards the Roche pit, keep sending out these flares and spawning these heroes. He saw where crit was moving inside the Radiant Ancients. They know that they're playing far away from Roche right now, and that's going to send them into the pit. They're going to begin it very slowly here with Pure on Soxa.
It's going to drop pretty quick though if they can get there. I mean, Skitter, they're heading
the
that
roar.
direction. Now they know. And it looks like they'll take the tier 2, and then are they going to
Oh, they're making their way here, Lyrical.
This is, it's not going to be in time, but they can maybe take the fight right after the...
Do they want to take the fight after?
I don't know. I mean,
Doom's
they're moving
available.
this direction. Now seeing what could happen. Snake King walking forward. They're flaring right on top of him. Still holding their ground is Tundra. And Falcons...
I think that's a wise decision.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it.
Doesn't feel like going into this one is going to do you many favors.
What a tense game. I mean, again, this is playing for everything here. Playing the last day of TI, looking for top 3 at the very least. And you can see it's not a clear victory here for Tundra. You gotta also imagine at this point in time in the game, if you're Tundra, you feel like you've got a win under your belt. If you lose this one, how do you recover for a game 3 if it ends up happening?
They got him.
But they get him again, long range, shots are right on top of him, forced down to the low ground. Does he have a way to get out? TP trying to escape, but no! The jetpack and the battery assault is there. The magic little man in a metal suit does it again.
Just no hope for them on this one. Whitemon even chasing a little bit further here, trying to find somebody. He's going to see Snake King going for the midway. Snake King's holding a gem right now.
If you lose this one.
But he blinks away. They can't get him.
Out. Amplified damage. The slow is there. You can see pretty good accuracy, but it's in these clutch moments he's been showing up. It's funny too, because he is... Clockwork is probably the smallest hero in this game, and Sox is not the smallest person. He is a big guy.
I don't think he would fit in the suit.
Not quite. Gotta have it specially made. 19 to 18, 8,000 gold lead.
Oh, we got the rally troops down here.
They're ready to move.
Oh yeah, raise those dead. Pure, again, ready to jump. How ambitious is he feeling?
I'm just willing to stun himself. But a smoke up, they want to defend this if they can. You obviously have to wait for Clinks.
It's a flare that does connect on the Snake King, so no jump.
To be ready for this one, and you can see they're still respecting this. As Clinks respawns, they back away on Tundra.
And closing in on a couple big pickups here. Almost a level 20 there, onto the Sniper. Get some of our larger talents coming. I mean, Pure's up to level 22 right now, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Beast in this game. Another Linken Sphere picked up here. Rams is going to grab one on the Doom, making life even harder for Snake King.
And Snake King has been the one that's been finding these clutch moments here. Does have a Force Staff, so you can play your way through it if you need to. They're also queuing up more Linken Spheres on more heroes.
Yep. I mean, that is the goal, I think.
Yeah. If you can mitigate the Doom, maybe there's an opportunity there. But in towards the Tormentor they will go. Wisdom Runes picked up for Skitter as well as Thompson. Getting that level 20 now. 30% shrapnel damage.
Just lay that up top on the ground while you're going in.
God, And Alk is just so huge. 10K above the next highest on the enemy team. And not looking back at all. I mean, there is a point in time in this game when eventually you start to fall off on an Alk a little bit when you get, you know, fully slotted. But, like, I mean, I'm really grasping at straws there to, like, think about how things could go poorly here.
My inventory's full. My hero's so bad.
He can buy people's Ags, too, and start getting that for himself if he needs to.
Yeah, there's a little bit more room to grow here. But for Falcons, it's looking towards this Clinks.
Yes.
Right? Like, Skeeter, he knows the goal. He's going for the Daedalus next. He knows he's that big damage if they can get the control. But, man, it is so hard to lock them down.
Strafe attack speed talent at that 20. And as of yet, still no racks have been taken.
Yeah, that is a big reason why this game is still pretty close as well, because there's no big like economy damage to Falcons, because all the creeps are still worth a good amount of gold for them. And makes life pretty good.
And while they're sort of stuck in their base, you're still getting some farm out there on the map. Amar trying to
They
do
have a
what
pretty
he
sneaky
can.
ward out here. It's actually looking right at Whitemon right now.
Do they dare? They drop down.
I mean, Skeeter's right there.
The banner. They bring Amar back.
He's fire flying. He's committing.
Thinking about it. Jump forward. Lasso got him. And the Stampede under control. But look at it. The jump forward stun. And Thompson didn't have the answer. Clockwork. Hook shot in. Finds the perfect targets. Dude, what a counter initiation that was.
He's just too good. He's ready for it there. Now Pure's high ground hitting your buildings.
Oh, and it could all come crumbling down so quickly.
15 seconds on the Aegis though.
And they do it. And they whittle him down and then try and get that perfect timing on Thompson. He's still not at full HP, but no, Tundra, they take what they got for, aim for, and end up backing out.
Amar, does he feel the desperation?
It's tough, man. It's a tough one, tough call. Do they decide to go in for more?
I mean, Sox is just waiting up front here. He's low on mana, but he still wants the grab.
They don't have the Batrider. They need to try and stop this pressure. Even without the Aegis, it's still such a hard hold. Sniper can just hit you from outside of the base, and Pure charges it up, immediately starts to go to town, and there it is. Already caught with the Doom. Does have the disruption. Force staff to try and keep him alive. Malrine, we'll see if he's able to live through this one. But Amar out with the stomp, now snaking, looking for the chase down, pulls him back in, but immediately interrupted again. Saxa right on point, Skinner nowhere left to go. He too is gonna die. Falcons, they do not have enough left in the tank. They are too strong on Tundra.
Soxa and Pure are just in sync right now. The control coming in there with a hook shot as well to catch the Clinks with the gem. They're giving them no chance to fight back on Falcons.
What an unbelievable performance that we've seen on this Clockwork. How many stand-ins can you come in and perform like this on the biggest stage? Sox has had a fabulous game. Malrine, the young gun, hoping to get something done here, trying to stop it. Ramses, he won't stop all chatting. As Malrine is brought lower and lower. He wants that kill into Ramses, does get it. Buyback now comes from the Timber. How much more do you have left in the tank? It's 5 seconds until the bat's back up, and they still need a little while before they get the rest of their heroes.
It's two heroes. It's a Conda sniper. It's a scary sight.
Malrine jumps in. Crit. He's targeted.
Oh, what
the
a bounce
hometown
back.
hero. He's caught. Crit. Disruption. Living for the moment. Snaking's dead again. They don't have an answer.
Ho, ho.
Guys, says Ramses. It's over. With no regard for human life.
The heel turn.
Ramses is just all over him as they get the mega creeps. They are going to take the tier 4 towers. Skinner not willing to give it up, not willing to say no, never say die. They're going in for Thompson, trying to kill him, but no. Skinner backs away, barely able to survive. Dodging, trying to survive through it, but in the end, it's Whitemon. One last hit from the edge takes him down.
Oh, a buyback from Thompson. They want to cement this game. Ramses has done it with the all chat. They know they're going to go now. There's a fire lit under Falcons.
They're ready to take this one out. Malrine goes in for another salvo, but he's all alone, although the supports are coming back alive again. Falcons back out. Thompson, he's ready to come back in. Ancient exposed. Falcons hoping, dreaming, just want to keep this TI alive. But I'm not sure if they've got enough left in the tank. Pure moves forward, blinks back for a moment. Malrine still lives through it. Now Amar caught in the cogs. Whitemon, eyes on the prize, taking down the Ancient. GG is called. Tundra, eliminate Falcons.
And Pure wants to hear it. He's asking asking you, what now? What now? I mean, when you're a team who all chats a lot throughout the year, it does eventually come back right at you. Falcons find that out at TI.
Tundra took control of their destiny here. They're going to get to play on the final day of TI, trying to get hopes of the most won TIs for a player, for that man right there in the middle, Mr. Thompson. And at the end of it all, still the handshakes going around. You can see they came in to play on this game.
Thompson going for 3, Saksa going for 2 here. Tundra have a lot of hopes coming into tomorrow, but they'll be there.
Let them hear it, crowd. Give them your adoration, Tundra. They take it down here. They came in and played absolutely perfect Dota. They took them down earlier in the tournament, and they did it again on that big stage. Off the back of a first pick sniper, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I mean, and this support duo as well. You've got to watch for them tomorrow. Whitemon and Sox are playing so unbelievably well. They just gave these games to Pure where it was free. The Lone Druid, the Alk, he was just so unbothered throughout so much of it. The Clockwork, the Enchantress, we can't see that again.
Oh no. Unbelievable performances. We're going to get to hear from the winners down on the stage.
Thank you very much, Lyrical. Yes, indeed, I'm here with the man himself, going for the 3 times and making it through the lower bracket. How does that sound, Thompson?
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Third time, very good indeed. I mean, Falcons have looked absolutely unstoppable in this lower bracket, but you took them down. How? What is the key to beating this team?
I think we kind of drafted them in this. Like the first game, we ended up playing second pick, and they kind of ruined the draft, I would say, for themselves. And then the second game, it's first pick for us, so it's like kind of easy for us to draft. And yeah, easy games.
Easy games. I mean, the crowd is going crazy. You're still cool as a cucumber. It's honestly so impressive. I do want to ask about the draft, though, because in game number 1, we got the Thompson Viper. You know, not that's really a Thompson hero I would expect. Is that something you wanted to play, or, you know, did you kind of take it on the chin on that one?
I mean, sometimes you kind of have to pick. I play the toxic heroes, like especially against Falcons. They end up playing these tanky heroes, and like so Viper was like kind of perfect pick, so I had to play it.
It certainly was, and it paid off massively. And of course, now we move on. You get to play up against Gaming Gladiators next. Now, this is a team that knocked you down to the lower bracket initially. Are you ready for some vengeance?
We'll see. We have to go through the drafts and see what we come up with, but we're confident.
You're confident. It certainly sounds like it. The crowd are absolutely loving this right now. Any plans you can share with us? You know, anything you've got in mind for taking down Gaming and making it to those grand finals?
Maybe. I don't really want to say anything, but I mean, obviously we want to slow the games down a little bit, you know. Don't let them play their Chen, Lone good lineups, you know.
Absolutely, you know what you're doing. All right, one final question from me then. Are you going to make it, Thompson? Are you going to get 3 times international champion?
Maybe. Slight chance, maybe.
Slight chance, maybe. All right, crowd, give it up for Thompson and Tundra, who are making it through to the final day at the International. And we'll give it back to the panel.
A fan favorite right there in Thompson. Tundra able to make it into the top 3 for themselves. And let's have a look at this game at number 2. Unfortunately, we weren't gifted with that game 3 here on our second day. Not a single series going that way, but this game number 2, it was just as chaotic. It felt like whilst the drafts should have been more clear-cut here, the execution just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup themselves, like, it was better this time for Falcons. It wasn't as crazy, but it was still very scrappy right now. I think we go back to, like, the hero pool that Tundra is running right now. what can you do with the sniper? The sniper seems to win its lane no matter what you pick. It doesn't feel like it has a counter right now, but that's not the only hero Tundra plays that is uncounterable. So there's quite the enigma here on how to deal with this team right now, because they just have too many good heroes.
Hey, on Falcons side, you can kind of only be a little bit disappointed if you're a Falcons fan. You know, when they pick up these Klings and they didn't really, I feel like they didn't really utilize this hero to its fullest potential. I mean, it's not the best hero in the meta, but it definitely has a lot of room for improvement. The way they played around the hero, there were a lot of like pick-offs on the Klings that were kind of felt like it shouldn't be happening with their lineup. They can't really afford those type of deaths on the Klings when you're playing against an Alchemist. You know, he's going to snowball out of control every single death that you have in the game.
I also think that that Soxa is not going to struggle to find a team next season. That's all I wanted to say. I think this guy looks absolutely amazing. It would be incredible if a stand-in could win a TI. And it actually looks like it's in the cards, which is even insane to say.
Yeah, it's possible they get knocked down to the lower bracket. It feels like it doesn't change anything for themselves. Unfortunately, though, for Falcons, they're not able to finish it out here for themselves. It has been a fantastic lower bracket run. In fact, it was all the way back from round number 2 of playoffs that they fell down to this lower bracket. And along that journey, they've been able to knock out 4 other teams. Unfortunately, on the penultimate day of TI, it does result in the elimination for themselves here. But everything else that they were doing, I guess there were just some weird picks in game number 1 and game number 2, and that's bittersweet. It's great we got to see a lot of different action winter, but unfortunately, like you were saying, for the side of the Falcons fans, it just wasn't really there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't win everything. You know, overall, they had a really, really good year. And coming to 2024, they won a lot of tournaments, and I mean, this is one of those that you can only say that it's unlucky that some of their heroes that they were really good throughout the year got nerfed and the meta shifted, and they kind of couldn't really adapt. They still did a really good job considering everything, but you can't win everything.
I did like the strategy Jenkins they had. I mean, we talked about it on panel. Aoi also talked about it there. They thought Ramses was the key playmaker in the team. That's what they drafted around. And I guess outside of the sniper pick, they were able to do exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that Fear, you said it during the first game that they kind of screwed up the draft a little bit, and I think the second game the emotions were in play. But we are going to go to an exit interview with Team Tundra. Not Tundra,
Falcons.
They didn't lose, Falcons.
Yes, Falcons indeed. I'm here with Snake Kings. Snake, first of all, I know you're very disappointed with the result here, but the crowd are still giving you guys a cheer. So I spoke to a lot of your players a few days ago, and they all said that one of the things that really mattered about this TI was making sure that Crit got to the main stage. You managed that. I know you're disappointed, but just try and put into words for me how you guys are feeling right now.
Obviously very bummed, but it is what it is, you know. But I'm glad that Crit got to play in the playoff stage at his home crowd. And he's very thankful for that. With that said, obviously our expectations are high coming into TI. This was actually our worst performance of the year so far. As sad as that sounds, it's still 4th place. You know, we'll be sad for a little bit, and we'll come back and be stronger.
Fantastic. Yeah, we look forward to that next season. Talking of next season, your plans presumably are to continue another dominant run, because as you said, this was a fantastic year for you, so you can't be too glum, surely.
I mean, definitely we can't be too bummed. We are very fortunate to have won a lot throughout this year, but life is short, you know? You gotta win as much as you can while you still can.
Okay, well, I know you guys have a ton of fans in this arena alone. If you've got any words for them, now's the time.
I want to thank you guys for the amazing crowd, and you guys are really amazing. You guys make Dota what it is.
Thank you, Snake King, and thank you, everybody. Back to the panel.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, both of you guys right there. Look, I mean, Snake King said it perfectly as well. This crowd has been amazing. A lot of them sticking around, cheering. I feel like just cheering for good Dota, not necessarily a good team, but the fantastic plays that came out, not just in this final series, but all 4 series that we had over the day. It was just an outstanding time here. But look, we're going to see some replays here. It was off to a great start for Falcons, but we've already talked about this early game time and time, Jenkins, how important it is to bring the numbers, to make those rotations.
Yeah, Tundra did a really good job at not just necessarily making some rotation with tops into the bot lane, but at the same time, they would also rotate like Whitemon through the portal, or sorry, Soxa through the portal. And to do these like triple pronged attacks is historically one of the hardest things to do in Dota, but we are seeing the best teams consistently do it. The level of play here in this final couple of days of TI looks amazing. We did see two 2-0s in the evening of today, but they were some of the highest skilled Dota that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's a really tough narrative to drive here because we're always seeing very different heroes, different play styles, and yet they're really dominant in this series, Winter. The games might not always be as clear-cut of who's going to win, but that really comes down to that execution and how you're going to control your emotions and clutch it up when it matters most.
Yeah, just really, really fortunate to be part of the competition, being able to watch those games. You know, unfortunately, somebody has to lose today, but moving forward, I think we're gonna see very, very good, even higher level of Dota. Hopefully, we're gonna see even more exciting drafts. Outside the new heroes that we've been seeing today and yesterday, the Lone Druid, the Klings, and looking forward to it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very hit or miss when it comes to like these new strategies. The Lone Druid came out, looked really good, it stuck. Unfortunately, the Klings came out, didn't look so good, not gonna stick so much. Strategies are starting to come into fold. We're starting to see the teams that do play the fastest are having the best results right now. We have 3 teams left, and it's gonna be exciting to see which one's gonna hold the Aegis at the end.
That's right. It's insane to think that 2 weeks of TI has gone by so fast. But this is that game number 2 scoreboard right there. Pure having a fantastic game on the Alchemist. And remember, this was a last pick Alc into what you guys said were 2 counters that had already been picked on the side of Falcons. I'm not going to say he was the make or break, but the fact that you can have a deathless game on a hero that was already counted in what had been picked up, that's true testament to how Pure plays.
I think he played excellent. There are pretty high expectations on Pure in general and a last pick Alchemist as well. And in every single fight, he was the bane of Falcon's existence. He was jumping in, he was stunning crit when he was trying to hit the lassos, he was jumping on the Klinks when Klinks was doing a ton of damage. Like, Pure looks like one of the best carry players in the world right now. And I am interested to see how the teams tomorrow will solve his carry pool.
Yeah, well, look, let's keep the conversation going about this game. Let's head on down to Purge and hear what he has to say.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I think the most interesting thing about the Alchemist pick was it kind of picked Tundra into bad lanes. Now, when pro players are drafting, they kind of religiously pair a ranged hero with a melee hero. But in this case, they'd already shown the Clockwork and the Enchantress. And if we take a look at the last phase bans, almost all the best range carries had been banned out prior to this. So what ends up happening is Doom has a really bad laning stage. He's laning against 2 ranged heroes, and that results in snaking the Batrider as well as the Klinks just bullying the crap out of both of them, consistently getting zoned, getting super harassed down. There's even a double kill moment here where they get kind of grouped up. They can't really right-click back. All they can do is kind of cast their spells, and they both get ran down. That really hurts Ramsey's net worth, but ultimately it's for the greater good, right? Pure's supposed to have a carry game, the carry that's supposed to collect gold and then use that gold in a game-defining way. And Pure really did that. He did a great job jungling at some point in the game. He hadn't participated in any kills, which is a little bit weird for this tournament so far. But as long as you use the net worth in a good way, it's worth it. Look at this TP. The second that his Blink Dagger was delivered, he instantly TP's top to make something happen. This is the sign of a carry that wants to win the tournament. He blinks in, he stuns the Centaur, and then he gets the support dive. We're going to ignore that one. But the one afterwards, he finally found some core kills. He jumps in, they find the Klinks, and the space gets made on the map. Once again, willing to leverage Whitemon's life in the middle of the lane for the benefit of his team. Soxa gets the follow-up stun, and who comes again? It's going to be Alchemist. He jumps in from the side. He's going to land a nice stun. He's just pressuring the Klinks because he knows that he needs to offset that advantage that he got and make sure that everything goes well for his team. He's not afraid to tank in this game, and that is so important, because if he doesn't take the damage, somebody like Sniper does instead, their damage goes down, completely different game outcome. So incredible game by Pure. The fact that he died 0 times in that game length against one of the best, arguably the best team of the year, was an incredible performance, and he just might win TI.
Ooh. We had to hear from Bert. You just might win TI. And I mean, this has always been a tournament, a patch about how active can your carry be in this early game. How many kills can you get onto him? And how can you make sure that you choke out your opponent's map? Pure, he goes for a completely different strategy here in that game number 2, and it's still successful. He's the one initiating, and yet still not dying, Winter.
Yeah, it's really good at farming and making your teammates rich as well. Like in the past, when the carries are farming, they're usually taking a lot of resources away from the map. But the way all the modern carries are playing, they're farming and they're also making sure that their teammates are rich at the same time, getting levels, and you're helping your team. And this is what it takes, to win tournaments nowadays.
Yeah, well, look, since we're already on the topic of Pure, we have been gifted with a very slight listen into what happened in that game number 2.
Feeling bad? But it's not. It's good fight, guys. It's good fight. Clean's ban. Guys! Stand! Amashutsen. Oi. Oi. I'm champion. No, man. I'm chill out. Focus, guys. Focus.
There you go, some of the comms there from Tundra. We were actually having this conversation of what teams look the best. Is it that clear, precise comms? Is it something that just elevates your team? And somehow Tundra have hit both of them, Fio?
Yeah, they had a little bit of both there. They were having fun. Obviously, they probably felt like the game was secured at that point. Shopping oy-oy-oys. But I think, in the most part, like Tundra, they're pretty calm and collected. They wouldn't be able to get to the top 3 without it. They're a good team. Their communication's good. And they figured it out.
Well, let's have a look at our bracket. We're going to see exactly the journey that our top 3 remaining teams have taken here. I mean, all the way back to that lower bracket round 2. That's where we saw Falcons, who unfortunately just got eliminated in our final series here. But with Tundra having lost that upper bracket yesterday to Gaming Gladiators, they were able to knock out Extreme Gaming earlier today, Falcons just then, and now they got to look at themselves a rematch against Gaming Gladiators, who fell to Team Liquid just before. And I guess on the flip side of that is a big congrats to Team Liquid for making it to the grand finals, and as Boxy said, the first time ever Winter from the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's first time in the upper bracket, and hopefully, first time as well for them, to win TI. Yeah, it's going to be a really big accomplishment for their players, and it's also good to get the second place curse off the back.
Yeah, that would be nice for them, but this stack on Liquid, they've had a lot of trials and tribulations, Jenkins, around making TIs altogether, their results at TI, and now they're grand finalists. They just have to wait between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra as to who their opponent's going to be.
Yeah, and I think that this Liquid often looks the best when they can make a pivot, and then that pivot looks good. Like, this team will pivot no matter what, right? If they lose a game, they're going to completely change the strategy in game 2, or they'll say, like, okay, this hero that we thought was good is now bad, or we'll do the same thing. And then they pivot, and then this time around, they're actually winning when they do said pivots, because clearly it worked against Gaming Gladiators. If I'm Tundra, I am opening up those replays, and I'm not closing them until the match tomorrow, because Liquid completely decimated Gaming. Nobody expected it, especially in the way that they did, because they were able to slow down the game. And that is exactly what Thompson said that they wanted to do. We want to slow down the game. So that's their study material for tonight.
Well, look, there's a lot of hours between now and when you're saying they have to close those replays. Let's have a look at what our schedule is tomorrow, so you know exactly when Jenkins is expecting them to close those replays. And that's 10 a.m., okay? They're going to be walking out on stage just slightly before that, so hopefully they're going to be ready for it. The winner, of course, will then have a bit of a break, and at approximately 1 p.m. is when we will be seeing either Gaming Gladiators or Tundra take on Team Liquid in the TI13 Grand Finals here, Fia.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty exciting either way. Like, we do get to see Liquid finally go there on the upper bracket final. They will on the grand finals there. Tundra, they have a chance to have Thompson, the 3-time TI winner, coming from the lower bracket there, but they have to get through Gaming Gladiators. Even if Gaming does manage to get through Tundra, who Tundra looks really good, I think this is definitely the year for Liquid where they're looking the best.
Any other thoughts from you, Winter, as we've had a 4 series today, all of them, unfortunately, going in that 0-2 or 2-0 fashion?
Still, I don't think I can ask for more, Like, the games have been of really high quality. I enjoyed myself. Even it's 2-0, but a lot of the 2-0s, they were not really straightforward. The games were exciting, the games were fun to watch, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
And last but not least, Jenkins, before we close out the show?
I agree. I think we're pretty much guaranteed to get some more of that tomorrow, and I think a lot of that boils down to this facets patch that came out. There's just so much in Dota that people are still discovering. There's so many permutations of things that you can do in this game. And we have arguably the 3 best teams in the world at figuring out new and interesting tech. So at the very least, if there's a 0 on the other side of the wins in every single series tomorrow, we are going to get some amazing games.
All right, you guys have made me excited for tomorrow. And for the second last time, I'm going to say goodnight to you guys. We'll see you bright and early here in Copenhagen, Denmark for our grand finals and the last day of TI 13.